fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop online shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Hochanda app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Hochanda app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Simply turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do so, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select apps from the menu that appears. Scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hochanda will be attending the Creative Craft Show at the NEC in Birmingham from Thursday the 19th of March until Sunday the 22nd of March. Take part in our famous Hochanda Tombola to win prizes galore. Or why not join one of our numerous make and take sessions being run by our crafty guest experts. You will be so inspired by their wealth of knowledge and expertise. You'll find us on stand F08 in Hall 11, so come along and say hello to the team. We would all love to meet you. Order your tickets online today at hochanda.com and we'll see you there. Good morning, Hochanda. It's freezing out there, so my advice, stay under the covers, get yourself a morning brew. We're taking our first look at the deal of the day. We got our sunrise specials and we're joined by the lovely Hayley West. It's a win. Well, good morning. Hello, stranger.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Not too bad.
Tell me, how was your week off?
It was a lovely week off, although it was a little bit of a kind of startled morning because I set my alarm last night for 4 o'clock, which was okay, except 1600 hours.
Oh no.
But fortunately, as is always the case, and I'm sure you'll resonate with this one, when you're on an early for the first time for a little while, you don't sleep really at all. So thankfully, I was awake, and then that's when I looked at the clock, bang on 4 o'clock, which is bizarre. So I thought, why hasn't the alarm gone off? And that's when I realised.
Wow. I mean, that's good that you woke up at 4. That's amazing. I do that as well with my alarm. So we both wake up before we drive in. So not together, but no. We so waking up at 4 o'clock. It's a horrible thing.
Oh yes, yeah.
You kind of a bit flummoxed. What's going on here?
What am I doing?
Stumble out the room.
But enough about us.
Yes, we're glad that you are up because we're going to take a first look at our deal of the day, and I have to say, good size.
Feeling the love.
Look at that. Feeling the love indeed. This is a pick and mix. You're choosing any 8 letters. You get to pick.
It's not any 8 out of the letters in the word love, by the way. We have got more choice than that. We've got a full alphabet.
You can have your vowels or your consonants. There we go.
Yeah, you could go for anything you like. So it could be a name. And of course, if you do want to go for multiples, then you can do. So you can go back in and kind of choose any. And it's not just a random section of letters that we send to you. You are choosing those. So if you've got particular, you want baby or words that are longer than that, obviously, you can just make whatever combination you like.
Think about, so I know popular sort of positive words, affirmations, so it could be hopeful, it could be love, it could be positive. Yeah. Names would be great.
Fabulous, yeah.
So Hayley.
Yeah, you could do quite easily, yeah. I think we've got H-A-Y-L-E-Y, yeah. I could have a couple of X's on the end.
You could get a Yanis in there as well.
You could get a Yanis in those lots. And unusual spelling names as well, because of course you've got the individual letters. Obviously they're freestanding, well they're not freestanding, you would put them onto something, but they're kind of cut out letters, but there's nothing nothing stopping you putting them on the front of a journal potentially, so maybe your initial. Yeah, there's loads of ways you could be using these.
Just trying to think.
Templates you could use them for almost as well, couldn't you? If you wanted to draw around them and actually, I don't know, on a piece of paper and draw around it and have the kind of shape there to fill in with things.
These to me scream for home decor.
Oh, yeah.
And we think about this because we do smaller projects, and obviously we can display that as well. But in a room, or giving it as a present to somebody, so someone who's moved into a new home, or you could be just, you want to jazzy up a room. We can use our paints, our papers, our stencils, our mediums, our stamps.
All sorts, yeah.
Oh, should we have a look?
We've got the word home, I think, here, but as you say, it could be any combination of letters. It doesn't have to be a 4-letter word. You've got 8 of these coming to you. Really good thickness with these as well. So you're looking at 6 mil thick, so they're going to take anything you want to throw at these, to be honest.
Lovely. Let's ask the team. So Lottie, who's our producer, what would you be spelling with your 8 letters? She's having a think. What? Harvey, maybe?
Cool.
Charlie? Yeah, or
Get
Hi.
it the right way round. Everything's back to front on the screen. There's all sorts. There's loads you could have
I'm going to test you, Hayley.
Oh,
I know you've got 4 stands there. You've got a load of letters. What can you spell?
Okay, right, okay.
I'll put this down. So we need a 4-letter word that we can feature on TV.
Okay.
At 7 in the morning.
Oh, no. Oh, gosh, I can't think of anything. Okay, I could have... Well, the thing is, here, we've only got individuals, so I've got to spell it the right way around as well on it, on the stand, so this is the tricky thing, doing it back to front.
Remember, you've got 8 letters, so
you've got
I can
8
hold
letters
up. If you need me to hold a couple more, I can do
Okay,
that.
well, we haven't got a second B, but I could order a second B, and I'm guessing it's in alphabetical order, so somewhere at the bottom, we've got a letter Y somewhere. It could be baby, or it could be back.
Could be back. Because you're back.
Yeah, I'm back.
holiday?
It could be noughts and crosses, couldn't it, for your hugs and your kisses? Oh, this is all going horribly wrong. Yeah. You could have lots of X's if you wanted to.
X, yeah. X's and O's.
X and O's for your hugs and your kisses. But
You
yeah,
could do
whatever combination you like.
And that's the whole point. I really like this though, because the beauty is, if you're watching right now, odds are you are a crafter. So you have a well-stocked craft room. And I know, Hayley, you have a very well-stocked craft room.
I have.
So think about those mediums, using those texture paste, and also techniques that we see. How many times do we see some fantastic techniques? So rather than putting the technique that you've seen onto a card or journal, what about getting them onto one of those?
Could do indeed. This is how you order them, ever so easy if you're ordering online. You will have your full alphabet there ready for you to choose those letters. Multiples if you want, so you just click on that little blue plus, or the blue button with the white plus on there, should I say, and increase the quantity of however many you want of each of those letters. You're going to get 8 of those with your deal of the day. Of course, it's not limited to 1 per customer, so if you do want to go in for more of them, then you can do. And take advantage, but don't forget that price is going to go up this time tomorrow morning. So if you are placing your orders for them, do it sooner rather than later. With regards to any of those letters, it is going to be limited quantities of those, I am sure. Yeah, if you're wanting specific letters, then do get in there sooner rather than later. Think about all those wedding couples and all those different ways you could use those. Mr. and Mrs. or Mrs. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. All the different combinations.
Sunrise specials coming up. There we go. I meant to tell you earlier on there, just had a little bit of lipstick.
I was just chuckling because we look like we're both in animal print, but you're not. You're in a very small flower, I think, isn't it?
It's a small flower print, yeah.
Put down the screen, look.
New stuffy mug?
Oh, Janice bought me this.
What?
She saw this and thought of me.
Thoughtful.
She is. My smiling staffies, because, of course, I do love my staffies.
Yeah.
And I said
to addition to your family, right?
We have little Molly, bless her. There's a white staffy on here. I don't have a white staffy yet, so I need to collect that one.
Not yet. Hey, take a look at this, because we've got some beautiful dies for you. Joycraft. Now, because they are Joycraft, there will be extended delivery on this, but I love that.
We are getting all 9 of these for £15 and 4p.
So
wow.
It works out at £3.76 per die set.
These are really pretty.
So you've got your butterflies in there.
Nice, yeah.
And then, what's that? It's called like a floral?
Acorns and leaves.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it says.
This is showing away on you. I haven't got my glasses on, but yeah. The little birds on the branch, isn't that cute?
Now, cut that out in black cardstock,
Oh,
create a background, you've got a beautiful silhouette. And this one, I think, is very elegant.
Very useful. Very useful dies. Really pretty designs, all on that nature theme, as you can see there.
Yeah.
£15 saving. That's a substantial saving.
And look, we're talking Joycraft as well. Joycraft, always popular. I like the designs. I don't think they're going to date. And also very usable. Like, if you think about this, I think that would be lovely to put as a main feature on a box.
Yeah.
If you wanted.
Easily, yeah. Now, with regards to these, we've got 9 dies in total. So when you're looking at a die like this, it's not just one die. You've got the outside frame, so you've got your outside cutting edge on that one there. So that's going to cut your matte. You've also got your innie die. So if you wanted to use those two together, you're going to be creating your die. It might be that you just want to use that silhouette of the bird, and that will actually cut out. Well, it's actually going to emboss because you haven't got a cut line there, so it's going to emboss the detail there. But you've got all those different dies within one particular die set. That's why you've got 9 in total. When you're looking at these, you're getting a lot for your money.
And we have got some inspirations behind there. They're not inspirations behind. So
well, the thing is, when you actually go onto the website, I mean, you've got a little bit of a card there with some butterflies featuring. The die on this particular one is birds on the branch, but you have got some kind of ideas. You can adapt these, so you can see there the birds featuring with the little butterflies there, the butterflies featuring on the finished sample there. So you do get ideas of how you can work with these. So, yeah, check out those. And check out the website for inspiration.
£15, 4p is your price, saving £15, 856053 your item number. Now, the whole point of Hochanda is we want to offer something to everybody, and this is a good case in hand. We've got some beautiful threads at a great price, but speaking of their price, there is a caveat there, Hayley.
There is indeed, yes. So these are one of our many sunrise specials, but of course the price on these does go up at 8 o'clock, and that goes to the dies that we've just looked at and any of the items in this segment here. So
don't miss out if you are new. Now let's take a look at these threads. First thing that strikes me, great colour palette.
Loads of these. I love this. And these, straight away, I'm looking at these. Polyester thread. You're getting 1,000 yards on each one of these. So you've got lots there, 10 spools in total. But with these, you could use them on the top if you wanted to. So if you're top stitching, you could also use them on the underside. So you could use them for your bobbin as well. And polyester thread, so it's very durable. You're going to be able to use this. There's not going to be any shrinkage when you're actually stitching with this as well. So yeah, nice.
10,000 yards as well. 10,000 yards.
10,000 yards. And the name of Coates. Now, Coates is a name that's synonymous with kind of soft crafts and
also
knitting
industry,
and
right? They supply industry, or they work in industry?
Yes, yeah.
I like this. So look, as a sewer and a soft crafter, good value for money?
Brilliant value for money. I mean, a regular spool of yarn, you're probably looking at what, not yarn, sorry, cotton or thread, should I say. You're probably looking at least £1.50 for the small ones.
So that's like 100 yards.
Well, no, I don't think there's even that much on. I think it's too. Is it? Oh, I don't know. I can't think how much is on them now. But just your little standard ones. With these, you probably are right. Actually, it's about 100 yards. Yeah.
So typically, and let's think about this. So in one of these 1,000 yards, you've effectively got 10 spools of like the smaller yards.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
So each one of these, if you're having a look at what you're getting, 10,000 yards, it's incredible value.
Well, it's almost like 100 of your regular size spools. Wow.
Well, that's the thing. For $12.99, and then if you were, and as sewers out, have you ever bought thread? How much have you paid for the smaller roll? I mean, let's lowball it. Yes. Let's just say you're getting 100.
A pound a spool.
Yeah.
If you've got 100 of those, that's £100.
And even if you found an absolute bargain, that's 50 pence. That's still £50.
Oh, exactly, yes. And with these, I love the colour palette that we've got here, because you've got your staples in there, you've got your ivory or your cream, you've got your white in there, you've also got your black there, your navy blue. School uniforms pretty much covered with those.
Yeah, done.
Red as well, that can be a school uniform colour as well. And these are kind of the threads that are useful to have just in your sewing kit. You might not be a sewer per se, but these are ones that you're going to be able to find in your wardrobe. So when you need to change a button, these colours are going to fit with many of those colours that you'll have in your wardrobe, I'm sure.
And I know there is a rule when you're buying thread, you want to buy quality as well. Please don't let the price deceive you, because it's from a brand that you will know, and a brand that's got a really good reputation in the industry. At the end of this hour, the price will go back up to $22.99. Don't miss out. We are very, very busy for those. Now, something else that's just a great addition to your craft stash is this fusible. Fusible
interfacing. It doesn't look the most exciting, does it? But it's what it does. This is the key thing. Now, interfacing is designed to stay within your project. So interfacing tends to be used with regards to a sewing project, something that you're going to be wearing. Stabiliser interfacing, very similar in style, but stabiliser tends to be removed, especially if you're doing kind of embroidery and things like this. Now, this is a lightweight stabiliser, so you're going to use it, well, you could use it to kind of make your fabric thicker.
Yeah.
So if ever you've got a fabric that's very lightweight and you wish it was a bit more substantial because you're wanting to sew with it, then this would actually reinforce it, for the want of a better phrase.
Yeah.
Tend to use a lot of stabilisers in things like cuffs and collars, button plackets, things like that. Now, this isn't heavy enough to do that, but it is going to add durability and weight to any lightweight fabric.
What about embroidery, helping with embroidery?
You could use it for embroidery. I mean, you tend to use a stabiliser more so, but I would give it a go because it depends. The combination of your thread, the combination of the density of the stitch, the combination of the fabric, they're all different factors. So I wouldn't say no, you can't, but at the same time, just try it out, as I would say with any stabiliser, to be honest. But it's lightweight. It's designed to stay within your fabric, so you could potentially use this on the back of fabric. Say if you wanted to make something like a tie, you could actually use that,
Oh, that's a good idea.
a kind of a hair accessory, and you wanted to substantiate your fabric, then this would work with that as well. You wouldn't tend to use it for things, your collars and your cuffs, because it's not sturdy enough. But saying that, you could multi-layer this, because obviously if you put it on a piece of fabric and then you're folding that fabric in half, straight away you're multiplying that kind of strength. So yeah.
And what I would say, the
real
real virtues are you're just literally ironing on. So
you just iron it on. Don't use any steam, because that will put any that will put bubbles in there. So a dry iron, and yeah, it's got the adhesive, the little tiny dots on the back of that, which are the adhesive, and it melts.
Great addition to your stash. You're getting 5 metres. If you were to multi-buy, then you get a continuous cut. We need to show how big this is.
It's going to be huge.
This is
huge piece.
Well, I think it's worth seeing.
Well, it's 1.5 metres to start with. So with regards to this, I mean, it's brilliant because yeah, it's a good size width with it. But then,
I mean, come on.
Okay, right. So
all right, it's going to be too big for us to show you.
Yeah.
That is enormous.
There's loads
5 metres worth. So think about having that in your stash. Think about using it. What are you going to be using it for? I think as a soft crafter, at that price, you cannot go wrong.
It'll take quite a while to get through this, to be fair. And as I say, there's certain areas where you want the stability, but you still want a bit of fluidity within your fabric. Then this is going to be perfect for that.
This was my mistake.
Well, I'm nothing to do with me. I was just standing here.
There we go. Oh, wait. We're going to fold this up. We're going to fold this up. But hey, look, it's a good indication of just the value that you are getting.
I got it, don't worry.
So, do you need any help?
No, I think we're all right.
Okay.
Shake the bed and all that. I haven't gone into the exact folds, but yeah.
It's okay. We do the job. I'll take the blame.
It looks very fluid.
Right, now, the price will go back up to $29.99 at the end of the hour. Don't miss out. Really good buy there.
It's brilliant value for money,
yeah. Speaking of which, something that this would go really well with is the fabric.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we've got 2 styles of fabric within here. Lovely quality, I have to say, both of these. The plain white, well, they're both 100% cotton, but really useful fabric to have. That's a fabulous one if you're wanting to dye fabric, paint on fabric as well. As would the black, well, the one with the arrows on there, because of course the print will show through whatever colour you're wanting to put on there as well.
Lovely monochromatic design.
Nice, yes.
And quite neutral in the sense that it's not gender specific. So I think whether you're giving it to a guy or girl, whatever project, nice design.
Yeah,
quite modern.
It is quite modern, and it's just an easy one to work with. You've got your black tones or your white in there as well. That's a really good bundle as well, because you're getting your 2 metres, a metre of each of those for $9.99. Needless to say, is a kind of directional pattern. Not that the arrows are all pointing in the same direction, but of course the horizontal lines. So do bear that in mind if you are using it to cut out pattern pieces.
But you know what would be nice? If you're making a patch, you can have some fun with the direction, so you can turn some so they're going horizontal, vertical.
Yeah, I mean, quilting, you'd have a lot of fun with that, because you could just literally do your squares and have some going vertically, some going horizontally.
Could you put maybe a border around?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
Using that as well?
Yeah, I mean, you've got a relative. If you wanted to use it as, say, like a bias strip, you could do that. You just need to be careful. You might have to sacrifice every other row of arrows, because obviously when you're making your bias, you are only going to see that little piece there, but you could quite easily, if you wanted to, just make that into a bias. Yeah, you could use it for your sashing if you wanted to. Yeah.
Details on your screen, $9.99.
All the lingo.
I'm just saying it, I don't know what it means. $9.99 your price there, saving £13. 965 509 your item number. Now, we do have our 7-day savers. Let me explain. 7-day savers are launched every Sunday at 8 AM. As the name suggests, they're around for 7 days. there are some fantastic bargains to be had. Have a look. So we've got a few of them on your screen right now. First and foremost, look at that saving. It should be 56 bronze down to 16. This is your die cut collection. You're getting assorted designs, 112 sheets in total, but there is more to explore on our website, so do have a little look. We've got our sunrise specials, we've got our 7-day savers. You can shop ahead. We've got our craft along, that's going to be on February the 16th with the lovely Barbara Gray, so lots to enjoy. There's another 7-day saver as well. We've got the buddy box pick and mix. That's a great price, you know, 4 buddy boxes for £24.96. Absolute bargain. They're normally like £19.99 each.
I could have done with some of those over the last week because my craft room is literally bursting at the seams. So David, bless him, he's put me a little loft ladder in because it's got its own little loft, this area of the house, and put some boards down. So I've been able to take things up there. So now I've got gaps to put more stuff in.
More stuff in. That's it, get stuff, fill it up.
So just keep going.
He's a good guy.
He is a good guy, bless him.
Right, now we've got some great card stock for you here. Take a look at this. Ooh, $9.99 your price. 50 pieces in total.
Finish.
It is
absolutely
beautiful.
Gorgeous. Pink Frog, so straight away you know you've got quality with regards to this. Something that Pink Frog do, and I love this, they don't predetermine the size of your card bases. They don't put any score lines in there. So these could be folded in half if you wanted to. There could be gatefold cards. You could be chopping into these if you wanted to. You're getting 50 pieces, pearlescent on one side, but then they are just as plain smooth on the reverse of them. So you kind of got two bangs for your buck, so to speak.
It is a really decadent cardstock, very luxurious. It's got Hayley, do you know what we haven't seen for a while?
What?
Can we see the patented West Wiggle and Flick?
The wiggle and flick.
The
I
wiggle.
don't know, what do you mean
So the
wiggle and flick?
cardstock wiggle.
Oh, the wiggle to show the weight.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, nicely done.
And
It's
the
very
flick.
Eastern Promise there. You look like and then what you got to give little.
More West Midlands promise,
well,
really.
hey,
And I'm not promising anything. But this is brilliant. I mean, the quality that you've got. You could also put this through your printer as well. If you wanted to cut it down, there's not many printers would be able to take the length of this, but if you're to make it into sizable pieces, and obviously your printer allows you to do, then you could print on this if you wanted to. So
very nice.
Things like special occasions, wedding invitations, straight away you're looking at these and you're saving yourself a fortune.
Well, I'd be thinking, do you have any dies where you can make your own card blanks, like John next door? You know, he's got the card blank dies. Imagine creating your own card blanks there. It works out 20 pence each. Really luxurious pearlescent cardstock. Pink Frog, you can never go wrong with Pink Frog. So details on your screen, 453-632, your item number. As we progress down our journey, we've got something else for you. This is nice.
Now, this is something a little bit different. We've got leather patches here. You're getting loads of these. Now, they're 12cm squares. They're pinked on the edges there, so straight away they're looking fabulous, although leather doesn't actually fray, but they just give you a nice result. But they are real proper leather, as you can see here. Brilliant quality, perfect to do die cutting with. So key rings, I'm thinking you could create with this. You can sew with leather, so you could applique this if you wanted to die cut, stitch it onto a project.
And the thing is, leather is so durable. I've got a leather coat I was given when I was 18.
Yeah. Oh gosh, it'll last and last and last.
I had that for 6 years.
Yeah. 6
Here we go. Let's have a look here.
Now with these you've got 20 pieces for £12. Loads of different colours. Yeah, good weights with those as well.
So how would you be using these, Hayley?
I'd probably use them a lot for things like key rings. I'd probably use them in my applique work. Again, nice and easy. Steel rule dies, you could actually cut these. So if you've got any of those dies that would cut paper or card, thicker weight, anything with scissors. Use your scissors with these as well if you wanted to.
Could you make like a bag, like patchwork with a bag?
Yeah. Not a problem with that. You could if you wanted to. Again, nice feature sometimes is actually to stitch wrong sides together, so you've actually got that kind of raised theme in the middle there. Very 70s festival look to it, kind of a bit of a boho chic look by actually having that on the front there. Or equally so, if you wanted to stitch them right sides together and have a smooth finish there, you could do as well. So yeah, nice array there.
Details are on your screen, but
actually,
look at that saving.
Size piece. If you were to stitch these together, I mean, this is the thing, putting them together. Sometimes when you're looking at these pieces, you don't realise just how large an area of leather you've actually got with these. So when you start putting these together,
there's a cushion cover.
Well, this
or
is
a bag front.
Different
easily.
weights as well. That's quite a thick one. It's almost like upholstery weight. And yeah, here you go.
That's
We've got 9
I mean,
pieces.
that looks
That's a
great.
cushion cover to start with, so
Done.
that's 9 there.
Yeah.
You might want to go slightly larger. You might want to go kind of 16 squares, just because if you are stitching it together. But as a cushion cover, then yeah. That is really good coverage, actually, there, isn't it? And you've still got all these left over, so yeah.
I mean, I think bags, cushion covers,
Yeah.
and the thing is, if you were to, because you've got the different weights, different colours in there as well, if you were to buy pieces of leather to get a selection that you have here, you'd pay a fortune.
You would, yeah. You'd have to be getting a lot, wouldn't you? So yeah.
Details on your
Photos.
screen. £12 your price, saving £28, but only for this hour. Remember, prices do go back up. 425986, your item number. Now, I know that you like this next one.
I think this is brilliant. I didn't realise, actually, when we first looked at this, when we were doing our little prep, that look at this. You have got a satin finish with this gold. That is beautiful.
That is very nice. Luxurious card blanks, all good to go. Literally, you've already got the fold in there, so you've got creased already, and then you've got the envelope too.
Brilliant. Such brilliant value for money. $11.99. Again, it's one of those deals that's only here for the hour, so take advantage in its multiples. 300 GSM.
So let's think about this. If you just want a quick card blank, and then you can jump straight to the fun bit. So you can put your toppers on there, your die cuts, you can put your inserts if you want, whatever you want to do inside. Make it your own, but you're starting from a place of luxury, and that's what's important.
That's it. Even if you just wanted to kind of die cut these and use it as a satin finish gold cards, then you could do that. You don't have to use them as the card bases. I'm thinking about the size of these envelopes, perhaps with a pearlescent cardstock we looked at earlier on, and maybe using this for your die cutting. Maybe some of those gorgeous dies that we saw earlier on, the Joycrafts ones.
That would work well. Haley knows.
Nice little combo.
£11.99 your price, saving £8 there. 459266 your item number. Now we've got an essential for every crafter.
We have, yeah. If you're into your paper crafting, then you can't go far without some adhesive, because it will literally all fall apart. So here you've got a bumper bundle. You've got loads within here. You've got foam pads, sticky spots there. You've actually got 109 pieces, including things like your foam tape, your tearable tape, and I don't mean terrible tape. It's lovely tape.
Yeah.
You've got your wet glue as well in here. It's a real bumper bundle.
Yeah. No, I like this. $14.22 your price. Foam, we can never have enough foam roll.
Yeah.
So look, foam roll done. I like the fact then we've got our tapes in there as well.
It's finger lift as well, so the adhesive on this doesn't go right the way to the edge. So when you are working with this, it's nice and easy for you to get that cover off there. And it is one that you can literally just tear with your fingers there. You don't need your scissors, which means you're not going to kind of gloop up your scissors in the process as well.
Very true. That's actually a really good point. Love our foam pads. Little foam pads in there. Now with these pens.
Yes.
You've got a mixture, so we've got our permanent, our glue, and our...
You've got a temporary on one, I don't know.
It's got...
We've actually got 3 different tones here, haven't we? Because you've kind of got your darker blue, you've got your mid...
Oh, it's glue dots.
Mid. Oh, is that dots?
Yeah, so you've got your glue dots, you've got your strip glue, and then you've got your permanent. So there's your glue dots in there. Then, I'll just show you that. That's your glue dots. Then you've got your glue strips, and then you've got your permanent in there as well. I mean, you could quite easily pay £2 for those. Oh,
easily. Well, there's 15 metres on each of them, so you're getting a lot in there. You've got your little glue pipe. This is a nice one to take to your crafty classes.
Yeah.
It's a nice one just having the kitchen drawer as well, to be honest, so as you know where there's some adhesive. And of course, you could top that up as time goes on.
And jumbo foam as well. Look at the size there. That's really good.
2 different widths with regards to that foam as well, so that's good. So, yeah, keeping it all on that roll means you can do things like your shaker cards, continual runs.
Lovely. It is actually a really nice bundle for $14.22, so don't miss out. And remember, if you're a Freedom member, then you don't pay any P&P. The price you see on the screen is the price you pay. We've got Craft-Along coming up.
We have. It's Barbara this time round.
It's a good one. It's where it all began. This time last year, February last year. Here's a little video explaining more.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, or from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, you will receive £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along brand shop that month. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Definitely worth getting involved for. Always a good fun, good way to spend a Sunday afternoon at Craft Along. Now I've got lovely Julie with me. It's been a while since I've worked with you, Julie. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad at all. Looking forward to our next hour because at 8 o'clock I'm up with Julie and we have got so much sparkle in that hour.
We have.
Can't wait. Now, what are you bringing to us at 8 o'clock?
So there'll be the new acetates
Lovely.
and also some new stamps on the basis of the acetates that people have liked, the popular
Yes.
ones.
Yeah.
So there's tulips, your snowdrops and daffodils, especially this time of year.
Perfect, yeah.
So we'll be showing you how easy it is to glitter and glue the acetates and then apply them to like boxes, cards.
Let's have a look at this bottle that
bottles,
you've done here. Look at the
vases.
snowdrops. This is fabulous. And of course with these you've got the peel off stickers, you've got the stamps, you've got all sorts
You've got
of
your glitter,
whatever you're
your
wanting to work
bling.
with.
Exactly.
Absolutely
Putting
amazing.
them on and onto the glass. I put them onto jam jars, pasta jars, vases.
Gorgeous.
So, you know, something, you know, you just sort of like with the glass and sort of jazz it up and enjoy with the acetates.
There you go. You could be making a gift, couldn't you? Creating your gift, perhaps with a bottle, making a matching card, making a matching tag with those as well. And you can see all that sparkle and shimmer, but it's smooth to the touch.
Exactly, because the glitter's on the back.
Very clever. Now, I do urge you to join us at 8 o'clock because you can see loads of different ideas, loads of different designs, all on that colour. Not all florals, though. There's some other bits
No,
and
we've
pieces,
got
aren't there?
butterflies and dragonflies, yeah.
Yeah, nice selection there. So do urge you to join us. You can see this is coming up at 8 o'clock. Good news is, though, you can already jump ahead on the website and have a little look at what Julie's going to be showing us. You've got lots of ways you can get hold of these. We've got bundles, so you've got things where you've got the glitters included, or you have got the ability to get hold of stamps by themselves, the acetate sheets by themselves. So if you have already got your glitters, then you can jump onto the website and just choose which elements you want. But do make sure you join us at 8 o'clock because, of course, we've got lots of creativity from the lovely Julie. I'm looking forward to it.
Lovely, thanks,
Fancy a bit
Hayley.
of sparkle on one of these kind of rather dark mornings,
That's
isn't
the
it?
one.
So we will see a little bit later on. Jump onto the website. You'll be able to see what Tracy's going to be bringing to us. So it's not Tracy, Julie. I do apologise. We've got
No
Tracy
worries.
coming up at 9 o'clock.
Okie dokie.
All these names in my head.
Yes.
So yeah, jump onto the website, have a little look around, and then perhaps add some of those items to your basket. But do make sure you join myself and Julie at 8 o'clock. Looking forward to that one, I must admit. There's loads on there, and if you need to stock up on those glitters, check them out. A beautiful grade glitter, as you can see there, and we've got some 5-star reviews, as you can see, with those glitter greetings there. All that bling. Looking forward to that. Talking of bling,
We got our sunrise special.
we have.
Thank you.
Oh, we haven't got a stingy one. I was thinking about blingy with you, but then I thought, no,
Okay.
you're not really that
I
blingy.
thought we were going to do
but,
sunrise specials, but that didn't work. It's that awkward.
I thought something was going to happen.
No,
Yeah,
that's
is that
lovely.
right?
Hey, it's okay.
Keep us on our toes.
No, that's my fault.
Let's have a look at it.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. I'm going to be covered in glitter by the end of it. I know it.
It's going to be fun. It's, look, I don't mind that because it's perks of our job,
Yeah.
but we do come home like we're starring a Magic Mike.
Exactly.
Okay, now let's have a look here because we've got some great other movies are available. We've got some great dies.
We have.
Joycraft dies.
These are fabulous. I mean, Joycraft bring us a wonderful range of crafty products. Love it when they appear in Good Morning Hochanda because it means we're getting a bargain price, which is what you've got here. You can see here you've got a £15 saving. For just £15 and 4p, you are getting all of these dies, but it's not 4 dies. You're actually getting 9 dies because within many of these you've got multiple layers. So things like the butterflies, you've got the birds, you've got all sorts in here. Now the butterflies, with these, they are just 1 die, so that's going to cut and emboss at the same time because you've got your outside edge, but then the inside you haven't got a cut line there, so it's going to give you lots of detail.
Beautiful embossed detail, yeah.
What have we got here? This was the acorns one, wasn't it? Again,
That's
we've got
nice.
little tiny acorn hats with these.
So you
They're
can
kind
stick
of
them on.
cute, like those. Bit of embossed detail going on. So anywhere where you've kind of got little gaps, that's where you're going to get the embossed detail. So the birds on the branch here, their little tummies, they're going to be embossed, which is going to be nice. You could add a bit of colour with those.
They could be robins, they could be blue
They could, yeah, it could be whatever you want them to be. This one here, the centre disc, is going to add the embossed detail of the bird, but then you've got outside frames, you've got obviously the very decorative element that you've got with the outside there, and you've got your outside cutting
Stick
edge.
a sentiment in there.
It's loads of
I'm
fun with
thinking
these.
that size is around
Good
about
size
ATC
die.
coin size in the centre. And the only reason I
Good
say that
point,
is you might
yeah.
have stamps that you use for your ATC coins, you can put them in the centre.
You could indeed, yeah. Good idea, I like that one.
Options, but the fact is, brought to you by Joycraft, you know that these are beautiful dies, they're great quality and you will love them. Because of Joycraft, there will be an extended delivery on this, always is, because it's coming from the Netherlands. As we move on,
That's it.
We've got some
threads. Now, I'm glad that you're liking these threads. These are brilliant value for money. You've got £10 saving, £12.99. Phenomenal value for money. It works out £1.29 a spool.
good.
That is really good. Because usually you'd be paying a pound, well, probably about £1.50, something like that, for one of your small spools.
Yeah. And we can all relate to that. So you know the
yes.
small spool. So just put this in context, because it's so tightly woven here, you're getting 1,000 metres, which is effectively 10 of the smaller spools. And you said it brilliantly earlier, Hayley. Imagine 100 small spools. We won't be able to fit it on the table.
With the
That's
storage
what you're
of it
getting.
as well.
Yeah.
It's the storage, and also you've got kind of the waste with those, because with 100 spools you can have 100 of those plastic little kind of centres. With these, you're minimising it down. Brilliant if you've got something like an overlocker, because you've kind of got the continual thread with these as well,
Yes.
so very useful in that respect.
That's a good
but
idea.
polyester threads, I mean, you're going to be able to use these in so many different applications.
And what I would say as well, please don't be deceived by the price, because $12.99, it is a great price. Yes, we always bring you a good price. What you're getting, though, is threads from Coats Moon, which is a brand well known in the industry, really good quality
Well,
thread.
this is it, yeah. Coats, I mean, it's a company that's synonymous with sewing. I remember my mum having little things like Presteds and Hook and Eyes on cardstock that actually said Coats on the top of it. Very, very accomplished name within the softcast industry. Brilliant value for me, so don't miss out on those.
$12.99 for 10,000 yards, 1,000 yards on each of those. Phenomenal value and really useful colours as well. All those colours you will love. As we move on, speaking of useful, I think every sewer at home or soft crafter could use this in their stash.
Well, this is it. We're looking at interfacing here. Interfacing is designed to stay within your project, so things like garments will have interfacing, collars and cuffs and things like this. This is a lightweight fusible, so it means it's going to work with your lighter weight fabrics. It's fusible means it's ironed onto the back of your fabric, and the little kind of dots of adhesive on there will melt and fuse with your fabric, reinforcing it, giving it an additional thickness and substance. So it means that you could potentially be in embroidering, although embroidery tends to be on a stabiliser that you would tear away afterwards, but you don't always tear it away. So give it a go, see how you get on with it. But yeah, if you've got a fabric, a lighter weight fabric that you wish had got a bit more weight to it for whatever reason, whatever project you're planning on using it on, this is the way that you do it. You add an interfacing onto the reverse of it, and it kind of gives it substance.
What I would say to you is, have you done any projects and the pattern or the instructions have said you need to put in some interfacing, lightweight interfacing? It's great having in your stash. $14.99. It is very useful, kind of an essential really for any soft crafter.
Definitely.
Good quality as well. £15 saving, $14.99 for 5 metres. Now, we will not open it out again. I've got to apologise because our floor manager, I had to help her fold it out. But you're getting 5 metres. You're getting a huge amount, so this will last you. I've got to just talk about our deal of the day. Now, can we just apologise? We are having a technical issue because I know a lot of you are trying to put it in your baskets. We are trying to resolve that. I can only apologise. The minute we have sorted it out, I will let you know, OK? So deal of the day, though, does not expire at the end of the hour.
Well, that's it. You've got until tomorrow morning, so at least we've found out those issues nice and early on, so we'll get it sorted out. Just try again on the website a little bit later on, or perhaps give our call centre a call. They might be able to organise it for you. I don't
Now,
know.
we've got more for you as well. Moving on, we've got some great fabrics. Take a look at this. We're talking perfect occasions. We're getting both the white and the beautiful pattern.
You are. You're getting a metre of each, so 2 metres in total. Both 100% cotton. The white, brilliant base white. It's perfect for kind of padding out your fabric. So if you are looking at putting plain blocks in place to extend fabric that you're wanting to use in a quilt. Perfect base if you want to stamp on it, if you want to paint on it. Brilliant.
Like
nice.
pink ink, they love to do.
Exactly, yeah. If you've got any of your fabric paints, things like your K, Indigo Blue, which does a fabulous range of paints that will go onto fabric. Many other brands on the website as well. The arrows as well, you could paint on this one if you wanted to, because the actual print that you've got is a dense black. You could actually go over the top with another colour. Not an opaque colour, something like an acrylic paint, because you're going to cover up those arrows, but you probably wet the fabric and then actually put your paint into there and watch all those colours kind of merge through.
What do you look for in fabric? So when you're going to invest in fabric, obviously the design has to appeal?
Yeah, it's quality and price. Those are the two key things with regards to these. Quality is the key thing, because you can have a good price, but if it's just not going to be usable, then you've wasted your money, haven't you?
Totally
With these, it's perfect occasion, so you've got both. It's 100% cotton, so brilliant quality, and $9.99. That is working out at £5 a metre. Now, bear in mind, quilt and weight cotton, you could be paying for a designer one. You're looking at $16.99. With these, you're probably looking more of a conservative, potentially like $12.99 a metre, which is kind of key. I mean, $22.99 for 2 metres is good price.
Yeah, I mean, $9.99 for 2 metres is ridiculous value. £5 per metre, come on. 965-509, your item number. Now, something else that's phenomenal value for money is our Graphic 45 Club.
Ooh.
So, something we release every month. Do take advantage. And we've got this Romanite tag and pocket keepsake album gatefold card kit. So, have a little look. See if it appeals to you. What I like about Graphic 45, very similar in the premise with our craft along, in the sense that not only do you get everything you need, but you get the inspiration to bring it to life. Because so many times, especially with Graphic 45, we're guilty of just keeping it and stroking it. Have you ever stroked it?
Oh,
Graphic 45?
It's got a lovely smell to it as well, Graphic 45 paper. Look,
prestigious.
It's gorgeous.
Look, Graphic 45, very, very popular feature here at Hochanda, and you can find it on our website.
You can indeed, and do take advantage. And as you say, there are so many beautiful papers that you don't want to use, but as the owner says, use and make that project, make something that you can keep out, maybe on a coffee table or something, and just admire those.
We do, I mean, it's a common joke here at Hochanda where a lot of us, you have the papers and you say, oh, they're just stroking papers. Because you have them, no one wants to use them because they're really coveted.
They're precious, yeah.
But bring them to life. That's why Graphic 45 is good. Okay, now something else that is, again, beautiful quality, pearlescent cardstock.
Well, this is it. We always need our pearlescent cardstock, whether it's you're using it as your bases, whether you're using it to extend the usability of other bits and pieces. And of course, Pink Frog always bring us quality. Karen was here in the week with a one-day special, and these would have been perfect because it was the opportunity to actually use your digital die cutters and cut out, which you could do with this and get some wonderful results.
Oh, yeah.
Gorgeous.
Now, that's the thing. And you kind of hit the nail on the head, because yes, we can die cut with them. We can use our card blanks, but what you're getting here is just something that is a beautiful weight. It's got that opulence about it.
You can use your colours on these as well, so if you want to change the colour, you can go over the pearlescent side, print on the pearlescent side. If you wanted to stamp on it, you've got the smooth white on the reverse of that, so you've got choices with this. Put them through your die cutting machine with your embossing folders as well. Gives it a really luxury look, and at $9.99 for 50 pieces, they're really good sizes, because I think they we're looking at, where am I, at 40 centimetres, so if you imagine the width of your A4 sheet, which is 21 centimetres, it's kind of double the width for lengthwise with regards to that. So yeah, really good size.
Details on your screen. $9.99 your price. It's proven to be popular this morning. 453-632 your item number.
If you're liking that one, check out the card that we're going to be coming to in a few moments as well, because they work really well together.
Good point.
But before that, we have to talk about the leather.
I like how you laid this out, because it does show you, as you were saying, just the coverage that you're getting with these.
Well, this is it. I mean, you can see here we've just taken 9 of those squares. Instantly, you've got a cushion cover. You could be making a bag cover with that. You've used 9 there, so you've quite easily got another 9 within here. So that would be the front and the back of a little tote bag.
Yeah, easy.
Quite easily. You wouldn't necessarily have to line it as well, because the beauty of the leather is kind of within the fabric, isn't it? Or the makeup of that.
Could you patch, like, knees or elbows with these?
Could do if you wanted to. Yeah, it would work for that. You could quite easily cut those out. Just make sure if you are using it on a sewing machine that you are using a leather needle, because it needs to be a substantial needle to cope not only with the thickness but also the density of leather, because it's a different nature to your traditional fabrics. It's not made up of a weave as you would normally have with the fabric, so the needle wouldn't pass through the gaps in your fabric. It's actually going through the leather, so that's why you need a substantial needle with that.
A nice mixture of colours too.
Oh gosh, yeah, loads there. Nice finishes with those. So yeah, like these.
So you've got your greens, you've got your beiges, you've got your deep blues in there, reds, whites, or creams, I should say. Loads of colours.
Love that one, that chocolate brown. I just sewed for that colour once. did like that cup. I love that sofa.
You can see, and one thing you won't be able to appreciate at home is when you pick up and feel it's the quality of the leather.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It's not like just a thin, cheap leather.
Well, this is it. And of course you can dyke it as well. Cut it with your scissors if you're wanting to. So yeah, really good price, £12. Use little bits of that as well.
£12, great price, saving £28, 425-986, your item number. Now, you did allude to these a few moments ago.
I did, yeah. And these work so well with that pearlescent cardstock. Scalloped edge cards. Now, these ones are pre-scored, so when they come to you, they will have that score line. You don't have to score and fold them as you use them like so. You could actually cut down there and kind of double up and have 100 of those squares then if you wanted to. Yeah. But a beautiful finish. You can see it's like a matte finish, or a satin finish, I'd like to call that.
Satin gold.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Super smooth. And look, the fact that you've got that scallop detail as well gives it that premium elegance.
Well, this is it. And if you just bring in that pearlescent cardstock, so this is where you could be matting and layering those, cutting out your mats to go on the front of that, and you can see that sheer quality with those, and you're going to be able to get at least two of those.
Power combo.
There. Definitely. So do check out the pearlescent cardstock that we've got also in this hour. But so look at that. Beautiful.
Nice.
Gorgeous.
£11.99 is your price, saving £8 there. 459-266, your item number. Now we're moving on to some adhesive, but it's not sticking around because a lot of people popping this in their basket.
I'm not surprised. You've got such a wide variety with regard to this bundle here. So you can see you've got your tape runners, 3 different styles. So you've got your permanent, you've also got your strips with those, and then you've also got your dots.
Now 6 of those.
So of each.
It's nice because you can relate to this. You can go to your local craft shop and quite easily, 15 metres on each, you could quite easily pay sort of £2-3 for one.
Yeah, easy. It depends where you are in the country, but yeah, a couple of quid each, easily.
Okay, let's lowball it. Let's say £2 on each of those. Yeah. That's £12 just here.
That's a good point.
And then you've got your foam on a roll.
So that means for £2.22, I'm getting everything else.
Yeah. Well, and when you put it like that, Hayley, we've got glue, we've got our finger lift tape in there as well, and that's something you spotted, but it's a really good point because if you ever struggle to peel up tape, having the finger lift really does make a difference.
Yeah, it just means that the adhesive doesn't go right to the very edge, so you can kind of get your finger on there and remove that then. Yeah. And of course you can tear it, that's the key thing. I hate using double-sided tape with scissors because it means that you've got to go every so often, you have to clean those scissors off, and it just, it's a chore.
And then on top of that, we've got a glue, and you're also getting your foam dots as well, and your little glue dots. All of that for $14.22, and we are busy for this option. 385-993, your item number. We're going to jump onto our website.
Well, it's it. You've got all your fabulous hour deals. And we say they're an hour because you've only got 15 minutes left to take advantage of those. So any of those hop into your basket. Do make sure you take advantage and you check out those baskets when we're busy with things like the adhesive, the threads, proving to be very popular. You need to check out your baskets to ensure that you are getting hold of those. So do that straight away. Of course, we've got lots going on here at Hochanda today. And of course, we have got our deal of the, not the deal of the day, the one-day special. And it's a fabulous Tracy who is here with that. And yes, we have got Tracy sitting with Yanis. Now I want to hear all about this.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to get to sit down with lovely Tracy. Before we do anything else, how did your craft one go?
It went really well.
Yeah?
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
So I did watch.
I didn't think I could talk for 2 hours. That shocked me.
Well, no, here's the thing, because I remember doing Tracy's first show, and we had so many viewers email in saying, please, could we have a craft long? Because you're passionate about sharing your technique.
Yeah, I love that's the best bit for me.
And it really comes across. And the beauty of a craft long is 2 hours, unadulterated, from start to finish. You get to enjoy that project.
And it was just at a lovely pace as well. Yeah. So it was like being at home, really. So
we
it
had
was
some
quite
lovely
nice.
Comments.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I loved it.
Got to do another one, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, eventually. So tell us now, we've got our, it's a one-day special.
It is, yes.
Busy launch.
Yes, so we had a great launch. We've sort of got a one-day bundle, but most people are going for the total, the big collection. So
what we normally do at Hochanda, we've got try and break up options, so something for everyone. You can go for the one-day special, or if you do want to go for the bigger bundle, obviously tune in at 9 and we'll explain. But what are we actually getting?
So with in the one-day special, you're getting an A4 stamp, an A5 and a border stamp.
Beautiful.
But if they buy the complete collection, they get a limited edition stamp, Yanis. So they get that limited edition stamp with the complete bundle, which obviously they'll see at 9 AM.
Yeah. So they're just having a look here. This is very cute. With it, just screams for colour.
Yeah.
Do you know what I would be doing? having a look here. Put a glaze or a wax on the toes to add some colour to
or
those.
stamp it onto book pages, so works really well. But we've sort of, the whole bundle is all about nature, so you've got toadstools, you've got butterflies, you've got owls. Yes, we've got some lovely samples.
Oh, that's lovely.
So it just shows here, all inspired by the garden.
It's from Joe?
Yes, from Joe.
Beautiful, Joe.
We've got another one from Joe as well.
Got to do a nice show with Joe, actually. It was last week.
Yes, yes.
Very talented, Joe Rice. That's nice.
So, and we've got one from Anne here, and this shows the owl in, with a dimensional piece. And this is some quirky owls. This is my quirky side.
I love that.
I had fun with these. I really enjoyed designing these, and I've been really inspired. And the design team bring them to life. When you see the design team work with them, that's what brings them to life. That's the best bit, really.
These are great inspirations, Tracy.
So I love them. And again, with the owl, the actual wreath is quite a good way to use the tiny element within the stamp. So using that tiny element in the stamp shows that it's, how versatile it is, because this is actually an A7 stamp, and you've created quite a big card with an A7 stamp.
Love that.
So it's fantastic.
This is great.
And then we've got one more sample.
Wow.
Quite a big sample, and this shows the A4 stamp. The A4 stamp's in 2 A5 sets.
Yeah.
And that shows that detail.
That.
But it looks fantastic. I'm really pleased with this release. When you've put every release, I think you just get you improve a little bit. So I'm really pleased with this.
I love seeing your passion, and as a presenter on Hochanda, it's so nice when a designer comes in and showcases, because all that passion's coming through, and you can see how much you love this. And tell me what we're going to do at 9.
At 9 we're going to do, instead of doing a card, we're doing a mixed media piece. We're going to use the toadstool, lots of paint and ink.
I'm there, and I really hope you can join. Please, please, please. If you can't, I know maybe you're going out to work. A few of you are going out to work. If you can't make it for 9, you can always recap on our website, hochanda.com. Just have a look for 9 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and 5 o'clock. Those are the hours that Tracy will be featured today. Tracy, thank you so much.
See you then. Thank you very much.
It's going to be amazing. Please tune in at 9 if you can. Trust me, it's going to be a great hour. Let's jump onto the website, because you can shop ahead. Here is everything on the website. What are you going to be popping into your basket? We've got loads and loads of goodies. It's just so nice to see how passionate Tracy is about everything that she's designed, and being able to offer and showcase them to you today at Hochanda. So do have a little look. What are you going to be popping into your basket? I tell you who I'm going to treat. Lottie, what can I get you? Let's shop ahead. Anything in the 9 o'clock show, pop it in your basket.
What's she going to go for?
What do you think? She
likes
the stencils.
She does like the stencils.
Okay, there we go. She loves the stencil. The profusion. All right, get it in your basket. That's my little treat to you today, Lottie. See, we like to look after the team.
I'll just have a look at this 7-day save that we've got. Wow.
Remember, got a lot of 7-day savers. Go onto our website and you'll be able to see the full range. They're only around for a week or while stocks last. Because we had an occasion, I think you were off last week, where we were down to, was it last week or the week before? We had like one 7-day saver left, all the others had sold out.
Really? Good week.
Yeah.
Good week, yeah. Always launched on a Sunday morning as well. So, if you're 7-day savers, we're kind of coming towards the end of the run of the current one. So, get in as soon as you can.
Nice. So
this is brilliant. You are getting so much within here. You've got 112 sheets. They actually come to you in 3 packs. So you can see here the size of the packs with these. And what you've got is you've got card bases, which are all pre-scored, so perfect for you to just literally take and fold in half. So quite easy you can do that.
Show that there. So there's your card. So you've got your card blanks, your base. Yeah.
And then you have got a decoupage sheet that will work alongside it. But it's not just any decoupage sheet, it's cardstock. But you've also got, it's die cut, so you haven't got to cut anything out. So you've got your large pieces there, but you've also got some smaller pieces. And these, again, keeping that vein going with that design that we've just been looking at. So it's not just limited to one particular style with those card bases. You can have loads and loads of fun with regards to. They're happy colours, these, aren't they?
Bright, vibrant designs.
And that's just one of the designs within one of those packs. You've got pink tones with these as well. You've got, what have we got in that pack? back there as well. You've got all
and you've
those
also got die cuts as well.
There's loads,
That range of
absolutely
a
loads.
bit Christmassy, but there's a mixture of die cuts in there. So there's something for everyone.
Like this. £16. These are brilliant. If you're running something like a craft club, an after-school club, think about things like Mother's Day, crafting with the kids, making your Mother's Day cards up. They're going to have loads of fun with these. So, yeah, quite easily. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, they're
Take
card
that, bit
making
decoupage.
kits. Really? You have a look at it.
Yeah.
And just think how much you would typically pay for, say, one sheet of decoupage.
Yeah, well, this is it. And this isn't just paper, this is card. So not only the bases, but also the decoupage themselves. You've actually got a really good weight with regards to that. That is something that is worth thinking about. And they're just literally die cut out, even those little landlocked areas where you've got the insides of things like the cups there as well. All of those coming away. So makes it perfect if you're crafting with kids and you don't want to necessarily give them scissors. Then with these, especially if you go with that adhesive bundle that we were looking at with all that foam tape in there as well, you could add that in as well. So yeah,
very nice. Can we just give a mention and a hello, say good morning to everybody on our Facebook page. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got Diamond Crystal, lovely to see you this morning, Diamond Crystal. Sarah John's there, we've got Heather, we've got Jackie, we've got Dave in the mix as well. I want to make sure I get everyone in there. Carol, good morning to you, Carol.
Yeah, some good familiar names.
Joe,
it's been a little while since I've been here in the morning, so some new names there as well. So it's good to see that we have got new people joining all the time. I couldn't help myself. I just had to open up another one of these bundles. Look at these. They're like scenes in the rooms.
In the chat room, they're talking about train prices.
To buy a train or tickets?
To buy no ticket.
Mind you, sometimes the ticket price, you do wonder if you have actually bought a share in the train at the same time, don't
Jo
you?
was saying she lives 20 miles outside London, and it costs over £40 to get into London.
My goodness, that is ridiculous. Look at these.
Oh, I like those.
These are fabulous. Love these. This is another one of those packs. Got a Christmas pack as well, but do like these ones.
Nice.
Again, lots of elements within there.
So that's just one of our 7-day savers. Have a look at the saving though. For £16, considering everything that you are getting, 112 sheets. You've got your backing card blanks, and then you've got your decoupage elements in there as well. You've got your die cut elements too. Fantastic value for money. You can't go wrong. 942012, your item number. Now, we do have some leather for you as well. We're just going to introduce those to you. No, we'll get those.
Okay, lovely Kirsty with her extra long arms, handing that in.
So,
oh, excuse me.
I'll hand some to you.
These are fabulous. The thing that I love about these, you've got different kind of finishes with these. So some of them, you've got a very textured finish. You can see there with the reds, you've kind of got a grain in there. Some of them, you've got a smooth finish as well.
So I'm
really
thinking
nice.
Should we let's put the stuff down on the floor, and then we'll lay it out on the table,
so
you get to see how much you're getting.
Because I think this is the thing, when you've actually got those pieces, you don't realise just how much coverage you've got with these. Because, of course, we saw earlier on, doing a 9-patch piece, you're getting a good size piece, big enough to make a little tote bag, maybe the front of a tote bag, maybe a small cushion. But when you're actually putting these out, shall I help you with these ones over here? Speedy. You've got 20, so it could be 5 rows of 4 if you wanted to.
We've got that upcycling a table.
We need a bigger table.
Well, if you had a glass table, and then you were to do something like this,
yeah.
imagine that.
I'm going to put those back because that's got a nice border around it. So you could quite easily do that, couldn't you? You could even die cut some of those elements and put key things within these as well.
Now this is a large, well, I say large table. It's a good size, sort
From
of
a Swedish
coffee
store.
table. Yeah. We've still got 4 left over. On there.
That's good, isn't it?
It shows you, I mean, I think that would be great. Stitching those together, putting those for the topper on a coffee table, breathe new life, upcycle furniture.
Definitely. A cushion, I mean, I think that's a really good size, because this is going to be something that you're going to be having for many years. Stitching your leathers together, you could put wrong sides together and create that almost ridge between those pieces, or do it right sides together in the traditional way.
Coasters?
Coasters, that's a good idea.
Because it's a perfect size, obviously. It just screams to be a coaster, too. But make it your own, and that's the real key.
As well, luggage tags, key fobs.
Adding that bit, so for keys, for tags, when you have leather, it just gives it that little touch of class.
Oh, doesn't it just? And you can stitch with it. Just make sure if you are using it on your machines, you are using a leather needle with it. Or glue it in place. You can use quite easily.
It's got the real smell of the leather too.
It is fabulous, brilliant quality. Lovely. Mixed media as well, use them within your art journals, just little tiny elements if you're wanting to as well. So yeah, good size bundles. Like that.
That would be really nice. I like the ideas.
So what you got planned today? What are you up to? I know you've got the 9 o'clock show with the One Day Special.
I'm looking forward to that. So I'll get a couple hours there, and then I have to look ahead. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I have got a show with Paul Church. It's the Pergamano shows. They are back again the first Thursday of every month. Today is the first one kicking off, so do check those out. So we've got an hour of Pergamano at 12 o'clock as well.
That's nice. Now, next hour, you've got a great hour, features some great glitters.
You have as well. I'm up with the lovely Julie. You're up then with the One Day Special. Then we've got a new company, ITD. I don't know that name.
ITD. No.
Looking forward to that one.
One thing we've started it started last week. We've got so many new brands that we're bringing you 2020, and they're coming through now. So
Jo Jarrett's in with her resin as well. I must show you my project that I did with my resin as well during my week off.
Yeah,
with my beer caps off the bottles.
Oh no, I did see that. That
Did
was
you?
amazing. Yeah, that was really good.
Do say she's in for that.
Thank you, Haley.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for your company. Don't go anywhere. So, coming up next, we've got Art and Craft Glitter Greetings. Do not miss that great hour. Then AALL Create will be here. The lovely Tracy Evans for the One Day Special. After that, ITD Collection.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been papercrafting for over 20 years now. You could say it's a passion of mine. Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning brand of craft products. I design stamps, paper pads, tools, embellishments, all the things that we need to help us enjoy our crafting. My aim with Sentimentally Yours is to bring unique, top quality, innovative designs for every level of crafter. So whether you are a beginner or whether you are more experienced, there will be something for you. On my Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda, I will be doing my best to teach and educate you on how to get the most from the products, but always with a laugh and a giggle. Make sure you join me and tune in for my Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilt and cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, or from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, you will receive £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along brand shop that month. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back. A little sneaky peek there of what we've got coming up. I'm here with the lovely Julie. How you doing?
Yeah, good, Hayley, thank you.
Good. Now, you have brought sparkle in abundance, I have to say. We've got a really sparkly show ahead. And, of course, you've come with lots of things that we're familiar with, as in the concept of printed acetate that we add glue to, but some brand new designs. So do jump onto the website and have a little look. But we're kicking off with a lovely set of, well, bits of all sorts in this one, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. On the flowers, butterflies.
And these are beautiful. You can see, look at that sparkle there. But you'll notice that some of these haven't got sparkle. How come?
Because they haven't been glittered.
So how does this work then?
I'm going to show you, aren't I?
Lovely. You are
exactly.
Indeed, yeah. Now you've got your acetate sheets, which are all printed. So you can see here the butterfly hasn't been printed. But when you add that glitter to the reverse, That's when the beauty comes through, that sparkle. Absolutely amazing. Now, with this bundle, you are going to get your 12 sheets, and you've got a variety of different designs, which we've got here, including the butterflies that we're just looking at, but then you've got some springtime flowers.
Yeah, it's spring now, the snowdrops are coming up.
They are, yes.
All the daffs, so that's when I get excited in the garden, so it's really lovely with the acetates as well, so yeah.
This is it. Now, you're getting, obviously, repeats within these, so you've got more than one hit, but look at the effect that you've got with that. They are effective, aren't they, these? Oh, these are pretty tulips. Nice, and again, 4 repeats of those. So you're getting lots of design, because already we've looked at 7 opportunities with the toppers, but then you've got your additional pieces that you've got here.
Snowdrops is the one I'm going to demo on, so I want to show you how to put it onto the samples with boxes, but I'm going to show you how to put it onto glass.
Nice idea, bottle. Like that. Again, you've got things like your lilies, you've got your daffodils there as well. Again, more of those tulips.
Just the larger version, because when you start looking at your bottles and everything, and you want the different shapes, different sizes, so that's when that works together.
It's a really good point, actually, and we have got an example.
Nice upside down
wow. Oh, we've got a few of these. Just turn those around. Those are effective. That's like a whole project. I mean, that could go into a frame, couldn't it?
And it's, and the simplicity of it. So once you start to, when we get into the show and start showing you the samples, it's like, wow.
Beautiful. Now you're getting 12 of those sheets, including things like your dragonflies. You saw the butterflies at the offset. Let me bring this bottle in just to give you an idea of how you are actually going to apply these, because these look amazing.
Should we put a backing paper you see my top one? That shows more.
Look at those. Absolutely gorgeous. Now you've got your little battery operated lights within this bottle, but how effective is this? Is it tricky to do?
It's the simplicity of it, so it's great for children and adults, so children are glittering, put it on the bottle, so yeah.
Beautiful. So those are your dragonflies. Of course, you can have loads of those glitters, so you can apply your glue and kind of do your own techniques with these as well. There's another one here. Look at this one. Gorgeous butterfly. Look at that ombre effect that you've got there with those. How effective.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And of course, then if you do want to use them just on your cards, you can do that as well. Not an issue at all doing that. Like that. And things, I look at this.
Your vases, exactly.
Wow.
You've got vases at home that just need sort of jazzing. They've been playing, they've been sitting there for years thinking, oh, what shall I do? I'm going to show you how easy it is to put on the acetates and jazz them up.
Good idea.
And compliment like your shops, yeah, exactly. I have started to do that.
I do it all the time.
I never did. Yeah. I've actually started to do that.
Well, I've started going to the charity shop with a bag of things and then coming back with 2. So I haven't quite figured that out right.
Yeah, exactly. That's not working. No, but I'm getting inspired by these gorgeous glasses and everything to start putting them on. Yeah, as well as just to there's the samples here just with you know, a jam jar and the jars you're using at home anyway.
Really good point, yeah.
And then a really nice vase. I'll show you. Oh, look, can I show you this one? Oh, no, we go. This, you see, that was from the charity shop.
Look at
what
that.
A different shape. So I paid £1.50 for that vase.
Wow.
And then I was like, yeah. And then I know what design I was going to put on there.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Like that. So just shows you what you can be doing with some of those sheets. Details on your screen if you're wanting that bundle of sheets that we just showed you. There you go. Thank you, my darling. It also comes with your glitters. So you're going to get your 6 bags of glitters. You're also going to get your anti-static bag, as you can see there, and your glue. So, yeah, really good bumper bundle. It's one of those ones where you could actually be starting a brand new craft for as little as £24.99. So definitely worth thinking about. 222630. Now, if you have got your adhesive, you have got your glitters, then you might just want the sheets where you can get these, or you might want to go for multiples, because I'm sure you'll have glitters left over from that original bundle. Just £11.99 will get you all 12 of those brand new sheets there. 811145 if you're wanting to get hold of these. But we've got another floral bundle for you on this occasion. These are pretty.
Yes.
Very nice
florals
designs.
Too. The florals last year were so successful, so I've just kept it florals too, because again I got excited with the crocuses and the pansies and the tulips again, so, and lilies.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, they just look so stylish.
Look at the vase again, that was £1 and I've decorated with that.
That looks amazing.
So that's going to, we know that you're going to get 3 of those images on a sheet. So that's only going to be your 50p. So with a bit of glitter,
yes,
that's going to cost you less than £2 to decorate.
That is amazing. Doesn't look effective. Add in those little the little battery-operated lights, and away
Yes.
you go. Your sheets, I mean, they're good-sized sheets. You're getting a lot of designs within one of those sheets. Different sizes as well.
Can I just show the bottle on? How cute is that little bottle?
Oh, let's bring that in. That's using those
So
pansies.
you're seeing that, like you was just saying, Hayley, 5 on a sheet. But look, that little one on that little bottle.
That is so sweet.
That is cute, isn't it?
That
With
is
the bling, the
beautiful.
glitter, cute little bottle,
As a
perfect
gift-
present.
Exactly, as a gift for someone. I love the freestanding butterfly that you've got on there as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
from the other
Let me
pack,
give
you
you
see.
that
Yeah,
one,
so
yeah.
that's why it's nice to get both packs, because you're going to get your
Exactly.
dad both packs for that reason.
That's it, and you're going to have loads of fun with these. Really creative license, making those flowers whatever colour you like, and of course taking your glitters, creating ombre effects. That's a nice idea, just around the
beautiful.
outside
Yeah.
edge.
Yeah.
Loads. Oh, look
Lovely.
at these.
We're going to be showing how easy that is to put on your bottle later in the show as well.
Looking forward to it. So you are getting, again, 12 designer sheets. This
That's the one we had on the
set-
vase. Sorry, I'm over talking. That's
No,
the one
that's
because that's the one that we're just showing on the vase.
Oh, and the
Yeah,
kind of the flat-sided
sorry.
one, yes.
Yeah.
Very effective. And again, Lily's there. I suppose then if you wanted to, you could actually chop into these as well if you wanted
That's
to make
right.
them smaller.
Yeah.
Oh, very pretty designs. Again, brilliant value for money. You are getting all of these. And, of course, you are going to get your glitters, you're going to get your glue, your anti-static bag with these. So if you fancy getting hold of that bundle, then they are beautiful with the details on your screen there. 750-626. Do pop them into your basket. Absolutely gorgeous designs. We'll look at those more a little later on. 750-626 if you are wanting those. Now, if you just want the acetates by themselves, then you can get hold of those. So we have got the details popping up on your screen for those. So you're not going to get your glitters, you're not going to get your glues with these, you're not going to get your anti-static bag. You might already have them. So at $11.99 you are going to get all 12 of those. What's that? £1 a sheet, but then you've got so many different elements in there. You're talking pennies with the decoration of these. So well, 132414. We've got some amazing peel-off stickers as well, which of course work with this technique. But of course, if you wanted to create something and create it over and over again, stamps are always a good idea.
That's right, and I've gone for the popular ones. So I've brought out the designs and people, but I'm going to have a stamp in that one. So, and thanks to one of my friends, Anne Russell, she does all the stamping, so I send her off and she's on the design team and she makes up beautiful cards for the viewers at home to have a look how gorgeous they look when they're stamped up.
Well, this is it. Now, you've got Freedom Members discounted price, bringing these down to just £22.49. Brilliant value for money, as I'm sure you agree. And whether you are using with the glitters, which you can do,
Yep.
or look at these. These are beautiful, just simply stamped out and add in a little bit of colour, a little bit of watercolour. Very, very effective. Good size stamps as well.
Yes.
Like that, substantial there. You could be decoupaging that one up quite easily. Perfect for your Easter time. Oh, look at these. Gorgeous. Beautiful. And of course the beauty is that once you've got that stamp, you can use it over and over and over again. Are we okay to make and sell using any of the designs that we've been looking at today as well? So, perfect, there you go. So if you're wanting to get hold of those as well, please do pop those into your basket. 279184. £22.49 if you're wanting to take advantage of these. So if you're wanting the stamps, they are clear stamps, as you can see there. Turning them round so you can position them exactly where you need them to go, and of course adding your colour in whichever way you're wanting to go for. Now you're going to get all of these. So let's bunch them up together there. So it's not a choice of. You're going to get all 5 of these, as you can see, for just £24.99, unless you're a Freedom member when it comes down even further. So it's a really good deal on these, I have to say. That's a good price.
Good.
Lots of you taking advantage there. 279184 if you fancy getting hold of those. Needless to say, you'll find these on the website along with all those brand new designs. We're going to head over to the demo area. So if you've not seen Julie's demos before, make sure you stay tuned. They are brilliant. They show how you can breathe life into these fabulous designs and add that sparkle. Now, if you do need to stock up on your sparkle, then you can do. You've got different opportunities. You can get hold of them with your bags. 24 bags of glitter, as you can see there, £19.99. Freedom membership, of course, if you do want to take advantage of those discounts, you need to become a Freedom member, which you can do at the same time as checking out your order. So don't worry about that. We can help you with that. But of course, it's what you do with those sheets and those elements when you get them home, and that's what Julie's going to show us.
Exactly, and I thank you, Haley. And I just want to start off showing you just that simplicity. I've actually put a darker piece of card behind because the glue goes on white and dries crystal clear. So we don't want a white background, do we, to put a white glue, because you won't be able to see where you are.
She's thought about it. I like that. Thank you.
So you start off with your actual acetate sheet. You can see straight away that you're actually getting 2, 4, 6 designs of snowdrops.
Okay. And is there a right or a wrong side of this to work with?
Actually.
Okay.
But the decision's made to which way you want it facing.
Right.
So let me show you on this gorgeous card. And could I say, a lot of these cards are again made by Yvonne Buckley, which is a great friend of mine, and she's made this amazing card.
Pretty. Very
So
pretty.
if I was to glue and glitter this side,
Yes.
it's actually going to face that side, you see.
Right. Okay.
So she would have glittered that side,
right. So
to
you have
get
to flip
it dry.
over.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the deciding which way you want your design to face.
Okay.
So that's the deciding factor.
So you kind of decide that before you get started.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And I must point out, like you were saying earlier, showing on the butterfly, when it's completely dry, that's your glued and glitter side.
Lovely.
So it's the only thing when people start with this is that's their train of thought. It's like, hang on, how does it get to that? So you glued and glitter, which I'm going to show you how to do. The glue will dry crystal clear, and then leave it to dry, and then all the colours will come through.
Okay, beautiful.
And then I'll show you how easy it is to cut out, and then how to apply it.
Looks very
onto the
forgiving, I must
glass.
admit.
It is.
Yeah.
There's no sort of fussy cutting, easy to put onto glass. Little tips I'm just going to show you later how we put it on there. I'm going to show, hopefully we'll get time, we're going to show you how to put it onto round bottles, square bottles, and how just one strip will go on, so we can do all of that.
Okay.
But let's go back to basics, because your
Lovely.
key thing is anti-static pad, which you mentioned comes in the kit if you haven't got one.
Yeah.
Wipe it first of all. I tend to do the whole sheet first of all. That way, whether I'm going to do 1 or 2, I know it's completely done. It doesn't matter if I go over it again later.
Okay. Now, I know that we've got lots of your fans watching, because we've got lots of people going for the acetate sheets on their own, and we have got those at the bottom of the screen. So whether you need your static bag and your glitters at the top, and if you don't, then down at the bottom.
Excellent. And you really don't need too much glue at all. Now,
How pretty.
I always say, and it comes with instructions on all your kits, you'll always get instructions from me, and it keeps it simple. And that will be, again, wipe with your anti-static pad, but use your lightest colour last. So when I do these snowdrops, that's easy, isn't it? Because we know we're going to use the white last. If we don't, the green would show through. So when we come to shading on some of my acetates where you've got animals, cats, dogs, that's okay. But we want to keep the snowdrop. I kept saying snowflakes before, so that was too much Christmas, is it?
It's
I go,
Christmas
snowdrops, concentrating on snowdrops. So the key thing is we want to keep those lovely snowdrops crystal white. So I'll definitely do the green first.
Beautiful.
Got a nice fine nib here so you can appreciate.
Wonderful. Now, while Julie's just added that, can I show you some of these amazing bottles that have been created? I mean, when you look at these are the kind of things that you see within a department store, and you wonder, well, first of all, you'd probably be paying $24.99 for just one bottle, to be honest, already decorated. But you have got the ability to create these over and over again. The gorgeous kind of little scene that you've got here with your dandelion clocks, that is one of your designs. You've also got this gorgeous design with the poppies. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Any bottles that you've got at all at home, just hang on to them. Even things like your tags decorating with these. And here, with this particular one, is this the same glitter that's covering the kind of the neck of the bottle
Exactly,
as well?
that microfine glitter. The same glitter that we're going to apply now onto our acetates.
Beautiful. There you go. So you can
It
see
does
the kind of results
showing
you
there,
get.
it doesn't matter what shape, you know, it's easy to apply with the same glue. And we're going to hold it down with a little bit, but I'll show you all that later.
Wonderful. So you've added all the glue
So
to
I did the glue.
area, and this is it. When you're doing one colour, you do the glue for that area, and then add the colour glitter.
I do, yes. Okay, if you forget or you think, no, later on you want to use the same colour again, of course that's fine. It's just like colouring in, but I do stipulate the fact that you do the white last. Saying that, if you did forget that, you would, because the beauty of it is you can use, because we've wiped it with the anti-static pad, so that's key, that we can use all the colours and glue and glitter at the same time.
Yeah.
If we didn't, we'd have to wait for each individual colour to dry.
Good point, yeah.
So if I did, in my sort of keenness, go and put white first, I would then sort of have to leave it to dry before I could put a next colour. So it's not the end of the world.
You just have to think about it differently.
Wait and leave it to dry before you put your next colour on. You can't put it on when it's wet.
So we're going in with the green.
Yep, and what I've done.
This is a good tip as well, popping them into the little containers.
And if I hadn't used the anti-static pad, I'm therefore going to leave all that residue with the static of the thing. But because I have, look, one big flick, a little flick, all back in the pot.
Look at that, and it's only gone where you want it to go.
And then I can put my next colour on straight away.
So I've not got to wait for that to dry. I can get straight back in
So
there.
this would be the gorgeous but messy side.
Okay. And back in with the white glue. Now, of course, it does dry clear, so while you're waiting for it to dry, you might kind of have the different kind of opaqueness.
That's what I say. Exactly. People sometimes are like, not really, it's not working for me. And they're looking at it like that, so, no, because it hasn't dried.
Yeah, you've got to wait for it to
cake doesn't look like that before it's cooked, you know, all of those things that you sort of wait for it to dry. And it happens, starts to dry straight away. Although I tend to sort of do my glue and glitter in one day and then cut it out and pick it up the next day.
Okay.
So you can see you're putting a nice thin coat on there. Not too thick.
Wonderful. Just keep adding that glue, but of course, as time goes on, you're going to want to create more of these designs, especially if you're going for the stamps. We've got a fabulous bundle here, 24 bags of glitter. Look at all those colours. Wow. £19.99, 877105. It's that fine grade glitter that Julie's going to be, well, we've just been working with, you saw there. Goes to the tiniest of detail places. Also, we've got some gorgeous bling strips. Now, these are fabulous. You've got a metre of each one of these. Really nice design. We've seen these featuring a lot on the bottles. I was going to ask about this actually. Can I bring in a bottle just to show you where they go? Because these are perfectly placed.
And I want to show you how easy it is to cut as well, because you're going to get three layers in the strip.
So it's kind of, you've got
we
bands.
Can show you how easy it is to cut as well.
Okay, so you've got there multiple bands at the bottom there, but if I bring it down,
so
you can see you've got singles.
As your tag.
Oh, look at that.
So singles, just the two, but it comes in three. So I've just done the one strip and cut it. So again, very inexpensive, but looks gorgeous.
Very coordinated with the colour hues that you've got from your glitters as well, so they work really well. Like those. So if you fancy getting hold of those, details on your screen as well. Okay, so the white glitter
done the white.
There.
Yeah, lovely. So again, placing that over. And that will come easily off because I've wiped it with the anti-static pad. So I can leave that to dry now. So I could do the whole sheet. For demo purposes, we can leave that now.
Right.
We don't want to go into other things.
Okay.
But you can appreciate you've got the nice little ones as well to build it all up. So you can start decoupaging and building them up as well.
And that sheet, in effect, if you're going for the sheets by themselves at the bottom of the screen, that sheet has cost you £1.
Yes.
So each one of these elements, you're talking pennies really, aren't you?
You really are. And that's when I said, really, you're doing bottles for less than £2 with the bling and the glitter.
Yeah, very effective.
And you've got the bottles for nothing, so...
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
You'll be asking all your friends to save you.
You do. Oh, you go round, you go, oh, you like bottle? I can make it look gorgeous for you, sort of thing.
Catherine's collecting coffee tins off Paola at the moment.
Oh,
so
yeah,
you can see them,
yeah, exactly.
What she's got planned.
Yeah.
Just while we're getting ready for the next part of the demo, let me just show you those fabulous acetate sheets, because of course if you're going for the bundle, you will get these, but you'll also get your glitters, and you'll get your glue, and you'll get your anti-static pads. You can go for them by themselves. I would certainly recommend that you go for the deal on your screen, but then you add in some additional sheets, because that means that you are going to be able to create more of those. So absolutely beautiful, as you can see, with regards to these. So loads and loads there. As you can see, the snowdrops featuring there.
Oops, we lost one.
Too keen. There you go. That's what I meant to show you there. You are getting 12 different designs in here. It's not just about flowers though. You've got your gorgeous butterflies featuring within here as well. And you can see multiples on each one of those sheets, giving you the opportunity to really maximise those designs. 222-630, £24.99. If you're wanting to get hold of these, I'm going to pop the details up on your screen and show you exactly what you are getting. You're getting loads. The adhesive there, the glue is there as well. I'm going to step away from Julie just for a few moments, because lots of you got things popped into your baskets and you're not checking your baskets out. Those goodies are not yours until you do check those baskets out. So make sure you're doing that as soon as you can. We can come back to Julie in just a few moments, but I need to tell you about some amazing peel-off sheets that we've got as well. Julie's going to come in and join me, because These are absolutely beautiful designs you can see on your screen there with your acetate sheet. So do pop those into your basket. Don't check out your basket straight away though, because you will want to add these in. These are beautiful designs. Now I've got choices, so you can go for silver or gold with these.
That's right, yeah.
So what are we getting?
So you're going to get your, how many, do you want to show them on the boards if it might be a little bit clearer as well?
So you've got obviously your different sheets there. I'm going to bring the board in because we've got, I'll bring in the gold ones to start with.
Backing, so you do get it with the backing. I know some of the viewers like to use the backing paper as well, and you can use it as a negative, but purely so that you can see a little bit easier what they consist of. So I've just taken the backing paper off, but you can take the negative off. So we've got our Fabergé egg. So again, on the bottle, on the square one, I've taken the middle bit out and put a butterfly in.
Fabulous.
Flowers. I've used these on my labels. I've used it directly onto the bottles.
Gorgeous.
And you can do the same thing by peeling them off, sticking them onto plain acetate and glitter behind. So you can glitter them up even as if they're not glittery enough.
Can you ever have too much glitter?
No. And the fact is that it's the strength of the vinyl on the stickers makes it the easy application on the bottle. Don't be confused to think all stickers will have that vinyl strength.
Yeah.
These ones will have that vinyl strength for you to put onto glass.
Now you've got the gold, you've also got your silver as well.
Exactly that.
So as we bring the silver in, I'll show you that bottle again in just a few moments.
One of my favourites is that Fabergé on there. Look, 4 of them, again, the inexpense of it, and how I've changed that bottle completely.
It almost looks Victorian, doesn't it?
That on a dressing table. That is inexpensive but beautiful.
Beautiful. Another of those bottles there, bringing in that bottle in there. As you can see, I'm going to drop these sheets down just so as we can see the gorgeousness there, because you've got that very contemporary look with regards to that one. So very, very effective. And again, your bottle label. Don't forget your bling though to create those fabulous strands there to attach your gorgeous pieces. Again, they're going to go onto anything that you want into. I mean, this here again, look at this.
Finish the top of it
off. Like a trophy. That is gorgeous.
So they work in great combination with each other.
There you go, you can see those glitters coming with the acetate. So this centre part where you can see the black outline, those are the acetate sheets at the bottom of your screen. They work so well together, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. I tend to put the acetate on and think, how can I finish that off? How can I complement that together?
And then again, another bottle here.
Again, plain the silver, but look at that lovely daisy where I was saying that I placed it onto acetate and glitter behind. So you've got that lovely simplicity of the silver and the silver bling and the silver acetate.
People are liking the silver.
And and then just adding that dimension, making your label and adding the glitter behind.
That's a nice idea. Is that done with the peel-offs again there?
Peel-offs, plain acetate, little bit of glue just in the middle to give that dimension.
Clever, lifting those wings up as you can see. They're beautiful, absolutely gorgeous and very, very popular. $14.99 for your glitter vinyl stickers. You can see there you're going to choose either your silver, which is a little in the lead at the moment, or you have got your gold finish. Both on the same item number. So I suggest that potentially you do go for both of those because there's no additional post and packing them. But at the end of the day, it's down to you. And if you wanted to go for either 095459 being that item number. Don't forget the other glitter sticks that we've been talking about. We've got obviously the set that we've got to drying off at the moment. You've also got your additional sets as well. This particular one, you've got your florals, you've got your 6 bags of glitter, you've got your anti-static bag, and you've got your adhesive, your fine detail adhesive, getting right into those nooks and crannies there if you're wanting those. And again, if you're just wanting the acetate, you don't need the glitters and other bits and pieces, then you're paying just £1 per sheet of those. And don't forget, many of those sheets have got multiple designs on there, so you really are maximising the use of those. So imagine time has passed by and that adhesive has dried. How long does it usually take to dry?
Well, as I say, it starts drying straight away. That's going to depend on how warm it is if you're doing it in the garden. Not this time of year in the garden. Definitely. It's when I'm in summer. It's a great activity to do outside. Indoors now, it's going to be dependent on the heating, isn't it, as well? So keep to that amount of glue and then it's going to dry quicker.
Okay.
So when we're looking at that and we're sort of phased by cutting it out, it really isn't, because if I look on my box set one, all I've done is just scooted round the edge.
Oh, so you don't, it's very forgiving because you don't have to go right into the nooks and crannies. Because I was thinking about some of those landlocked areas being quite tricky.
No, don't go, because I need to go there. So literally just take that out.
With your regular scissors.
Yeah, you can see my big scissors. One, I don't lose them. And then it's a really nice thing to cut out because of the So I can just do that one.
Little wiggle as you go.
Yep. And that will just be the easy simplicity of the cutting out. And this won't show on your glass.
Well, this is what I'm thinking about, because when you're actually putting them onto your glass or putting them onto your card, you can't see any adhesives. So
even on this one, where I haven't got
it.
a backing and you've actually got them there, you can still see I've just gone round and it looks fine if it goes over the edges.
Yeah.
So we can do that very quickly, because I know they're keen to see how do you put it onto the glass.
Absolutely amazing. You can see £24.99 is going to get you those 12 sheets and your acetate and your glue. All you need to do really is add in your pair of scissors and any cardstock or any projects that you want to have a go at. Of course, we're working with the snowdrops, and what Julie's done previously is taken those snowdrops and added them to a bottle here. Using some of those additional, well, you've got your glitters within your set, or you've gone for that additional set, then you're going to have plenty for you to add. It's almost like a frosted detail there. The bling as well, you've got that bling available on the website. And again, right the way through, you could be making your gifts and your tags to coordinate. Lovely, like that. I love the way it's kind of dripping down there as well.
Exactly. A lot of people comment that, get that dripping down. You just basically put the glue on and just let it drip.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think in snowdrop, let it drip.
Yeah.
Make yourself a nice little 2 triangles put together, and then your bottle's not going anywhere.
Clever idea.
Can't claim that. That was my friend Maureen who went round there and she's doing. I went, Maureen, that's clever. It's the simple things, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is clever. So when we're placing this now onto glass.
Okay. So is this the same glue that comes within the kit?
Yeah, because as you appreciate, this is going to dry crystal clear. And that's what we want when we're drying. And you've got that fine, very fine nozzle to do those nice intricate works. What you tend to really want to go up to the edge as well. So we're applying.
And this is clever, because I did wonder, how do you get it onto something that's so clear? Because there's nowhere to hide, really, is there?
No.
But clever idea, putting it where the glitter is on the other side.
Job done. Place that on. So if this was my box, it's straightforward, flat. But of course, I want to put this onto my glass.
Okay.
So when I'm placing it on now, I want to catch it at the edges.
Okay.
So it's not going to hold, is it?
No.
So what I want to do, I found out now I can just use my tape to hold it down.
Ah, just low tack tape, is that?
Yes. Because I did, well, just ordinary sellotape I started using.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough.
If it does leave a residue, then I was just wiping it off with wet ones or facial wipes afterwards as well. So there wasn't a problem, which sort of tape in that respect. But if you've got your low tack tape and that works for you, then that's great as well. So just catching the little bits. If you don't catch it and you take it off the next day and it's still lifted, we'll just repeat the process and just put another little bit of glue and do it. I do find myself sometimes titivating afterwards where it hasn't held, but a little bit more glue to hold it down. And then that will stay nicely in place.
I love your sparkly nails as well.
I know.
You see the glitter on there?
They're new. I put them on last night.
Fabulous.
So that will just stay in place. There's nothing stopping me now in actual adding. So when you've got something to go, and I would cut the other little one out.
Well, that's it, because on this sheet, was there 6 different designs in total, wasn't there?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So I tend to move that one across if I found that, and I was going to start layering them and go over the cross. So you've got all of those 6 to go under a plate. See, that would fit nicely. How nicely that one would fit underneath there, so you haven't got a gap.
Yeah.
So a nice linkage going on.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, we're halfway through the hour now, so we're having loads of fun with these, as you can see. And I think the beauty is that it's so cost effective. As we said earlier on, £1 for that sheet of acetate. If you're recycling that bottle, the bottle won't have cost you anything.
No, exactly.
You probably bought the bottle for the contents more so than the bottle, but then you're reusing it, repurposing it, aren't you? But don't forget about those charity finds or things that you've got that got chips or nicks in. You can cover those.
Well, that's right. I was saying you might be looking at a vase and it doesn't complement your room anymore, so you think, oh, I'd like to bling that up, add a bit of silver, and you've just changed that plain vase
That's
as a
it.
keepsake. Also, I found in bottles that you want to keep forever, like there might be an anniversary of that bottle that you've had
a
a
good
champagne and you don't want to
idea.
chuck that bottle, but it doesn't really look in its best. So that's that memory of that champagne bottle when you had your anniversary or a baby shower.
Yeah.
I'm saying baby
about
shower.
table decorations as well for weddings and things. I mean, it
A
might be that
lot of
you've got-
people are doing. I missed that bit because a lot of people are buying those stickers for weddings because of the simplicity of it all as well. So yeah, that's a big sale on the weddings.
Yeah, so definitely consider that as well. Sadly, we've only got one show with our Julie today. There's lots going on here at Hochanda though, so make sure you are checking out those baskets. If you're wanting anything, obviously you can go back and rewind and watch the show again, so it's not an issue at all. So do check out those baskets while you've got the opportunity. We've got lots coming up. We've got Barbara and Paul here as well, because of course it's the first Thursday of the month, so we're getting into the swing of Pergamano again, so make sure you join us for that. 12 o'clock, can't wait for that. We've got the one-day special. Lovely Tracy Evans is here with her one-day special. It's been a very popular one as well. Crafty Roo are in the building as well. We've got all sorts of crafting, whether you're into your card making, whether you're into your Pergamano and your parchment. We have covered everything, and of course we're adding a little bit of bling to boot as well, so this is the key thing. Adding that sparkle has never been easier, and that's what our lovely Julie always does when she brings these kits. And we've got a fabulous abundance, and it's nice because you can get hold of the kit that will give you all the elements that you need, but equally so if you are a fan of Tracy's and you're wanting to, not Tracy, Julie, called her Tracy earlier on as well, too many names, you can obviously just get those sheets by themselves as well. Got the details up on the screen for the bundle there, and what you're going to get within the bundle is you're going to get your 12 acetate sheets. Now each of these acetate sheets have got more than one design. Some of them are quite substantial designs, as you can see here, big designs that you're going to be able to use on your projects, or you might have multiple. So the butterflies here, each one of those butterflies is a good size, but you're getting 6 of those on one of those sheets. That sheet in effect has cost you £1. That's what brilliant value for money they are. And as you saw from Julie's demonstration, I'm just stuck in my head now that, you can see it couldn't be simpler. Adding that adhesive, adding that glitter on the back there, and away you go. Julie has come up with some amazing designs, perfect for the season, because of course we are getting into springtime. Think about Mother's Day, taking these elements and then adding them. I mean, here you've got obviously the gorgeous tulips here with the little daffodils in there, but what about adding them to a project? I've got a little vase here. It could be that the kids are creating things. I mean, Mother's Day coming up, we've got obviously lots of different birthdays throughout the year, but creating something like this, any mum or auntie or nan or whoever is going to be able to take hold of this and know that a little child has taken the time and the trouble to create this themselves. And so easily, of course, as Julie showed us, it's simple cutting out. That's all that you need with regards to this. So, of course, adult supervision, as we always say when you're working with your children. And of course, see that gorgeous bling there featuring, which we have got. Have you seen the cake behind us as well with the bling on there? Isn't that effective? Look at that. I like that. Now, if you're wanting to add that bling, then you can do so quite easy. These strips come to you. I'm going to see these in a few moments because I think these are being added to the bottle that our lovely Julie is working on. So, yeah, do you fancy those? Pop them into your basket. 12 different designs featuring flowers and butterflies and dragonflies, all sorts in there for all sorts of occasions. With your adhesive, with your glitter, and, of course, your anti-static bag as well. Do you just want the acetates? Well, guess what? We thought of that as well. So here you go, you've got all of these, £11.99. You can get hold of those. What's that, just £1 a sheet, 811145. And you can understand how popular these designs are when you're taking just a simple wine bottle and adding that detail like that. I mean, look at that. Totally transformed it. Makes it look like a very expensive designer gift, doesn't it? And of course that gorgeous detail we saw with the snowdrops where just one colour of glitter has been applied. But of course if you take your time, then you can quite easily be adding additional colours there and creating that gorgeous ombre effect. Now this particular set, you've got different sheets in here. These ones are floral, so we're just looking at florals with regards to these. Pansies featuring in here. You've got your little crocuses, as you can see as well. Was it croci? No, it's crocuses, isn't it? I think. Yeah, I think it is crocuses. Crocuses? Yes. Sounds about right. Pansies, though. I do like pansies because pansies give you the opportunity to go full reign with regards to your colour. Loads of colour in there. These are pretty as well. Pastel tones. Mix up those glitters if you're wanting to. Add multiple colours, as you can see. And, of course, gorgeous designs right the way through. And, of course, as you heard, you can be creating it. I mean, look at that. That is such a pretty design there. really pretty. And you can be making these and actually selling what you've created. So in no time at all, you are going to be selling your beautiful designs with these on. Absolutely amazing. Whether you're recycling or whether you're kind of raiding your charity shops and repurposing things, then definitely a consideration. 750-626 if you fancy getting hold of these. And don't forget, use them on your cards as well. So very, very effective. Again, lots of ways you can use these. So whether you're making your home decor pieces, whether you're making your cards, look at that. Isn't that effective? Very pretty. Beautiful. As you can see there, could be boxes, it could be, well, anything, picture frames, even putting them onto the glass. If you pick up a picture frame, you could put them direct onto the glass, couldn't you? And actually just make them into gifts that way. So absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. £24.99, like those a lot. 750-626. Now, if you fancy a little bit more creativity, perhaps not on the acetate front, but with those stickers, then we can help you with those as well. We've got 2 different sets. So you've got your silver or your gold, depending on which you're wanting to go for. You are getting 12 sheets. Each one of the sheets, you've got kind of like a rogue gold one in amongst those silvers. They're not quite sure how that happened. But of course, you've got your positives and your negatives, so don't throw anything away. There's lots of ways you can work with these. 095-459 if you are wanting those. Fancy a bit more bling? Well, you're in the right place. We have got your bling strips here. Self-adhesive, they are a metre length, each of those. So you've got 12 metres in total. For look at that, £11.99, £8 a metre. Bargain, 046-796 if you fancy adding those in. And if that wasn't enough glitter and sparkle, well, we can add even more. 24 bags of assorted colours there for just £19.99, 887105. And of course, that glitter is of the same fine grade quality that we've seen Julie working with throughout. And I do apologise. I called you Tracy.
I'm accepting now. It's Tracy. That's fine.
I think it's because it was early morning and it's kind of stuck in there now. I do apologise. So, what are we up to then, Julie?
So, you just picked up, so on the florals, and you picked, oh, that was a nice. Do you know that
gorgeous.
twinkle? Look how little amount we've actually glued and glittered on that, but just the beautiful purples and the whites. So that you will have 2 of those strips.
Okay.
On the whole sheet.
Oh, so you kept them as a continuous strip?
I'm going to keep it as a strip,
okay,
you see.
clever idea.
Exactly. I didn't intentionally, and then I went, do you know what? That's just going to go around the bottle perfectly.
Perfect sizing.
It is. So I can either. So I'm going to show you both. So
look,
look,
bottle cradle that's been created.
Yeah, and the other one that does that as well is that poppy one. So again, using both dimension, placing that round, and I'm going to show more exactly on either of those ones.
That's effective.
That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, that is brilliant.
That on the gold.
That's nice.
Which one do you prefer?
I like the cool tones. I do like my lighter tones.
You like
but
that
nice
gold,
well,
exactly, you see. So let's show you how, if we're going to use it as a full strip, the simplicity and how we place that on.
Okay.
Might use my Maureen's design, or possibly not.
I think she needs to patent that idea. It's a really good idea.
Good,
I like
isn't
that.
it? So good. She had it, I said thank you. So we'll place that over. And all I would do there is catch the edge.
Okay.
Catch the edge with the other one.
Now you've been very generous with the adhesive then. Obviously we can see it's
probably
white,
right.
But will that dry clear?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not worried. So that's going to spread.
Okay, that's fair enough. But
So
because it goes clear, it doesn't matter.
That's right. And then I'm just going to get myself. In fact, at home I would.
Do you want an extra pair of hands?
What I've done, do you know what? Because I know you won't have an extra pair of hands at home. Do the first one first. I was trying to be clever and doing 2.
Oh, I see,
So
yes.
at home I wouldn't have an extra pair of hands.
Stick one piece down and then go back.
Yeah, but if you've got a mate, like I've got you,
There you
Hayley,
go. Well, I've got your back.
I can put the 2 back, you see. But yeah, one pair, you would do one side, hold it down, get another bit and hold it down. But if you want to do it that way, look how quick that is. And then you've got the...
Isn't that effective? How quick is that?
I love that.
If you've got a spring fair coming up, I mean, those designs, let's bring the designs in, because, of course, you'll recognise the one that Julie's been working with when we get to it. Let's have a close look at these, because these are beautiful. Look at that. Now, some of them you've got larger pieces, so these would be perfect if you wanted to put them into a picture frame or onto a mirror as well. That's another way you could use these, couldn't
little
you?
wedges of mirrors, exactly.
Yeah.
No, you'll be going
tiles.
to the charity shop looking for
We'll get all
mirrors now.
everybody raiding them, aren't they? Yeah, definitely. Or some of those things that you perhaps put in that bag ready to take down to the charity shop. You might be getting them back out again. That's it. Beautiful kind of cherry blossom designs here as well. So, of course, gorgeous white glitter's been used with these and the pale green there. If you're going for the bundle that we've got on your screen there, you have got loads of different colours of glitters in there. So you're really going to be able to add that detail. The lighter tones here, the edges, as you can see here, highlighting those. And you've got so much detail within these designs. I have to say, I mean, Julie, the designs that you've come up with are absolutely beautiful. The poppies, look at those. They're effective. And again, cutting that horizontal strip, as you said, very clever. Very clever placement.
On those size bottles anyway.
Absolutely beautiful. And then you can see the pansies there again. Free reign with those colours. You could be making them purple or pink or blue, whatever you wanted. These are pretty.
The magnolia, very delicate.
That is a magnolia.
Very delicate. That does come up quite delicate on the sheet. Don't be put off, because where you see like some of them as quite a harsh dark, I purposely put that as a light print because of the delicacy of the magnolia.
Very elegant look to it. Absolutely beautiful. And again, if you want the bright, vibrant tones with your kind of your hibiscus, they always remind me of holidays, because you see them when you go to warmer climes, don't they? Yeah. Oh, I've never been to Hawaii. It's on my list. It's on my list of things to do. The crocus, again, a gorgeous springtime flower, but back round to those gorgeous designs. And of course, this is the one that was just seen being applied to the bottle. Again, cutting horizontally, giving you 3 repeats in one strip, which has gone onto the bottle. But there's even more bling that's going to be attached.
Exactly.
So we've got the bottle here. So that's where we've got to so far. But it kind of
we could leave that as an edge, because that's quite pretty.
Yeah.
But I like to think by adding the bling that will actually, I'm more of a straight sort of like finishing it off. I feel as though I've straightened it and finished it with the bling.
Yeah, no, that makes it. It's kind of the separation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we do that?
So, you know, I was mentioning earlier, although you get each strip, so it's only £1 a strip.
And you're getting a metre.
Yeah. So we're going to cut. You can cut them individually. So you're going to get your 3 metres for £1.
That's clever. Like your style.
And then just to cut it, hold it, and your scissors will just sit through that. So you can use it even down to the last nittle.
Just pulling it through your scissors there.
Yeah. So this will go on, as you pointed out, showed you the cake. This will you can sew it onto fabric.
I'll catch that so it doesn't
Thank
fall
you.
on the floor.
So you can
That's a clever way of maximising. So you've got 12 of these strips. So you could technically have 36.
6 for your £11.99.
That's
That's right, 36 metres for £11.99.
That is good if you don't want the
that
triple
is good
thickness,
value, isn't it? So I love using that for my tags. You've got the strength. So when we apply it to the bottle, same glue. So again, I tend to use. It doesn't matter which way round. You can actually apply it to the bling or to the bottle first.
Okay.
I find myself doing both things, so it
just depends on your mood.
Yeah, exactly. Let's today for argument. So you place that.
A bit of glue there.
And you would hold that one down. And then what
it's nice as well.
Look
because
how gorgeous.
But when you put it into the single thickness, you've kind of got the fluidity. So if you wanted to do it as a wave,
I'm thinking, look, you could do this.
Ooh,
you see what we were saying about wedding bottles?
Yeah.
So glitter that, put that. You're already started to making that entwinement.
That looks really
nice. That does, doesn't it? You
Yeah.
see, when you're playing with it, love
you
it.
could go free rein with that, really. And of course, it's only when you apply that glue, and it's the same glue from the glitter sheets
because it's really industrial strength, and it's going to dry crystal clear. So I can put that all on in one go, catching the glue. Probably not the straightest, but
oh, that's okay. You're forgiven.
but it can match up at the end. So then I cut it.
And again, you've got 12 different colours within that bling set.
Yeah.
So you could just pick out one of the colour glitters that you've used in your detail, your floral detail.
Which I did there, yeah, on that purple.
Which you've done, yeah.
And that purple will come in that kit as well.
Kind of makes
it will
that
do.
purple pop then within the design.
Yeah. So that will meet up. And if it doesn't meet up, which is just done there.
Just cut a few more.
Just cut a few out and put it down. So don't, So
and again, a bit of tape there to keep it in place.
Sometimes I don't. I don't actually.
Oh, just leave it to
You
set.
can. I do. It just goes setting. So I would cut another
very
few
good.
little bits off more, and align that up. And then just add
So there's no waste with that at all.
Not at all. You say you can cut it down to your last little bit. I've done better jobs than that, but hey ho, you can see where I'm
That's
coming
fine. We
from.
get the gist of it.
doing.
And you can see here, I mean, we've got one that's been finished off with not only the acetate sheet that we saw being wrapped around the bottle, the bling, cut into strips, so maximised, because you've got obviously your double thickness here, but then the single thickness has been used. I think this is such a clever idea. As you can see there, as almost like your string on your tag. Of course, those coloured glitters used with those peel-off stickers that we've got as well. The silver tone, because of course that echoes that gorgeous white iridescent here. And the butterflies, now the butterflies that we've got featuring on here, are they from that peel-off sheet
That
as
was
well?
my next showing.
Oh, is it?
This next showing.
What time have we got? We've got
How
time
long
to
we
show.
got?
Oh, we have, yes. We have, yes.
Okay, because
so
you're
there
so
you go.
right, Hayley. We've got two different butterflies. We know how easy we are to glitter and glue.
Lovely.
So I like to give that the dimension, and I could just place that on there too, also on my label.
Okay, let me pull that down just so as we can see that. Let me just,
Sure.
yeah. I'm going to support the bottle here because we don't want it
Lovely.
falling
So
off
just
the
a little
table.
bit of glue, yeah, and then that will balance. Just leave that to dry clearly there.
Lovely.
But we've got the other option, thank you, so that we just lay still and leave it flat, of using our gorgeous stickers.
And you've got
If we want
loads
we
of
like the
these.
nice little bit of colouring going on there, don't we?
Yes,
So we're
yeah.
sticking with our purple theme.
Okay.
Use your peel-off marker pens when it's actually on the sheet.
Oh, okay. Now these work out just £1.25 per sheet, and within the sheet, again, you've got so many different designs. You can see here, I mean, you've got multiple butterflies, large ones, small ones, little tiny filler ones. You've even got kind of border strips down here, and of course you've got your positive and your negative. So even the bits that are kind of the waste,
Oh, waste.
supposedly, they're not really
They're
waste,
waste.
are they? What's waste? Exactly. We don't throw anything
With no
away.
waste. So we're going to colour in. So you're going to change. I find silver's easier to do
Okay.
as opposed to gold. So I'm more preference to do it on silver than I am gold.
Okay.
Obviously, we're going to ignore that would have been dried and clear before I actually put the stickers on. So then I'm just going to peel these off. And again, you've got that heavy-duty vinyl that will look great when we place them onto the glitter.
Wonderful. We've got a lot done in this hour,
I think
haven't
it just goes too
learnt
quick.
loads.
I need a day here. So that's nice heavy-duty vinyl. You could actually place that onto acetate, cut it round, and with the same as the acetate, and let that.
Ah, good
upright.
idea, yes.
Or we can just place it directly onto your bottle. I would let that dry. It's all a bit, and then I'm just going to place that down. If you did find it wasn't sticking, then there's no reason why you can't use the same glue to go and give it a little bit of
yes.
adhesion with that. But that is sticking now. But if it does lift, don't hesitate to put a little bit more glue. But look how gorgeous that directly is just going to put onto that.
Don't they look
as
different
well.
when you add the colour to them?
So it's bringing in the themes of the
And
butterflies.
you've still got all that there, which of course you could lift up and put onto something else if you wanted
That's
to
exactly.
cut out a butterfly
Yeah.
shape. Couldn't you put that onto your acetate and then fill it in the bits that are blank with glitters as well?
That's right, or
beautiful.
colour in them little bits in
Yeah.
the middle, colour that you can sit there and still be more time consuming to colour in individually a bit more of the butterfly. So
Yeah,
have
very
fun with your
effective.
stickers and the colouring in it as well.
There you go. Now, as you saw there, I mean, Julie's just showing you how easy, whether you're working with the acetate sheets, whether you're working with, don't forget the stamps, we've got the stamps as well as those peel-off stickers as well. You are going to get some amazing results, and you saw this come together before your very eyes. Well, they're not the only fabulous bottle that we've got here. We have got loads to share with you. I mean, you and your design team have come up with so many fabulous finished samples here. I mean, have a look at these. Lots of kind of little LED lights featuring in here, which, as we've dimmed those lights down, just a little touch there, you can see really showing up.
They look good, don't
They're nice
they?
effect,
They look
those,
good.
aren't they?
They look good.
What's not to love about these? I mean, they're gorgeous. You've got recycling. We love a bit of recycling. We love a bit of bling. We love a lot of bling as well. And of course, with those gorgeous acetate sheets, it gives you the ability to maybe upcycle, maybe charity shop finds, maybe creating something as beautiful as this, where you could be potentially putting flowers in there or a potted plant. Maybe you want to create something that's almost got the look of Victoriana. I mean, have a look at that. That is beautiful. That's one of those peel-off sheets that we were looking at earlier on. Absolutely gorgeous. So with that, you've not applied any additional glitter. I have added a little bit of bling around the neck of the bottle, though, because, of course, it would be rude not to, wouldn't it? But similarly, a square-shaped bottle on a smaller scale. Look at that. As a gift for somebody, absolutely beautiful. Each and every one of these is going to be very much appreciated by the recipient. I have to say, and you've made it so easy for us, so that's the thing.
Because it is.
Yeah,
because it is.
Yeah, you don't need extensive crafty tools or die cutting machines or anything. So if you are just new to us here at Hochanda, I know we do get new viewers all the time. Maybe you fancy having a little bit of a go at paper crafting. Maybe you're into your soft crafts or your mixed media, and this is a new area for you. Well, of course, we've got that fabulous kit that the lovely Julie has put together, which you'll find on the website as well. All the different elements that we've been working with are available on the website. So you can go for the bundles, which have got your glitter, your acetate and your glue, and of course your anti-static pad, or you can stock up on your glitter if you're wanting to. Maybe they fancy adding in something a little bit of a bonus there. Things like our deal of the day, those fabulous MDF letters are very popular when we launched that at 7 o'clock this morning. You could be adding a bit of bling to those as well, couldn't you, quite easily?
Yeah.
Or maybe going for one of the 7-day savers. So there's all sorts of goodies there that it's worth considering, because of course you're going to have lots of glitter within your kits, but you'll have glitter left over as well. So yeah.
Oh yes,
definitely.
definitely.
Have a purpose for it.
I think we've got. Did we highlight the fact that we've got the 24 bags of glitter as well?
We have,
That's
yes,
all
yeah.
good.
Got those 19.99 there on the website. We've got about 5 minutes of demo time left.
What I'd like to do, maybe if we can just recap how we glue and glitter again.
Yeah,
and
sounds
then
good.
for those who's thinking, well, how do I get it onto a square bottle?
Yes.
So we'll do two things.
Okay.
We'll recap.
Let me move this and give you a little bit of space.
Thanks. So, we're recapping. We're basically, it doesn't matter which side you do it on, and this will highlight in the instructions. It's not a manual, it's one sheet. I don't like reading the instructions, so I've kept it as simple as, because you might not be doing this today, you might be picking it up in 3 months' time. And so, just to recap, saying, wipe with your anti-static pad first.
Okay.
It doesn't matter which side you do it on. So if I glue and glitter this side, it will be the glitter side that will go down.
Okay.
So that's only your deciding factor.
Right.
I'll just do one little poppy, and then we've got time then just to show you how to put it onto a square bottle.
And that anti-static bag is so useful, because as you said earlier,
lasts you a long time.
Stops the glitter going anywhere else.
People say to me, how long does it last? I said, you're more likely to lose it before you ever...
That sounds like me, that's what I'd do.
before you ever run out. So, that's the emphasis again. I've seen people actually avoid the black lines. That means you haven't realised the principle that when the glue dries clear, the black lines are going to show on the other side.
Yes, that's true.
So that's a key thing as well. So
nice
again,
and
small
easy.
amount. So where I said earlier, it's the lightest colour last. Doesn't matter with the red and green.
Now, we've had a question come through from,
Yes,
sorry, who is
please.
it? From Barbara. She's been asking about when you're putting it onto the bottles or
Yes.
maybe glasses and different
Yes.
elements, can you actually wash what you've created afterwards?
I would say like a nice gentle wipe.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a
don't
solid
submerge it in
scrub and
water.
dishwash and
Okay.
No, a nice wipe.
Yeah.
Wipe. Yeah.
And to be honest, many of these, you'd probably, if you did need to wash, you'd only need to rinse out the insides, wouldn't you, really? I mean, you wouldn't necessarily, if you were dusting them, you wouldn't necessarily wipe them per se anyway, would you? Just kind of...
Yeah, just to like, yeah, but
Gentle,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So we used our
question.
anti-static pad. Good question, Barbara. Yes, thank you, because other people at home are thinking the same thing. So
definitely,
thank
yes.
you, Barbara. Anti-static pad, all the glitter goes beautifully off. It wouldn't have done, allowing us to put the second colour on.
Lovely.
Without the anti-static pad, then you're still going to have glitter there. You won't be allowed to put your next colour on.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so that's just a simple recap on your glue and glittering.
Yeah.
So, glued and glitter side.
Lovely.
Leave it to the side, say preferably one day, and then pick it up the next day, and then all your gorgeous colours have come through.
Look at that.
cut it round. Simplicity of it is just going round the edge and don't have to do exactly. And I definitely haven't messed about trying to do anything intricate work and doing inside, because it really doesn't show. See, look, it doesn't show there.
No.
See what it doesn't show.
That's it. Now, we've only got a few minutes left, so how do we get it onto a square bottle?
Cool. So, once again, you would be gluing up.
And ideally sticking to the areas that have got glitter on, so it's hidden.
Yes.
But of course it dries clear anyway, so if any does seep out, you don't have to worry.
Nice fine nozzle going down the intricate parts.
Lovely.
So gluing onto a square bottle, round bottle, vases, it's the same principle. If you've got something that's lifting, hold it down with your tape.
Good tip. And of course, if you have just joined us, maybe been on the school run, do go back and watch the show again.
A little bit of sellotape. Stay.
Oh, don't worry too much. Now, just while you're sticking that in place, can I show you the actual acetate sheets? Because of course you've got the gorgeous poppies that we're working with at the moment. This is a bundle that's featuring with gorgeous butterflies as well. Don't forget, we've got two different bundles. One is featuring the flowers alongside dragonflies, alongside the butterflies, all gorgeous springtime flowers, as you can see. The second bundle that we were looking at earlier on, this is the one that we've got demoed first with the snowdrops in there. The other bundle that we've got is just floral. So if you are specifically wanting your butterflies and your dragonflies, do make sure you are ordering the right bundle, because you won't find them in both of them. But again, you've got your 12 sheets within this one with loads of butterflies featuring. The other bundle is the one that's featuring the little kind of dandelion clocks that we saw being applied to the bottle a few moments ago, bringing those details up. So if you are wanting this particular set with some of those larger designs in there, then yes, do by all means add this one into your basket, or go for both of them. Both bundles have got obviously your adhesive, have got your glitters in there, and your anti-static bag, which of course we've seen is so important. But if you do want to just go for the sheets by themselves, then you can do as well. And of course here you've got those gorgeous poppies that are on a run if you're wanting to as well. $11.99 if you're wanting to go for the sheets by themselves. But have a look at this.
So don't ever think, oh, it's an intricate shape and you can't go round, because your sellotape works wonders. Form it round your thing, hold it with the tape. So where I did that one, that's what I did with the tape. And then you can just lift it off, and that will be there. If you've got your residue, which I have on that one, facial wipe, wet one, will actually just wipe that off.
And just get rid of that,
and that will just come off. So you might find yourself titivating, but it's well worth it.
It certainly is. Come to the end of the hour. Doesn't time fly? Now, thank you to everybody that's joined us. Thank you as well,
Thank you so much, Hayley.
Amazing out. Love it. So much sparkle. Check out your baskets. Take advantage of those deals. And of course, if you just joined us, you can catch it on Rewind. See you later. So many demos all squeezed into that hour. Now we've got a fabulous hour coming up with amazing demos again. We've got the lovely Tracy Evans coming up after the break. Then I am back a little bit later. All sorts going on here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45. These are monthly tutorial kits that allow you to create beautiful projects by accessing step-by-step instructional videos that are viewable online. This month we are offering you a choice of 2 amazing project kits. The first kit is 510702, Club G45 Le Romantique Tag and Pocket Keepsake Album and Gatefold Card Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 510702 for £49.99 plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 62000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45. The second kit is 972116, Club G45 Le Romantique Interactive Front Flip Card Kit. You'll get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch, including access to a comprehensive step-by-step video tutorial and accompanying project sheet. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 972116 for £34.99 plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 62000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Good morning, everyone. I've been looking forward to this all week. Welcome. So we've got a one-day special and the immensely talented Tracy Evans. Hello.
Morning, Janice. Morning.
So AALL Create, beautiful stamps, your designs.
Yes.
Do you know what I like? I'm chatting to Tracy as we're getting ready for this, and she tries to... I've got to take my hat off to you, because you try and respond to all the messages and
Yes, definitely.
Tracy got... Leading up to the show yesterday, as she was coming to our channel, was it 340 notifications?
Yeah.
And you always try and get back, or you know, acknowledge
I think that's important. When people have bought into your designs and they've bought into your style, the least I can do is just give a little bit back and help wherever I can. So I like to do that.
And this is the thing, because Tracy was saying again before the cameras went live, she's saying, look, for me, it's not about the sales. You're a crafter and you love sharing your designs.
Yeah.
And genuine, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
I know we are a shopping TV channel. Obviously, you have to purchase these, but genuinely, hand on heart. And I'm not saying sales technique, but it's important to get this across. You are a crafter.
That's what I love. Yeah.
What you do.
Yeah.
You love sharing it, and we have got some lovely stamps for you. Look, what we're going to do, we're going to show you the one-day special. Then we've got some other options, and then a complete collection. If you're interested, just hold back until you see everything, because a lot of you are going for the complete collection. 50% of the stock's gone there, and you get an exclusive stamp if it's a bonus, free, with the complete collection. You can only get it as part of the complete collection, so just hold back. Let's start with the one-day special, though. What are we getting?
So we're getting, again, I've been inspired by my garden,
Yeah.
so lots of natural nature elements.
Lovely.
But I do like to add some ephemera in the background, so those background details are ephemera. I'll do the hand-drawn elements and then add bits of ephemera in the background, just so that people know how I build those stamps.
Yeah.
And the idea behind them is that you can add them to your pattern papers, backgrounds, create your own backgrounds. And then there has to be a touch of quirky, so there has to be some quirky flowers from me, because that's sort of my statement style, just to add a bit of quirkiness to it.
You really do get a sense of your style. I'm going to turn them all around, Tracy.
Yeah.
And you can try and see... In your mind, there is a clear vision of how everything's designed to work together.
And these also work together with the previous releases.
Yeah.
And for me, that's really important, that if somebody purchases these stamps, then it works with everything else they've got.
Brilliant.
And the idea is I sometimes bring some elements back from previous designs just to make them cohesive.
Lovely. And it just goes back, harks back to that core element that Tracy is a crafter. I mean, no ordinary crafter, a very talented crafter. Should we look at, speaking of talent, your design team? You can see that they've really enjoyed it.
Fantastic.
Do you mind if is it matter which I pick up and show?
No, just any.
Look at this, come on. And this to me epitomises, and all the inspirations are going to show you, just how versatile and usable all of these are. This is by a lovely Joe Rice.
And I think they bring them to life, Yanis. They really do bring the stamps to life, because they use them in a different way than I would use them, which is fantastic for me.
I mean, it must be a big buzz for you seeing how people do use.
This is the best bit, actually.
Nice.
Seeing the samples, I love that. This is the best bit for me.
We have got the design teams, the design team at the bottom of your screens. There's Joe, Anne, Corrie, Debbie, Janet. Well done to you all, and thank you so much. There we go.
And I think these show just how versatile, because you've got the little owl there on shrink plastic, and it just shows how versatile the stamps are, that you can use them with most mediums. Don't just think cards, you can think, you know, MDF pieces.
This is lovely. Look at that.
And Janet's used the stencil.
It's that way, sorry.
It's that way. that way. Sorry, Janice.
Thank you. Of course it is. That way, you're kidding.
That'd be a really quirky flower.
But you know what? You can use these to make your own patterns and designs. But yes,
but you could make that a whole flower, because if you stamped it one half and then joined the other half underneath, you'd have a whole flower.
These are beautiful. We've got to move on. I'll show you this last one, and then we've got more. But look at this. Oh, and I love the mushrooms.
That touch of white as well just makes it pop.
Nice. You've got 2 flexi payments of £24.99. If you do want to go for the one-day special, you're saving £6. But if you are just about to place your order, hold up. Just hold up. We've just got a couple more options, and then we'll have a look at the complete collection. And that way you can decide which option is best for you. Tracy, what do we got here?
So we've got a frame it. Now, the idea behind this was a few ladies and gentlemen said to me, you might be able to doodle the frames, but I can't. Okay. So the idea behind these is obviously you can bend those stamps and create frames. You can create sort of wreaths and things like that. So this is a general all-rounder, but it's got some lovely sentiments on there as well.
You can just see that. And this is just an example.
Exactly. And I know I shouldn't have favourites, but the nibs and mushrooms I cannot stop using. I just love them. Because everybody needs nibs and mushrooms, don't you?
Nibs and mushrooms. I love that. And look, there's an example using those nibs. But the artistic relevance to having those nibs, we can go in so many different directions.
Exactly.
Very classic, because you've got that sort of fountain, vintage fountain nib.
And if you're in university, you could use it for somebody that was a younger generation as well.
And have a look at this. Because then you can go suddenly a lot more fresh, fun, funky, like that. To me, the nibs scream for drippy, which I think's been employed here.
They do.
Lovely. And then this set here to get that frame, and you also got sentiments too. Everything's so well thought through, Tracy.
There's a lot of prep that you really have to think about it. You have to think about everything's going to work together, really. And you have to think about designs in your head. Even though you draw them, you have to think how you're going to use them on paper before you bring them to the table.
Just going to show you a couple of examples. So think about having those nibs. How are you going to employ them? This is a great one.
Jo's used the frame there, and she's actually created her own frame with one of the pieces and then stamped the nibs inside with some embossing.
There's another use with the nibs.
That's Corrie.
Love this.
Corrie's beautiful colouring. I mean, that looks dimensional, and it's just flat, but it looks dimensional.
Incredible. We've got to move on. We've got more for you. So this is going to be the last offering, and then we'll show you the complete collection. Having a look here, lovely little touches.
Yeah, this is getting in touch with my quirky side. I like to do cute quirky, and I've really loved using these. And that background stamp is fantastic, actually stamped in the background with the owl. And those little elements work beautifully together. You can just use them. I mean, if you just look at that card, Janice, there, you can see that Jo's used the little tiny elements on the stamp to create a wreath. And it just means that I know the owl is a reasonably good size, but even the tiny elements on that stamp can be used in detail.
That's nice.
Because you can actually bend the stamps, you see, because they manipulate, they work really well together.
If I pop that down, you can see all the designs that you are getting.
And I think even from an A7 stamp, you're getting a lot of detail, you're getting lots of scope, lots of possibilities. But again, you could work the owls with the florals. I've worked the owls with the nibs. They all work really well together.
So, if you do want to go for the complete collection, and the only reason we bring this up is it was an extremely popular option last night when we launched, or yesterday when we launched. Over 50% of the stock has gone. Now you're getting everything that we see. The one-day special. You're getting the nibs. You're getting the mushrooms. You're also getting the owls in here as well, and the background. So everything that you're seeing there. But not only that, you'll be getting an exclusive bonus stamp as well. Now this can only be received with the complete collection. Now I've got to point something out. There is a limited stock of the gift. So we've got a certain amount of stock. Once it's gone, it's gone. I will keep you abreast. Potentially, I say this hesitantly, but I just want to be honest and open with you. Potentially, this bonus gift could be gone this hour. So if you do want to get a hold of it, I will obviously keep you updated. But at the moment, we still have stock. If you go for the complete collection, this will be thrown in as a bonus, increasing the value with that complete collection. 202-936, your item number. Let's get to demonstration. Now, there is a freedom price with the complete collection as well. Now, come on. Did you see that? Freedom, and you got your flexi. $26.98 today. You get everything, and you're able to spread it over 3 months. Great value. Right, we're going to show you some of the potential with this collection. Take a look at this. beautiful collection. You really get a sense of how well everything works together. We are busy for our complete collection now. Remember, with the complete collection, you've got a freedom price, so the savings go up. It is a why not deal. So if you are going for that complete collection, you are better off becoming a freedom member, and then at the end of the month, you can also always unsubscribe to freedom. $14.99 is the saving you have as a freedom member, and you're able to spread the cost over 3 months. Well, 3 months. What are we going to be doing then, Tracy?
So this is the sample we're going to create this time, which I can never hold straight. There we go. And the idea is that in the first 2 shows we created cards.
Oh, I love this.
So I just want to change it up a little bit and maybe do something with an MDF piece.
Now, we are going to be giving away, so we're making this, so we will be giving away the one we make, whatever we make on the show. This hour, we're going to be giving it away to one lucky viewer. To be in line to win, all you need to do, I'll leave that there, all you need to do is make any purchase. So it could be the one-day special, it could be any of the other options, or the complete. Your name goes into a hat, and we'll announce a winner at the end of the hour, so good luck.
OK, so most people would ask, why am I not working direct on the MDF? I'm not working direct on the MDF because sometimes, obviously I know what I'm doing, but when I'm at home, I'm talking as if I'm at home. Sometimes if I want to add stitching elements or machine stitching or hand stitching, I can't do that on the MDF. So I've cut around that piece so that I've got my piece, and I can then, the viewer that wins this, they can add it to whatever they want then. So what I'm doing is I'm working with opaque paints. Now, working with opaque paints means that I can layer those colours one on top of the other, and I won't create mud.
Nice.
And I can blend them nicely. It had to be a noise, didn't they?
It's all right, bit of air.
That's what happens with paint, you see.
Nervous paint.
It's a bit like its user. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to brayer out that paint across my brayer. So I'm brayering that out, and I move across my brayer. And as you notice, because they're opaque, I'm not creating mud. And then I'm going to brayer that across my card. And if you notice, Yanis, I brayer over several times. I don't just do it once. And then I add some more paint. It's best to add small amounts of paint so you don't waste any. You can't take it away, but I can add it. So hopefully this paint won't keep making noises.
It's all right. We don't mind noises. It's all right, we're all friends.
So I'm now just going to, and you can see that I've got some white patches. I've not completely covered it. We want that. We don't want to completely cover the whole area. We want some of these white patches. So what I've done here, we want to take it up a level. I've cut out a circle out of white card. That's just a die cut circle. I'm then going to place my circle and wipe away some of that paint. Okay. Now you can use a cloth. If you don't want to use a baby wipe, you can use a cloth. So we're just going to add another. And I'm trying to think about the composition as I do it. So I'm just moving across the card, just trying to think about that composition. And each one, every time you do a piece, it's totally different. Okay. And now I've got a smaller circle. And adding a smaller circle, believe it or not, gives it more dimension. It's not one-dimensional. And we will use our stencil in a second, just to show how different it looks.
Like this. Now, I had a quick question in from Dean, just asking about our small stamp. So with this, it is an exclusive to the complete bundle. So it's not with the one-day special, any other options. You do need to go. So just to clarify, if you go for the complete collection, this is a bonus. It's a free gift that will be added to your order. It's exclusive to the big bundle as well. You cannot get this any other way, and it works beautifully with the collection, so it's just an added incentive. Why not go for that complete collection if your budget can stretch? I mean, $26.98 today, your first flexi payment, we send everything out to you and you will get the exclusive.
So what I've done here, Yanis, I've just added a couple of smaller circles. Obviously, when your paint starts to dry, you then can't do this. So I've added a couple of smaller circles with the totally dotty stencil because that adds dimension.
Nice. You can, actually, we'll flash the details up for the totally dotty stencil. It's at the bottom of your screen. Nice big stencil.
Yes, it's a fabulous stencil, and I use it quite a lot. In fact, I rarely put it down. I think circles are quite in at the moment, so it's quite a trendy thing.
Well, it's trendy, but it's never going to date as well. You know, sometimes you see something is very current at the time. I think with circles, that's always going to be popular.
Just an important thing to mention, Yanis, is that when I'm at home, I wouldn't dry that. I wouldn't use a heat tool. I'd allow it to dry on its own, because the colour just stays in more intense.
Yeah.
Now I'm just picking up these dry layers of paint because I don't waste anything, and then I can use that.
Okay.
Just going to spend a couple of seconds just cleaning up.
That's okay.
Or else we're getting a total mess.
While we're doing this, if you do have any questions for Tracy, we would love to hear from you. studio@hochanda.com. We are a live show, and that is the real beauty, and you are such a big factor, and I really do mean that. So everyone watching right now, you're a huge factor in Hochanda, so please get your messages coming in. We love hearing from you.
So just one other little touch, Yanis, because sometimes you can finish there, but you can take it up a little level. So just a touch of the grey, and you're going to bring it down.
Oh, nice. And again, you talk about levels, and that is the best description, because suddenly we've got so much depth.
Yes.
And you can see that there from. It looks
that
three-dimensional.
camera angle, you see.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you add these little touches, that would draws the eye into the focal image. So that's what I always do. So 30 seconds just to dry a bit more. The reason we have to dry this or allow it to dry naturally is when you come to stamp on it. If you stamp on to wet paint, you're not going to get a good image, and that's where you'll fail, and you don't want that. Even with a good ink, you don't want sticky paint layers because you're not going to achieve a good result. So what we're going to use is we're going to use our border stamp, which is the toadstool.
Oh, look at the detail
I love
that you've got going on here. This is going to be nice.
It's just these bits of ephemera in the background as well, with your numbers and things and bits of tickets and things. I love that. So when you're working with a stamp, make sure that you give it a good inking. And don't be in too much of a rush. I repeat this at every show, but the reason I repeat this at every show is you don't know whether there's newcomers.
Oh, there's always
watching.
newcomers, yeah.
And if there's a newcomer, they're going to get very frustrated if we don't explain these steps. So I'm just adding a good layer of ink. And what that means is don't be in too much of a rush to just tap it once and move away. You need to make sure it's got a good layer of ink. And I'm very fond of the VersaFine Clair because the stamps are so detailed. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this on the side. It just means that I'm not sort of working like that. It brings it towards me. It brings my work towards me. And then what I do is sometimes I use the acetate and place the acetate on here to decide where I'm going to put it. What I'm going to do is just place this stamp, decide whereabouts I want it. So I'll go for there. And then again, just allow that ink to sit on the background. Again, don't be in a rush to lift it up or else you're not going to get a good impression. You just need, and always keep these fingers here while you're pressing this side, because then you won't rock the stamp, you won't get a blurred image. Obviously sometimes we all make mistakes, even on live TV. Just planning that just in case. So with these acrylic blocks, you can lift up. And because we can lift it, it gets this central area here. So we can lift them up and we're not too worried then. And even on live TV, I don't rush that process. I just allow it to sit. And look at that for an image.
Look at that.
I mean, that.
Perfect.
Absolutely fantastic image. The detail
now
is just
you
amazing.
start to get an appreciation of where we're going here, but that really does showcase the amount of work you put into all of your stamps.
Yeah, I think it's important that also that, I don't know, even when I've designed the stamps, maybe I'm a bit strange, but when I look at that, I'm like, oh, I really love that. You know, I really get passionate about the backgrounds.
You're not strange at all. Do you know, it's so nice seeing, because obviously Tracy designed these, and you really get a sense of the passion for her designs. We were talking about this in Good Morning Hochanda.
I think if you're going to buy products, though, you should want to use them, you know, and don't clean your stamps. Don't clean your stamps. If you're using this black ink, just allow that ink to stay on there. The more you use the tools, the better they get. Now we're using an ink pad with a good open time, so because it's got a good open time, we need to make sure that we blot that ink. So you could dry it, but we've got better things to do than just keep drying. So I'm just blotting that ink, because as you can see, you get quite a bit off there.
Nice.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my A4 stamp. So see if we can use as many stamps as possible on this sample, but with some thought. You don't want to just use stamps willy-nilly and not think about what you're doing. So
the A4 and the border stamp that we're using right now are in the one-day special, but also in the complete collection, because obviously, as the name suggests, complete collection, you get absolutely everything.
So what I'm using here is, I always say to ladies that these background elements work really well. So we're going to use these background elements again to bring further dimension.
Nice. And now, this is interesting, you go for a grey, so slightly
Yes.
softer.
Because I've used, what I'm trying to think is, I've used those colours here. So yes, we've got some black elements here, so I could have gone black stamping. But because I've got that touches of subtle grey, it's nice to bring that back into the foreground. As I'm building the layers up, it's nice to bring that in. So I'm just using Distress Oxide Hickory Smoke, and I'm going to use this stamp as is. So I don't need an acrylic block for this occasion, and I'm just going to stamp it randomly.
Nice.
And that just gives us a lovely...
yeah.
And for me,
I like
that's
that.
an important detail.
Yeah.
It just ties everything in. And because you've also got numbers here, you've got numbers here, it's thinking about your design.
Nice.
And that's how I think about when I'm designing stamps. So we can't have it in even numbers, I'm afraid, because I'm a bit strange like that. So I have to have it in odd numbers.
Well, actually, not strange at all, because there's an artistic principle behind that.
Yes, yes, there is.
So
And
the rules are 3?
It just looks 3s, 5s, 1s. It's just, it's more balanced. It looks more balanced.
Yeah.
For my eye, you know, you can't say there's any mistakes in art, because as long as you're happy with the results, then it doesn't matter. So I'm just going to add a touch more stamp in there.
Ross, our producer, has a rule of 7.
I have
know what
7
that
plants
applies?
in the garden. What's his rule of 7 pints?
7 biscuits.
7 biscuits.
Yeah,
Thought you were going to say
7
pints
biscuits.
or
No.
something. No, biscuits.
Exactly.
Mind you,
Yeah.
I could eat a packet of biscuits, never mind.
You have the rule of packet.
Packet. So what I'm going to do now is, can you see here?
Yeah.
We can see some of the. So let's draw our eye to those a little bit more,
Okay.
and just add a touch of
Now
shading.
that's nice.
Now, when you're at home and you're not on live TV, these are the little touches that I spend 20 minutes on.
Yeah.
I don't rush that process. I just add just a touch of shading, because it will draw the eye in, and your project looks more professional.
That's really interesting to see you do that, Tracy, because I'll be honest, I wouldn't have thought to do it. But it's that small touch that...
Yes.
It's so understated. You know it, you miss it if it's not there, but you
Yep.
don't necessarily appreciate it.
No, and when you look at the original, it is actually there. It does give some depth when you look at the original project.
Show you that there.
And I think if you enjoy creating, then these little touches are the bits that you like adding.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I say the little touches are what makes it unique to you.
Yeah.
So I might have little touches, or the design team have little touches, and we can then distinguish their artwork.
So I like signature
Yeah,
move.
and I think it's nice, because if you have your little signature on your card, then it makes it unique to you.
Yeah, nice.
Now, we're not going to water everyone, because
Okay.
you know, that's the boring bit.
Yeah,
So we're just going to. This is an Inktense pencil that I've used, so it's reactive to water because it's a watercolour pencil. So that means that I can add that dimension. Just add, just so that the viewer that receives this, it does look like they've got a half decent sample. They can finish little bits off
Okay.
as well, so that's not a problem.
Brilliant.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my border stamp, and this is why I like how they all work together. So I'm going to use my nibs here. Now, if you wanted, you could place this back over so that you don't hit any areas there.
I love the design. Do you know what I'm thinking with the nibs? You could create a border around just the tip and just go all the way around.
Which
if you
our
wanted
next
to.
demo might show
okay.
that.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
You
I didn't
preempted
know.
that.
I didn't know.
No,
But
you've not even
shows-
seen
yeah.
it. So,
Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's it preempts it. That does. So what I'm doing now, again, giving a good inking, and again, I'm using the stamp as is. So because I can use it as is, I can judge exactly where I want it.
Yeah.
So I want those nibs
Nice.
there. And it doesn't matter really which part of the nibs I get, as long as I get some of them.
And you said something earlier, and I totally agree. We can all relate to a fountain pen. So whether
Yes.
you're using it right now in art or giving it to someone who's in school.
Yep, and it can be male or female.
That's great.
Doesn't have to.
Look at that.
And the detail. But because you've added these little touches of grey, can you see the grey here? I love touches like that.
Tracy, this is looking really good.
I just love
Do you
adding
know
little
what's
bits.
nice? Watching you work and seeing the sort of the steps, because taking, say, a stencil that we've used before, but then now we used it earlier just to highlight that
Yes.
area, and now stamping into it as well.
It just
These little
draws
touches.
the eye in.
Really
and this
nice.
is what I like to. And obviously, every time you make a sample, even though we bring a demo piece, each piece turns out differently, because depending where you've placed everything. So now I'm looking at this and thinking, I don't want to get too close to this, because on my original one I maybe came a bit further this way.
Okay.
So this time I'm only going to add half a circle.
Okay.
Okay, and this time we're going to stamp the mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
So I'll just have a look at which mushrooms I want.
And the joy of mushrooms is you can really inject some colour
Oh yes.
into proceedings.
And you could
can
create
colour
a
it.
scene as well.
Yeah.
You could create a scene. So what I'm going to do now is I can take those mushrooms
Nice.
and just press. And it means that I can easily touch that stamp into the perfect area where I want it.
Lovely.
And that just
Oh,
adds a
come
little
on.
touch.
That is looking good.
So what you can do now...
Just love all the little touches here.
And that's what, for me, this is what about creating is all about.
Yeah.
And also, it's important for me is, you see these white areas?
Yeah.
That's important.
Of course.
Because believe it or not, that lightens the whole thing. So
And don't
now,
be afraid of white space
Oh
as well.
no, definitely not. And because we didn't have a circle here, we're going to highlight this as if there was a circle there. Because in my original one, everything was moved over a little bit.
Okay.
But there are never any mistakes, you just change your design a little bit. And if there are mistakes, if you made a total mess of it, just die cut something out of it and start again.
Yeah.
Not
But
a
no
problem.
one will know.
No, exactly, they won't know.
They didn't know. This is obviously each one different, slightly
Yeah,
different interpretation.
Exactly. So what we can do is now, we want to take it up to another level. So I've got some vintage books here from the 18th century.
Lovely.
And we want to take our stamp again. And what I like to do is I always like to add something that's maybe a Tracy touch.
Yeah, okay.
So for me,
Is this your
it's book
Tracy
pages,
touch?
this is my
Yeah.
Tracy touch. It just makes your project unique to you. So, you know, and I like using things like lollipop sticks and,
Nice.
and safety pins.
And a little bit of yarn.
Yeah, exactly. It just makes it unique to you.
Okay.
So again, adding a good layer of ink.
You get into good habits. You can
Yes.
see that. Watching.
And also, if you get into good habits, you don't get frustrated with your stamping.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm never in a rush anyway because I don't see there's any point in creating if you've got to rush. Obviously, when you're on live TV, it's time restricted, but I'm never in a rush when I'm creating. So this paper is absorbent, so this will absorb the ink quite quickly.
Beautiful.
So you don't have to sit as long on that.
Yeah.
Look at
Oh
that.
wow! Come on.
But look at the text through there.
I have to say, on vintage paper, your stamps are
Looks fantastic.
beautiful.
I love
Look,
it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it on
Okay.
vintage paper. So again, we're going
Bit
to
of
blot
blotting.
that. You could, because you can emboss with this ink, you see, Yanis. So
Yeah.
I'm blotting it because it needs drying.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to tear. Because I only want half that mushroom. I
Beautiful.
could use that for another project,
Yeah.
but I will just send that to the winner.
Okay.
So we don't want any straight edges.
Nice. There is something about a torn element as well.
There is.
Just gives it that rustic charm.
I love adding layers. There's just something, it makes a piece really tactile.
And also, it's interesting watching Tracy tearing the paper. So she's deliberately creating, because depending on the direction you tear, you either leave that white area
Correct.
exposed or covered.
Yeah, and that works especially if you're using a cardstock,
Yeah.
you know, that's got a core, so then it works more. So we're just going to add some adhesive.
Nice.
Now you could use like a gel medium, especially if your glue works.
Teasing me.
I've tested these glues 3 times. You go live on air, and of course
It's
the glue
hot
doesn't
in the
work.
studio, yeah. Okay.
So yes, you would use a matte medium because it would be a lot easier, but for live TV I bring the same glue every single time.
Okay.
And then we're just going to add that, overlay it onto our image, like so.
Nice.
Just make sure you've got that lined up. And this is where I go really quiet because I'm concentrating on lining it up properly.
You've done a very good job lining that up. Look at that. It's spot on.
So that just looks lovely.
Yeah.
And then what we can do is take our book pages again. I'm
Yep.
just flinging everything everywhere. Pen nibs. What have I done with my pen nibs?
Wait,
Pen
I
nibs.
thought-
There we go.
yeah, that's the mushrooms and nibs, yeah.
Yeah. See, concentrate. Don't just dump everything down, Tracy,
Okay.
which is what I'm doing. I'm just dumping everything down. So we need which pen nib do we want? That one. So that's the hardest thing is finding the right nib to overlay.
Yeah.
So then again, overlay your nib
Nice.
like so. And again, blot that. I won't do it with the mushrooms because you get the idea,
Yeah.
and then we can get
Okay.
on to another demo.
Okay.
Because more demos, the better.
Yeah.
So we just go around that nib.
Nice. Now, I've got to say, and I know we did talk about this Good Morning Hochanda, but your craft along was so well received.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah,
I
you
did
really
enjoy
enjoyed it.
I didn't think I could waffle for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I was amazed.
You absolutely loved it. And you can find it on our website, so if you did miss it and you want to see Tracy, even if you just want to watch it, you can go onto our website. We've got a whole library of craft alongs. By the way, we have got Paul and Barbara in the studio, and Barbara's craft along is going to be on February the 16th. Check it out. It is going to be amazing, so do have a look there. But you enjoyed your craft along,
Yes,
Tracy?
I did. I think it's nice as well because you go at your own pace.
Yeah.
And viewers can participate because we were live.
Yeah.
So it's like just doing a workshop. It was lovely. So what we're just going to do to finish this off is just add some white splatters just to lift that whole design.
Nice. It's a good splat technique.
And then what we need to do, just your little finishing touches, is we need to place this. See, again, they're always in different places. So a stapler, sorry guys.
Yeah, that's right. No,
I've just got a stapler somewhere.
Okay.
Have I left it out? Yes, I have.
Brilliant.
So what I'm going to do is add this sort of there, fold that over, like so. Make sure it's nice and straight.
I think this is looking awesome. And remember, some lucky viewer will be winning this inspiration made live on the show. Tracy, you've got to sign the back as well.
Yes, I will. I'll sign the back of the MDF because then they can adhere it to the MDF.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, we can send the MDF
Oh,
too.
yeah, definitely, yeah.
Thank you.
So that just finishes that off. And then, when the viewer, whoever wins this, can then add this, like so. Sorry, Yanni, switching over
No,
from
don't
you.
apologise. Okay.
We just adhere that to here.
Yeah.
And then they will add the little bulldog clip to the top,
Nice.
a bulldog clip to the side,
Yeah.
one to this side, because these are just the finishing touches.
Yeah.
You could even add like a little notepad here as
that'd be
well.
good.
And then this is going to be the fiddly bit, live on TV. Let's just make sure we add this little clip, seeing as I've bought it.
Okay.
This is when you don't need nails.
You're going to get it. Oh, that's a nice touch.
And that will dry clear. And that gives us
Lovely.
our piece.
If I just show you here, remember, make any purchase on the live show today. Your name goes into a hat and somebody will be walking away with this beautiful work of art from Tracy. I'll get Tracy to sign it as well, and anything else we make on the live hour. We're busy at the moment, I have to say, very, very busy. Thank you so much for joining us. I really hope you're enjoying the show. Got lots more demonstrations. I'm going to have a very quick recap. Now, something to point out, if you're trying to purchase our deal of the day in Good Morning Hochanda, can I just say apologise, because I know we had a few technical issues and you weren't able to check out. Well, we've resolved those issues now, so if you do want to go for our deal of the day, and it is an absolute doozy, because you get to pick 8 of these large, and they really are large MDF shapes. They're kind of a... Hayley and I were saying they're kind of... We haven't got the precise measurements, but they're like around 8 inches or so. But they are large. We should really try and we'll try and get hold of one just to show you, just to give you size reference, because looking at it now, you can't really gauge just how busy they are, so big they are rather. That's our deal of the day. I will be showing you one live this hour, but they are now officially available to buy. Again, I'd like to apologise to anyone who was struggling earlier on. It's just live TV, technical issues, these things happen. What we're going to do, we're going to keep the complete details, the details of the complete collection on your screen. I'll tell you why we're doing that. It's because that's where the majority of you are going. But I will break everything down as well, because we are conscious of offering something for every budget. If you do want to go for the one-day special, this is what you're getting. Now, with the one-day special, details at the bottom of your screen, $49.97 is your price. And you are getting this large, dramatic A4 stamp set. It's split into 2, just to make it a little easier to work with, because I know sometimes the larger A4 stamp can be a little bit daunting. So AALL Create have thought about that. Look, one thing I will say to you, and it's just... This is what I love about working at Hochanda. It's the passion and the calibre of our companies and guests that we're able to present to you. And you really see that with Tracy, that this means something to her. Tracy is not here I know it's a weird thing to say, shopping TV, but for Tracy, it's not about the sales. Obviously, it's nice that you're always successful because she can come back, but for her, the real passion, it's crafting and seeing you guys craft. But with the collection, this is why I'm drawn to the complete collection, is every component of that is designed to work together. That's your one-day special. Just seeing here, so you've got the large A4 split into 2, then you've got your, I apologise. You've got your quirky flowers, and then this is the one I just knocked over. Why am I so clumsy this morning? And then you've got your border in there as well. Okay, so that's your one-day special. But as we continue down our journey, and you get appreciation of how well everything works together. So complete collections on your screen. We'll carry on down. Now we've got, these are really nice, and it's lovely hearing the story behind, because Tracy was saying the reason behind bringing you these is a lot of people are saying to her, look, with the doodling, sometimes it's that having that confidence to get the doodling in. So here you have got your mushrooms and your frame it. So the frame it is designed to give you a little bit of doodle detail. You've also got sentiments in here as well, which is very powerful, because obviously sentiments allowing you to give context to your work. You've got those lovely doodle frames, and then the nibs and the mushrooms that we were just working with earlier in our inspiration there. So you've got these beautiful nibs and mushrooms, and I love these. I'll just hold up a couple of inspirations that we didn't see earlier on. Now look at these mushrooms. Look at those. How great is that? Or what about this? So just giving you an idea of what you can achieve. Now, details, if you want to go for these individually, are at the bottom of your screen, or if you, of course, they're included in the complete collection. And then finally, we've got our little characters. So you see how the backgrounds, the frames, those little elements, and then you've got your features in there as well, really bringing life to any inspiration. So you've got these fabulous owls, and then you've got that geometric, quirky background in the mix as well, allowing you to do something like this. And you get appreciation that the owls are good size. So adding your owls into a project, put them together. Now, if you did watch Tracy's craft long, you will have seen that stamp with the brush before, and then you got the owls on. How cool are they? They are quirky, and that's the whole point. Right, here's the thing. Everything's designed to work together. Now, you could go for one of the elements, say the one-day special or the owls. They all stand alone by themselves, but when you do put things together, then you really are able to create something really special. If you do go for the complete collection, you will get a freedom discount. You're actually better off becoming a freedom member, and then you're getting everything that you're seeing here. So it's a why not deal. Get it for freedom membership, enjoy your freedom membership for a month, and then opt out at the end of the month if you don't want to continue with it. And also, if you are going for that complete collection, you've got access to 3 flexi payments. You're getting your freedom discount in there as well, and you're also getting, thank you Kirsty, you're on it today, you're also getting the bonus stamp as well. Now this is an exclusive stamp. You'll get that as a free gift with your complete collection, but it is only around while stocks last. And I've got to point that out, and this is actually a really important point, because complete collection is flying. Once our stock of the bonus stamp have gone, then unfortunately that's it. So anyone, once these are sold out, I won't say sold out, once they've gone, then the complete collection, you can still get that, but you will not be getting your bonus gift. So if you want to get, if you're going to go for the complete collection, if you know you're going to go for it, now's a great time to do it. And if you're looking for further encouragement or inspiration and how to use all these fantastic stamps, take a look at this. Such great inspirations, and it's always a good sign when you can see the design team enjoy a release. But one thing I keep coming back to, Tracy, is how well everything works together.
And I think that's important, because if you've noticed that, then obviously the viewers, hopefully, they will notice that. And when you start using them as well, you realise they all work together as well. Because the more I was using these, the more inspired I was getting, and more ideas then flew, you know, brilliant.
I'm kind of, as a crafter, look, I get, and please don't think I'm just trying to focus you to go for the complete collection. The reason we've got the details on the screen is it is our most popular option. But in my view, I'm kind of looking at the one-day special is great standalone,
yes,
because you've got so much detail going in, but that's kind of your foundation, and then you use your frame it and the nibs and the shrooms to add a bit further detail, and then finally you've got the owls and the other components to add those finishing flourishes.
That's why I always add background elements, because you need your focal images, but you need some finishing touches. That's why I add all the little elements, because yes, some ladies and gentlemen like sort of simple, clean and simple, but even when you like clean and simple designs, you can still add just a touch of the background, so I think it
works so well, and that's why our complete collection is the most popular option at the moment. Okay.
So this is our sample this time around.
This is nice.
So we've created a canvas, and again I've used a piece of wood, again maybe a Tracy touch. For me it just gave a different element, a different dimension. Now the reason for this sample is because I was asked a question about sort of 3 days ago. I think it was a message was left in Crafting with Hochanda. They asked if I could show them how to do this background. So I created the sample specifically for Sylvia, I think it was. Sylvia.
That's not, Tracy really does look at all the messages. She tries to respond to everything. I said to Tracy, and you can only commend you because I know how many messages you do get. But you were saying the first time you were on, you tried to respond to all the messages. You did. It took you 9 days. But she did. That's how many messages Tracy got.
So what I'm doing here is I'm working with a piece of 6x6 card, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to score at 1 inch intervals. And Sylvia, when you see this, you'll realise how simple it is. Really simple technique, nothing difficult. Score at another inch, so just at 1 inch intervals. But the thing is, sometimes we think things are simple, but when you're looking at them, sometimes they don't look simple, they look like there's more to them when there isn't.
Well, also, if you don't know, and that's the thing, you're looking at it and thinking, well...
But we've all had stages where we don't know. Even when I started, even now I'm still learning things, and I look at something and think, well, how was that done? You want to learn.
Attitude,
you're always learning. So we're now turning that piece of card over, and then we're just going over once again.
Now, there are some groups to be following, because I know that AALL Create have the AALL Create Fanatics.
AALL Create Fanatics group, yes.
Well worth having a look at that. You can find it on Facebook. You can also follow Tracy Evans on social media as well. Are you on Facebook, Instagram?
Yes, I am, yes.
Brilliant. So do look
at
just
Tracy
Evans.
Red hair, just Tracy Evans red hair. So what I'm doing now is I'm reinforcing those score lines. So that I get a nice crease across the card. And this is a lovely simple technique that you could do in any colour, so you could make it quite pretty. I've gone for vintage, but you don't have to go for vintage. Now Sylvia, this is the really complicated bit about this technique. It's really difficult. Not. So what we do is we take our vintage photo distress oxide or distress ink or paint, whichever you want, and you drag your ink pad across the card.
But the idea, wood effect.
It gives you that wood effect. But the idea is that you turn your card round because you hit different areas. And again, it's about taking time to hit those, because you then get deeper areas here.
I mean, that really does create an incredibly realistic wood grain effect. And also, having the score lines, they darken as well.
Exactly. So they darken and the edges darken. So it makes it look more like a plank. So it's really effective. But if you did this in greys or you did it in pinks, you could make it quite shabby chic.
So that looks awesome. That's so
really
effective.
Well done, and I bet Sylvia's looking and going, oh, that's so easy. But until you know.
I can see a lot of our viewers who are going to be trying that technique.
So again, just turn it round.
And just building it up.
Just build it up.
I just get a sense with your crafting as well, Tracy, you don't rush it, you enjoy it.
No, I enjoy it. To me, if I have to rush, I don't see the point. I don't see the point. The idea with a hobby is that you're enjoying what you're doing. You're enjoying the process.
Did you make your necklace, by the way?
No, I didn't make my necklace. A heart with a little needle in.
That was really nice. Nice little touch.
Perfect for Hayley.
Perfect crafty, yeah, it would. Okay.
So now we need to shabby this up a little bit.
All right.
So I'm going to add a touch of white, which will be very difficult to see with the camera, but it does make a difference. And again, I'm brayering that out, and I'm just going to catch. It sort of dulls everything down and makes it a little bit more vintage.
Yeah.
very difficult to catch on camera, but with the real eye,
Oh, you can see that.
you
That's
can
good.
see it on the real sample because it fades the colour.
Okay. No, it's actually showing up well on camera. I get a sense that your brayer is one of those go-to tools for you.
Yes, I love my brayer. For me, you know when you have things that float your boat, it's stamps, stencils, inks and paints.
Yeah.
So I love them.
Done. You can find actually brayers, if you're looking for a brayer, you can find them on our website, so do have a little look.
So we're now going to add some background stamping. So we're going to use our A4 stamp again.
Now you kind of talked about the fact, and this is a really good tip from Tracy, I know we're using this one,
Yes.
but I just want to show you the acetate, because what Tracy does, we're not using this stamp, but she will use the acetate to line up maybe where you're going to be popping a
Exactly.
stamp, yeah?
And the other thing I'll do is, if I'm creating and I'm halfway through something and I have a block, I'll take a photograph, walk away and sit and look at it for a bit and see if taking a photograph really helps.
Yeah, nice.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm using a darker shade, which is ground espresso,
Lovely.
because we're going tone on tone, but we need to go a little bit darker.
Ground espresso, nice.
So we're just adding some of that stamping. And this is why I add the background elements, just so that you get a cohesive design. So that just adds a touch of the stamping. And again, just a touch down here. Like so. And we're going to add the pen nibs, so I don't need to add too much of this.
Nice.
So then we're then going to go for our
That's just
pen
taking
nibs.
such a small part of the... And don't be scared, because I think sometimes, you know, larger stamps,
Yes.
it can be a bit scary, especially someone who's maybe starting crafting, just starting out on their crafting
But you know why
journey.
it doesn't work?
Go on.
Every time it doesn't work because you haven't got the correct ink pad or you haven't got the quality paper.
Yeah.
You have those two items with a good quality stamp and you never fail.
Yeah.
Never fail. And don't rush and you'll never fail. You won't get frustrated because you'll always get a good result.
Nice.
So what we're going to do is we're using this same ink for a tone-on-tone effect.
Okay.
So I'm just stamping, this time with the Distress Oxides. Now I need to add a good layer of ink because I'm using an oxide. Although luckily, because this is a pigment dye fusion, this will stay wetter longer, so it's ideal. So then I'm going to check where I want, and again, I don't just plonk it down, even though I've got that sample there, I'm looking where I've placed these to think about it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to add the nibs here.
Lovely.
Okay,
So
and
great.
again, we're not using the whole image, we're only using part of it. And again, I will just lift that up, just to get those little areas. Allow that ink to sit in there, because you're doing layer on layer.
Yeah.
So just allow it to sink into the card. But look at the detail.
Oh, yeah.
I just love it. I even love these little touches here.
Well, I have to say, that I'm so glad you pointed that out, but it is a small little touch of
Yeah.
text, then you've got these beautiful nibs in there as well. And that's just
what
a small
excites
aspect
me.
of
Them
that.
little things excite me.
But I
Doesn't
like-
take much, Yanis.
If I'm going to invest in a designer, in some stamps, that's the kind of excitement that I would want. These haven't just been rushed out,
No.
just put together.
No, they never rushed out, never. So I'm now going to add some more of those nibs here, but this time a little less of the nibs.
Yeah.
So just the pointed part. And again, just lift that with my acrylic block.
Nice. Do you know what I think makes Hochanda such a special place? It's the fact that we really are very fortunate in the quality of designers and companies that we work with, because you can see here, these aren't, and I think in the crafting industry, and a lot of crafters will appreciate this, some companies, they'll go abroad, they get stock images and they'll bring it, and I'm not knocking that, there's nothing wrong with it, but personally for me, if I'm going to invest in something, I want to invest in original artwork, something from someone like Tracy, who's bringing you something that is different, and it makes a huge
I think
difference.
it's also important to explain how you come about it. So I might draw an element and then add ephemera, and if you're going to use a licensed part of an image, then
Yeah.
use a licensed part, but I like a hand-drawn element as well.
Yeah, of course.
There has to be a hand-drawn
Yeah.
element. And those hand-drawn elements take me ages, because that's not my natural forte, so...
Yeah.
But
Lovely.
that just gives us this kind of look at the moment.
Have a look at that.
But
That's
I
nice.
just look at them nibs. I mean,
Yeah.
it just looks like wood, doesn't it?
Yeah, love
just
this
love
technique.
it.
Brilliant.
So because that looked like wood,
Okay.
I thought, right, let's use a wood piece.
Nice.
So we add that here, and it doesn't hide the stamping, it still keeps some of that detail.
Nice.
So what I'm going to do now is add a touch. Are we okay for time, Yanis? I know you need a couple of minutes at the end.
Do make sure to check out your baskets at the moment, and there is still time, actually not a lot of time though, you've got about 4 minutes, and then we're going to close the competition to win the original artwork. So what Tracy's working on at the moment, and also our other piece, which is just vanished, sorry, I'm just going to
Oh,
grab
sorry,
that.
Yanis, I
That's
moved
right.
it out the way.
That's okay. So this piece here that Tracy made earlier on, And what we're working on at the moment, one lucky viewer will win. You need to check out your baskets though within the next 4 minutes, because then we will close the competition and one lucky viewer's name will be picked out of a hat.
Doesn't the time go quick?
It's gone very quick. I was just caught, yeah.
So I've added the white paint here, mainly because I want this to look a bit shabby, a bit like the background looks. Okay.
Get that coordination.
And I'll just have to give that a quick dry because that paint is sticky.
Yeah, and you're saying now this is important because if you want to get a good clean image, that has to be dry.
Yeah, so normally I would let that dry naturally at home.
Yeah.
I just have the patience. Obviously, when you're in a studio, we'd be here for 5 hours if we waited for everything to dry.
Owl on wood, I mean, that's just such
a
perfect.
And because you've got a wood background, it looks like you thought about it. See, you get where I'm coming from, you see, Yanis?
Of course.
So again, I'm just going to judge where I'm going to put my owl. I think I'm going to put him there.
It's interesting watching you go landscape again, so it's working comfortably.
Yeah, because you're not sort of doing this. Sometimes I do work like that, but it depends on my project.
Yeah.
But if I bring it nearer to me, I'm not stretching, so it makes it a lot easier to
working
stamp.
Comfortably.
Yes. And it does. This image will be a bit paler because it's on wood, but I'm over stamping, so it's not a problem.
And you notice that Tracy's taking her time, she's allowing the ink to soak in. But do you mind if I just lift out and show everyone? Ah, come on. Look at that, it works so well. Beautiful. Lovely.
And what I'm going to do now, Yanis, I didn't know whether you wanted a couple of minutes. I'm going to stamp this on here and cut it out. So I don't know whether you want to do a recap. And
I'll tell you what, we'll do a very, very quick recap, and I'll let you just cut that out.
It's only cutting out, they're not missing
anything. That's fine. Okay, so we're just going to stamp and cut out. I promise I'll be quick. Let's jump onto the website, and you can have a look at all the goodies on there. What you're going to be popping into your basket. As you can see, you can buy the elements individually, or you can go for the separate bundles, or you can go for the complete collection. With the complete collection, and I'll be honest with you, if I was going to go for anything, for me personally, it would be the complete collection. There are a few reasons why. Everything works so well, and this collection was designed to work together if you do go for the complete. But also, you've got a freedom price, which takes the value up even further. So you can see, I think I've got had a spider on me. So, complete collection, $14.99, that's your saving. But also, you get access to the 3 flexi payments as well. Just taking a look, so 3 flexi payments, $26.98. You get everything sent to you. So all of this, obviously it is a flexi payment, but you're spreading that flexi payment over 3 months. So $26.98 today, send everything out, and then you get 2 remaining payments in the subsequent months. Okay, so that, I've got to tell you, and we've still got stock of, if you do go for the complete collection, this fantastic exclusive stamp. You can only get the stamp that I've got in my hands if you go for that complete collection. Right, we'll have a look at the one-day special. This is what makes Tracy such a fantastic designer, because look at what she's bringing you here. Everything designed to... So this is your foundation. But she's just giving you layer upon layer upon layer of detail. The butterfly, the mushroom, the elements. Then you've got these quirky flowers. And this is now, we're really starting to get an appreciation of why Tracy is so popular. You get a sense of her individual style. It's those quirky flowers, those little touches, the elements. And then finally, you've got this fabulous, imposing border stamp. That's your one-day special. So you can go for the one-day special by itself, details at the bottom of your screen, or you can go for the complete collection. Funnily enough, the one-day special has got flexi payment. It's around about the £25 mark. If you go for the complete collection, it's £26 and some change, your first flexi payment. Now, I know with the complete collection, it's 3 flexi payments as opposed to 2, but it gives you today, in real terms, $26.98 for the complete, or $25 for the one-day special. I mean, you choose whatever works for you. I'm going to be quick, so we've just got another option for you. So we've got our Create It and our mushrooms. So that includes your nibs in here as well. So you can see you've got your Create It, your frames in there, and then you've got the nibs and the mushrooms. So that's another option. You can buy them separately, $24.98, or they're included in the complete collection. And then finally, we have got our owl. So our 2 owls, you've got the sentiments in there, and then you've got your background, sort of funky geometric background in the mix too. So that is the separate options, or you can go for the complete collection as well, which is a why not deal. Now let me explain. We have got a little page just showcasing. So here's the thing. If you become a Freedom member, now I know Freedom membership, it does cost £6.97, but look at what you are saving. $11.95. So you're better off getting that Freedom membership, having it for a month, and then if you don't want to continue Freedom membership, you can opt out. You do need to opt out. I need to stress that. So if you do not want to continue a Freedom membership, opt out before the end of the month. But during that month, anything that you buy, you won't have to worry about your postage and packaging, and you could get some exclusive discounts for Freedom members as well. Okay, how are we getting on, Tracy?
So all we've done, we haven't missed anything. All I've done is I've cut the owl out and I've added part of the book page. So you've not missed anything. All I've done is stick. That's it. So you've not missed anything at all.
Nice.
So I'm just going to add, and I've actually used the different owl to my sample one. The sample one is this different owl.
Nice.
That's how inspiration takes you.
Nice. We're going to be announcing the winner of everything. So we're going to be giving away everything that Tracy's made on the live show this hour, and it's something that I know Tracy really loves doing. So we will be announcing a winner very shortly.
So we're just stamping hoot on the piece of wood.
And I think you
like
had
so.
a hoot signing this. I know it's a bit cringy link, but genuinely you did have a great time doing this.
But I've enjoyed it even more creating with it because the design's just come to life.
Nice.
So we're just adhering this again, adding dimension to your design. And how long do I have, Yanis, just so I can judge?
You've got about 2 minutes.
Okay. Where does the time go?
I know.
So I'm just going to adhere this so that when it's sent in the post, so I'm just using an ultra thick gel medium that I'm using it like I'm buttering bread.
Yeah, that's good. You go good.
But don't go too close to the edges.
Yeah.
I've added some cotton thread around the edge, so that it gives some extra texture. Just spread that out.
I know
a
you
little
like
bit.
doing that, don't you?
Yeah, I love adding the texture.
Yeah.
So just add that.
Okay.
Because it just adds an extra element. Just make sure it makes good contact.
Right.
Because that will set it solid then, so that'll be absolutely fine.
Perfect.
Bring in your canvas. I won't glue it because then the viewer that gets it can do whatever they want with it. But what I will say is, we need to bring the canvas into the the piece here. So we're just going across the canvas. Let's move this out of the way so you can actually see. So we're just going across the canvas like so. Go all around the canvas. I can finish that after. We don't want to waste the time doing that.
That's okay.
And then we're just going to add a touch of the stamping. Again, with those toadstools background.
Yeah.
And we're going to add that here. And what I'll do is, before I send it, I'll go around the whole edge.
Thank you.
And I'll add this to the black mat.
Yeah.
Because 2 minutes goes really quickly.
It does, yeah.
So this will go here. So this will all be shaded for the viewer. We'll add this here.
Lovely.
And then I'll add some white splatters.
And we can announce our winner as well. So winner will be getting, and we will, I say we, Tracy will finish off the side there, finish that for you. And you're also going to be getting this as well. Congratulations to Sharon Jones. Sharon Jones, well done to you. You will be getting these beautiful inspirations made by Tracy live on the show, and Tracy will be signing them as well.
Definitely.
Well done, Tracy. I mean, absolutely fantastic out, as always.
Enjoyed it.
You just love what you do, and that comes across. And from the very first time we worked together, got a sense of just how much you love what you do.
This is the best bit for me, definitely.
And I really hope you enjoyed it as well. I know Tracy is passionate about sharing her inspirations. Do follow Tracy on social media. Tracy Evans, you'll be able to find her on Facebook, Instagram, and also AALL Create Fanatics. Great opportunity. It's a nice group if you want to post your makes. I know you're a big part of that group as well,
definitely.
Tracy.
Yeah, I love that group. Sharing their inspiration. It's a brilliant group.
We're together at 1.
We are,
What are we going to be doing at 1 o'clock?
I think we've got another canvas, but with an embroidery hoop.
Oh, nice.
And probably a card.
Cannot wait. I hope you can join us. If you can't, if you're out, not a problem. You can always catch up via Rewind. Now, I have to say, Tracy, whenever you see Tracy on Hochanda, it's well worth recapping if you do miss any of her shows, because she tries to offer you a different inspiration every hour, or multiple inspirations every hour. Thank you so much. It's been such a great hour. Thank you to Tracy as well. This is a great collection. Now, I can tell you, good news, with complete collection, we've still got stock of our bonus stamp, and that's a compliment to AALL Create and Abs, because he gave us a lot of stock. So the exclusive stamp, if you do go for that complete collection, you will be getting this exclusive stamp as a free bonus gift while stocks last. Thank you so much for your company. Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks,
Don't go anywhere.
everyone.
Got another show coming up. So, we have got ITD Collection, a fantastic new company. Join us next hour, don't miss that. And afterwards, we've got crafty Roo designs, so lots to enjoy.
Hello,
my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, we are in for a treat because first of all, I've got lovely Denise, and I haven't worked with you for so long.
I know. It's been ages, hasn't it?
It has, and I must admit, when I saw the schedule, really looking forward to it.
Oh, thank you. I love working with you. Well, I love working with everyone. It's like family here. It's fab.
It is. But even more so when I had a little scoop, because I must admit, when I saw the company name, I thought, oh, I don't know this name.
No, second show today.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, very new to Hochanda, and they did so well first show.
Lovely. Well, I will learn a little bit more about them as we go. But I do urge you to jump ahead and have a little look because there are some absolutely amazing products. I've got 2 shows with Denise today, so this is the first of the 2. 2 o'clock this afternoon she's going to be back again. We've got vellums, we've got rice papers, and you're already shopping for those rice papers. I know how you do like your rice papers. But we're going to have a little look at the vellums to start with here. Now I've got one option, details of which are up on your screen. Now ITD Collections, as I say, this is a new company to us here, so can you tell me a little bit about them?
Yes, yeah, they're a fabulous company. It started off over 20 years ago, so they really know their business. It was 2 related young couples who started, and they now employ over 20 people. They are based in Poland.
Beautiful.
And their motto is, our passion is paper, what is yours? So I think you can gauge from that they really love what they do.
Yeah.
And they're constantly bringing out new designs for us, literally all the time. You'll see it on social media, what they're bringing out. And I've already seen some wonderful things for next time. I know these are fabulous, but I'm looking ahead to next time as well. And they're just an absolute joy to work with.
I love that ethos that they've got behind it. Sounds like a fun company.
Yes, they are
like
so lovely. Do you know, I asked them for a couple of extra foils, bless them, Ewa and Sylvia, and I said, can you send me some of the new colour foils, because I didn't get them, which we'll get to in a moment, and they are amazing. And I thought I'd get a little envelope with 2 sheets of foiling. this box arrived and they'd sent chocolate with the
Oh,
foils. I love them
lovely.
forever. Thank you, girls.
Now, I have to say, the foils that you're also getting within these, you're going to get your gold, you're going to get your silver. Now, tell me, what's so special about these foils then?
Well, they're really, really easy to work with. We've got a
Okay.
couple of little demos to show you throughout the show, this one and the show later on today. And obviously gold and silver in this. We have some other colours later on, but they're so useful, so practical. You can use them with all your different colourways. And really, that's an extra little add-on because it was going to be the vellum pack.
Okay.
Now, this vellum pack is brand new today, and you've got a lovely selection in there from your sort of vintage muted tones to your richer, the green ferns, for example. And the vellum cuts beautifully.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Yeah,
now,
we've got
there's
a little,
lots of layers
sample
within
there.
these designs as well, isn't it? Because when you have a look
Yes.
there, you've got so much interest. It's one of those ones that when you keep coming back to it, you
Yeah.
see so many different elements that
And
you
the
missed
feathers
previously.
are gorgeous,
Aren't they
absolutely lovely. And for
gorgeous?
cutting out, as I said, for fussy cutting, they go they work really, really well.
Wonderful. You were about to bring a finished sample
I
and
was just
show
going to show
me
you this one that
this
Carolyn did on the DT. I don't know if the lights
Oh,
can come down, sorry,
wow.
directing from the floor. But she's used the vellum in a shadow box frame there. And we put
lovely
some little
idea.
lights behind.
That is a clever idea. Look at that.
A really, really cheap little frame she purchased.
Beautiful.
And then she's put some decoration on the back just from the cogs one, which is, but just to carry it through.
Nice.
And what a lovely gift to
That
give
is
somebody.
gorgeous. Going to look perfect in anybody's home, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Now, if
yeah.
you fancy getting hold of your vellums, I know we're busy for these already. The details are there on your screen. I'm just looking over there. I'm getting kind of blinded with the light hitting those foils. Gosh, they're so shiny. 003213. Just to reiterate, less than a tenner, £9.99. You are getting all those fabulous vellums. You are getting those foils as well. 6 of those fabulous foils, 3 in your gold, 3 in your silver. Brilliant value for money, beautiful quality, and you are loving those. Now, papers. What about some papers to work alongside these? Well, guess what? We can help you with these. Now, we've got options with these. So you've got 5 different options. You can see within these, they're double-sided papers. You're also going to get more of those foils. Also going to get some of the gorgeous coloured foils, depending on the way that you go for these. But these look amazing. Different scenarios with these as well.
Yes, yeah. Now they've called them papers, but if you pick them up, Haley, they're actually card. I mean, you feel
There's
how
much weight to you
substantial.
straight away when
they're
you
not
pick it up.
papers. Yeah,
Okay.
they're beautiful. And on the back of the front cover there, you've got some little pieces that you can fussy
I'm
cut.
balancing it carefully because we've got the
Those-
foils in
yeah.
there as
Shall I
well.
take that
Oh,
out?
look at these.
There
They're
we are.
pretty.
Aren't they lovely?
Oh, what a gorgeous idea. I love that, making use of that front cover.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah.
now you're right, yes. That's not paper.
It's not paper, is it?
That is not.
No.
What, have we got a GSM on these? Because that is a really good weight with regards to
I don't have
these.
my glasses on.
Love this because you kind of got your weathered
200.
wood. Yes, well, there you go, isn't it? I suppose it's bordering paper to card. Oh, okay, so we've got some foiled cardstock in there as well, gold and silver. And, of course, you've got those foils that we just looked at with your gorgeous silver and a gorgeous kind of dusky pink
Look
as
at-
well.
Yes, this colour foil is
Very in keeping,
absolutely
isn't it? Yeah.
stunning. Let me just move that to the front. So this
That's
is new.
nice.
In our kits last time, we literally had the gold and silver. But look at
Okay.
these gorgeous colours that we've got now.
Beautiful. Now we've got different options. This particular one that we're looking at, I think this particular one is, whoops a daisy, it is your summertime, rosy summertime, like that. Gorgeous papers / cardstock within there.
Yeah.
So if you fancy getting hold of that one, then you've got your summertime in blue. You've also got your steampunk. Should we have a look at the steampunk one
Yes, yeah.
next?
Steampunk is my favourite, I have to say. But
Okay.
people who've watched me on other things know that.
Got all that foil in. Let's move that out of the back. Can I give you the foil
Absolutely.
and the card?
Yeah,
I'm going to
just
bring the
take
front
that
cover
top off.
sheet back because it's sort of static.
There we are.
Having learnt so quickly, you've got the back. Oh, that's useful. All those little kind of tag
Yes,
elements.
yeah.
Nice, like that. These are nice
They're
as well.
gorgeous,
oh,
aren't
my
they?
goodness,
Again,
yeah.
fussy cutting if you want to.
Beautiful.
That's lovely.
And again, the depth and kind of dimension that you've got with these, brilliant weight. As you can see, multiple layers again, as we saw within the vellums. Now, the designs that we're seeing in here, are some of these reiterated in things like the vellums? And
the rice papers,
Ah,
yes.
I
Yeah,
see,
there's a small
right.
element of crossover. So with a couple of the kits, you could sort of use several things
Wonderful.
from the same
like
range.
that idea. Not going to get. I don't know. Are we going to go through all the others as well, or should we just? Should we have a quick? Should we go for fire? I'm going to go for water.
Okay,
being
yes,
a
that's
water
lovely.
sign,
Yeah.
I like the blues in here.
The blues are
Oh,
gorgeous.
I didn't realise there were kind of little zodiac elements featuring here.
Yes,
but there
so
you
they
go.
do 4 in this range. So it's
Okay.
earth, air, water and fire. So today we've got the water and the fire.
Lovely. Again, all that gorgeous foiling and that gorgeous
Sorry.
mirror card. Obviously, making it
Making
a
a real mess
really
of this.
usable kit. Let me give you the front cover as well, as we have a little look in here. These are fabulous. Now, you can see here, they kind of got the different zodiac signs. So your different zodiacs come into the 4 different groups, don't they?
Yeah,
so
but
you've got...
it's very subtle. Apart from the front card,
I wouldn't know that,
which has
yeah.
your die cuts on.
Perfect.
Yeah, so that's your actual star signs. But generally, the papers have very minimal
you wouldn't know that, would you?
relativity.
No.
No, you can use it on anything. So
Yeah.
don't sort of think what has to be for
I just love the
zodiac.
colour tones in here, beautiful cool tones in there. So if you fancy getting hold of this particular one, this one is water. We will have a little look at the others as the hour progresses. But of course, we've got lots to share with you. And I'll get to that demo as well. So 602435, if you fancy getting hold of those. We've got foils and cards all over the place. We'll tidy it up in a minute.
Yeah.
But do have a little look at those. Also, before you check out your baskets, the rice papers, we're busy for these. These are beautiful. Again, you'll see those styles that we've just been speaking of a few moments ago. You've got things like your summertime in blue, you've got your steampunk, you've got your fire, your water. You've also got your vintage style, which we didn't look at. The fire we didn't look at in closer detail either.
So the only one that's a return is the summertime in blue, because that was so popular
So
last
that's
time.
been on air before.
It
The others
has.
are new.
Yeah, everything else on the counter today is new, apart from that one.
Now, if you fancy getting hold of these, as I know many of you are, we're talking about extended delivery of these as well. I forgot to tell you at the top of the hour, I do apologise. Did touch on the fact that it's a Polish company. So, of course, we are looking at a little bit of extended delivery, 8 days with regards to these. Now, because we didn't look at the fire with regards to the papers, I thought we'll pull the fire rice papers out. Again, this is a bumper bundle, because within the pack you are going to get, obviously, your cover sheet, as you can see there, which I'm going to pass to you there.
You've
also
foils, just to warn
got
you as
your
well.
stencils. Now, you're getting 2 stencils within each of these.
Each pack has 2 stencils. We've got some little
That's no easy way of
images.
showing you those.
There we go.
Oh, perfect. Lovely.
Does that help?
Wonderful. So you can see you're going to get your stencils within these, but then you're going to get your rice papers. Now, the rice papers, oh my goodness, these are beautiful. Oh, the quality with these, Denise.
They are so lovely to work with. They really are. I wasn't a massive user of rice papers until I prepped for the last show, and I must admit I've been converted. They
They're
are
so popular.
so versatile.
Yeah.
And they go such a long way.
Beautiful. I love this as well, because within there you have got all those different elements. So you could be going for kind of almost like a Baroque effect with that, or
Yes.
maybe you're wanting to go for your contemporary stripes. They're all
Yes.
within that page.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit
And
of
that's it, you know, you look at that as a whole image, but actually once you break it down, you've got so many different elements within there. Isn't
That's
that
it.
beautiful?
And so why are rice papers so versatile? Why do you like using these?
Well, because you can actually sort of tear them and you can curve around corners. With card and paper, you can't do that as easily. In the very first demo, we're just going to do a super fast one showing how it can mould to shape so easily.
Okay.
But equally, you can then put it onto firmer elements, if you
Okay.
like, and then you can use it as a paper in the same way.
Okay.
So it's really, really versatile, and you could, I'll just show you a demo. It's
Wonderful.
so good, it's so good.
But talking of which, we're going to be heading to the demo in a short while. But I can see that you've got a bottle there with some of the rice papers
Yes,
on.
we've got a
and
lovely
is this what
light
you
in
mean
here.
about they'll mould to any shape?
Yes, this one's done by
Ah.
Shirley. We've put the little lights in. And what you also get in these kits, which is really, really good, is you get 2 sheets of plain rice paper.
Oh, okay.
So you can see on here where we've managed to create sort of some sort of texture in the
Yes,
background
yeah.
with it. And you can stamp on that and colour it whichever way you want. Now, I think that's a fantastic idea, because the images in
Beautiful.
themselves are beautiful, but you might be missing a certain something.
Yes,
You
yeah.
then have a stamp in that theme, stamp it onto your rice paper, and you've got your own unique rice paper.
That is a really good point. I love that. And we've got so many options, very busy for these as well. £9.99 at 179 at 383. Got different options. So steampunk, if you're into your steampunk, here you go. This is what you're going to get. Oh my god, this is an amazing bundle for £19.99. Phenomenal value. Don't forget, each one of these you are getting your 11 rice papers, you're getting your unprinted rice papers, those plain ones that Denise just spoke of. You're going to get your 2 stencils, and you're also going to get 5 of those foils. £19.99. My goodness, no wonder we're busy for these. We're looking at water here, and of course we had fire, we had vintage, of course summertime blue. We saw that one a few moments ago with regards to the papers as well. The papers / cardstock, because they're 200 GSM, but you are liking your steampunk. Kind of knew you would do, because you always do love it. Don't forget you're getting some of the steampunk within the vellums as well, and of course you have got the paper, so do consider going for those additional pieces, because of course you can use them all on one particular project if you're wanting to. You do little elements of each of those. But I think we're working with the rice papers to start with.
Yes, so just very quickly, because we mentioned about the plain ones, shall I just show you, we've got a little sample here. This is from one before. So if you look on the back, so you get 2 sheets, 2 A4 sheets, and this is how it comes. And when if you weren't aware and you opened it up, you'd think, oh, they haven't printed on these 2. These are in addition to your printed ones. They have a slightly rougher side and a smoother side. I prefer colouring on the rougher side. Now, if you look at that, sorry, I'll put that down there. Sorry, camera, I'm waving it around. You're doing such a good job of putting up with me.
Let me just move that out of the way.
You look at this and you might think, oh, yes, Denise, that's not very clever. But actually what it does is you've got the print. This was just a stamped image, you see.
Yes.
And then you colour on the back, and that's with chalk paints and pens.
Clever.
And here I'm going to just very quickly, I'm not doing anything fancy, I'm just going to show you how they go beautifully.
So are you best keeping to kind of like a dryish pen with regards to these, or does it matter whether it's a fluid pen?
No, I've got alcohol markers on here, alcohol men's, men's. Sorry. I've even used, as you said, see on the back of there, that's chalk paint.
Oh,
so you know that's a wet medium, and you just let it dry.
Because I know sometimes with rice papers you kind of use water to separate it out.
Yes, yeah. Obviously, if you're using something like your distress range that reacts with water, you're going to get some of those lovely mottled effects when you're putting your glue on, because you use a wet glue with it, but not so much that it will. And obviously when you're stamping, make sure you use something like a VersaFine or something where it's going to be fine with the water. So this is just literally showing you how you can put colour down and change it. So like I said, you might have a little image in there and you're thinking, oh, I wish I had more blue. You can start with that.
And it's the fibres there, I mean, they've not moved at all. It's not had a detrimental effect. So that shows the quality of the rice paper.
That's right. And then if you want to go onto the smooth side, so you can stamp on the smooth and colour on the back. It's exactly the same. Just test in a little corner if you think there'll be too much bleeding, etc. with your pens. But look how lovely it keeps the colour. I mean, literally. Oops. Luckily I can spell.
It's brilliant,
So you see, you can, they're just so wonderful because they're unique. You can make that into exactly whatever you want. So I just thought I'd touch on that very quickly, because when people see those plain ones, they might wonder what to do with it and not use them, but they're actually one of the most versatile parts in there.
Kind of gives you free range, doesn't it, to create your own rice papers.
Yeah,
Now, who is this lovely lady that we have here?
So this is just a little piece I had at home, and obviously I've brought this one in. We've got a couple of proper demos, but this is just to show you right from the beginning how easy it is to work with.
You kind of put your a proper demo.
Well, no, it's
not a proper demo then.
No, this is this is a warm-up demo. This is my first show of the day. So I've chosen vintage style because that's a brand new one. So feel free, Hayley, while I'm getting some glue out, choose any of the papers from there.
This could take me 45 minutes to actually choose one of these. These are beautiful. Oh, I like that one. Whoops-a-daisy.
That's all right, I've got more brushes. Now, bearing in mind, it's quite a small area, but we can tear images out as well.
I kind of like one of those, because you kind of got 4 for the price of one. Almost.
So should we go with the background one first? Okay. Yeah, I'll have that one, though, because we will. We'll tear something out of there as well.
And if we go for... let's have a little look. What else have we got in here?
Let's have a little look. They're too nice, aren't they? But that's the main thing. When you get them home, you start to think, oh, what shall I use first? It's all too lovely.
This is so hard. I'm going to take that one back, because I think that might be a bit pale. And I want to need a bit of colour. What about those together? Would those work?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Now, this one
that's
here
the one
is
that I was kind of teetering on the edge of. That's a nice one, isn't it?
So again, that's where you can put your colour behind, can't you?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, because that could be like a starting point. Turn it over and, like you say, add your own colour.
Yes, yeah.
Like that one.
So beautiful, beautiful images there. Right, so what we're going to do is I'm just going to pop a little bit of glue onto here.
Wonderful. Now, we've had an email in. Incidentally, if you've got any questions, you know how to get in touch, but just in case, studio@hochanda.com. Jules has been in touch asking about decoupaging, and she's done it with a glass serving plate beforehand.
Oh, yes, yeah, we've got glass today.
Could she actually put foils to kind of fill the gaps?
That's one of the things I'm going to try today. So we'll find out together.
Yes, there you go.
Keep watching. Yes.
And what sort of a paint or what would she use to seal things things once she's finished it all?
There's so many sealers on the market, but essentially if you're using a decoupage glue that's suitable, like I have here, I've got a matte one, there's matte, there's gloss, there's sparkle, there's lots of brand names out there, there's plenty on the website that you can choose from. That can also be used as your sealer.
Oh,
so just be aware if you want it to have a matte finish or a gloss finish. That's one of the main things to bear in mind, because that does change the look quite dramatically. And other than that, you don't need a separate one to what you're using to put your paper on with. It's just one product, and it will do the both. Now, you basically use when you're using, you'll see when I do the demo, you do it underneath and on top. So in that actual process, you're putting an element of sealer on anyway. So it's only, you only need to add something else additional after that's dried if it's going to suffer with a lot of wear and tear, and most of these items wouldn't, to be fair. So you'll probably be absolutely fine, you'll find, just from the process of attaching the rice paper to the
Lovely. Now, if we don't get that covered during this hour, don't forget 2 o'clock will be the next time that Denise is going to be back. So it's definitely going to be worth watching both of the hours, to be fair.
Yeah.
Very busy for those rice papers. You are loving the steampunk ones. Rapidly approaching, a quarter of the stock has gone. But the one that we're working with at the moment, which one is this particular?
So this is the vintage style one.
I like this one. It's nice.
It's got. Oh, can we show this? This box came over from one of the ladies over in Poland, and the paper is actually in that one, which is why I chose this kit to begin with, because I really wanted to show this box and what a lovely job they've done on that.
Look at that. So that's the piece that you wanted to show. Gorgeous.
Isn't that lovely? And again, you see this has got a lovely matte effect. If that had a gloss on, or you could highlight the circular or the teacup with the gloss. And they've distressed that back a little.
I'm glad you pointed that out.
It's super, isn't it? You wouldn't necessarily know, looking through that kit, that box came from there.
Now, we saw you wetting the paper there with the paintbrush.
Yeah, shall I show you quickly?
What were you doing there?
That's fine. I'm going to show you, sorry, moving out of shot very quickly. The rice papers, this sounds really silly, and until you get them and play with them, you won't really appreciate what I'm saying, but once you get them home, you'll see what I mean. They cut beautifully. Now, you can cut all the white edges off. And these are rubbish scissors, I have to say. I need to get myself a nice new pair of scissors. But they cut really nicely. Now, that will create a sharp edge. There'll be occasions where you want that, but traditionally, rice paper, we use a brush with water and basically tear it. And that's what gives us this feathered edge that you can see here. And then when you're sticking that on, I'll show you down here just how the difference. And then you just wet it with normal water and tear it.
Oh, you can see it feathering,
yeah. You can tear it without wetting, but it resists a little bit, a little bit more. And when you have the feathering, when that all goes in together, when you're overlapping, etc., as I'll show you now, that makes images disappear into each other, so to speak. So we're going to go over this edge, so we've got some corners and curves, and you'll be able to see why, if you're new to rice papers, with a card or a paper, you simply wouldn't be able to do this. So we're putting some of our medium. So there are proper mediums out there that are called decoupage mediums, but there are other things like the indigo blue slap it on, which comes in matte and gloss, that does the same thing. So we've put it onto the substrate, we've put it onto the back of our rice paper, and then we're going over the top. So you see, answering that question about putting the top coat, the finishing coat, this in itself will do that for you.
So it's kind of sealing as you go along, and like you say, unless it's something that you're going to be kind of, I don't know, wiping
you can
regularly,
get outside varnishes, can't you? So if you were doing, for example, a plant pot or something that you're wanting to go into the garden, yes, you'd want your additional.
And going back to, I think it was it a plate that was mentioned? Yeah, I think it was a dish, wasn't it? A serving dish. I'm guessing because the design goes on the back of that anyways, isn't it? So the surface area that you're using is just the glass or
and
whatever.
Let's be honest,
anyway,
mostly when we say about decorating plates, it's mostly going to be for decoration. They're not going to be going in the dishwasher, and you're not going to be eating your dinner off this wonderfully elaborate plate. It's mostly for decoration that you're then going to put something onto, like your potpourri or ornaments. You can get dishwasher safe.
I like this. It's almost turning it into a marble.
Well, that little
there.
lamp there, one of my design team, Sue, did that, and I said, oh, where did you get that lantern from? She said, that's the rice paper, but you look at that and it looks like aged enamel.
That is amazing.
And that's the sort of look we're going to get here.
Isn't that fabulous? And this could be recycling. We were talking earlier about kind of raiding charity shops and different things.
These papers are just they're just designed for that sort of thing. You pop into your little shops where you can buy 2 things for £2.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And I've got one today, the little frame I've got to work on, and it's okay.
Is that one of the stencils?
That's the stencil with the foil.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
yeah. And she's used the vellums in the windows, so obviously with a little light in there, it would the light would shine through.
Very effective. Oh, a little bit of the stencil coming through there. So those foils work well with those stencils.
The foils.
It's not something I'd have thought of.
No.
Yeah.
Again, they've converted me with the foils. I've gone a little bit foil crazy since having these. Right, so I'm not going to do the whole thing because, like you said, this was a mini demo. But as that dries, you'll start to see that, like you said, the marble effect and the cracks coming through. So I'm going to just leave that there for 1 second. But what the point of this one was to show you, look how it's cradled.
I mean, there's so many different areas,
all
isn't
the
there?
edges, all the indents. You just wouldn't be able to get that lovely finish. And you see where the feathering has blended together. You can't see where one has overlapped the other. Whereas if you had strips of paper, you would get those harsh lines, you know.
And would that lend itself, say if you've got a picture frame with moulding on there or kind of peaks and troughs, that rice paper again would go around those edges, I'm guessing.
Well, this is the next demo. This is that frame. You're preempting.
Sorry.
And I don't think you can get much more elaborate than that.
That's an interesting
so we'll find out
frame.
together. We'll find out
a lot
together.
going on there.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yes, you won't preempt, but that's great because we're on the same wavelength, aren't we?
Just thinking of all those ideas, the things
But
that
if
I've
you're
got tucked
thinking
away.
of that, the people at home are thinking that as
good
well.
point, yeah.
They're thinking, well, I've seen those and I wonder if it would work on that. And the chances are, the answer's yes, because there isn't anything I've found yet that you can't really put it onto.
But sometimes there's things that I think you find them in the garage often and you don't want to part with them because they've got sentimental value.
Yeah.
But they haven't kind of fitted in with your home decor.
Exactly.
Potentially.
Exactly.
And of course, if you've got something brand new, fresh, it could be that you've gone for our deal of the day with those fabulous letters, MDF bases. That's a perfect substrate for these.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
Well,
They would work really
our
well
deal
on
of the
that.
day, you can get 8 letters. You choose your
I
letters.
saw them.
And you're going to get 8 of those for £9.92. Pop the details up on the screen.
These would be perfect. You've got that nice flat surface, and you've got a large enough area on those that you could pick out some of the
vintage. You could have vintage, which works with this particular one.
So because
I'm working out all my 8-letter words.
if you bought those, this is definitely something that would run alongside that really, really well. So because you chose this panel, let's show you very quickly. I've got a large brush here. Let's use this little one. So for example, this is a lovely square as it is, but say we're wanting to put, let's just put this little image here.
Okay.
You literally go around with your water brush. Like I said, you can cut it, but this is by far the easiest and I think the best result. When you're doing your water brush, if you're doing a large area, do a little bit at a time because it's surprising how quickly this absorbs the water and dries, and by the time you've finished all the way around, the bit you started at the beginning might actually have started to dry. Now, you were talking about on the plain one about the slubs of cotton, as they call it, in the back. So occasionally you'll get a very large piece of that, and if you're tearing, you might find it extends out. You can just snip that off if you don't like it sticking out.
Kind of adds personality to it.
I love it, and I think it definitely adds personality to it. But if you're finding you're new to this, and here we are, perfect example. So we're tearing around here.
Oh yes, you can see some that's where it's a little
that?
heavier,
So
yes.
it took a bit more to pull that away, and that's just because of that bit there. So like I said, if your
and
very
is it those
first
little
time,
fibres that kind of keep it together?
yes, and it gives it that substance.
Okay.
Right, so we've got this little image here. Again, we're going to just put a little bit on the back. Do you know what? You can do this with the children, the grandchildren, people who are the other end of the age spectrum, who maybe aren't quite so articulate with their scissors, etc., and not as nimble in their fingers for whatever reason.
Things like Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, all those kind of things that the kids could get involved with.
Absolutely.
And they could be finding something they want to recycle. As mums, we love the things that kids have made.
Yes.
And well, everybody loves a handmade gift, don't they?
Yes.
So, yeah, whatever the occasion.
You're right, but by doing something like this, it's on a slightly different level. Does that make sense? I'm horrible, and you know, if it's sort of...
I'm sure I'm not the first one to say that. When we've had sometimes in the past Mother's Day things that have been brought in.
Like the pottery ashtray type thing that from years ago that was clunky.
And they come home from school with it, and you're like, okay.
And it's lovely, and it's lovely.
Well,
God,
and it is
we sound like really
adorable.
bad mothers.
I know, I sound really bad. And it is adorable, but sometimes it's adorable for a week, and then you want to kind of hide it away. Something like this, you'll want
that all the time.
Absolutely, absolutely. So can you see here how this is building up? And
this is fabulous.
I mean,
that
there
looks
we are, so I'll
amazing.
put it that way.
You would go into a gift shop and you would see this and you'd buy it as a gift for somebody.
Yes, yes. And do you know what would be just the final little thing on here? How about we had a little bit of the foil?
Oh, yeah.
Would that be good?
Because I'm thinking of like it's almost like a jewellery mannequin, you know, something you could have on your dressing table and take your bracelets off and perhaps drape them around at night.
Yeah, and you could extend that if you've got some fabric coming down here. Or I mean, again, if you went into a nice little boutique gift shop and saw something that was completely decoupaged up like this. Now, so what I've got on here is some of the flitter glue.
Okay.
There's lots of other things you can use, lots of other mediums. We're just going to pop a little bit on here.
So this is the kind of glue that stays tacky after it's
That's
dried?
That's right, yeah. There's lots of things you can use. I've got my glue pen here. We'll do a little bit on here. This is still a little bit wet, but we'll show you.
Okay.
And I know it won't really necessarily go in with the design.
So with the stencil effect that we saw on the lamp, is that where the kind of flitter glue would have been pushed through the stencil?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we come on to another demo, we can do that. We're just going to quickly do on here. What should we have? Should we have silver or gold? What do you prefer?
Ooh, gold. Let's go down the gold route with this one. I'm just going to grab the little piece of card to show you with these, because don't forget, with each one of these sets that we're talking about, you are going to get a couple of stencils, and it's a bit tricky for me to show you them because they are clear.
There we go,
I can't see my
my
black card. Oh, thank you.
It's silver on the other side.
I don't know which is going to be.
Might be too bright with silver, may it?
It's a bit tricky one because even on the black cardstock it's tricky.
Oh, you can see it really well there.
Much
you can put it with the silver.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. There we go. Look. Let's pop it onto a bit of black card. That might be a little easier to show you. So there, with this particular one, you've got things like sentiments that you'll use on your cards. Happy birthday, you've got your alphabet there. You've also got your numbers, as you can see there. On the other one, because you're going to get 2 stencils in each one of those sets with your rice papers, this lends itself perfect, isn't it? You've got your antique keys there, you've got your crowns there as well. And of course, both of these come into you within this particular bundle. Alongside the rice papers, you're also going to get your foil as well. Don't forget that, the foil we're using as well, that is going to be included, and they're going to get 5 pieces of foil. It will depend on the actual bundle that you've gone for. There'll be some gold, there'll be some silver in there. There might be some coloured foils as well, very in keeping with the kind of theme of the bundle. And you've also got like a little suggestion sheet as well. I just noticed that with them there as
yes,
well. So
yeah, they've done some amazing samples. There's lots at the end of the counter we might hopefully get to see. And also on here, that's a really good reference for all your papers that are inside. So you don't have to keep going through the packs all the time.
Nice idea.
You can see on there, and instantly you can start to see what you might be doing with these things.
Good suggestions,
but those samples really are a good start point.
Yeah, we've got some of those here, those a little bit later on. So the glue is at the tacky stage now?
Yeah, ideally I would have dried it off a little, but my heat gun is very loud, so we're going to just risk it and see. So if it doesn't work, it's only because of me not leaving it long enough, and also some of the rice paper is still a little bit tacky, so we'll see. If you've not used the foils before, you put them down so that the colour you want to show is facing you.
Okay.
Quite often we think, oh yeah, I'm going to put gold on and we'll do it this way. I've done it myself, and if you're not thinking, or you're busy watching what's on Hochanda in the background, or the doorbell rings.
We can be distracting here at Hochanda.
Yeah. But in the best possible way. Now I'm going to leave that on there for 1 second.
Okay.
And I'm going to pull it off in a moment. I'm just going to, while we're waiting for that, I'm going to show you one other thing.
Ooh.
So what we found, and this is Shirley and the design team found this out, and it's amazing. This product, which I think we've probably got on the website, but we've definitely got something very similar, gives you a rather 3D relief on anything. Now it takes a little bit longer to dry, so we've prepped one. So I'm going to show you how the foils work on that whilst we're here with the foil out.
Lovely. So that's just got to dry.
That would need to go clear. We did this one just before the show started. We've still got a couple of little bits that aren't quite ready, but when it goes clear like this, you'll see it's ready. And because that's gold, we'll put a silver on.
Okay, I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen with that.
I've got one that is finished, completely dry, just in case this isn't
I
quite
have
dry
every
enough.
confidence.
Well, you say that. Fingers crossed. Of course, my fingers are still sticky from the glue as well. Right. Shall I have a sneak peek? Oh, you can reveal it.
Okay. Ooh, it's like I'm wrapping a gift.
Fingers crossed.
No pressure.
I have every confidence. The foils are amazing.
So as you peel that foil back, oh, look at that. And you can see where it's kind of transferred from.
Yeah.
and going over onto... I love the little dots that you've done as well.
My Millie did that for me. She's coming to help me today. She's in the green room. I said to her, can you just put some dots on there?
Oh my goodness, look at that.
How quick and simple is that?
That is beautiful, very effective.
And the brightness of these foils, look at that. It's
really
so
shiny,
it's like
isn't it?
chrome,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's like liquid chrome.
Beautiful. Now you are going to get 5 of those foils with each one of those rice papers, but of course the mannequin that we've been working on, this is in there quite nicely, quite quietly, hasn't she?
Let's try some others. So again, this isn't going to be quite as solid as that, but that's because of the glue.
And also it's in keeping with that kind of shabby chic look, isn't it? That
and it's
aged
how I
look.
put it on. I'm just wondering if it's a bit wet. We've got a little bit going on here, look.
Lovely, very
Let's
effective.
try down here. The trick with this is remembering where you've put the glue.
Because it's gone clear.
Yes. And not having sticky glue on your hands for it to stick to. Let's have a look. Oh, that's my fault. I do apologise. That's my fault because I might have waited a bit too long for the glue. Yeah,
you can see it there.
Bit
Can I show everybody that little piece that we've got there?
Yeah, can you see that vintage look? But it's the same foils with, if we'd have done it a bit quicker rather than waited, sorry, we'd have got that. But we can do that in another demo later on to show you.
You'll have that luxury of time when you're at home.
Yes,
because of course this wasn't the proper...
This is my warm-up demo.
It's the warm-up demo.
And that's why.
But I have to say, it's not a bad demo to start with. Have a look at that. That is amazing. It just shows you the versatility of those rice papers as well.
They are wonderful.
Can we have a quick recap just while you get yourself
I will sort myself out.
I love that.
Oh gosh, no pressure.
No, the rice papers, you've got choices with regards to these. Lots of different choices. So you've got your summertime in blue, a bit of vintage, a bit of a blue theme there, as you can see. You've also got your water. Now, it does feature your zodiac signs within these, but only very, very tiny little element with regards to that. Fire again, that's another one of those elements that we've been speaking of. But again, more of a warm tone with that. The vintage one that we've just been looking at, this is a beautiful set. I just thumbed through these papers at demo area. Gorgeous. Steampunk, always popular, which you have been loving. So, yeah, whichever of these you have got in your basket, please do check out those baskets because they are absolutely incredible. And, of course, don't forget, each one of those packs does come with a little kind of inspiration sheet. And we've got some of the finished samples here just to show you how those rice papers can be used. This particular piece here, you can see there, it started life as a cheese board. Now, you wouldn't want to use it as a cheese board now. Well, not on the other side. There you go. So it was a usable piece. Maybe you're not into cheese. Maybe you fancy creating something as absolutely as amazing as this. And this is where those rice papers lend themselves so well. They go around corners. They'll go through harsh corners as well. You can see here a little bit of vintage going on with some of these, picking out certain elements. You can have so much fun with these. And I'm just leaning across because they are so malleable. Have a look at that. Actually going around a brush, all that fine detail. Don't forget within this set as well, you are going to get your foil, so you could add some finer detail there, as you can see, or maybe some little dabs around. But what a fabulous mixed media project that you could be creating quite easily with these. But which of the choices are you going to go for? Or are you a bit like me and you're going to want to go for more than one? At $19.99, you're getting a lot for your money, so you might want to consider going for more than one set. You've got, of course, your summertime in blue. You've got your vintage style, which we've just been working with. Steampunk, a very popular bundle. Fire, again, lots of warm tones in there. And, of course, you have got your water with lots of cool blues featuring within there as well. Really fabulous bundle, so do consider going for these. Extended delivery, because, of course, we are talking about a Polish company, so we need to extend that delivery just slightly. But whichever of those items you're going for, you've got all those fabulous stencils down at the front with the foils. Brilliant value for money. At 179,383. Now, of course, alongside these, we have got some fabulous papers, which I'm going to tell you about. Did you feel that earth tremor then? Did it have a wild mood for you? Well, we're going to have a look at those gorgeous papers. I say papers, they're actually 200 GSM, and they are amazing. They are gorgeous. When you look at these rice papers, you will want yourself to actually add those in as well. Add in the vellums as well, because when you are adding in all the different elements, of course, you've got your rice papers featuring there, as you can see. We are going to be showing you those incredible papers, beautiful papers that you are going to be able to use in a similar sort of guise. These are a heavier weight. We're looking at 200 GSM, so they are bordering on cardstock. I think technically, because of being 200 GSM, they're having to say paper, but to be honest, I'm not too, I wouldn't really call them that now. Should we have a look at Summertime in Blue? Because we haven't had a look at that one, have we? We've got rice papers to work alongside these. Now, this particular one, Sometime in Blue, you have got obviously your cover sheet. Each one of these cover sheets has got it's a sheet on the other side that you can kind of use like for fussy cutting if you wanted to. Like that idea. You're going to get your foils. Now your foils are kind of in keeping with regards to your pack. So on this one, you're going to get 4 of your gold, 3 of your silver, but you're also getting, oh my goodness, they're all flying away. You're going to get this gorgeous kind of pink tone within here as well. So for foils to be included within this bundle for $16.99, that's a considerable price that you'd normally be paying just for the foils by themselves. Moving those out of the way, because I know what's going to happen. They're going to disappear onto the floor. But have a look at these papers. Multiple layers within the design of these. So again, you can see what I mean there about the cardstock feeling within them. You've got double-sided, so you can decide which of those you're going to go for the decorative side with the key features in, or maybe that covered background. Beautiful effect. And don't forget, many of these designs, well, I think pretty much all of them are going to be repeated within the rice papers. So the designs that you can see here, if you've got something that you want to mould the designs to, do get yourself that rice paper. This could be kind of for tags and elements that are attached to the project that you're working on, and the rice paper that's going to mould into all the fine detail. Then, of course, you've got your cardstock, which is featuring within here as well. So it really is a bumper bundle. And, of course, you've got your cover sheet, which you're going to be using these elements from as well. Got all those different options to choose from. So are you going to go for the summertime in blue, where you're going to get the gold and the silver, you're going to get the pink? Everything's falling all over the place now. And of course those foils are key, because when you're actually using those foils, especially if you're using them alongside the stencils that you're getting with the rice paper, you can see the kind of results that you can get there. So definitely worth looking at. And those foils are incredible to work with. Look at that. That's using one of those foil elements on top of the rice papers. Absolutely beautiful. Love that. So shiny. So $16.99, which you're going to go for? Or you're going to add more than one set in? If you're adding in more than one set, then of course what you will find is you just pay one post and packing, so you don't have to worry about that one. So 602435 if you're wanting to get hold of those. So those are your paper / cardstock 200 GSM, but the vellums. Again, this is another way for you to get hold of kind of like a mix with this. So this is a bit of a selection box, a little bit of all sorts in here. So perhaps you're on a limited budget, you're liking those designs, but you're not able to stretch to one of the whole bundles, then why not have a little look at the vellums? In here, you're still getting a lot for your money. You're getting 7 sheets. They're beautiful. I mean, the designs in here, quite a varied array of different elements. So you've got things like your large leaves, as you can see here. Very effective. Again, fussy cut, you could do that quite easy. Your cover sheet, again, very useful, because the cover sheet will give you little elements that, I know we don't throw anything away, do we? I mean, we could use that quite easy if you wanted to, but it's showing you all the different pieces that you've got in here. A little bit of script, can't go far wrong with a scripted vellum. Beautiful. Butterflies, again, right within there. I don't know if you can see it from that particular angle. You've kind of got areas of script. You can see it's script, but you can't recognise what it actually says, but you've got those elements. Am I seeing a little face in there? Is that like a little impish face, or is that my imagination there? I'm seeing faces. I think it is a little nose and eyes and a little pointy ear, maybe. Or is it a flower? Oh, could be either, really, couldn't it? Could be either. Got the fabulous little hummingbirds featuring within here. They're beautiful as well. And of course you've got elements of the steampunk in here. So this is a nice little kind of, I use the word mishmash, which isn't very complimentary, but you've got bits of all sorts in here, and I think that's quite nice, because it kind of gives you, you hitting quite a few bases with that one. Like it. £9.99. And of course you are going to get your foil, 3 sheets of your gold, 3 sheets of your silver. Brilliant value at £9.99, 330213. And of course everything is on the website. Now if you've not shopped with us before, you could actually be saving 20% just by using that code there, HOTCH-TV20. And that can be for anything on our website. So they've got items in the show that you could be knocking at 20% off if you've never ordered with us before. And of course the beauty is when you're using any of those items that you've seen, you are going to create some amazing pieces. And the rice papers, I mean, the rice paper's amazing. We saw a fabulous little demonstration a few moments ago, just showing how malleable they are and how they'll kind of mould to any surface. But have a look at this, one of those kind of spring-loaded jars. This is showing just how you can get it. I mean, the shape
I was going to add a little bit
this.
more to that later, but yeah, again, that's 2 for £2 shop.
Wow.
And we've got a little bit of foiling on there, even the curvature of the lid, as you can see there. And then I'm going to add some other sort of slightly more 3D elements a little bit later on. But I mean, I love the texture.
It just looks
I
amazing.
deliberately ruffled the paper up and it looks almost like
Little
leather,
creases in
doesn't
there,
it?
But this is one of those projects that you probably go back and put little bits on
That's right.
as time goes on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
What were you up to
I was
anyway?
in two minds whether to do that demo next or this frame. And so I thought, no, I'm going to do this frame.
Okay.
Right, so I can get onto that in a moment. So I showed you the frame that we'd purchased.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a lovely frame, but it's not exactly vintage looking, is
No,
it?
no. And hopefully by the end of this, we will have been able to do something with it to make it even more vintage than it was.
Very, very plasticky.
Yeah, yeah.
I like the design, but yeah.
Yes, yeah. So let's see. So the lady was asking about the ornate. I forget people's names. I'm dreadful. I do apologise.
I can't think who it was. I don't know. Asking it was about the plate, wasn't it? The serving dish.
Yeah, and
jewels.
Jewels. Well done. So we were saying about how intricate the moulding is on this. So let's pop some of our lovely rice paper on, and we'll see how we get on, shall we? I mean, I'm thinking it's going to be fine.
I'm sure it will
We'll find out together.
Now
won't
this
we?
looks gorgeous. I mean, it's got a vintage look about it, but it's very blue tone. So is this a summertime
Oh, I
blue?
knew you were going to ask me that. I was going to quickly check before you came back to me.
I'm
Is
not
there
too
any
sure.
chance we can have a little look? It's the one with we've got the vellum with the keys and the birds and the bird cage. Have we got the back sheet? Because that will show us everything that's inside.
Oh,
on the
no,
back
I've
of
picked
it?
up the papers, haven't
That's
I?
the cards,
I've
isn't
picked up
it?
the cards.
Yeah.
My arms aren't
We'll
quite long
find
enough.
out.
We will find out for
Yeah.
you and let you know with regards to that one.
But what we have, the reason we've picked this one is we have got some card from that set, and it's to show that they can tie in together. So to be fair, there's a couple of elements from different places here. So, sorry, I keep moving. I do
So
apologise.
this is the vintage one.
I keep picking that up. You'd think I'd never been before, wouldn't you? So we're going around this very sharp corner here, and we're tucking all the edges in. We don't have to trim it. Do you know when you do corners with papers and cards, you've got to get that lovely, neat edge that folds back on itself. We haven't got to worry about any of that here. And that brush is quite a nice soft brush, so let's go in with a slightly firmer brush.
I'd be worried that it is damaging the papers or anything like that.
It's
or
really
going
strange
through.
because they're delicate, but they're actually really, really strong. And do you know what's really good? Say, for example, you did something ridiculous and did that.
Yes,
Which you wouldn't do, would you? In the scheme of things. But if you'd done that with some other pieces, you'd be thinking, oh, that's ruined, I'll start again. No, with this, what do? We just get another piece, and because we've got that feathered edge, we can put it over the top, and no one would ever know what you've done. This is what I mean. They're just so easy to work with. They're so forgiving. That's the word I was trying to think of. They're very forgiving. So that's around the corner there. I'm not going to do the whole frame because I think you get the idea, and that's why I've chalked some of it to knock it back a little bit. But the point is, oh, that's a wonderful shot. Well done.
Shows you there all that.
I couldn't see what I'd done around there. It's a little bit of a mess. Let's tidy that up.
And also, I don't know whether you can see in the corner there. Let's see if I can tilt this so as you can see. In the corner here, you've got, it's almost like a moulding within the frame. I don't know if you can see that. Can you actually see, you can kind of see that moulding there.
We can
and all
highlight that
texture.
in a little while with some wax or something. But can you see how it's gone right into those lovely, intricate little pieces? Which there's no other thing I can think of that you'd be able to do that, to be fair. You could paint it, but it's not going to be the same.
That is amazing how it's gone into that. But again, it's not disintegrated.
No. No.
Amazing.
And again, once this dries, obviously whilst it's wet, it's at its weakest. And once it's dried, with this glue over the top, it just becomes super, super strong. We can tuck inside. You know, we're not going to see any of that. And look at that lovely neat edge. It's not going to peel away because it's stuck down.
I found something else I've not looked at yet.
Yes, that's one that the ladies have sent over. I've literally opened it this morning.
With the cardstock?
I haven't looked at that one either.
Oh. Now with these, of course, you've got the cardstock, the vellum, you've got the rice papers, all on that similar thing. This is actually the scrapbook papers, which are detailed at the bottom of your screen, but you can see here kind of a little journal or planner you could be creating with these. Fussy cutting those elements from the cover sheet. But the quality of this means you can actually go through with your stencils and your pastes and things like that and really add to it. Wonderful base to start with. I mean, you've got lots of texture going on through stencils there. And of course, you're going for the rice papers, you might use those stencils that are included within the bundle. Whether it's a little tags you're making, whether it's the decoupage elements that are going on top.
I think they've used vellum on the front as well, haven't they?
They're having that kind of little window, that framework there.
So that was a lovely sample they sent over.
It's nice because you can kind of just see the butterfly. It's almost like looking through frosted glass.
Yes, yeah, that's what I thought when I first saw it, but I wasn't quite ready, so I didn't have time to look through it all, so I put it out and I thought, oh, I'll have a look at that in between shows. Right, so again we've used a soft brush to attach the glue. So we're doing the same again, so like I said, I'll stop here and then we'll go on to the next bit to show you as far as we can go. I'm looking at the clock.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
time-wise, we're looking at
let's
probably
go,
got about
let's go
10 minutes or so left, something like that. I think,
Okay,
time-wise.
right, so let's pop on here this little bird cage.
Now the stencil, is this the stencil that comes within this set, or you kind of got everything out and playing with
This
everything?
one is the...
So we've got the bird cage featuring on this one again, haven't we? So
I'm so sorry in the gallery. I should have looked
I think
at
it's
what
part of that
one was.
vintage set
I
again.
think it's the vintage set. Right, so we're literally going to... Actually, that's not the best thing to use. Let me use a very expensive piece of sponge. And this is just to show you that those cards aren't coated, so you can actually do something else on there as well. Again, you've got that wonderful background already, but you can do more onto it. Again, we're going to put... Whilst I'm doing this, Hayley, I've put some more gold on here. That's some feathers. Do you want to just show how that's worked? I did that whilst you were chatting just now down the counter.
Okay.
So let's see how those have come out. And then I've put some on the glass. There's glass under there for the frame, so don't lean on that.
Here we've got the vellum. So the vellum we were talking about earlier on, this is where you've got kind of a mixture of the different designs with these. And again, some of that adhesive, the adhesive that when it's dry, it still remains tacky. So we've got a whole series of those on the website you might want to have a look at. Again, once that foil has been put down, you can almost feel where the design is underneath. But, of course, it's not until you start revealing it and peeling
So this
back.
one's done with the Quickie glue pen as well.
Oh, look, it's gone to, tracing around the design of the peacock feather. Gosh, you're getting right into the detail there, aren't you?
Look at so yeah, that's just with a pen. One of those pens that when it's blue, it's wet, and when it's clear, it's dry. There's lots of different ones you can choose.
And the beauty is, even though you've used part of that sheet, it's not wasted because, of course, the foil has only come up a way where you kind of got those open areas. But what you can do is go back in, even if it's those open areas, go back in where the glue... Now, it's a little bit white there. So
that's still wet, that one potentially. I've just literally put that one on.
That one there.
Yeah, that's the one. I love that one.
But later on, when that is dry, we'll be able to go back in and use that kind of effects and pop that to one side. And what did we have here? A piece of glass, did you say?
That's to go on the frame here, and I've just put some of that glue through the stencil. Let's see if that's come off any better.
I think
the lady was asking about on glass.
That's a bit of a piggyback piece.
The excess piece, sorry.
Now, you can kind of see there. So, the bird cage featuring from the stencil that we saw just a few moments ago, and of course reiterating from the rice papers and the
and again it's going to be vintage because it's just sponged on. It's not a solid line like we had before. So it's gone on beautifully on the glass. There we are.
That looks amazing. And I like the way that kind of, if you're adding a little bit around the edges, can you see how you kind of got it around the edges of the glass there as well?
Again, that's just with the edge of the sponge.
Reflective.
And with this vintage style, you just want to pick up little highlights. You're not looking for that pure solid line. If you're wanting that, you need to go for something like that 3D relief pen.
And just kind of go over it, just to make sure that all of those areas are covered when you peel it back and that you've not left anything open. There you go, you can see just that wonderful effect there. It's so shiny, isn't it?
It's such
beautiful.
a good... You look at it and you think, oh, it's just foil, but actually it's a really high quality one. Don't worry about that, we won't worry. We're going to pop this behind. So this is the card from one of the card packs. We've decoupaged some of the bird and another cage on top. So again, it's giving us that versatility. We're going to turn that over. You were saying about the excess on the foil, Hayley. Do you know what I did with one of mine that I'd used quite a lot of and it had quite a distinctive design like that? I then stuck it onto a piece of double-sided adhesive paper, and then you can die cut that so you don't waste a scrap of it. You've got that lovely, and it's got a little bit of the image coming away as well.
And of course, if you've gone for multiple sets, you might have multiple colours. With the vellums, you've got your gold and silver, 3 sheets of gold, 3 sheets of silver. But with the cardstock, if you're going for cardstock, you kind of got the different colours, very in keeping with those designs. And of course, don't forget you've got more of the foil with the rice papers as well. So you can have lots of those gorgeous foils to work with.
And there's so many. We're going to touch on foils a lot later on. I might have time to show you quickly now, I might not. But So it's a very quick 5 minutes. At home, you would have a lot more time.
Yes.
But can you see how we've changed it from that deep blue
That's how
there?
it was originally. Now I know which one I'd rather have.
And I'm just going to quickly grab something if I can out of shot. Do forgive me, but I just want to highlight where we've gone into
very
those
much
corners.
a plastic frame there, as Denise has said. It's one of those shops that you go in and you probably get around £1. That would probably set you back if you were to buy that.
Yeah.
But of course it's got the gorgeous relief, which is the beauty of that. So what are you up to now?
So this is just, we were saying about how we couldn't quite see. Now this is still wet. I'd have my heat gun out or let it dry naturally at home. But you can see how it's picked up all those moulds. This is just a little bit of wax. I'm just trying to highlight for you how we've literally got in here.
Gilding wax or polish or anything.
Absolutely,
really,
yep. Just
Very
to show how
effective.
it's picking up all those little ridges in there.
Yeah. All that fine detail, because none of it's been lost, even though it's been covered with the rice paper. I like the idea of just a little bit of the rice paper on there rather than doing the whole thing.
Yes,
as well.
and of course with the amount of paper you get in these kits, you can imagine how far they're going to go.
Yeah.
Because again, on this we've used the tiniest bit of that sheet.
And that could be the bits that are left over rather than the bits you're going into a
You
treat.
don't waste a scrap. That's the lovely thing about these. Like I said, you don't even waste the foil. You've got the stencils to reuse forever if you wash them or look after them. And like I said, you've got so many sheets of paper in there. And sometimes you'll take one little image. You might just die cut a couple of feathers out of, I know this is the vellum, but I did feathers because we had birds. But you might just cut around 2 or 3 of these, and the number that you've got on each sheet.
Loads of them.
Yeah.
I love that foiling on there as well. Thank you, Denise. Now, the options. We've got lots of different options with regards to those scrapbook pages. So we've got your vintage. That's the one that we've just been working with. So these are your rice papers. So if you want your rice paper, you've got your steampunk as well. Very busy for the steampunk. Quarter of the stock has gone of that one. Lots of warm tones within that particular one. Fire. Very nice vintage tones within this one as well. So even though it's called fire, don't think of it being fiery colours. You've got gorgeous warmth to those. Do like that one. Water, cooler tones, lots of teals in there, beautiful spots and designs. Little elements there of the zodiac as well. And then summertime in blue. I like this one because it's kind of like a vintage chic look, but maybe on a blue theme. We have got obviously the rose colour tones that are featuring in some elements as well. So yeah, check out the rice papers. You've got 11 sheets of your rice papers with those. You've got your unprinted rice paper in there, so you will get 2 sheets. I've got nothing on there. It's not a mistake.
No. It's a very, very useful. And I think it's a bit of a genius idea actually, because you've probably at home got lots of stamps that you love, and you're thinking, if only I had that in a rice paper, I could use it on my glass plate, or I could use it in this capacity. And now you can, because you can do it yourself.
You can indeed. So if you fancy your rice papers, then please do so. But of course, we kick the show off with the vellums, and that's where we're going to be looking at next. The vellums, again, a lovely bundle here, and I like the kind of the versatility that you've got so many different styles within this bundle. So,
yes, you have. So you've got your very delicate little ones with your little birds.
Everybody can see that. So
right through to this sort of when you look at the whole image of this, it doesn't scream steampunk, but just taking the tiny little bits. Again, you imagine you've got a sheet of A4. You can easily make, I'd say, 2, if not 3, of these little lanterns out of one sheet of A4.
And of course, the beauty.
And then that one is gone right to the other extreme. So we've gone from the super delicate here within the same kit, so it's such a versatile kit.
But it's still vellum, it's still got that translucency, that's the word I was looking for there, where you can see those lights coming through. Now within here you've got a whole host of different range. I'm going to pass that back to you. You've got all your different designs all within here, including things like your script, your hummingbirds are featuring in there as well, and of course you've got your cover sheet with all those designs. You're also getting 3 of your foils in your gold, 3 of your foils in your silver, and just £9.99, 330213. Then of course you've got your backing papers, or your scrapbook papers should I say, with those. Now you've got 200 GSM with regards to these. We've got a whole host of different designs, summertime in blue being one of them. The quality of these is phenomenal, because you've got your cover sheet where you have got that gorgeous kind of fussy cut element that you can see there.
So there you are. This is one that's been made from that range. Again, sorry to change, but the design team, so I've got Sue Rolfe, I've got Gareth Smith, I've got Carolyn Stevenson, and I've got Shirley Morgan, and they have worked so hard, and we'll show more of your samples in the second show, because they'll be messaging me in between saying you haven't shown mine, but this just happens to be from this range. So
I love that. That was the
versatility of these kits is just amazing.
Rosy Summertime, again, very, very similar sort of idea with regards to those cardstock pieces within there.
Delicate and pink, isn't it, this one, if you love your
all
traditional
double-sided as well, so very, very effective. And of course, the box that you showed us at the beginning as well. I mean, do you want to bring that,
Yes,
that box in? I mean, that's
absolutely,
beautiful. I can't quite reach the finished samples to bring any more in, but this is very effective as well.
So you've got this whole premise of going from a flat sheet of paper and then just adding a couple of elements and putting it onto something that's very 3D. That's what I love about this.
Can I get you to hold that just while I grab some of these other bits and pieces, because we've got some beautiful things. We've already touched on a couple of things like bottles and elements like that, but have a look at this. I mean, this shows just how versatile those rice papers are. If you wanted to go for the rice papers, they are going to mould to all your elements then. Of course, the rice papers, very in keeping with all the different designs that we've been speaking of as well. So, yeah, do check out those rice papers. They have proved to be one of the most popular elements within the show. And again, brilliant value for money. £19.99. Thank you, Denise. And of course, the frames that you can see there featuring the papers in the kind of the focal point of these as well.
And I think the DT member said that this literally took 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, this is the thing, you know, you can take a long time, like on this sample, and really go to town and really 3D it up, or you can do something quite simple but really, really effective with these pretty papers.
This is a key thing, it's the scope. Now, we're looking at the vellums here, so if you're wanting the translucent vellums, then of course you have got the details on your screen there, 16, in fact, the details on the screen are for your scrapbooking pages. Vellums are at the bottom of the screen, so I apologise for that. Vellums at the bottom of the screen, you've got your papers, which are your 200 GSM versions, and then, of course, the rice papers. They all work well together, so if you can stretch to one from each of those bundles, do think about that, because it kind of gives you more versatility.
And they come with the foils. The vellums come with the foils as well.
They do. More at 2 o'clock. I do hope we can count on your company then. More from Denise then.
Thank
I'll
you,
see you a
Hayley.
little later. So we've got crafty Roo designs coming up in the next hour. Settle down, you're going to have a fabulous hour. Then I will be joining the lovely Barbara and Paul. It's the first Pergamano show of the year, regular slot on a Thursday.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Well, hello everybody, a warm welcome. So we get to hang out with Crafty Roo Designs. Lovely Kim, hello.
Hello.
Now, the first time we got to work together. What's going on? We keep missing each other. Nice story, because I know that you were here when it all began. Hochanda had a couple of years out, which is fine. Coming back, we are glad you're back.
Yeah, I've been back about 6 months nearly.
6 months.
I know, it's flown by.
Yeah, and you've been having a lot of shows. We just literally have not worked together, so I'm looking forward to this. First thing Kim said to me is, look, I hope you're ready to have a play. And I was like, I'm there, I'm looking forward to it. So I'm going to be playing along and showing you all the... And we have got some goodies on the show. We're going to focus on the light bulbs. Now, I think this is very cool. So anyone just tuning in, tell us the concept.
It's a light bulb.
Done? Okay, there we go. We'll go straight to demo. No, look, you've got the light bulb, but there's a lot to this. We've got a poly plate.
So the light bulb came because I wanted a snow globe.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to think light bulb, snow globe, nothing like each other. But I wanted to keep changing the sensors of them.
Yeah.
So I designed the light bulb to be my snow globe for that Christmas. And it's kind of stuck around, and we've ended up building more into it and just bringing more and more things out with it.
These samples are very cool.
Yeah.
Just showing you here the different centres and backgrounds. Can I just draw your attention to the crackle on here? Now, we have got a sentiment, cracked does not mean broken, and you've just done a super thick embossing there. It just shows the quality as well.
Yep, so we've used UT on that, so ultra thick embossing powder.
Yep.
We've covered our stamp. Always make sure you cover your stamp first with it. I've used clear ink on that one, and then you just stamp into it. But because we use high-grade photopolymer, you've not got a problem.
Yeah, you can use those heat techniques.
Get away with it.
What about something like this?
That one's one of Susie's. It's amazing, isn't it?
I love the colours.
But she's used good old brush out at the bottom here on bubble wrap.
And you brighten, look, sentiment, it really, because the first thing I thought there is just how beautiful and vivid and bright it was, and you brighten my world. Or what about this? This is nice. This is on a board.
That's another Susie.
Oh, be the light. I love it, because light has got so many connotations, so we can go in different directions. I was thinking, light bulb, if I pop that down, steampunk.
Yeah.
Because imagine now, you've got your light bulb. If you've got any MDF elements or something you want to add to it as well, some wings, you can go steampunky.
You can go whatever you want with it.
So what are we getting with this with the light bulb?
Right. So you're going to start off and you're going to have your big hexagon poly plates. That's a new design out for us today, and that comes with your Embrace the Simple Thing stamp sets. This is the big one in the middle. That's one of our big poly plates. You also get your 2 minis. So you get your little hexagon and you get your wobbly blocks.
Okay.
Because exactly that's what he is. He's
So
wobbly
there
blocks.
we go. So we're getting all 4 of those.
Yep, and then you've got a brand new one as well at the other end, which is your polyplate centre. Sorry, your light bulb centre. And what that does is it helps us just fill the colouring on our light bulb.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just having a look. Oh, so we've got it on there.
Around?
Yeah, it's there.
Is that one?
Yeah. I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah.
Now,
so that fits perfectly within your light bulb. So what I used to have to do was create my inky background, stamp my bulb on it, and then cut round it. And then I'd do a load of masking and stuff like that. And that's faffing for me. I don't do faffing. So I was like, well, what can I do? So I created the polyplate, put the colour on there, but also it's great for putting your embossing powder over the top. So if you've got your light bulb in the middle of your page, for example, you don't have to cut it out to emboss it now or create a mask or anything like that. You just stamp your polyplate in your clear embossing powder, in clear ink, and then put your embossing powder over the top.
I love your energy, and you can see out. Look, one thing I'm taking from this.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologise, because this is what I want to hear. And also, I'm getting a sense of like technique.
Oh, absolutely.
This is where these really come to own. Just so we're clear, let's just have a look at this, because this is what you were getting. Actually, I'm going to pick these up so you can appreciate everything you're getting. So we've got our centre to the light bulb, which you can see there. That's our poly plate. We're also getting this large, dramatic hexagon in there.
That's a great one for you blokes, because you're a bit awkward to make cards for. You are, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I say that a lot, actually. So a hexagon, it's a great shape. But also, some of the samples we've gone to, this one here, actually. So, you know, pop it up into your pinks.
Oh.
And
see, that's nice, and it's such a great size. But we've also got the smaller.
Oh, the mini one.
The mini.
Is amazing, that one.
So those two working together, you can start building up those shapes.
But
so
even that little one, just pattern building. Pattern building that little one, you create such a piece quite quickly doing that.
And then finally, you get, I love this, the blocks, the wobbly blocks.
Wobbly blocks.
All 4 of those for a freedom price of $35.96, saving £14. But it's not just those, because we're also getting the 9... Wait a second, we're getting the stamps in the mix as well.
Yeah.
Ooh. And the booklet.
Yeah. But the booklet has been written by me.
Yeah,
So
that's okay.
It's written in crafty ruisms, shall we say.
Kim, look, written by you. You say that, I mean, that to me is a massive plus side. I love the fact we've got the crafty ruisms too. But look, let's just think about this, because you get in the booklet, I'll flick through that in a moment, 2 projects, which you can just see down here. So it will show you how to make these 2 fantastic projects. And then we're getting the stamps as well for $35.96.
Yeah.
That is the ridiculous value. And I did look at Kim's face when we showed you the freedom price on there. Should we go through the stamps? Because these are obviously designed to work with everything here. You've got your light bulb.
Yep, so your light bulb, again, you can use that standalone.
Yeah.
But it's great to just put your little sensors in there.
Yeah.
And the thing with the light bulb as well is, when we're making stamps, we could have made it so we gutted out the middle, so we saved polymer. But we didn't, because with that, if you gut out the middle, it becomes wobbly. So that you end up changing the shape of your stamp. So to make sure your centres for your bulbs, your innards, always fit nicely, we've kept that polymer in the middle.
And what I'm going to do, I'll turn that around. Could you just pass me that stamp there?
Yeah.
Because I want to show you the quality of the stamp as well. Now, having a look, because it is that photopolymer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grade.
High-grade photopolymer. So you can get away with doing a lot of your techniques. So a lot of your hot, like your hot embossing, stamping into your Angelina fibres, things like that, you get away with doing that.
Thank you. Got to tell you, over 10% of the stock's gone already. We haven't even seen it all. We are busy. And look, once I saw the price and what you're getting here, I knew we were going to have a busy hour. Let's go through. So we've got the light bulb, and then you've got all... Now, this is how this was put together. I'm right in saying, Kim. So we've got the centres here, so we can adjust the light bulb. And I love these sentiments. You brighten my world. Fantastic. You could just have that coil, as you're seeing there. So you've got that centre coil.
Then you've got your filament for your bulb.
Yeah,
yeah, that's wonderful. You can, if you're really careful, fit that into your mini bulb that's coming up in the pick and mix in a minute as well.
Perfect. And as we have a look just down here, so we've got, now that's nice. Embrace the simple things.
Now that one doesn't fit into your bulb. That, if you want to buy it individually, that comes with your large hexagon.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
But it's a fantastic saying. Think about it with your hexagons, because they're all
use
simple
it all the time.
lines.
Yeah. What about here?
That's your crack.
Nice, and that goes...
Sorry.
Well, no, I mean, look, you need the crack, obviously, with the sentiments, and we have got the sentiment to go with the crack, just having a look there. Oh, that's not the one. But you can see, be the light.
Yeah.
Nice.
And that's actually 2 separate stamps. So the nice thing about that is, yes, it fits in your bulb, and you position it within your bulb, but also it can be, it's a really nice standalone sentiment, and because it's separate, you know, you stamp one half in black, and then you stamp the other, like the B there, in white on black. Card. Sorry, I'm getting carried away.
Now we're talking, and we are going to be playing with these. Look, what you're getting here, I just think, is incredible value, because we're getting all the poly plates. So you're seeing all 4 of your poly plates, and they are so durable, and that's the real key to the poly plates, and we will showcase that. Then you've got your stamps as well that you're going to be playing with. So we're getting these stamps in the mix as well?
Absolutely, you're getting your textures as well.
I mean, it's ridiculous. For $35.96, when you consider that you're getting your texture stamps, you've got your light bulb stamp, you've got the sentiments in there as well, you've got your poly plates, and you're getting your techniques booklet with 2 projects in there as well. All of that for $35.96, saving £14, and we are busy. Look, what I would say to you, if you are sitting on the fence, the best way to really showcase how good this bundle is by playing, and that's exactly what Kim and myself are going to do. We're nearly 20% of the stock now, and you know, this hour deserves to be busy. I'm so glad that we are busy, because every time Kim comes in, and I know Crafty Root are so keen to bring you something that is innovative, something you're going to enjoy playing with, and at that price, why would you not get it? Just seeing that picture there is just ridiculous when you see. I'm genuinely shocked when you see what you're getting. Now, we do have a pick and mix with some extra stamps that fit inside, so designed to fit inside. You've got, that's Beauty Hours Blooms. Then you've got your Shine. These are a pick and mix, picking any 4. Your Light. Bright Spark. Oh, there's a crack but not broken, which worked really well with that crack. And then you've got the mini bulb.
Yeah,
okay, so that's a teeny tiny.
Well, he does fit inside the big one as well. Not that you want a bulb in a bulb, I don't know.
Well, why not? You could do.
But it's great for backgrounds.
Yeah.
There's some cracking samples with that one as well.
Do you know what you could do with the bulb as well, when you start seeing possibilities? If you wanted to put it together, so imagine a load of these together, and that could be a flower.
It could indeed.
So the bulb suddenly becomes petals if you wanted, but again, sticking with that sort of steampunky look. Right, what are we going to do then, Kim?
Well, first up, I'm going to show you how to use the bulb polyplate.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
So we're going to create something that looks a bit like this.
Amazing.
So, you're having a go, aren't you?
I am.
Good.
I'm there.
Right. So, get your bulb polyplate.
Right.
You should have one in your pile there.
Yeah. Go on here.
So, key is when you pop it onto your block, you don't get bubbles behind it. Now, mine's got a few on there, but we should be fine. And I'm going to take 2 colours. So I'm going to go for a really bright blue. I'll get my words out. Bright bulb. I've given myself tongue twisters today, haven't I? Right, so I'm going for a brighter one, you're going for a paler one.
Okay.
Yeah? So we're going to take our palest colour first. So in my case, I've got squeezed lemonade.
Right,
And I'm going to
use scattered straw.
Yeah. So I'm going to stamp it on. Now, when I stamp it on, you get like a square effect, don't you?
Yeah.
We don't want that. But if you stamp it and squish it, you get more colour coming out. She says, and then she starts tapping it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give it a little squish, yeah.
Yeah, so if you give it a squish, like that. So now you've got your bulb covered perfect.
Now, I just remembered something. I don't know whether this is going to be a benefit or not, but what we are going to be doing is giving away... Well, you'll definitely want to get a hold of what Kim makes, but I'll also give away anything I make as well. So, on the show, so anything we make together, we will be giving away to one lucky viewer to be in line to win that. All you need to do is make any purchase. That's it. We put your name into the hat. It has to be during this live show, so within the first 50 minutes, because we always draw a winner at the end of that time. So, within the first 50 minutes of this live show, if you make any purchase, your name goes into a hat, you get to win what we make. Right.
Right. So we've got our yellow down.
Yep.
Now, because we're using oxides, I can't now take my orange and pop that on because it's going to contaminate.
Okay.
So we're going to use good old brayer.
Yes.
I don't normally do this, so a lot of people want to see me do this before. And my brayer's not rolling. Never mind. So just roll a little bit of colour on. You don't want it so it's solid. You just want it so you've got bits on there.
Yeah.
Then take it from the bottom of your bulb and just roll it up. Ooh, my brayer's not working at all today.
Yeah, do you want to use mine?
Oh, go on then. We'll share.
Share.
Yeah, share and share alike.
Okay.
That'll teach me not to check both brayers before we came in.
Okay.
So we're going to pop that down.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to put our light bulb onto our sheet.
Right.
So stamp it. Remember, you're going to stamp the bulb over the top.
Right.
So you're going to end up with an end on it, aren't you?
Yeah.
So just stamp it on and then give it a real good press. Okay. And if you notice, I say press, but actually what I'm doing is rubbing.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just find that helps move that.
Yeah.
Distribute the pressure. Now, what you can do, if you're really worried about getting a nice even coverage, is just turn him over and give him a rub on the back as well.
Okay.
But you don't have to.
Good tips.
I like that really, distressed look.
I might move
you've
this,
moved
so
now.
I won't do that.
There you go.
Okay.
So you get that lovely effect.
Yeah,
And because
okay.
we braid it on, you're getting that nice mindled effect.
Well, happy with that so far.
Yeah?
Okay.
Right, so let's just put your lids back on. Tidy crafter and all that.
Nice.
Right, so now we're going to stamp our bulb. So in front of you, you should have a bulb.
As we're working along, I'm going to keep you updated on stock because we are very busy. A quarter of the stock for the bulb collection has gone. Very busy.
And I know how much stock we brought. That's a lot. Right, so you've got a little black ink pad there.
Yep.
And you've got your bulb.
Right.
Now, inking up your bulb. I always start with this end first, the big bit first.
Right.
And then, if I now take my ink pad round, if I take it round like that, right, I'm going to end up with black bits in here.
Yeah.
You don't really want that because
Right.
it'll end up transferring potentially. So I'm going to tap round. And what that means is the bulk of my ink pad is actually hanging off the stamp. So
yes.
if anything, you get it on the stamp base. You don't get it onto the stamp.
Yeah.
Yep, so I'm just going to ink that up. And then I'm going to come and stamp it over the top. So bring that back in. And I'm just going to line him up. There we go. And ink. Now, I hold one hand in place.
Yep.
And I'm going to give a real good rub down here. If you notice, I'm actually holding over where my lines are on the bulb. I'm not pressing in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah? And that's because if I have any ink on there, that's going to dip and it's going to start to press onto that. So I'm going to start really rubbing there. And then when I come to do this bit, I'm just literally going to walk my fingers around the edge. Yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
That's it. And then when I lift him up, oh, that was not enough ink on mine, so I'm just going to pop him back down.
It's okay.
This is why I did one earlier, you know.
Live TV, you got to love it.
I'll blame my cold for it.
Why? I like that though.
Them.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
Does that look perfect?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
That's lovely. Should we bring that one over? Oh, we can see it.
Show you. So there we go.
Okay.
All right.
You get that lovely mindled effect in that bulb as well.
Nice.
Right, so we're just going to do a quick little bit of cutting out.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Some lovely scissors. Now there's a trick to this one.
Go
If
on.
you notice, my bulb's got a pointy bit here.
Yes.
Yeah. So if I come down that pointy bit first, I always leave a little border as well.
Oh.
So whip round.
You said that just as I cut.
Ah, that's all right.
I'm going to have to be a bit tighter in mine.
That's all right. No problem. But you can see how quick and easy it is to cut out.
Mm.
It's not, oh, she says, and I've just taken the edge off.
That's
you didn't
all right.
see that bit, did you? No one will notice, will they?
Sorry.
No.
So you do a lot.
No one will see it.
Do a lot of classes. If we do want to join you for a workshop, how do we find you?
On Facebook or on our website. And we do a lot of workshops. We've probably got one about every month.
Perfect. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
So now we're going to choose an inside for our bulb, and what I've done is I've actually just stamped them
Yeah.
so you can see what we've got. So this is what you're actually getting in your full collection. So you've got that lovely filament, and you've got your crack.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the Brights in Your World, and you can see how it fits lovely inside that bulb.
Oh yes.
Yeah?
Mm.
And then you've got the Be the Light. Now, because that's 2 stamps, you arrange it how you want it to be.
Love that.
Yeah? So that's how they fit.
Okay.
So here they are. You just need to choose one of them to stamp in.
Okay. Now, I'm just thinking. Let's have a little look.
Oh, it's the choices, isn't it now?
It is. I think I'm
Go
going to
on.
go for the filament. Yeah.
That's my favourite, that
I'm
one.
gonna do that.
So with your stamp, just make sure when you pop it on,
Yep.
it's nice and flat.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. And then you're just going to
Nice.
ink them up again.
Yep.
And I'm going to go for You Brighten My World.
Nice.
Yep. Oh, I've lost my balls there. There we go. And the stamping block would be a good one.
Having fun. I'm glad I get to have a little play as well. If you have any questions, if you want to say hello to us, I know we've got viewers currently watching us in the UK, in Europe and in America. Wherever you're watching right now, you are part of the Hochanda family, and I really do mean that, so thank you so much for tuning in.
Right, so when, I should have told you, shouldn't I,
Yeah,
really?
go on.
When you come to stamp yours, you'll notice at the bottom of your filament, it's got a teeny tiny little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah? So just make sure you overlap that ever so slightly, and it just helps you line it up a little bit.
Nice.
And that stopped us from stamping when we just put ink down.
That's okay. Don't you worry.
And then with mine, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop it there, and I'm just going to hover until I know it's in the right position.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what I'm trying to do with mine is, you see the world,
Yeah.
it's got a straight edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm trying to line that up with a straight edge of my
Okay.
bulb. Yeah.
So you can see in the design there's a lot of thought.
Yeah,
input
there's
into it.
always a way of lining it up. So when we come to look at the bright spark and the shine later, those overlap ever so slightly just on the bottom.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Lovely. Happy with that?
Now we're going to do something else with yours.
Okay.
It looks good.
Yeah?
It does look good. But what I like to do with my filaments is we're just going to take a little white pen. And if we... I'll do it on this one. If you just were to put a little white line down the edge.
Okay.
Yeah?
Gotcha.
There we go. I'm not doing it because it's yours.
That's all right.
Yep.
We'll do that.
See, I'll make you work this hour.
Hey,
Hard
happy-
work.
Happy with that. Lovely.
Let's have a quick.
Okay. Okay.
And it just gives that
Yeah, it does,
highlight.
just lift
It
it.
lifts it straight
Yeah.
away. And the other thing I like to do is just put a little bit down the filament as well. Again, it just gives that sense that there's light coming from it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you've just stamped it and it looks quite flat. But
Yeah.
just putting that little bit of white in there just really lightens it up.
Okay. Can do that. You found the secret of how to keep your presenter quiet.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Nothing personal. I do it to everybody.
Nice.
So we've
Okay.
got our bulb.
Yeah.
So you can see, how beautiful
Lovely.
they
Done.
Yeah, perfect. So that is our focal point now for
Yeah.
our card. So
Now, would it be okay if we are very busy at the moment? Would it be okay if I just have a quick recap and got straight back to you?
Go on then.
Is that all
I'll
right?
let you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. We'll
Tell
do
you what though,
that.
you can choose a polyplate to use and I'll get it set up for you.
Okay, fantastic.
You want to use wobbly
Yeah,
blocks.
yeah.
I knew that was coming.
Oh, wobbly blocks. Right, you get everything to play with if you do go for the complete collection. Let me just show you. We've got options. Now, here, having a little look, $12.99. This is for, if you just wanted to go, and that's what I love about Crafty Roo, there's an option for everyone. So if you just wanted to go for the 6 stamps and 1 polyplate, $12.99, your price there. Really good value for money. 40% of the stock has gone there, though. Most people going for the complete collection. This is what you're getting here. Everything that you're seeing, now these are not options, this is not a pick and mix. You're getting all 4 of the polyplates. So that large hexagon in there. You've got the smaller hexagon as well. We've got, now this is the one I'm about to play with, so the wobbly blocks, so you're getting the wobbly blocks polyplate. You also got the light bulb in there as well, the base. So you're getting all 4 of those. You're also going to be getting the stamps that you're seeing here. Now this is the important one. So there's your stamp for the light bulb. You're getting your light bulb so you can have your very own crafty eureka moment. There you go. And then you've got sentiments that will fit in. You brighten my world. You can put that in. The filament. I just played around with the filament. It's a lovely little addition to add within. The crack. Love that. Add that crackle. Now, the embrace the simple things does not fit within the light bulb. Well, do you know what? It would fit within the light bulb if you tilted it, so it won't go horizontal, but if you went vertical, it would fit. No?
It's huge compared to...
Oh, is it? Let me just see.
Compared to... I'll come back. Compared to your packaging, it's
Yeah.
a lot
okay.
bigger than it looks.
Actually, yeah.
He's a bit of a bruiser, that one.
No,
he only
so
just
it won't
fits.
fit. Okay, it won't fit in there. That's all right. That's
we
okay.
try and get value for money out of
Yeah.
everything we do.
Wow.
And
that's
so,
always a good sign.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you
if I
so
can get a
much.
few more millimetres out of the stamp, I will do.
We'll always do that. But look, when you consider you're getting all of those, we're not going to stop there though, because so you've got the 4 poly plates, you've got all the stamps you're seeing here. Now we're going on to our background texture stamps. Love that. Look at these. So you've got your brickwork. You've got your hatched lines in there as well. I mean, those 2 alone you'll be using all the time. And then up here, take a look at this one. So you've got the arrows in the mix as well. So here's the thing. You're getting your poly plates. You're getting all 9 of your stamps. So your texture stamps, stamp sets, I should say, all of those. And you're also getting the booklet. And if I lift this up, in the booklet, you get, it's basically your project time. So you get your step-by-step instructions on how to make everything in there. 2 projects in one. Just going to show you. It won't flick through because I don't want to spoil, obviously, when you get this back home. But you can see the 2 projects just down here. These are 2 projects that you will be getting in your project book. The booklet has been written by our very own Kim, so you know that it's going to be fantastic. Love those. Look at these 2. Allowing you to make the most of your collection. Have to say, though, we are busy. Nearly 30% of the stock for the big bundle. And why not? $35.96 when you consider everything that you're getting in here, the possibilities that you're going to enjoy. And if you're a Freedom member, the value just goes up and up. So do take advantage. £14 saving. As a Freedom member, you get everything that you're seeing here. 271478, your item number to enjoy. So do have a little look. And it is very, very popular option. Something else that is designed to work with the light bulb here, Kim. So we got your pick and mix stamps.
Yeah, these are our innards, really, our centres.
Yeah. Well, suddenly these give you context. Now, I've got some brilliant...
They don't really look much, do they, on their own? You think, they're a bit
when
odd.
you see them, but look, when you suddenly see them here, now, how great does that light bulb look?
Yeah, that's another one of Susie's, and you can see that sentiment is just amazing.
How did Susie... It really looks like copper.
It does.
Done such a great job there. I mean, it's a compliment to the design, but Susie, great job. Well, what about this? This is adding the floral aspect within. That's very pretty.
But what I've done is I've actually cheated on that one, so I've taken my sentiment off the top of it to stamp it inside my hexagon.
Very clever.
It doesn't have to be a bulb insert,
Well, do you know what? You could say you were a bright spark. Look at that. That's a nice tag. Oh. But this is a nice one, and actually you get to really appreciate the virtue of that. You know, the crack that comes in, that crack stamp that comes in, works so well with that.
Yeah, that's another one of Susie's. The colour she's got on there is just amazing.
And then I'll just show you this one finally, and then we'll go through the options. So again, another one, just playing with. Is that Angelina fibres? Okay.
You can't beat Angelina fibres.
No. Let me pop this down. So we'll go through the options. Remember, this is a pick and mix. You're picking your favourite 4. Starting here, so we've got our Beauty Always Blooms. Very pretty.
And that actually works with, I think it was November time, we brought out a Be Bold stamp set, which is on the website, and that works perfectly with it because it's got the same flowers in there. So to stamp a background of that and then pop that one in a bulb as a foreground, amazing.
Just showing you the stamp that you're getting in there as well. So I'll
you
swap that
tiny,
round.
don't you, on the front?
Yeah.
They do fit on us.
Then we got our Shine. Now that has to be one of our most popular options, and that's such a positive statement. I love that shine, you know, and it works. So you can imagine that in the centre of a light bulb. I'm not surprised that's popular. Well, how about this one here? This is our second most popular option. Your light shines in the darkness. Again, that's so powerful.
And it's just perfect, isn't it? You put a lovely big bright light bulb on there and just pop it in.
So over here we've got our bright spark. coming through, like that. It's been used to good effect. And then as we scroll across, okay, that's one of my favourites. Cracked but not broken. Cracked but doesn't mean broken. Such a powerful one.
It's actually one of my little boy's sayings because he breaks everything.
Oh, so just cracked but it's not broken.
Yeah, it's not broken. Honest, not broken. It's cracked. It's not broken.
Bless him. And then we've got a mini bulb in there as well.
Yeah, and that mini bulb is just amazing. I think it's on. Is it this sample here? Can you see how we've used it on that one?
Oh yeah.
Just.
Well, do you know what it does? It gives perspective.
Yeah. It's lovely.
So there's the mini bulb with the larger bulb, so you can see how well the two work together. Love it. Okay, so that is our pick and mix. We're going to get back to our demonstration. I really hope you're enjoying this show. Should we have a pick and mix? Let's do this. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Got 4. We've got Joe back at the helm directing, and we've got Meg producing. So how about you pick 2 each? He's going for the bright spark. Okay, he's a bright spark. And he's going for shine. Those are good choices. How about Meg? Meg's going for your light and the mini bulb.
Mini bulb is a must.
Yeah,
It's a wonderful one.
I think
Great
so.
backgrounds.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. That's our pick and mix. What are you going to be popping into your basket? Right, what are we going to do next?
Right, we're going to do our poly plates this time. Now, you've gone for wobbly blocks.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're going to do yours slightly different to me, but it's still the same thing.
Okay.
So, exactly the same as how we've just inked up our centre.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for my palest colour first. Now, with yours, I've given you two
of my favourite colours.
Simple, quite similar. Not
Yeah.
simple. Similar. They are, and they work great together.
They do. This is my favourite colour combo.
So-
yeah, you didn't know that. It really is, yeah.
I think it's quite a popular one out there.
Okay.
So what I would do is ink this one up first,
Yeah.
and then you're going to ink that one up just how we did before. Keep squishing it
Yeah,
into
yeah.
your stamp, and then stamp it on.
Okay.
Now with this one, sorry, I'll let you
Sorry.
start in a
No,
minute.
no, it's okay.
Right. If I pop it there, I've then got to stamp it 3 times.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen. So I just stamp it off the page at the top.
Yeah.
You can tell I'm always trying to make it easier for me. Stamp it off the page at the top. You only have to stamp it twice.
Perfect.
And you only have to ink half it the second
Lovely.
time.
Okay. And would I then brayer the other colour on?
No.
No, okay.
We're going to be different this time. Right, so I'm going to go for my palest colour first. I'm going all over. Oh, I've got a real juicy one this time.
Okay.
There you go, so all over. Pop that down. And then I'm just going to splat it on.
Right.
Now, if you wanted to, you could give it a little spritz, but I quite like, because we're going quite industrial, aren't we, with the light bulb
been a
and
bit
things.
gritty.
Yep, so I want that kind of blotchy effect almost. So pop that on. I'm not really worried if it stamps too clearly or not. So you'll do your 2 in your blue first. If it's oxide, I'm going to just spritz between. I know my spritzer sounds like a duck, doesn't it? It's terrible. So I'm going to do that one. I'm now going to move on to my second colour. Now I'm using Hickory Smoke.
Yeah. Oh, great name. Have you ever played the game? What would be your acting name, your screen name with Distress Oxides? Because Hickory Smoke's my one. And what was it? Meg was saying it was Shabby Shutters. Was it for you, Meg? Meg, our producer, was Shabby Shutters. Can you imagine that? Starring in the next blockbuster, Hollywood blockbuster. It's a great game to play with your friends.
I'm going to have to find out what mine is.
Yeah.
There you go. So you're going to ink it up again and stamp yours again.
Okay.
So all I've done with mine is I've just put my Hickory Smoke across, and it gives you such a wonderful, like...
Well, I see, that looks awesome.
I'm struggling with words today.
Oh, how did you do it? So what did you do then?
Literally, all I did was I picked up my Hickory Smoke
Yeah,
and
you
just dabbed
lined
it across.
Okay, nice.
Nothing technical.
Okay.
Right, so I'm going to spritz mine on again. With my duck spritzer. I always seem to pick that one up. I don't know how. I should mark it. And then I'm going to go for my final one. And this one I want to make a frame with. So I'm going to go round, and this is what we're going to be doing with yours as well.
Okay.
So just on the edges, I'm just going to drag it in. I'm going to turn it and drag it in.
Right.
Yeah. Because I want it to pop. Because at the moment, it looks all right. It's not jumping off my page. It's not a real focal feature, is it?
Okay.
It will be in a minute.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm happy with this. So I'll give that
spritz that first.
yeah.
Only because we're using oxides and they will contaminate each other.
Yeah. Okay. Then
Sorry,
give it a
I sound
wipe.
like oh yeah.
I
Kitchen
can
roll.
use that. Yeah.
I'm going to layer mine back up.
Oh, clean up beautifully. Now you say one of the real virtues of the polyplate is that they are so durable.
They are. The worst thing you can really do to them is take a pair of scissors to them, because I've done that a few times unknowingly.
Okay. Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. And the other one that's really bad for them is actually baby wipes.
That looks good. Oh, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
so baby wipes or washing up liquid, things
Leonie
like that.
uses a rag.
Absolutely. And yes, there's environmental features, but actually your stamp is made out of oil. And if you put a degreaser onto oil, it's only going to break it down
Yeah,
over
of course.
time. We're talking a long time though.
What would I be doing here then?
So for yours, what I would do is just drag it in from that edge.
Okay.
Twist it round, drag it in from that edge, and then line him up.
Can do that.
Yep.
Okay.
That's it. And obviously you can go in as far as you want or as little as you want, but I love the effect this wobbly blocks.
Yeah.
It's such a great name as well.
It is a brilliant name. But instantly when I saw them, I thought, because I know you did say before the start of the show to pick which one I'd like to work with, and I thought wobbly blocks. Had to be. Had to be. Okay.
So now you're just going to line him up,
Yeah.
but this time when you pop it down, you don't have to press the whole thing, you're just going to concentrate where those little bits of ink are.
Okay.
And this is also the benefit of only stamping it twice, because you've only got to line it up twice.
Well, they're very easy to line up. So you just go where?
These ones are. If you go for some of the other ones in the mini sets, where you've got like the distressed edges, they're a little bit harder to line up. But there's always something on our plates that's easy to line up. There's always a point that you can line it up. Wow,
Ooh,
look at that.
happy with that.
Yeah.
I'll lift that up and just show everyone.
You get such an amazing colour.
It's going well. Okay, I've got to finish. I'm going to do the
Yep.
bottom bit.
So do your last little bit.
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to take my favourite pen, my black jelly roll, because you can't beat this colour. And I like how mine looks, but it's not jumping off the page at me yet.
Yeah.
Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my little black jelly roll, and I'm just going to go around the edge.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm not being too precise.
Yeah.
At all. Yeah. If you really wanted to, I suppose you could get a ruler out and make it nice and straight, but I like that jaggedy effect. And if I wanted to, I'd go back in and put a few little squiggles on it and things like that.
Yeah.
And it just starts to really lift.
The design.
The finished
Okay,
design.
Yeah. Lovely.
And then...
Okay.
And then what I would do to that when it's I'd pop my bulb on.
Right.
And then I don't need a sentiment on mine because I've got my sentiment within my bulb.
Yeah.
But if I'd use like the filament like you have, I'd pop my sentiment on there too.
Love that.
Yeah. So if you wanted to, you could go around your blocks with the black pen, just to give it that little lift.
Yeah.
But it's just
Goes to show. I'll pick that up. Just show you my efforts as well. But look, you can see. If I can make something like, oh sorry, that was just my hand. Take a look here, and obviously we would mat and layer, but that's all right.
Literally with a little piece of black card behind it.
Oh hello.
It doesn't really help because I'm stood in black.
That's okay.
A little bit of black card behind it.
Getting that highlight.
Yep, it just really emphasised it.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
There you go.
And
Lovely.
someone's going to win that.
So someone will be winning what we make, and we're giving away what you make as well, I'm sure. You have to sign it too. If you do want to be in line to win anything that we are making on the show, all you need to do is make any purchase, name goes into a hat, and it could be you receiving the goodies. I really hope you're enjoying this show, though. It's all about having a play, because I know that's what you're passionate about, Kim.
It is.
Just get your hands on everything.
Absolutely,
now, if you do want the poly plates by themselves, we have got the hexagon just showing you here. So this is the hexagon with the sentiment. So you're seeing there the embrace sentiment. You're getting that large hexagon there for $11.99, which is good value for, I have to say, everything on the show is such great value for money, and that's something that's important to Kim. Giving you great quality. They are photopolymer stamps in here. You've got the poly plates, really good quality. These are nice. Now these are options. This is set number 1. You've got the mini poly plates, the distress rectangles, and then you've got the circle net. Now, I'm stressed they are minis, so they are on the mini size. And then you've got set number 2, which is your distress squares and the oval. There's set number 3. It's distress panel, and you're getting your square. And then we've got a set number 4, which is rectangles and your distress circle. Set 5 is, oh, I like this one, is the painted rectangle and your mini escape. Ooh. Set number 6 is your mini tag, mini star. And then you've got set number 7, mini bubbles, mini hearts, so many good options. And then your last one, mini hexagons and the mini wobbly blocks, which you were just playing with. So those are all your options, just worth having. If you have access to the internet, whether it's on your phone, a tablet, a computer, worth going to our website, hochanda.com, and having a look at all the different options. You can shop by brand as well. Just type in Crafty Root and see all the goodies. What we're focusing on this hour, though, have a look at this as a bundle, a complete bundle, and you're getting so much for your money. you're saving £10. But if you're a Freedom member, the saving goes up to £14, and of course your P&P is included. Let's have a look at what we're getting, because we've got our large hexagon. So these are our poly plates, and the beauty of the virtue of the poly plates is the amount of techniques that you can do with them. So there's the large hexagon. You've also got the mini hexagon in there as well, so you're going to be getting that in the bundle. You'll also be getting the wobbly blocks, which we absolutely love. I've been playing with those mini wobbly blocks, and they're fantastic. And then you've got the bulb. Okay, so those are your poly plates, and that's your foundation, your backgrounds, your techniques. And on top of the poly plates, you're also going to be getting 9 fantastic stamps, really good stamps. Now, the quality of the stamps, they are photopolymer, so it means we can do techniques. You've got the light bulb, and that's your essence. The light bulb's so important. And then we've got elements we can put within our light bulb. You brighten my world. You've got the filament in there as well. The crack, oh, love that. So I'll show you an example in a bit. We've got some great examples of what you can do. You've got sentiment. Now that embrace sentiment will not fit within the light bulb. That's the only element that doesn't fit in there. We've also got these background textures too, just to add more depth to your design. So what Kim was so conscious to do in this bundle is give you everything that you need. And to reinforce the point, not only is Kim giving you this bundle, she's also gone to the lengths of creating a booklet that you will receive that allows you to make these 2 fantastic projects. So you're getting 2 step-by-step projects. It's like effectively a mini craft long, or 2 mini craft longs that you're getting here. And you can see the completed projects. I mean, have a look at that and tell me you wouldn't want to give that a go. How amazing does that look? Or what about this one down here? I mean, it's elegant, it's effective, both absolutely beautiful works of art. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, what you can achieve. But I do love the fact, especially if you've just started your crafting journey or you're looking for some inspiration, you've got the booklet in there. All of that for $35.96. That is your price, and it is proving to be a very popular option. A third of the stock. Can I just show you a few examples? This is the thing, because it doesn't matter what type of crafter you are. Maybe you love your mixed media. How about that as a work of art? Beautiful. Or what about this for a card? I absolutely love this. And the sentiment you can find, part of the pick and mix, what you can't feel here, that's used ultra thick embossing powder there. So you've got that really good crack, and it just works with obviously the sentiment in the mix. And then you've got the actual, you can see here the stamp of the crack for the light bulb has been stamped in. Or what about this, taking advantage of colour? Oh, backgrounds, build up the depth of your design. Or maybe you want to create something like this. Or maybe you want to make something like that. You start to really get an appreciation of just how versatile this set is and how much fun it is. And all the elements, these are never going to date. This is classic design that's going to stay with you and stand the test of time. Really busy, and it should be busy. Look, value for money, tick. Something that's different, tick. Something that ultimately, why do we craft? You want to have fun doing it, tick. 271478, your item number there. Let's jump onto the website as we have a little look at all the goodies on there. So what are you going to be popping into your basket? I mean, I'd definitely be going for the big bundle. There is pick and mix as well, so if you do want to add some other elements into your light bulb, the mini light bulb, I know that Kim's a massive fan of that mini light bulb. You've also got the other sentiments. Definitely be putting in the sentiment with the cracked. I think that's just a lovely sentiment. Cracked but not broken. Okay, so what are we going to do next, thank you?
A bit of a play with our textures.
Nice,
yeah.
Okay, loving that.
In the textures, you can buy these by themselves or they are part of that bundle. Yeah. So we've got a wall. Yep. You can't beat a wall.
I love a wall.
Yep, wall. And then we've got this one. This is a fabulous one.
See that? You've got hatching. You can create a frame around it, use it as a corner detail.
That is the beauty of it. You don't need much of this, but it is just perfect. And it's a great one for building up those layers. Really, really good. And then also you get your little arrows. Now these are fun. Nice. Yeah, so if you want to highlight an area. So we seem to be stuck with oxides today. So, because we're using oxides, they work wonderful on dark cards.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
So, I'm going to start off using my cross-hatching ones. And we've got a selection of really nice blues and grey oxides. Yeah, I've raided my tub. Can you tell? I just brought everything. Yeah. So, all I'm going to do is I'm going to take my oxide. Yeah. I'm just going to ink him up.
Okay, have you gone for a light colour there, or...?
It don't really matter, just go for it.
Right,
and then I'm just going to start stamping away. And what I'm trying to do is just build up just some detail in there. Now, when you're stamping this one, if I turn over my page, I'll show you. Right. If I stamp one that way, and then all of a sudden I go in like this, it looks a bit daft, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can try and keep your lines at least going the same way, you end up with slightly...
Yeah.
It's almost like it could be woven fabric, things like that. Just gives you that lovely effect. So I don't know why, I always work in diagonal.
Okay.
It's quite odd.
Sorry.
And I'm not even worrying about it covering the whole, you know, the whole of my stamp coming out, because I like that's different textures. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to spritz that off to clean it. It's the only downside with oxides, you really do have to clean between each one.
Clean,
You can tell I'm not one for cleaning my stamps, which is why my stamp's bright yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm going to go back in then.
Okay.
See, just look at that, that's just so beautiful.
By the way, you had a lovely email in from Sandy and Chris saying, loving the show, especially the wobbly blocks. Saying good job, Janice, thank you very much. And also, they've just ordered the set, and they're saying, hopefully see you in March. Oh, by the way, what's going on in March? Because I know we've got...
workshops.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I've got 2 different workshops.
Thank you so much for that message. Now, you're going to be at Stamporama.
I am indeed.
Yes, that's going to be in Stevenage. I'm going to be there as well. So come say hello.
Might even get you back on the make and take table.
That's going to be on, I'd love to come, yeah. That's going to be on February 16th. So it's Sunday, February 16th. If you are coming in, please come say hello.
Yeah, and then Janice can come and run my make and takes.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll come on, happily.
You know what you're doing now.
I won't say that. Okay.
The main thing is you're having fun, and that is what it's all about. So I'm going to choose a different colour now, and I'm going to start inking up my wall. Oh, I might have gone a bit bright with my wall, but never mind.
Okay, so we've got about 15 minutes left.
Oh, that's fine, we've got loads of time. And if not, you'll have some homework to do.
Okay,
yep.
Fine.
Keep going after the hour. So can you see immediately you're just getting that lovely...
Yeah.
It almost...
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I'm no good with my words today. I say that every time, actually, to be fair. I don't think it's just today. And this wall, you can actually link him up if you want to. So can you see there? If I was to stamp that there now, it'd link up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not going to because I just want the idea of a wall. I'm going to pop that down there. And you can see, a lot of people worry about making sure the whole stamp's coming out. You don't have to because you just want the texture in there.
And that is the key to textures because they are so forgiving. Lovely.
And to be fair, that's the key to most of my stamps because you don't have to worry about stamping there. Yeah? So you're just getting that lovely built-up layer on there.
That's nice. It's really nice, actually.
Yeah. And all we've done is just taken 2 different colours of blue. And because they're oxides, they do really stand out on that black card.
Okay.
So yours is looking lovely there.
Well, thank you. I'll just lift up, show you what I'm doing. It's not in the same league as Kim.
No,
but
no.
Let me just show
you can't really see.
I'm just going to stamp over the wall, but you see, I'm just building that up. But you're right, oxides on black cardstock. And I have to say, it's a very refined stamp. I do love it, and I will get into good place. So I'm going to clean it for you as well. Hey.
And you good, you can come again.
Wow.
Right, so what I should really do on mine, because my oxide's a bit wet, I'm just going to give it a quick blast with my heat gun.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, only because I don't want to put my inky fingers everywhere.
Nice.
She says. And then, I'm sorry, but because I've gone for a bit of a distressed background, straight lines don't look right, do they?
No.
I've not dried that off, but I'm going to go into it. So I'm just going to take... This is my favourite tool ever, it's a little distresser. And you just literally run it up the edge of your card. And you get that wonderful... Can you see it's just chuffed up the edge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even remember.
Yeah, it distresses the edge.
That's the one.
But I like chuffed up the edge.
See, this is like crafty realisms all over. You have all sorts of things. The ladies, actually, Sandy and Christine will tell you, we have lots of crafty realisms. There we go. And just go all the way around the edges. And obviously, if I was at home, I'd take a bit more time and make sure all my oxides are nice and dry. And then what I'll do is I'll just go back in with the same colour again. And just add it to the edge. Oh, a little bit too much there. Never mind. There we go, around that edge. As you see, it just breaks up that edge enough so that now, if I go and layer it onto black card, because I like... Yeah, black card on black card looks great, layered. Yeah? So if I just do that, you can see instantly.
it just works. I love that as a background. And then if you wanted to put, say, one of the bulbs on there.
Exactly, that's what we'll do next.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm there, I'll be with you in a moment.
That's fine, you keep going on that one. Now, the mini bulb, I said before, we could stamp our filament into, but there is a little trick to it. So, I'm just going to get a scrap piece of paper.
Yeah.
So I've changed what we're doing, by the way.
Okay.
Did you realise that?
I did.
No one would have noticed, would they, really?
I have to say, Kim, I'm very happy with this.
Good.
I'll show you all what I've been getting up to. I use that.
It's
Hey?
amazing, isn't it?
I
Just
love
so
it.
simple.
But just with 2 stamps, and these are, remember, if you go for the complete bundle, you're getting 9 stamps in total, 3 textures, so all the texture stamps that we're using, you'll get those plus so much more.
Okay. So all I've done is I've inked up my filament, and I've just got a scrap piece of paper to mask off the bottom of my mini bulb.
Okay.
Now, there's no way that's going to fit in there, is there?
No.
But what you can do is just, because I've masked him off,
Yeah.
just move it down, and can you see I've gone there where that bit's crossing over?
Yeah.
So when I stamp it...
Clever.
Yeah. I do think about these things occasionally. It just looks like it should be there.
Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah. Perfect.
Perfect.
Well, I love it.
Yeah. Right. So, should we put a bulb on top of our...
Yeah, we need to do that.
Right. All I've done here
look at
is
that.
a
Bit of
brush-O's. A bit of brush-O's. You can't beat brush-O's.
Love brush-O's.
Yeah. And I'm conscious of time on this one, so you
Thank
can
you.
share me brush-O with
Thank
me.
you.
And we're going to ink up our bulb.
Okay.
Now, do you want big bulb or little bulb?
I think I'm going to go for a little bulb, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'll go for a little one, you go for big.
There we go. Suits me. So you remember how to do the filament
Yeah,
in
yeah,
this one,
yeah.
don't you? There we go.
Yeah.
There's your little one.
Okay.
There you go. You're just going to ink them up like you did before.
Lovely.
So again, I'm going to start. This time I've got a juicier ink, so it should come out better. All the way around the edge.
Okay.
Again, on the bigger one, make sure you don't. If I go like this, I'm trying to do it now so it won't work. You see how I've got that black ink in the middle? I don't want that there.
Yeah.
Because when I come to press, because I'm using very thin stamping blocks, I will eventually be able to push that in. Whereas if I go round the edge, I'm not transferring that ink into the centre of my bulb. There you go. And then I'm just going to stamp it into that lovely brush-O. And it gives you such a great effect. So immediately I've gone down and I've just gone round the edge up here.
Nice.
Yep. And I'm holding that in place. I'm not pressing the centre of my bulb.
Yeah.
And then this bit here, is it the fitting of your bulb at the bottom? The big bit.
Yeah.
The lumpy bit.
Yeah,
right,
okay, yeah.
That
The
bit.
screw element.
Yeah, that bit. You just want to really press that in.
So...
Yeah. And then lift that up. You can see you've got that lovely bulb on there. And then I'm just going to add a sentiment. So, should I do shine or bright spark, do you think?
I think shine. Should we do shine?
Next time.
Yeah.
Can you see I'm all stuck? This is how my stamps always end up, I'm sorry.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, there is, when you get a massive pile at the end of the day. Any of my workshop ladies will come and go, oh, where's that stamp? Oh, it's in that pile. Sorry. So I'm just going to use that shine bulb.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll want the filament, won't you?
Yeah.
There we go. I'm going to pop it on there.
Okay.
I'm just going to ink him up as we did before.
Oh, I'm happy with that.
That's lovely.
Hey.
Get you?
Love that. Look at that. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'd put a sentiment there and I'd happy with that for a card. Imagine you just whack a sentiment on there. Lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm having fun.
So you've got your filament.
Yeah.
And we did have a squitty bit of paper,
Yeah,
didn't we?
thank you.
To mask it off.
Lovely.
Yeah. So I'm stamping the shine now. And what I'm going to do is I'm hovering. I'm not taking it anywhere near my card until I'm happy with it. And I'm concentrating on the shoulders of this stamp. Because once I put that down, I don't want them touching the edges of my bulb because then it just looked daft, wouldn't it? Because your bulb would burst if that was the case.
Well, very true.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to think about these things. And you'll notice as well, the ends of the bulb always overlap ever so slightly.
Yeah.
So that your centres always overlap just to give you that little bit of play almost.
Yeah.
So again, I'm just going to get a real good press. And then lift him up. Oh, there we go. And I'm going to take my white. Looks all right, but nah, not quite there yet.
Not there.
So I'm going to go back in with my white pen. And immediately just... Ooh, I'm nowhere near my line, but you get the idea, don't you? I'm off a little bit.
It's okay.
Can you see how that just immediately really brings it to life? go. We've gone all quiet again, haven't we?
Sorry, it's me. My job is I should be talking. All right. So just to show
kept you too busy, haven't I, today?
I'm very happy with this.
That's amazing.
I think all I've done is stamped. The background I've got to give you credit for.
So there's a pair of scissors and there's a pen for you there. So I'm just going to finish off my little bits here. So you can see instantly that just really lifts that shine. It makes it look like it's shining.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lovely.
And I'm just going to cut mine out.
Okay.
So you get my bad cutting out. I always end up sticking my tongue out. It's not a good thing.
That's all right.
There you go. So again, it's such an easy one to cut out. Yeah.
Lovely. I'll just cut that out real quick. So you're saying a little tip as well is to leave that just that little border as well.
Yeah. Well, if you leave a border, nobody knows that you were trying to cut on the line, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They'll notice if the line's not the same shape. But if you leave a little border, no, they won't notice that.
Good tip.
Yeah, there we go. So that's my bulb cut out. And then all I'd do to finish my card off, so I'll pop that there. And then I'd get... Ooh. Now, I like, if I'm using black card, you've got to have a craft card base to it.
Yes.
So I'm going to pop that on there, like that. And then you get your bulb. And you really don't need anything else. So that.
Now, come on. That looks amazing. And we will be giving away that on the show. And there's my little effort.
Yeah.
I'll just pop that in.
Again, with yours, we just chuff up the edges a little bit.
Yeah.
Pop that there. Now, we've got a few minutes left.
We've got like a minute.
Oh.
What do you want to do?
I want to show you how to make some cord for your bulbs.
Unfortunately, I think time's beaten us. But I tell you what, why don't you maybe post a picture on your page and everyone can follow you on Facebook?
That's the one.
Should we do that
instead?
Yeah.
But all you need to do now is I just put a couple more bulbs on. They just look amazing.
Can you just maybe talk us through how you do the cord?
Literally. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
Right. I'll borrow your finger as well.
Yeah,
I've got 2 minutes. So fold your cord in half. Pop it over your finger. Give it a twist.
Yeah. This isn't hard.
I know. But it looks amazing when it's done. And if you use more layers, turn it over.
Yeah.
Off your finger. Let it all sizzle up. She says, and she's gone and done it wrong. But look at that. Now, if I pop that behind... all my bits are in the way now. There you go. If I pop that behind there, it looks like those old-fashioned chains.
Yes. That is...
Let's move it all out the
cool.
way. There we go. That way, isn't it?
We like that.
There we go.
Lovely. Thank you,
cool,
Kim.
isn't it?
We're going to announce the winner. So congratulations to Mrs. Carol Smith. We're going to be sending what we've made to you on the show. So thank you so much. I tell you what I'll do. I don't know whether you want this or not, Miss Carol Smith. I'll sign a picture as well. We'll pop that in for you. What can I say? All right, let's have a look at the pick and mix. Take a look at this. So we've got pick and mix with these fantastic stamps designed to work with your light bulb. Have a little look at the light bulb and think what would you want to be adding into it. So we've got the mini light bulb, which I know that Kim's a massive fan of. You've also got Beauty Always Blooms, Shine, Your Light, Bright Spark and Cracked But Not Broken. Great options. Have a look because it works so well with our big bundle. We really do have an option to suit every budget. So whether you just want to go for the poly plates, if you want to go for a poly plate and a sentiment, if you want to go for the complete collection, value for money as a Freedom member is phenomenal.
It is amazing.
Why were you excited to bring this to us? Because the first time you brought us the light bulbs, and I know for you it's a bestseller.
The light bulb has been around probably about 2 years now.
Okay.
And he came out at Christmas as a snow globe.
Right.
Yeah. And then I just keep releasing little extra bits to go in the middles, the centres.
That's nice.
And, he's one of my favourites, and he's just so useful. He's unbelievably useful. And he also lets you do a lot of techniques.
You know, when we talk about poly plates and techniques, so anyone who might not have used a poly plate before, what is it that you love about them?
You can't go wrong with them. As long as you're not scared of putting colour down or just experimenting. At the end of the day, you're going to lose a piece of paper if it goes wrong.
Yeah.
And to be fair, generally, even if it goes wrong, you can always stamp something over the top. If you don't quite like the colour combination or the edges have gone a bit out there and a bit splodgy, stamp something over the top and then cut it out.
So anyone's watching thinking, OK, you've got the stamps and the poly plates. What would be the difference technique-wise between how we use our stamps to our poly plates?
It's how you put your colour on.
Right.
So think about your poly plates as getting your background colour down.
Yeah.
So you want to be adding your colours, doing a bit of spritzing. They're very good for watercolour effect backgrounds, or paints as well. They're amazing for that. So think of them as your block colour. How you use them is different to your stamps. Because your stamp, you generally just put in one layer of ink on it. Yeah. Whereas with your polyplates, it's about getting those different layers, getting those textures. Building it up.
And this is what we're giving you is something for everyone. So you've got your polyplates. Think about establishing that background, and then we've got all the elements to build up those details. So we've got the 3 texture plates that we were just playing with. You've also got your stamps. This is the real star of the show, that light bulb, and it gives you that inspiration. Light bulb, I think, as an image is really powerful.
It is. It's really hard as well, because when you're designing something like that, it's so iconic that I almost got paralysed designing it, because, well, what shape do you choose?
Yeah, of course.
And there's so many light bulbs out there, and then you start looking at the filaments and then the
It's
chains.
gone classic. And I'm just, to me, you can go in so many different directions. So you can be modern, contemporary, bright, bold. You can go steampunk. You can go vintage. I was going to say Victorian. No,
maybe
you
not.
can go vintage. What I'm trying to say, hot back. When you break it down, though, and this is what I love to do, because I love a bargain. $35.96, getting all 4 polyplates. You're getting all the stamps you're seeing here, so the light bulb, the sentiments, the crack in there, and then you're getting your texture stamps, and not only that, you're also getting an inspiration booklet, the Make It booklet, which has been written by Kim, and you get to make these 2 projects, which is effectively a craft class in itself. You get to make this project right here and the one down here. It's like having one-to-one tuition with Kim. All of that for $35.96, if you're a Freedom member, is phenomenal value for money. So I do hope you've enjoyed this hour. Thank you so much, Kim.
You're welcome.
Have you enjoyed it?
I've enjoyed it.
Good. I've loved it.
Good.
Yeah, when you said at the start of the show, did I mind getting my hands dirty? I was like, absolutely, are you kidding? I'll never complain getting to have a little bit of a play.
No,
I genuinely enjoyed it, thank you.
To be fair, we've covered so many different techniques as well.
Yeah.
I did throw you in at the deep end of it.
I love it. No, I genuinely did, and I really hope you've enjoyed it as well. If you have just tuned in, don't worry, because you can always revisit the hour on our website. Go to hochanda.com, just have a look for the hour. So we went, what time we do? We started at 11, so just have a look at the 11 o'clock hour, and you'll be able to revisit it. You've had fun, you've enjoyed it. Good. When are you back next? March, okay. But if you're going to be around 16th of February, Stevenage, come see us at Stamporama, because I know you're going to be there, I'm going to be there.
Yeah, you're doing my making tapes.
We're going to have some fun. Going to be there. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for your company. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you have gone for anything on the show, you're going to love them. Right, we've got plenty more, though, coming up. Don't go anywhere. So, it's here, everybody. The Pergamano Show. Do not miss it. I can't believe it's been a whole year since we've been running our Pergamano shows. Then we've got AALL Create, a one-day special. And after that, ITD Collection.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers, and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together, and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs. All of our products are manufactured in the UK, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been papercrafting for over 20 years now. You could say it's a passion of mine. Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning brand of craft products. I design stamps, paper pads, tools, embellishments, all the things that we need to help us enjoy our crafting. My aim with Sentimentally Yours is to bring unique, top quality, innovative designs for every level of crafting. So whether you are a beginner or whether you are more experienced, there will be something for you. On my Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda, I will be doing my best to teach and educate you on how to get the most from the products, but always with a laugh and a giggle. Make sure you join me and tune in for my Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome.
Are we there?
back.
Hello.
We are live. We are live.
Good morning.
And we are here with the first Pergamano show of the... Well, it's not the first Pergamano show of the year. It's your regular Thursday morning, isn't it? Or is it the first Pergamano?
It's the first Pergamano of the year, yeah.
How have you got away with that?
Yeah. Well, because the first Thursday of January was too close to the 1st of January. Yeah, we weren't here.
But it's here. And it's a regular... I mean, obviously we see lots of Pergamano shows, but you are regularly here on the first Thursday of every month. It started about a year ago.
It did. This is our anniversary, Paul, isn't it?
It is, yeah. A year ago. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Where's that time gone?
Yes.
Yeah.
And everybody's learnt so much from you guys, because it's been a new journey for the two of you with regards to...
Oh, and Linda Williams and Tina Cox, I mean, and Josie,
Yeah.
they've all contributed. You know, we've got the parchment experts in as well, and now we're moving into the second year. So what we thought was, you know, those either you get on the train now and you begin, or you want to up your game a little bit, you know, because I think the whole purpose of the Pergamano show, the Groovi, somebody on Facebook asked this morning, why is it called the Pergamano show when it's a Groovi show? Well, actually, the two are inextricably linked. The Groovi is where the designs reside.
Yes.
Their line art resides in the Groovi plates. But Pergamano, which we own, also it represents all the tools and all the colour and all the grids and the techniques. So the Pergamano aspect of the business is the tools, and the Groovi is the design aspect.
Yeah.
And so they work together. They're absolutely
a perfect marriage.
A match made in heaven.
This year, I understand we're up in the game with regards to the techniques and things like that.
We are indeed, yeah. And it's, as Barbara always says, it's all about being on that bus journey. And that's one of the fantastic things about the parchment system as a whole, is that you can go on that bus journey, and if you think, right, I want to get off here, you get off, and then you carry on. And then if you want to take it that next step, you go further on the bus. And so today, this is where we're doing, aren't we? With the beautiful new grids we've got on.
Exactly.
To taking it up.
We're going from bold to super fine.
Wow.
And we're going to see what the difference is.
Yeah.
And we've got these wonderful plates to use, these Groovi plates, to use as vehicles, if you like, to showcase that.
Yeah.
You know?
We better get a job on that.
Right, I'll go in then.
So
I'll
say
see you
goodbye
later.
to you, Paul.
Yeah,
Barbara, we're going to have a look at these brand new plates and chat about some of the items that we've got.
Good idea.
They've been busy already. Lots of you got involved and been placing your orders for these, and they are beautiful designs.
These are by Mel, lovely Mel Turner designed these. They're very, very beautiful. They're arches. They're very traditional parchment, actually.
Okay.
And when you see some of the artwork that's been created with them, you'll understand where I'm coming from. And what I want to do, my job today, is to show you what you can do with these plates, and also it's not always what you're looking at. You can see so much more. The lovely thing about parchment art or Groovi plates is that you can manipulate the elements, and you can twist and turn them. So I want to show you something very special.
So you don't have to use them in their entirety. I mean, this piece here has been used in just as it's laid out.
No, not at all.
Oh,
not at all.
Right,
this is Linda Williams' work. In fact, this is the one I'm going to be going to at 3 o'clock. And if you actually compare this, you'll see here that arch. If you actually look at the original arch, let me show you. It's a double arch. Right. So first of all, it's a double arch. There isn't a double arch, so I want to show you how to do that. Then, if you look here, for example, you see the like stained glass window on there.
Yeah.
It's not here, but I want to show you how you can do that. And it's very, very achievable.
Yeah. Like
very
that idea.
achievable.
Equally so, I mean, you can be really creative. I love this. It's almost like that open windows with the shutters.
I know, isn't that beautiful? Frances Knott, again, traditional parcher, and she's used, see the arches, all three of these plates, they have identical arches but with different infills and different frames around the outside. So you can mix and match. There are so many little parts to these three plates. It's astounding.
I mean, who'd
Isn't
have thought that the similar sort of tulip
comes from the
style?
same plate, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And of course, the different ways that you can work with these. That one was just give accreditation to who
Josie Davison, again, a traditional parcher.
And look at this. I mean,
this
the
is Carol
delicacy.
P. And you know, now that, I was looking everywhere. I thought, where's Carol found that asset? Now, here, you'll see we've got a little spacer plate. This is so that we can take our A6 plate and we can add our spacer, and then they slot in the starter plate mate.
Absolutely.
So if you've got
gorgeous,
this Groovi
the
starter plate mate, this is the
way to go.
You need this bit so this doesn't rattle around.
Quite aware of the time. Their time is ticking on. So just a couple more finished samples. We will show you more as the hour progresses, but have a look at this. Lots of cut work going on with this one as well. Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Carol P, again, not a traditional parcher. She started when I did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Beautiful design, and again here, keeping colour simple sometimes.
Frances Knott, trad parcher,
Yeah.
and you can see, now if we look at this one, this is interesting because you'll notice here that Frances has used the grids, which is where we're looking at. That's what the grids are for.
Okay.
So she's used the grids to great effect, and she's used them to emboss. And I think that is a super fine grid.
So that's kind of where you're talking about this journey. It might be that you want to get off at this stage.
Yes, exactly.
And you don't want to go into the delicacy elements of this particular style.
And so that's what the Pergamano show is all about. It's just stretching us a little bit more and a little bit more. And today, as I say, we're using these as beautiful vehicles to learn the difference between bold grids and super fine grids.
Love that. Now, if you fancy getting hold of your arches, been a very popular bundle already. Just look at that price, £17.97. You're getting those three larger plates, and of course you're getting that spacer plate as well. But already over 10% of the stock has gone of those. So 101635. Now, talking of the grids, we've got a new series now. Are these all brand new, all four of these?
Now, they've never been on telly before.
Oh, I see. So we've got four different variants.
Yes,
okay, so starting off with the first one that we've got here.
So they look the same, but they're not.
Okay.
Same but very different. So what we've got here is a pair of bold A4 plates.
Okay.
So what we're finding is when you look at traditional parchment, often trad parchers tend to want to go large. Their artwork seems to get larger.
Okay.
So to have an A4 plate covers all artwork.
Now, I've got two different plates with regards to the bold, which we'll show you in closer detail.
Yeah.
Both got a separate item number. So the first one is bold straight. And is that where we've got kind of the holes here are all lined up? They're all neat in columns.
Exactly. There we go. So you can see here, this is bold, straight, perforated.
Okay.
But then on the other hand, this one now, if I may just have a quick look. Can I just have a quick look? So this one is diagonal. There we go. So this is diagonal. Now, you can see immediately what that means is that every second line is offset.
Yes.
So you'll end up with a diagonal plate. If we have, can we have a look at this?
Yeah, please do.
Right, this will really make it clearer.
Okay.
Now, let's take a look here and you'll see, because we've got bold straight, bold diagonal.
Right.
Then we've got superfine straight, superfine diagonal.
Okay.
Now, let's just look along here. And the top line is the bold ones. So if we look here, you'll see this is diagonal perforated.
Oh, yes, yeah. Because
And
you
this
can
is
see
straight
at the edge there, they're
perforated.
not lined up, aren't they? Yeah,
You see?
Yeah, got you.
And this is, now compare superfine. So the holes are much tighter, much smaller, and much more delicate. So you've got here again, you've got the straight bold, and then you've got the straight superfine. And you can see that there are a lot more perforations within the same square as up there.
It's almost like tea bag, that's quite really fine detail.
Really. And so it's really fantastic, actually.
Yeah.
If you go, now let's go over here, and you'll see here, now this is, for example, the diagonal, same as this, but it's been embossed. In other words, instead of perforating with a needle, we flip the artwork, and we're using a number 1 tool, 1.5, or a number 2, it's a number 2 Groovi tool, or a 1.5 Pergamano tool, and you'll see what it looks like there.
Okay.
Now, check out the diagonal down the bottom.
That's super
This is a superfine, and there we change our tool, and we go to the number 1 Pergamano. Right, the number 1 Pergamano, that's the only one that works.
Okay.
Right, the number 1 Groovi, I would say at this point we're going to the number 1 Pergamano tool to make that effect. And here you'll see exactly the same thing on the straight, and here you'll see the superfine. So there is a great difference, great camera work as well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
But you'll see how that basically, in essence, tells you exactly what you're getting.
Yeah,
now,
okay.
if you look at this, for example, this is Emma Burns's work, and you'll see this is straight. If you get in tight, you'll see what it does is it acts as almost like a deboss. It gives a fantastic depth because the white work brings the work out, and then the perforations now take the work in. But you can also, say like here, Emma, really, really detailed work here. Sometimes bold needles, because obviously with the bold perforating grid, you're going to use the bold needles.
Yes.
Sometimes the area you want to cut out is so tiny that the bold needles are too big. And then you use the fine grids and you use the fine needle tools.
Lovely. And again, have we got comparison between the two
So
there?
this is what Paul's set out for us, and you can see exactly, we're taking the same, one of those lovely arches, and you can see the difference, right? You can see the difference between the bold perforations and the very superfine perforations. So when you're getting into detailed areas, this is where we're up in our game now. You know, so for many parchers that have been on the Groovi journey, they will already have bold grids.
Wonderful.
They won't have the superfine.
Now, we've got 4 different variations for you. So starting off with your bold. So this is your bold straight. If you're wanting your bold straight, you can see the details are going to pop up on your screen with this particular one, £29.99, 238439. Different item number for the next one because this one is on diagonal. So of course, if you're wanting this one, again, a brilliant one to go for. If you're wanting the kind of the fluidity of design, if you're working around a shape, then this is perfect. You've got straight edges, then the first one perfect. This one, if you've got something that's shaped, £29.99. But now we're going super fine. Now with the super fine here, again, you've got your straight lines as you can see here. It's almost like you can't see the dots. They are so tiny. Those
you can't believe how many drilled holes there are in these plates.
£34.99 will get that particular one to you, which is your straight, and then your next one is your diagonal. So this is super fun. Barbara, I mean, you're touching on the point there about how many holes we've got in here. How many holes have we got in these?
Well, let's have a competition, shall we?
Okay.
Because you will not believe. I challenge you at home to tell us how many holes, bearing in mind that we have to, when we get these made, these are one of the things that we outsource to an engineering company because it's so complicated. We pay for these by the hole, by the drilled hole.
By the hole?
Yeah, depending on how many holes there are on a plate, that's how much it costs.
So let's go for this one then. So here we've got the superfine diagonal.
Superfine diagonal, A4.
Right.
How many holes, good people, we're throwing it out to our viewers. How many holes do you think have been drilled to create that A4 superfine plate, that grid?
Okay, now, it's more than half a dozen, I can tell you that much. 444768, if you're wanting to order this, email in studio@hochanda.com and we will let you know. Perhaps if you're cold, if you're warm, if you're spot.
We'll go up a bit, down a bit.
Then we'll get that. So if you fancy getting hold of that one,
it's quite astounding.
Don't forget, you are going to collect these as time goes on, but of course you're going to need the right tools for the job, and that is the key thing. And that's where we've got the opportunity for you to get hold of your Pergamano tools, which we'll show you in just a second.
Now, we have touched on the way that you can perforate and emboss to get that debossed and embossed depth, but they also clearly work on the straight, for example.
Oh, of course,
so you can see here, this is cut using. Let me just show you there.
I hold that
so
for you?
yes, you can see here that's using bold. You can see immediately, and that's using the super fine.
My goodness.
Much tighter.
More details,
And trad parchers, purists, they often go to the superfine. Because so much of the parchment art is very delicate, floral.
You want it spot on,
You know, and that's why. So that's our mission this year, is to go from bold. When you're starting out, or your eyes aren't great, right? Or you just want to enjoy the journey, then bold. Like Tina, she always uses bold. She says, why would I do that to myself? But I'm really love. Then you listen to Maggie Craner, and Maggie will say, I love the superfine. You go to Frances Knott, she'll go superfine. So it really is, it depends entirely on the taste. I want to be able to do both.
There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, details on your screen there. 44768, of course, that's your diagonal with your superfine. Check out the item details
details on the website for all the others. But of course, tools are key, and that's where you touched on the fact that Groovi own Pergamano, and we've got Pergamano tools here.
Yeah, now the Pergamano, this is a fantastic perforating set, and you've got 5 tools in here, all different needle tools.
Right.
And apart from one of them, they're all fine tools.
Okay.
So you've got your 1 needle bold, and then you've got 1 needle fine, 2 needle fine, 4 needle fine, and the angle tool. The angle tool is just fun round the edge.
Okay,
and
beautiful.
what Linda's done, which I'm so glad she's on the team because she's taught us so much, she's created a folder for us, a little what would you call this? A pamphlet or a guide.
Yes.
And she tells us exactly how to use these tools. Obviously, after this was the start. When you go to the multi-needle tool books that she's written, you need these tools.
Wonderful.
So, and they're on the back now.
Are the
these
suggestions,
these are the embossing tools, which we're coming to in a moment.
And then, of course, you're cutting implements there as well. Now, if you fancy getting hold of yours alongside your parchment Groovi tool bag, because you're going to come at a lovely little zip pocket bag with these ones as well. Parchment to get started with as well. £29.99, 813196. You'll see these in action throughout both of the shows. We've got 2 shows. The second show's at 3 o'clock.
The second show's at 3 o'clock.
Yeah. One more thing to share with you, and then we're going to get to the demo. Promise you I'll be quick. Oh, actually, it's 2, so apologies. Little one in the middle here that we need to talk about now.
Well, do you know, it's the first show of the year for Pergamano, and it is a Pergamano show, and this is the Pergamano half of the building. So, here we go. So these now are your bold tools.
Right.
So what we've got going on here, we've got the 1 needle bold, the 2 needle bold, and the 4 needle bold. So if you're starting out and you want to get the A4 bold grids, then these are the tools you need.
So
if you go with the super fine ones, you need the other tools.
Well, this is what I was going to say. So and we're guessing that these are going to be too chunky to go through the super fine.
They don't fit.
And the super fine are going to rattle around
That's
in the holes
exactly
of the
right.
other one. Right,
Yeah.
okay. Makes sense.
So it does make sense. And if you're into your parchment art, then really you're going to go to both, depending on what art you're using, what art you're working on.
There you go.
Don't
If you fancy these, then the details are on your screen there. So you've got your basics bolds there, as you can see, your 1, your 2 and your 4 needle there, £19.35. 151726. And here's the last thing that we're going to share with you before we get down to that demo area. Now, what is it that we've got here then?
So these are now, we're looking at the embossing tools.
Oh, I see.
So these are for your famous white work.
Right.
This is how we work with, again, Linda Williams has kindly given us a how-to, and you'll see here, we've got the largest one, we've got the number 6, the 4.5, the 3, the 1.5 and the 1. So these are the ball tools. The number 1, for example, is the one that I would use when I'm embossing with the super fine grid.
Fabulous, there you go. So you've got your shopping list together, yes? If not, jump onto the website. You're going to find everything that we've been chatting about, and you'll see all of these tools in action. Freedom member discount on those embossing tools, so if you want to get hold of those, just £26.31. Brilliant prices. Of course, don't forget, get those suggestions in with regard to those little holes. I'd love to know what your guesses are. We have had some suggestions come through, which we'll share with you. And if 9,500 is the first guess, so we'll see. We'll get a reaction from Barbara in a few moments with those. But yeah, check out those reviews as well. 5-star reviews, as you can see there, with many of those items there. And of course, if you are into your Pergamano or into your Groovi or into both, which because they're both marriage made in heaven, then we'd love to hear from you. But of course, we'll know about those holes as well. So 9,500, Barbara. Cold, warm,
ice cold.
Ice cold.
Ice cold.
Okay, ice cold. Oh, right. Okay, fair enough. Right, so more guesses. We need those guesses coming in.
Definitely. And we're on the superfine one, aren't we?
Yes.
Keep going.
Superfine diagonal. That's the one that we were looking at.
A4. Wonderful piece of kit.
Now, the tools we were just looking at.
Yes.
Obviously, with the tools, we saw on the website that you kind of got your tool holder and you've got your bag and all those kinds of things. So we've got all the perfect way to actually look after those.
Absolutely. So well, first of all, I've got my caddy, which I love at home.
Okay.
Because the caddy, I just lay out all my. If you can have a look over here, it's a wonderful piece of kit, and it's very classy, very arty. Look, I've even got my name on mine, and you can see all the tools, the ball tools, the needle tools. It's just a really nice thing to have at home.
I like that.
When you're on the road,
£24.99 for those.
And when you're on the road, this is really where the whole Pergamano show began. Because the idea a year ago was that we were going to buy 1 month at a time. We were going to fill this bag. Now, if we go to our bag, I love this. It has everything in it, right? Let me just show you. If we could go overhead, you'll see here, I've got my mix mats, I've got my little plate, I've got my tumble dryer sheets, I've got my gel pens. Now, this is where it gets interesting. So here's my ball tools.
Perfect.
Then I come in, I've got all my needles.
Lovely.
I've got my pergoliners.
Everything's in there that you need.
I've got my perga colours. These are great. And then in the back, and then normally I've got my scissors in there, I've got my erasers, and then in the back I've got I usually sling my Dorso oil in there. So when I go to do workshops, even as a paper crafter, when I'm not doing parchment, I've got everything in here that I need.
Pick it up and go.
It's quite astounding how much you can get in that bag.
I like that idea. If you fancy getting hold of yours, maybe you're just starting your journey, maybe you've been gathering your little bits and pieces and they're kind of just in a pencil case and you want to get more organised, then £29.99 will get that organised on its way. So, demo-wise, what are we up to?
I would like to, should we just have a look here on the pole? So what I want to show you, Linda Williams has kindly, and I'm so glad she's done this, because Linda is the master parcher, isn't she? She is the master parcher of 2 in the world. She is one of them, right? Master Pergamano tutor. And I love that she's taken, if we look at our 3 plates, right, when I first looked at this I thought, what a glorious idea. So she's taken the arch out of this one. Well, they're all the same, aren't they? They're overlaid. She's taken the arch and she's made this wonderful little envelope.
Wow.
Right? And then inside, look, it says, I will always love you.
Adorable.
And it's so achievable, and I wanted to show you how this has been done. Because when you look at this plate, automatically you think, well, you've got to do the arch, you've got all those. But when you actually break it down, there are some amazing little assets and elements. There's so much in just one of these 3 plates. It's really quite amazing. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take the starter plate mate. We'll add that in there.
Right.
And then I'm going to use the spacer, right? And the spacer I'm going to pop in there. Oh,
lovely.
Well, let me turn that off. I don't need that. Right.
And that's going to stop that rattling round now, right?
Right, so oh, hello. So what I'm going to do, though, because you said see, there's a little tiny, there's a little bit of
moving.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to straddle, and then it doesn't move.
Right.
Perfect. So now I'm ready to go. And one other thing I want to point out is if I run my finger over here, it's smooth. I've got it back to front. On this one, I've got it back to front. This is the one that...
you can hear.
Yeah, and so if you can read Groovi, it means you're on the right side. This is the embossed side. The reason I flip the other 2 sides is because... in case I jump out, I mean, I'd have to lurch. But it means that the only bit that I'm working on is this area here.
And you can almost see the difference in the kind of the whiteness of the plates, in the studio anyway.
So now I'm going to use this. So a parchment. When you get to this stage in your parching art, if you're moving on with us into the 2nd year, it's time to get A for parchment. And we do a bumper pack like this, which is really, really worth investing in. And can I just open up the box?
Yeah, go for it.
Because when you see that there are 250 sheets in here, that is a lot of A4 top quality Bergen parchment. Okay, in fact, I'm going to borrow one of those. Right, so that's worth investing in. You'll never have to buy any parchment. If you do groups or workshops, or they're usually ladies gather together to do this.
Very social, yeah.
This is a very, very good offer. It's a very good bar. What's the word? It's a good price. That's the word I was looking for.
Details are on your screen if you wanted to get hold of yours. £88.99. And don't forget, you can spread the cost of that with your flexi order, and perhaps spread the cost of those plates that we've been looking at as well.
So what I'm going to do now is just show you how to construct. First of all, I just want to construct that envelope, the lovely envelope that Linda Williams has popped in there, right? So you can see it here. I've got to give myself enough room on either side. We've got 2 hours, so I'm not going to rush. This is a tumble dryer sheet. I'm just going to do this. And then I'm going to use all those little elements that we've started incorporating into our Groovi art. Now I'm using the number 1 millimetre, that means. It's a number 1 millimetre tool. So what I'm going to do now is just come round here, and I'm using the Groovi guard to hold the parchment in place while I work. See, easy. Right, that's the first thing. So we've got that one sorted. That wasn't too tricky, was it? Yep. And then I'll take this now, and I'm going to turn this round, and I'm going to just line that up carefully like so, and then I'll hold that down like that. Then I'm just going to add the next wing, if you like. Mm-hmm. Oh, see, I've come out. So you just, and I'm using the 1 millimetre tool to do that. So now I've got 2, right?
That's almost like a little heart that you've made.
But you see, I need the line down here too.
Okay.
So I'm just going to hold that in place, and then I'll come down here. I won't go over any lines twice, I don't need to. Wonderful. So now I've done that.
Just to let you know, those new plates, 25% of the stock has gone. They are very, very popular. And incidentally, if you're wanting to add in the Groovi guard and, of course, your little Groovi tabs that we've just seen Barbara working with, they are part of that accessory bundle at the bottom of your screen.
And so you can see here, this is very, very simple. All I've got to do, if it tugs a bit, just use your tumble dryer sheet, and then your tool will glide in that groove much better.
Okay.
So you can see how quickly I've got all 3, and all I'm doing is making the artwork. You see those 2 Groovi tabs? They hold it in place while I'm working. See this square? All you do is you just line it up. Take the time to do this. It's supposed to be a very mindful process. I think one of the best things about Groovi art is its mindful process,
yes,
you know.
Yeah.
So now, for example, I'll do that, and then I'll hold it in place like so. I'll give it a little wipe, and then immediately, number 1 tool, or the number 1 tool from the starter kit, and you'll see that already now has given us our envelope, which wasn't anywhere near.
That is brilliant.
So it's so simple, isn't it? See? So now you've got your envelope, and if we go back to Linda's piece, you'll see immediately how I ended up there. So that's all it is.
And that didn't exist before. You've created it.
No, so the arch gives you, exactly, you just use the middle, and that's how you get your equidistance, if you like. And then once you've done that, now let's have a look. I'm going to jump forward now.
Okay.
Because, you know, that's the thing about parchment, it does take a while. So again, I'm working on the back, but I want to show you, if you look at this, you see all those lovely little flowers. It's so delicate, isn't it? But in actual fact, all I'm using is this little area. See these areas here?
Okay.
That's the only part I'm using.
Okay.
So, for example, I'll come in here now, and you see those 2 flowers there?
Yeah.
Right. That's all I want to use. So I would take my Groovi tabs and I would just build. The only thing I would suggest is when you do this, that you start on the outside and work your way up, but you don't start in the middle. If you see what I mean.
So is that so you're not leaning on the bits that you've done already? Would that be the reason?
If you start like this, then you'll be able to fill. The infill will be a lot easier.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right? So now, for example, I'll take my number 1 tool again, and then I just get in the groove, and I use the parts that I'm going to actually include in my artwork. So you sort of step away, if you like. You step away from the plate and you look at the isolated elements. Do you see what I'm doing here?
Look at them as individual pieces rather than the overall design. Oh, I see. Okay.
You see? Yeah. And so this here, when I turn this round, and then we're going to go over to Paul to show you the grid work in a moment.
Okay. Oh, I'm glad
but
you mentioned
all I'm going to do now is just move around slowly, bit by bit, and build up. And if I want it facing in the other direction, I've got that element
You've
there.
Got several
I've got
of them
4
around,
of them.
yeah.
So you can you build up your artwork and you decide where do you want it to go next? Where do you want what angle do you want? Do you want to come in from there? That would be nice, you see? So I would come in like that now. And so you have to be aware as you're going that you don't leave yourself a great big hole in, like a gap in the middle that you can't fill.
Yeah.
So you just work your way around.
Busy. The more that we're seeing from these, the busier we're getting. Over a third of the stock has gone. Incidentally, we're busy for those plates as well, those grids. And you touched on the grid there. Don't forget, we've been asking you to email in and let us know your idea on how many holes are in here. Bear in mind they are individually drilled, the holes in here. And you have got, well, you've got more than, what was it, 9,500 was the first guess?
Have we had
We've had another guess in.
Go on.
Karen has emailed 1.5 million. So we've gone from 9,500 to 1.5 million.
Come down a little bit,
just
Karen.
Just a tad. Yeah, just a tad.
we couldn't afford them.
I was going to say that's going to cost you a fortune, isn't it? But you've got a lot in
so
there.
So somewhere in between.
In between the two, between 9,500 and 1.5 million. Okay. We're getting closer. Come down a bit. Okay. Right, we will do. Barbara, amazing. And just shows you that just look at the individual elements with regards to those. So
that's it.
Perfect.
And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fill this out. Okay. And then what I'll do when you come back, if you come back or we'll come back at 3 o'clock, I'm going to do a little bit of white work. I'm going to do a little bit of colouring. And we'll see how that works.
I'm going to go and see Paul then, because Paul's going to be working with these groups.
I think you need to see what Paul's doing.
So jump onto the website, have a little look. You'll be able to find not only that grid that we've been chatting about, the superfine diagonal, you've got the superfine straight, you've got the new addition to us here with Hochanda, with the bold as well. So you've got lots of options with regards to those. And of course, they're going to add that fabulous infill detail, which we'll see with Paul in a few moments. But before that, I just need to reiterate what a brilliant deal you've got with these brand new plates. Lots of you have been adding these into your basket, so much so that a third of the stock has gone. So I thought it's only right that we do quickly show you what you are going to be able to create with these. We saw some finished samples a few moments ago, but you're going to get the plates. The plates have got the detail in, lots of elements within there. You're going to be able to pick and choose which elements you use, even create your own designs that aren't already there. That is the key thing with these, and that's what we saw Barbara do just a few moments ago. The design team have had so much fun with these. Over 40% of the stock has gone now. My goodness, Glynis has done some very traditional white work with this one, so no colour involved with this particular one. But then, of course, what Chris has done is Chris has come along with her colour, added colour to that, added quite bold colour with those, I think you'll agree. So getting some wonderful results. On this occasion here, though, you can see that with this one, Karen has used some finer, kind of lighter tones with that, more of a pastel effect. And of course, you are going to get some wonderful results when you start working with these. The whole design team, I mean, Sheila there, what a beautiful card. Bit of a mixture of all sorts there. So you've got your four elements there, your 3 grids, which are going to fit in your Groovi starter system. But of course, they are slightly smaller. They're the A6 size, so you're going to need that spacer plate, which you have got in there as well. $17.97, should I say, apologies. Brilliant price, 101,635 if you're wanting those. So if you're wanting those, do pop them into your basket. Now, with regard to the different plates, you've got your 4 different plates. So we're going to bring the details up. We've got 2. We've got your straight, which we're going to bring the details up at the side. I think we'll probably bring the details for the diagonal up at the bottom of the screen. So these are bold. So these are for working with that larger tool, perhaps covering an area quicker. Maybe you don't want to go into that super fine detail. Well, with these, you've got your bold as your straight, where they're all straight in line. So perfect if you're filling in an area where you've got quite an angular look to it, then that one, the straight, is perfect for you. And again, you can use it on the, for here, around the edge here. Can you see how here you've got the straight edge there, where they're all kind of neatly in columns, shall we say. So if you imagine that you're building a tower of those holes and they're all lined up perfectly, then that is your straight. But then your diagonal, which is the one that you've got at the bottom, that allows you to do that infill where you've kind of got that fluidity of a design surrounding something else. So there you go, you can see how you've got your diagonal there, and then you can see your straight to the side there. Can you see how you've got the kind of the difference between the two there? Both brilliant plates, just depends on which you're wanting to go for and which one you're going to go for first, because once you've gone for one, I think you'll find yourself going for the second as well. But then we're going to the other extreme. This time we're talking super fine. So this is if you really want to get that fine detail, that real nitty-gritty, getting right into that finer elements, creating some beautiful effects. Again, perhaps a little bit more time consuming, perhaps a bit more intricate. Perhaps you've moved on from the bold. These are your super fine. Again, we've got straight, which again, the details on your screen there. You've got diagonal, which are going to be at the bottom of your screen. And again, it just gives you the ability to get right into that nitty-gritty. I mean, here, look at this.
I mean, these are beautiful pieces. This particular one here, Emma, oh my goodness, look at the detailed work that you've got there. And again, regardless of whether you're using your colour parchment or whether you're using your finer detail, your white parchment, should I say, with the finer detail, Linda there creating some amazing pieces. And if you're working on little tiny elements, maybe you've got little elements that in the past you've not been able to fill before, then this is a perfect opportunity for you to do that. And this is Josie again creating with these here. £34.99 for your straight, £34.99 for your diagonal. And don't forget, if you've not emailed in with your estimation on how many holes are in that diagonal plate, then I'd love to hear from you, studio@hochanda.com. So those are your 4 new plates. Now, bumper parchment, this is definitely the way to go with regards to stocking up on your parchment. Brilliant value for money. With this, you are getting a huge box that you can dip into and dip out of. You've got 250 sheets there, £88.99 being your price on these. Makes it 35p per sheet. Wow, that is phenomenal value for money. 2 flexi buys on this one are £44.50, 618981. I'm going to ask Paul as well, with regards to the parchment, when we're looking at kind of your packs, your smaller packs, what sort of price is it per parchment sheet usually?
For the clear coloured parchment, normally works out at £1 a sheet.
Right, okay.
And then we do the packs, I mean, you've got 20 sheets of the A5 in there, and that normally sells for about £5.
Yeah, so it's really
so it's a fantastic saving. And again, what you'll find is that as you get more confident, you'll want to sort of use more and more and more.
Makes sense.
And there's nothing like worse than running out of parchment when you're in the middle of a project.
Good point. Now, those grids have been very busy for those.
They have.
Got 2 new ones.
Well, we've got 4 new grids.
4 new ones, but straight in your diagonals.
That's right.
Sorry, yes.
So why would we need A4? One of the great things about the A4 is it gives you that larger area to work on. And previously we brought you the lovely designs from Tina Cox, which are borders, and they're all based on a bold grid, because obviously that's where we started our journey. So if you wanted to add dimension to those, rather than sort of keep moving your parchment along on one of the smaller ones, the A1, you put it in place and then it keeps it there. And it gives you that balance as well. If you're trying to line it up and you're going onto a larger area, you've then got to move it and then try and line it up again.
Yes.
And it can be a fraction out and it will just show completely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So when we look at this here that we've done earlier, where we've taken the difference between both the bold and the fine,
beautiful.
You can see the delicacy of it, can't you? And again, as Barbara was saying, if you've got smaller areas to work within, then the bold needle can be quite prominent and it can sort of like detract from the design.
And this is the key thing, because don't forget, when you are working with those tools, the bold tool will work with the bold, and you can see there those larger holes, which is brilliant for covering your area. You'll be able to cover a good area of space there, as you can see. I say speedily, none of it is speedy, none of it's meant to be speedy, but over here you can see that much finer detail. So where you've got those holes, where you've kind of got your ratio, well, I mean, if you're looking at kind of little areas of that, you've got more work with the finer detail, but it does look totally different,
it does.
doesn't
For
it?
me, it looks more delicate, and I've only started recently working with the superfine grids, and you can really notice the difference. Because again, I've been on the same journey as Barbara and a lot of people at home with the parchment and the Groovi system, and obviously you start off easy. The Groovi plates are easy to give you that line art. So if you want to do embossing or the perforating, then you start with a bigger hole. It's just common sense. And then you want to improve, and that's the confidence of the Groovi system. So the next step up is to have these superfine grids.
Fabulous.
So I thought what we would do is I would show you, I've traced out these beautiful designs, and to show you how I worked with them in relation to sort of lining them up. Okay. So I'm going to put my light panel on.
Lovely.
So we've got these on the show as well. And these were introduced to work primarily with the coloured parchment. But if you're working with the grids, then it's fantastic because you can really sort of see the perforations through them. Okay. So when we do the perforating, what we're going to do is we work from the front of our work. And I've gone for the diagonal superfine because I'm going to go in and out all of these different areas. Okay.
Now, we're still getting emails in. I was going to ask Paul how many holes are in there, but I know he won't tell me.
I know.
But you've been emailing in. So we've had another guess. 50,000. Oh, nice.
Right,
50,000.
50,000.
So is that getting closer?
It's very close.
Very close.
Very
okay,
close.
right.
So are we higher or are we lower?
Oh, that's the thing, is it more toward... I don't know.
I think we need to go just a little bit lower.
A little bit lower.
A little bit
going,
lower.
You're getting closer. Are we warm?
We're very warm.
Fair
yes,
enough then.
very
Very
warm.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm doing now, so I'm using my light panel underneath to illuminate the thing. And because I'm using the superfine, it really does help with lining up. Okay, so what I'm doing, because I've got this straight edge along here, I'm looking at the straight line of the thing, and I know it's going to be really hard on the screen.
It is tricky. It's easy to see when you're actually in the flesh, because bear in mind, we are talking superfine with this, so you've got a lot of holes there. I mean, look at that. I can't believe that these are drilled individually.
I know,
My
it's
goodness.
crazy. Really, really crazy. I'd love to see the process.
Yeah.
So again, I'm working on the larger area, and I've taped it down using my Groovi tabs. Now, in order to perforate with the superfine, this is where the fine needle tools come in.
Okay.
So when Pergamano first introduced the various tools, all of their tools were a standard fine needle.
Okay.
And then they introduced a bold needle because people wanted to make bigger holes for like reperforating. When we bought Pergamano, we then introduced the 2-needle bold and the 4-needle bold because it just saved time. And again, because we was learning, it speeds up the process of perforating. So, but what you'll find is that I'm using the light panel to sort of line it up. So we're using the tools from the perforating bundle, where you get the 1-needle bold, and then you get the 1, the 2, the 4 fine, and then the angle tool.
Lovely. If you wanted to get hold of those, you've got your tools, details are on your screen. You are going to get your handy guide as well. It's Linda that's put this together, isn't it?
Right,
to help you with this.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to make it nice and easy for you to learn how to use those tools. And of course, we've got a fabulous Paul that's going to teach us as well.
And what's also great about this is that once you've bought this collection, if you then add the bold needle tools in as well, what Linda's describing in there, you can repeat with the bold needle tools.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to take a piece of superfoam, which we've got on the show, and pop that onto my light panel. And then a really good tip that I got from Linda was to take a tumble dryer sheet and lay that on top. Okay, so it's translucent, so it's not deflecting away. So when you're working, you pop this on top. So I'm going to grab my 1-needle fine. So at the end of each of the tools, you've got the little symbols. So I don't know if we can sort of see those.
I'm sure we'll be able to get in there.
Get in on there?
Oh, so that means that when that's actually standing...
Standing in the tool,
you can,
so you can have a look.
Makes
so there
sense.
we can see. So we've got the 1-needle bold just there,
and
then the one with the smaller dot is the 1-needle fine.
Oh, you can certainly tell those apart, can't you?
So I'm going to grab my 1-needle fine to start with, and my Groovi guard, and this is where the Groovi guard is really key, because it allows me to concentrate on a certain area. So you're not sort of detracting. And then all I'm going to do, I'm just going to start off, and you can see that you can just perforate straight through.
So even with the diagonal, you could do straight lines if you wanted to.
Yes, so what I'm doing, I'm going along that straight line with the diagonal, but then when I come to the edges, you'll see that it starts to create...
Oh, that light panel's good, because you can see where you're feet.
Yeah, I can see where I'm being, so this is great. When I was prepping, I had this on my lap at home, and it just meant that I didn't have to have the big light on.
Oh, the big lights.
The big light.
Everybody's got a big light.
So you don't want to have the big light on and disturb anyone else that's in the room. But you can see how quickly that starts to build up. And we can start to see where the angle goes off. So when I was prepping this, what I found easiest was to actually go round all the fancy bits first. So you go, and what your eye sort of comes into it to work out where the next hole is, if you know what I mean. See, so I'm going to go around here.
Oh, I see, right,
So I'm just going to follow. I don't need to go up close at this point. So I'm just getting my eye in. Now, when you come into a line there, what I found was that if I put the tool at an angle and then just gently push in underneath and then go in, it doesn't necessarily catch the white line so much, rather than going in direct. So what I found was easiest was to feel round all of the line first. I concentrated on a small area to start with, just to get my eye in. Okay, and then as you go along, so if I'll just come down to this area here and just complete this, so you can see, and you start to.
So it's kind of like your outline, and then you go back in and colour it in almost.
Yes, but what you do is you take the 2 needle fine.
Of course.
And you do it in double the time.
I
worked that out. I worked that out when I got halfway up the design. But the tool has been designed to work. Let me just get my eye in to start with. There we go. See, look, I can go straight in.
So you're halving the time now because you've got the 2 needles.
Yeah. Now, because I'm using the diagonal, I can only use the 2 needle. But if I was doing this with the straight, I could use the 4 needle.
Oh, I see,
and the 4 needle comes in with the perforating bundle.
Okay.
See, so we can just go along. And it doesn't matter if I go back into a hole that I've already come out of, because can you imagine doing this without a grid?
Oh my goodness.
There's no way
Can you imagine trying to line it up?
You wouldn't be able to.
No way you could do that. Now, of course, if it's the first time that you've invested in the grid, you will need the tools. That's the key thing. So maybe you're going for the diagonal one that we've got on the screen there, $34.99. You might be going for the straight. It's up to you. But either of those the tools within the set that we've got at the bottom of the screen lend themselves to both of those, because, of course, you've got your single, you've got your double in there. You've also got your 4 needle as well. So if you do want to cover a larger area quicker with your straight lines, then you have got the tools in there as well. You can see, obviously, at the end of each of these, you have got the little kind of icon there, but the icon is also repeated on your tool itself. So quickly and easily you can see. Of course, you've got your single, you've got your double, you've got your 4 needle there. You've also got your 1 needle bold in this particular one here. So is this the bold set that I'm holding up rather than the
You've
the
got,
fine
no,
detail?
that's the perforating collection, which has all the fine except for that one. If it doesn't say bold on it, then the tool is a fine needle, because that's what Pergamano started off with. All of their needles were fine to start with. So the packaging will actually say...
Oh, that's right, because you've got the additional ones as bold that you can have on top of those if you want to. I remember that.
So, see, and then this is really therapeutic as well, because you can really sort of get into those areas, and you can get into sort of a ribbon. A ribbon? A rhythm.
Very relaxing watching you, I have to say. It's quite a mindful way of working with these. Of course, don't forget those grids. First time that we've seen these grids here, and we've got 4 new ones to share with you. You've got your super fine for your fine detail work, which is the one that Paul's working with. This is your diagonal one, and we know that 50,000 dots sorts of little holes is close, to the quantity that we've got in there. We will find out before the end of the hour, I'm sure.
Yeah, Barbara can do the big reveal.
She will be able to mention that too, isn't she? Yeah. 444-768 if you're wanting the diagonal. Don't forget you've got your straight version with those, and also you've got your bold with regard to your straight and your diagonal. If you want to go for the straight with the superfine, then here you go. These are the details for this one, 119-148. Again, £34.99. And the reflection is because of the amount of work that has gone into these. Of course, you've got so many detailed holes in there, each one being individually drilled. So it's a key thing with regards to these. £29.99 if you're going for your diagonal. The details are on your screen. But of course, the straight, same price, £29.99. So it might be that you're wanting to get hold of these first. So by all means, you can do. And then with regards to those brand new plates, half of the stock has gone. Wow, they have been very popular. Just seeing how beautifully they can be used, whether you want to do your white work, your detailed piercing work, whether you want to do your cut work with these as well. Lots of different ways you can use them. And for just £17.97. Not just about those arches that you've got there, but you've got floral content in there. You've got some almost Art Deco stars with those. I love the tree that you can see in that top one there as well. Beautiful. Make it almost like a little family tree with those, couldn't you? 101-635, just £17.97, proven to be incredibly popular. So yeah, do get those ones into your baskets.
Okay. So you can see here, while you've been talking, I've been sort of getting carried away with it. Yeah, so if I bring that back, we can see.
So is that the same piece? Wow.
It's the same piece we've been working on, and you can see I've got a little bit open there, so I can go back in. But I'd say what I found was easy was to concentrate on a small area first, and to go round all the lines of the design, and really get your eye in. First time I did it, I wasn't concentrating and I went into the design, so sort of start again. But it's great, and then you use, because we're using the diagonal, the 2 needle tool to infill. But I mean, if you just wanted to do the quick bit first, then I can go over here, just pop that there, and I can, and by having that tumble dry sheet underneath, what that's doing is it's lubricating the needles every single time. So I'm not getting the pull on the tools of the needles coming out.
Oh yes, of course, tumble dry sheet. I forgot that was underneath.
And it just really does make it easy.
There you go. Now, of course, that's working with the Superfine. We've also got the Bold as well, so we've got a little kind of grid here to show you with regards to these. They've all got different, obviously different results, different applications, and as time goes on, you will really be able to build up with regards to those. So you can see how you've got your different. So just to reiterate with this, Paul, what are we looking at? We're looking at embossed as well with these.
That's right. So just because they're called piercing grids doesn't necessarily mean that you use them for piercing. So to do the embossing is a great way of infilling with colour. Now, Pergamano used to do metal grids.
Yes, they did, yeah.
So the benefits of having the acrylic plates is that they don't bend or buckle. There's no sharp edges to them, because sometimes if you're putting metal through parchment onto metal, it could rip. So because the acrylic is softer compared to metal, you don't get that effect. So, but I love the effect that you can get from going from perforating.
Yes.
So this is the bold we're looking at here.
So all those at the bottom there have been done with either the Bold straight or the Bold diagonal.
That's right, yeah.
And at the top it's the Superfine.
It's a Superfine. I mean, and look at the difference.
That's amazing.
How sort of delicate it can look.
Beautiful, gorgeous. And then if I just bring this in here as well, you can see there.
That's right. So this
That's
is using
effective.
just the Bold grids.
Yeah.
So again, this is using the diagonal embossed and then perforated in Bold. And then you've got the straight embossed and then perforated.
And of course it's not just about perforating, it's not just about piercing, because of course you can use them to create those edges that you can cut.
I was really surprised at the difference it made, because I've been a Bold person.
Yes.
Because obviously when you're on TV, you want to make it a little bit easier on yourself. So now is my turn to sort of challenge myself and go with the fine perforations.
Beautiful.
And what a difference it makes.
Doesn't it
It really, really does.
Absolutely gorgeous. Getting busier and busier and busier for these grids as well. Don't forget you've got 4 variations. You've got 2 Bold, straight and diagonal. You've got your 2 of your Superfine, again straight and diagonal. It's down to you which ones you're going to go for. You will collect them though as time goes on. Of course, if you've got your flexi order, you might want to sneak them all in, and then you've got them all there to play around with at the same time. And they do lend themselves to
Absolutely,
both to
you would
same
mix
projects.
and match, because you could use fine perforations in one area and then the bolder perforations in a different area on the same design to get that balance.
Perfect.
But also, one of the great benefits of having the grid is, if we have a look at this, I'll give that to you.
Let me hold that for you and then you can point.
Is that I love doing these little crosses.
Okay.
Okay, so you get a 4-needle tool in both of the collections, but you imagine trying to get those little sets of 4 lined up
You couldn't
perfectly.
do it,
You'd have to have a ruler, and then how do you work out the spacing in between?
I'm bored just thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's another great benefit of the grids, because the tools have been designed to work in them. I could either have done this with a 1-needle, a 2-needle, or the 4-needle.
Good point.
And then look at the difference in the size of those little crosses.
Clever.
And that, for me, is how I perfected my picot cutting, was practicing on those.
It's having the right tools to train you, isn't it? That's the key thing. You're being trained into it's an art form. It's absolutely amazing.
So not just using for infill, but to create your own patterns as well.
Perfect. Lovely. There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, everything's on the website. I'm going to head back and see Barbara. We've not got long left within the show. Don't forget, you have got your second hour with regards to Barbara and Paul. 3 o'clock this afternoon. And of course, traditionally, the first Thursday of every month is now a Pergamano Thursday. That's all you've got to remember. And join us here at Hochanda for your 2 hours with well, on this occasion, it's Barbara and Paul. Can sometimes mix it up, though, so you never quite know. So don't forget, keep an eye open on that calendar for the first Thursday of March. But we left you busy working with your little flowers.
Yeah, and, you know, I was going to say about the grid.
Yes.
Right. One of the things that I know to be true is that we've got different Bold grids. You know, we've got the ones for borders, for teeners.
Yes.
We've got A5. We've got little baby ones. The Bold ones. We've got them for workshops. We've got. We've only got 1 super fine pair of grids, and that's these. We only do them in A4.
See,
They're not
right.
available in any other. So for the person at home, for the viewer at home, that's thinking, well, hang on a minute, they'll have them in A5 or they'll have them. No. We will only ever bring these out in A4.
Right.
Only because of the cost of production.
It's the manufacturing of everything.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And because they're so tight, and has anybody guessed how many are in the superfine
Well, I don't know.
ones?
We're bring the superfine diagonal in as well.
Yeah.
So we had, start off we had 9,500, then we had 1.5 million.
No, that was a little bit over
Then we went
OTT.
back down to, was it 50,000, I think, or 51,000? A little bit later. Now, Sammy has guessed 31,500.
Oh, yeah, come on. So we got 50 and we got 30, somewhere right in the middle.
Oh, is it?
I think so,
Right.
isn't it?
I don't know. I'm going to get Paul to come in because Paul has got the figure that he's going to be sharing.
Shall we
with us on
see
this.
what
So
it
is that
says?
the figure?
Do we want to
Is that-
know?
Oh, hold on. We've got a late guess. Come in,
All right.
Paul. Come in, Paul. Now we've had. Is this Tom? Tom?
Is it Tom at work? Have you been sitting there counting these,
yeah,
Tom?
check the email. Is it coming saying clarity?
If it's Tom and Clarity stamp, don't count.
Yeah. So Tom has said 39,387.
Tom, you work at Clarity and you've been counting them, haven't you?
Scorching hot.
If that's Tom Smith, we want to have a car park talk when I get home.
No, it's not. I don't think I'm allowed to say his second name, so I'm not going to, just in case. But Tom, it's not Tom Smith. Didn't he make crackers?
Marvellous.
Not sure.
The actual superfine diagonal is. Think about this though. Think about what I'm saying now. 39,736 drilled holes, individually
My goodness,
drilled
it must take
holes.
forever. That is phenomenal.
Nearly 40,000 individually drilled holes in that plate.
Amazing.
That is a piece of engineering, like
absolutely
incredible.
incredible.
Insane when you stop to think about it.
Yeah.
And
that's
you,
what gives
you
you
only
that
get
detail.
one. That's it. That's what gives you the detail.
Yeah, it's gotta
and
be
you
that.
only need the one. And because by the time, and the reason we've done it in A4 is also because by the time you want to get this, you're making larger art and you're
Paul, do you want to bring in some of the finished samples, because this is a key thing. Here we've got brand new designs which we're sharing with you from Mel. Of course, they are incorporating those grids as well. What sort of time have we got left, Henri? Just a couple of minutes. That's all that we've got left.
So I just showed you this as well. You know, like what I was on, just on here.
Yes.
Do you see? I don't know if you can get in here.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
Yep, we're there. Yeah.
Right. So you see that tiny little row there, a little tiny bit. There we are.
Yes, yeah.
So that's done using the straight, super fine, and the number 1 1mm Pergamano tool on the back.
So that's
and
an
it gives
embossing tool rather than a piercing
go
tool.
to the little
Okay.
flowers. You see the little flowers? There's a little touch.
Dots,
So the little dots, they're not actually on the plate. Look, but so I went in with the same, exactly the same plate, and just added 3 little dots, and it just brings
make
it to
a
life.
difference?
Yeah,
It does.
it will if I do all of
equal
them
as well, aren't they? Because you use the grid rather, because the grid is like the safety net, isn't it?
Yes,
Just
it
if
is.
you go through the parchment.
Keeps you back on track. And the design team, I mean,
so nice to
the
use.
design team's artwork, I have to say, absolutely phenomenal.
It is
Absolutely. And of course,
spectacular. So that's grid work.
Yeah, half the stock has gone of these plates. Again, the grid work, as you quite rightly pointed out to the side there. So they work well with the designs.
And you know, it is a considered purchase. I mean, these are expensive. These A4 drilled plates, these grids are expensive. They were very expensive for us to invest in also, but we decided to bite the bullet on the superfine because the metal grids just, well, they're not that popular. Because people hurt their hands.
Yes.
Because they
buckle.
blunt,
Do you know
they
what
buckle,
used to get
they
me?
blunt up the tools as well, don't they?
Do you know what used to set my teeth on edge? It's the sound of the metal tool going through the metal plate.
Was it?
It really did, and I remember that even
And they
now. It's a
buckle
long
and
time.
it's really difficult. Yeah. So
So these are
this
gonna
is
last a
our.
long
Yeah, you
time.
only need to ever buy this once.
Not going to go rusty.
No.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Lots of you got items in your baskets. Do make sure you check those baskets out. But don't forget, come back and join Barbara and Paul at 3 o'clock for your second instalment. We're going to crack on with this. Covered a lot within this hour, so we're going to be a kind of more demo heavy, I think, within the 3 o'clock show.
And thank you to Linda as well for lots, actually.
Yes, thank you to Linda. And well done, Tom, with that guess as well. So,
that
that
was
was a
smooth.
good
I've got my eye on you.
Very close. I think we're going to be checking out who Tom is to make sure. I wonder if he sat there and counted.
If it's Jim, it's Jim at work.
See you later on. Bye-bye. 40,000 holes, wow. AALL Create coming up with a one-day special straight after the break, penultimate hour. Then we are back with the lovely Denise before we're back with Barbara and Paul. See you later.
Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. Welcome to Good Morning Hochanda, your daily breakfast fix of your favourite crafts at 7 a.m. Whilst you're getting ready to start the day, join us every morning for the Deal of the Day, a product available at a special price but only for the 24 hours or while stocks last. Also, part of your morning routine should be the Sunrise Specials, your favourite crafting items available at a special low price but only for the hour. Tune in to Good Morning Hochanda and start your day with a deal.
Hochanda will be attending the Creative Craft Show at the NEC in Birmingham from Thursday the 19th of March until Sunday the 22nd of March. Take part in our famous Hochanda Tombola to win prizes galore. Or why not join one of our numerous make and take sessions being run by our crafty guest experts. You will be so inspired by their wealth of knowledge and expertise. You'll find us on stand F08 in Hall 11, so come along and say hello to the team. We would all love to meet you. Order your tickets online today at hochanda.com and we'll see you there.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello and a warm welcome. So it's our second opportunity to spend some quality time with the quality Tracy. Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
Good afternoon.
I had fun earlier on.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, of
Did
course.
you enjoy your stamping as well earlier?
I did.
Yeah, you did a good job.
I always like, thank you very much.
I was impressed. You kept it at holding on.
Not in your elite. Do you know what I did though? I remember everything you told us though. I made to give it a good inking.
Yeah.
Left it time to soak in.
I watched.
Thank you. Right, we've got a great hour ahead, and if you've ever watched Tracy before, you'll know that she loves to share her inspirations with you. So please stay tuned. All the collection we're about to release, one day special, designed by Tracy herself, brought to you by AALL Create. So I mean that's perfect marriage. You've got the quality of AALL Create with your designs.
Yeah, and also ABS gives you the freedom to go away and design, and you can just play and then come back and he'll agree or not agree or whatever. But it just gives you the freedom, so that's perfect because I can just go with the flow wherever inspiration takes me.
I kind of get a sense with Abs, he's so good at sourcing talent from all over the world.
Yeah, he headhunts. Yeah, even though he's young, because you know I feel like his mum. But yeah, even though he's young, he headhunts. But he watches people for a while just to see what their forte is. So yes.
And it's interesting because as designers, there's so many fantastic designers who are included under the umbrella of AALL Create. But you've all got your distinctive styles, and you get a sense of it.
I love that because we've got, you know, Bipasha's got her style, Olga's got her style because she's got humour in there, and then Janet, who's joined us recently, she's got her little quirky style as well. But it's nice because it brings a different element. Every time you have a show, you've got somebody different then, and it doesn't get boring, so it's good.
Nothing boring about this. What we're going to do, so if you have maybe just tuned in for the first time to see our one-day special, it launched yesterday. Let me explain. We've got the one-day special here. We've also got other options, and then we have a complete collection. So if you are maybe just about, you're on the precipice of placing your order, just hold back for a few moments, let us show you everything, and then you can find the best option for you. So whether it is just the one-day special or maybe the complete collection. There are some serious perks to the complete collection though. Should we start with the one-day special? What are we getting, Tracy?
So we're getting an A4 stamp, which is split into 2 A5s, so it makes it nice and easy to stamp with. Wonderful detail.
Beautiful detail.
A real eclectic mix here, so you've got those ephemera backgrounds, hand-drawn elements, all in there in the same one stamp. And as you've seen me on, if you watch on Rewind, I've used just the background elements there, and I've used the focal images as well, just to prove that you don't need to use the whole stamp, you can use parts of it.
We also got, now this is very much you, these quirky flowers.
Yeah, I like my quirky flowers, and I always like one with open petals, just like that large one there, just so that you can stamp that onto book pages. And I love the sentiments. There's some lovely sentiments in that set as well, which I also think are important if you want to give a message as well.
And then finally, we've got our beautiful, sort of, it's like a strip border stamp.
Yes, one of my favourites. The more I use the stamp, I keep moving from different favourites. So I loved using that in the previous demo. I just love the detail of it. And again, that open detail. When we stamped it on book pages, it looked fab.
I'm so glad you said that, and it's worth watching our 9 o'clock show. But yeah, just literally these stamps on an old book page look amazing. I'm just going to show you a couple of pieces. Now, we've got to give a mention to the whole design team, but Debbie especially, because she sent first class on Monday her finished inspirations, and they literally just arrived.
Just arrived.
What's going on with the post? But we're glad we have got them. I mean, look at that for a work of art.
That's beautiful, isn't it? And she's got the stencil inside the flower. She's got the stencil design that I'm going to be using just in a sec.
Very, very clever. Or how about... Now, come on.
Full-on power colour. But that butterfly just sings. I love it.
That is such a lovely design there, Debbie. Or maybe... How good is that?
Nice shading on that one. Lovely shading.
Love it. I love that. Right, so that's a one-day special. Now, I want to draw your attention to the $24.99. I'll tell you why I'm going somewhere with this. Because $24.99 is your first flexi payment if you want to go just for the one-day special, which you're seeing here. And that is a great price. If you go for the complete collection, and we're going to actually, we'll flash up the complete collection for you. So everything that you're seeing here, you're getting your the character stamps, you're getting your framing stamps, more feature stamps, and then the one-day special. So all of these stamps in the complete collection, your first flexi payment is, if you're a Freedom member, £26.98. So $24.99 for your one-day special, or $26.98 for the complete collection. Everything we're about to show you, and we will show you that. I've got to make it clear, though, with those flexi payments, it's 3 flexi payments for your complete and 2 for your one-day special. Right, moving on. Now, we're also, if you do go for the complete collection, we've got that exclusive stamp as well.
Yes, we have. Our exclusive stamp set, which was here.
There. Thank you, Tracy.
We looked professional, didn't we?
Tell me a little bit about this.
So, when I do the exclusive stamp, I like to make sure that that does work with what you're purchasing. So that is scaled down so that it works with the other stamps.
Oh, look how they got it.
And I love the little ant.
The ant in there.
Well, you have to have an ant in gardening, don't you?
Of course you do. That is a beautiful stamp, and if I just turn that around...
And the same detail in a smaller version, absolutely perfect detail.
So I'm right in saying the only place we can get this stamp is with the complete collection. Correct, as a bonus. We can't
when
buy
it's
it.
Gone, it's gone. Yeah.
And speaking of which, there isn't a lot of stock remaining. So if you do want to get hold of your exclusive stamp, if you go for the complete collection, you can only get it as part of the complete collection, then which is added into your order as a bonus. Now, what we're going to show you here, you can buy it individually, or as, and that's at the bottom of your screen, or of course part of our complete collection. So what are we getting here, Tracy?
So here again we're getting what I class as good doers, the border stamp that's got sentiments. They're the ones that I don't leave my desk.
I just love the description. It's a good doer.
That's the way I just describe things. No hairs and graces.
I love it.
So it's literally, that works for me every day. It's something I pick up all the time, and it was designed because a lot of ladies said you may be able to draw the doodle the borders, Tracy, but I can't. So I thought I need to make a border, but then they can bend and they can create reeds and things like that.
It's a really good point, because then if you just want to add that little bit of strip border detail, you've got it all here, so you're seeing that, and then your frames, and also sentiments designed to work with all the other designs that were included within the collections, whether it's a complete collection or the one-day special. And over here, now, this is
of my favourites.
Power combo.
Yeah, I love it. I love the nibs and the little mushrooms. And the detail on those is fantastic. And again, if you stamped on book pages or you shrunk them and put them on shrink plastic, you get a totally different look. But it's just the detail for me. I love the detail.
It's a beautiful camera work, by the way. So very nice. How about here? Take a look at this.
That's one from Debbie. Again, a lovely idea to create a little book. Perfect gift idea.
I mean, come on. That is such a lovely... That is... You've just taken a nice book, don't get me wrong, but by adding that detail on there, that is stunning.
You could take that to college or anything, couldn't you?
Yeah. Well, what about this?
And that's colouring. That's adding depth with shading and colouring, and that's from Corrie.
That is very, very, very nice.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
OK, as we can move on down, so what we're going to do, we'll show you the options. If you want to go for the individual bundles, that's at the bottom of your screen. We've got the complete collection as your main details on your screen right now. Having a look at our characters. So what is it that you wanted, did you want to bring the owls into the mix?
Because when I'm designing, when I'm thinking about the garden, or I'm sitting in the garden, I'm always thinking, right, what am I surrounded by, or whatever. And it was funny because one evening we did have an owl in the garden.
Oh, wow.
And I thought, oh, perfect. But I'm not, I'm not a botanist and I can't, but I don't draw botanical. I doodle. And I thought, right, I need some doodly owls.
These are some very cool doodly owls. Have you named them in your head?
No, but Jo named them Gin and Tonic. But that was because she was drinking gin and tonic last night.
But that's a very good name set for them.
I'm giving the wrong impression about Jo.
Which one's gin and which one's tonic, do we know?
I think tonic might be the more ladylike looking one.
Maybe.
The gin is the masculine, I think. But in Jo's case, it's the opposite way round.
I love these.
And that's from Debbie. She shaded those perfectly.
Yeah.
And she's used that background stamp. If you look there, Yana, she's used the background stamp. So perfect.
That's nice. And it is such a versatile background stamp. How about this? Now, you might recognise this from a certain craft not so long ago.
I love that stamp. Love
such
that.
a great stamp.
Again, that would work perfectly with the nibs.
Yeah.
So it works really well with the nibs.
Yeah. Or what about that?
That was me creating my own tape from sellotape with a gel print background.
Now, we need to get real, because nearly 2/3 of the stock of the complete collection has gone. What I will say to you, at the moment, as it stands, our bonus gift, and this is only around while stocks last, just showing you here, we still have stock. But, and this is where it gets important, we've got less stock of a bonus gift than we do have of the complete collection, which means at some point this will run out and then anyone buying will not receive this. Right now you can still get hold of your bonus gift, you can still get hold of your freedom discount, and you can still take advantage of the 3 flexi payments. And if you're looking for any further reason to invest in this fantastic collection, we've got a great video. Take a look at this. Tracy, how good are those inspirations?
I know, I love seeing the design team create.
Yeah.
It's because they bring them to life. You've always got an idea in your head how to use them, but then when they go away, they come back at a totally different tangent.
Do you ever get inspirations back from the design team and think, oh, I didn't even think of that?
Oh, yes. Every time they use them.
Wow.
Every single time they use them. Yeah. They always come back and I think, why didn't I think of that? Yeah, so they're fantastic.
It's a good sign.
Absolutely.
We're going to start playing. Just before we do start, can I just draw your attention to our deal of the day? So, MDF shapes, so they come in their raw state. Just seeing here, we've just got one that we have decorated up. Now, you've got your alphabet. It's a pick and mix, so you can choose any 8 in there. Work perfectly with the stamps. The only reason we're drawing your attention to it, we did have a few technical issues when we launched our deal of the day this morning. A lot of people weren't able to purchase. So, if you do want to get hold of yours, let's say you pick 8 large letters. I mean, these are a great size, but I think, like just holding this V up, I could totally imagine your stamps, what we've got here, the owl, all of them work beautifully.
And the background elements as well.
Fantastic.
Work perfectly.
That's the deal of the day, £9.92. Okay, so let's have a play.
Okay, so this is where we're going this
Wow.
time. Let's see if I can hold it straight. I always look like I've had a night on the tiles. So we'll just see if we can hold that straight.
Are we going to be giving this away?
Yeah, we'll be giving away the one we make,
Right.
because then I'll leave some of it's separated so they can do whatever they want with it.
Wow.
So yes, we'll be giving that away.
And it's really simple. If you do want to be in line to win this, what we make on the show, I say we, it's going to be the fantastic Tracy, but whatever Tracy makes, all you need to do is make any purchase, doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's on our live show. Check out before it's 1:50. Make sure you check out before then, and your name goes into a hat, and we will draw a winner at around about 10 to 2.
I know.
Did you need that?
No, I always knock something off. Don't
It's
worry
okay.
about it. It's just a standard thing for me.
We'll get
So,
it.
what I'm working on is I'm working with opaque paints again. They're just a favourite of mine. That's just something of my preference.
Yeah.
Mainly because I can layer colours. Again, I don't create mud, so I can layer the colour one on top of the other. I'm using my round gel press,
Yeah.
and I've added the 2 colours to my gel press.
Cheers, buddy.
I've added a light and a dark.
Right.
They look tone on tone, but you will see the difference when we've finished.
Yep.
These paints dry quite quickly, so I need to be reasonably quick.
Okay.
So I'm just going to brayer my paint evenly over my gel press and just brayer the excess off there.
Okay.
Take the purple, which is also an opaque,
Yeah.
and we'll brayer the excess off
And you're saying
because
that
we can create another background.
the key here is having that opaque.
Yes, because the opaques mean that I don't make mud. Now, this first print isn't important to me.
Okay.
It's the second print. So I'm using the stencil that we've got in a bundle,
Yep.
the circular stencil.
Now, I remember this one, and you can see we've got details on the screen for it. Because you see cityscapes where you...
Yes, you do. Yeah, it's
kind of-
quite good. I think there's one sample actually where on somebody's sample, it might be Joe's, it does look like a cityscape.
Yeah.
So for this one, this is just a print.
Okay.
I'm not bothered about, but that's what you get.
What? Oh, I've just shown you that. No, look at that.
And that's just your first print.
Effectively a bonus.
That's a bonus, but that's your stencil.
It looks great.
It's
and
just fantastic.
I think it's Profusion, the stencil we're using at the moment. Is that Profusion? It is, yeah.
So we'll just move that out of the way, Abs. So I'm calling you Abs now.
It's
Sorry,
all right.
Yanis.
It's a compliment.
Sorry about that. I've had too long a day and my brain's not working.
I'd take that any day of the week.
I do apologise. That's the first time I've got somebody's name wrong.
That's all right.
So I'm just brairing that off, and we'll just get rid of some of this mess, just so that we don't put it onto our card. And then what I'm going to do here is, I've now got this on my gel press. And what we can do, this on the gel press, you could go away, you could make a cup of tea, it wouldn't matter. That can stay on there as long as you want it to, so there's no rush with this process.
Okay.
So just get my card ready. And what I need to do then is think about what colour I want to put as the paler colour on top. Now that could be a grey colour, a cream, a white. Now in my sample, if you look at the sample here, the background is quite pale. I'm going for a more creamy look for this next one, just to show you a different slant on it.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is just get our card ready, and then make sure we've got some room. There's never quite enough room. Us crafters always need extra space. So I'm using a paler colour, in this case it's honeydew.
Right.
And I'm just going to brayer this over here. And what this does is this reactivates those dry layers.
Okay.
And as you can see, I'm not putting much paint on there.
Right.
And I'm just going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, because I've added my gel press to my acrylic block, so it means if I do it this way, I can line it up exactly where I want it.
Nice.
Then press, then drag it out, turn it over,
Flip.
and then give it a good firm press.
Yeah.
Now you need to give it a good firm press because you're lifting dry layers of paint. You're not lifting wet layers. You've added that wet layer to reactivate the dry layer. And when I'm doing these kind of backgrounds, I will spend half a day doing these because these create fantastic backgrounds.
Yeah. But wow, that, I tell you what a half a day. You're going to enjoy that. And also, you're going to have the most beautiful result. Don't show you. Oh, look at, my goodness, I thought this was going to be good, but Tracy, I never thought it was going to be that good. Look at that. Are you kidding?
I absolutely love it.
That is incredible. I'm looking at the monitors with you at home. It looks even better to the naked eye. That is incredible, the
It's
results.
fantastic. And you've got a clean gel press, but when you're using your gel press, don't clean it. Actually leave your gel press with layers of paint on. So when it starts congealing around the edges, leave that on, because eventually you can even lift those tiny bits of paint and get another background.
I'm so impressed with that.
It's a fab
What a
background.
result. Yeah, okay. And
So
one thing, if you did tune in at 9 o'clock, you'll know that Tracy was saying she's really keen on all the designs she brings you. She's conscious of wanting everything to work. So we've got the stencils here, but you see how well they will coordinate with what you're offering today. And I think that's so important when we're investing in something.
Oh, yeah,
you want to
definitely.
have that ability to coordinate across the board.
And I think also as designers, when you're designing the product, sometimes it's nice for the viewers to see how you were inspired to use your own designs. So, and that is completely dry.
You've got to be happy with that.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
This is how many backgrounds I created. They're all here. And if I just reach for this, well, you know when I said leave your paint on your gel press? If you leave your paint on your gel press, you can pick up dry layers like this.
Oh, I'll just show you
and you
that.
get a second background.
So that's dried layer.
That's just dried layer. That's just that, you know when you get it left on the rims? Yeah, that's just that bonus.
Bonus, and you're just seeing all
So
the
I've got 3 backgrounds
that Tracy's been making. Each one original, individual.
And it's different every single time.
I mean, I don't blame you for just spending
And that's
a
just
block
in
of
different
time.
colours.
Brilliant. Okay, so
Yep.
we'll carry on.
Yep. So what we're going to do now is I'll just move this on one side,
Yeah,
Janice,
please do.
just so it's out of the way.
Yeah.
We're going to use our butterfly stamp, mainly because I just adore the butterfly, but I like stamping half of it as well.
Nice. Now, butterfly stamp, you can find it as part of our one-day special. You can also find it as part of the complete collection as well. Whichever option works for you, and I'm not trying to direct you in any one way. I'm just pointing out the complete collection, it has been our most popular option. Personally, it'll be the option I'm going for, and I'll tell you why. And again, I'm not, please don't think I'm just trying to go for the complete because that's the more expensive option. Personally, why I would is because I'm a Freedom member, so you're getting that Freedom discount. I like the fact you've got the 3 flexi payments as well. And you get, didn't mean to touch you there, sorry.
I thought you were nudging me to the cop.
Quick, get out of here. No, I'm kidding, Tracy.
Stop concentrating.
Oh, sorry, that was accident.
I was in a world of my own then.
You're also getting that exclusive stamp, and that is, I think, extremely special because you can only, and that's not included in the savings there, so the savings go up. But I mean, your bonus stamps, they're going to become collector's pieces in themselves.
And I just think that because they work with the other stamps, it's a really good bonus. It's not a wasted bonus. You know, sometimes you get some bonus, you think, what's the point? Well, there is a point to it. So
because you're a crafter, so you're making sure what's included.
I know
you
what
would
I'd
want.
like. Yeah. So I'm giving this stamp a good inking, Yanis, which I've done while you've been talking. And what I'm going to do, again, I've got my thing on the side.
Yeah.
Make more space, Tracy. And then I'm just hovering around to judge where I want it. So I think we'll go for around about there. So just, again, allow that ink to sit.
Yeah.
And we were talking before the show, Yanis, about priming your stamps, so it's a good idea just to mention that.
Yeah.
When you get these big stamps at home, you need to prime them. There's a sticky residue that is there from the manufacturing process.
And that's all stamps.
That's all stamps. You have a manufacturing process. You need to ink that stamp with your VersaFine or your archival, VersaFine for me personally, and allow that ink to dry on the stamp. Go away and make a cup of tea and allow it to dry. Come back, ink it again, and stamp onto scrap paper. Ink a 3rd time and it's ready.
Okay.
So we're just going to lift the acrylic block just to make sure we get a really good impression. Lift that acrylic block and we should get a good impression. There we go. So every time you get a beautiful background.
Already that looks incredible.
I mean,
know we're
that's
taking it a
just-
step further, but how good does that look?
I just love it. I love the backgrounds.
Yeah, I do love your design work though, because there is so much detail going on. You've got the butterfly, but it's modern, it's fresh, it's different. You've got your text going in, you've got
And
the
not
background.
I like it's not a straight edge.
Yeah.
Even things like that are important to me. It's not a straight edge.
Lovely.
So we're just going to block that.
Beauty of not being a straight edge as well, that's incredibly forgiving.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. So we just...
So look, just basics. We're blotting because we're using ink with a long open time.
Exactly, it's got a long open time, so we're blotting it. We could dry it with the heat tool, but I'm trying to avoid as much drying as possible, just to create it as if I was creating at home.
Okay, we are busy at the moment, and just to remind everybody, if you do make a purchase this hour, your name goes into a hat, and at 10 to 2, we're going to be drawing out a name, and whatever Tracy has made live on the show, she'll be sending out to one lucky viewer. With regard to the complete collection, 2/3 of the stock has gone, so very busy for that option. You'll love it, you really will.
So do you remember the braid off piece that we did, Yanis, that was just this?
Yes.
I mean, that looks lovely as well. So I don't want to waste that. So this is what I did at home. I stamped onto that background.
Yeah.
And the reason I brayer off a background is because that gives me a cohesive design. It means that everything I'm working on all coordinates together. So again, I'm just going to give that a good firm stamping. Just lift my acrylic block. I repeat the same every time. You know, and I enjoy stamping, so none of this is monotonous to me. I enjoy it. So just give that a firm stamp, one more lift, and there we go.
Nice.
So what I did then, just so that you can see, is I did that 3 times.
Okay.
And what I like about that one, and it's funny because I like that one better than this one, mainly because I braided off the creamy colour, and I like how it's gone like a vintage wallpaper. So I actually prefer that one to this one.
Okay.
But I could easily brayer over some on here if I wanted to. But what I've done is I've added 3 layers. So I've repeated that 3 times, and I've then added the nib 2 more times with some wire.
That looks so good.
Well, it just gives it more dimension, makes it more tactile.
Lovely.
So we're going to then, before we add that, we'll then go to our other A5 stamp.
So now we've got the mushrooms.
And we'll just add a touch of background stamping.
We're bringing this collection, and we're busy, and I'm so glad we are busy. Look, it's worth talking about. I know we're a shopping TV channel. I did mention this at 9 o'clock, but I think it's really important because Tracy is a crafter, and I don't say this just for the sake of saying she's a crafter. We know how talented she is. Before talking this morning, you summed it up perfectly when Tracy was like, look, for me, it's not about this, Tracy speaking, you're saying it's not about the sales. Yes, of course, it's a business. It's a business. But Tracy's passion really comes in sharing her designs, seeing you at home, enjoying the designs, connecting it, and going on to make something. And for me, if I'm going to be investing in something, that's the kind of person I want to invest in. But the only reason I mention this is you get a sense of that continuity throughout everything. So with the one-day special and the add-ons, going for that complete collection, getting everything that you're seeing there, so literally everything here, works together. So you've got your foundation, then you've got highlight accent stamps, and then you've got your feature sort of hero character stamps in there. Put them all together, I mean, they work standalone, but once you start building up, that's when special things happen.
But I mean, from a designer's point of view, without the customers, we wouldn't be here. So really, when they invest in my designs, it's something you're really proud of because you think, well, they like them as much as I do, which is nice. It's really, you know, because you can't take that for granted. It's really nice. So what I've done here is I've added some of this random stamping with my stamp.
Nice.
And what this does, it brings some of that purple element that's in the background here. Just so that when I place that on the top, it all looks a focal image. Can I just bring this in, Jan, just so I can see? And then it just means that it's all coordinated. So then I can use that there. And what we could do...
And you just did that, sorry, because I'm conscious of the fact I was talking, so I do apologise for that, because I know a lot of people are following the demo. So just when I was talking, here the background detail that we've added, you just did that, but you did...
I've done that with wilted violet.
And you didn't mount the stamp, you just literally just pressed down.
Because the reason you don't mount the stamp is because you want a more random feel. Obviously, when you put it on acrylic blocks, you don't get a random feel. You get a clean, crisp image, which is what you want. I want a more random feel.
Lovely.
So here, the purple coordinates with this here. So what we can just do, just because I like that other one so much, this is going to, even though I'm giving it away, I still like it to be a really nice sample. So at least, you know, it looks like you've put some feeling into it. So we're just going to brayer this out and just add a touch, just to make it a bit more vintage. That's fine. So I just feel a little bit happier with that now.
Nice.
And then
you really are a perfectionist. Not
for me, the little touches are what makes it for me. That's what gives me a buzz, adding the little touches. So I love that. So I'm now going to adhere this just to give that dimension.
Lovely.
To here. And when whoever wins the item, when they're at home, obviously it might get flattened a little bit in the postage. Just lift the wings up.
Now, I'm right in saying I'm drawing from my memory bank, but when we worked in the past, you mentioned that if you're going to design anything or bring anything to our viewers, you'll only do it. You okay? You got everything?
Yeah, got everything. Yes, I'm just moving.
You'd only bring it if you were 100% happy, and if you could do how many things with it?
10.
10?
Yeah.
I was going to say 3.
No,
10.
Because what's the point of buying a stamp if you can't get lots of designs? I mean, if you buy a stamp and I'm not inspired to use it here on the show, and I can't create, because I create hundreds of samples for the show, if I can't do that, then I can't expect the viewers to do that, because they're not going to be inspired if I'm not inspired with my own designs.
So if Tracy can't do a minimum, and I do stress minimum, of 10 different designs with the stamps she's about to bring, then she won't offer it to you.
No, and I do hundreds because I post every week, so...
Yeah. Now, I have had a question in from our call centre, so thank you so much, call centre, passing that through. Don't have a name for this, but just asking, didn't get a name. So, what's the cardstock you're using?
I'm using pink frog.
Yes.
Pink frog card and
Super smooth?
super smooth,
Yep.
or you've got the coated card. You can
Yeah.
use the reverse of the coated card.
Could you use, the question we were asked, could you use a watercolour cardstock for this technique?
Yes, you can use a watercolour card. You're going to get a slightly different look because if you use the pink frog watercolour card, then it's different because their watercolour card is slightly smooth. It's not quite as raised.
Yeah.
So I've stamped onto that and it stamps beautifully. I tested it last week.
Okay.
So it stamps beautifully. So you could use it with that.
It does depend on what Tracy was just alluding to. So with watercolour cardstock, because sometimes you have texture, so it does depend on your watercolour cardstock. So traditionally what we would say if you're stamping, and a lot of stampers will go for a super smooth because that will give you a nice clean image. Watercolour cardstock, if you have got one with a little bit of texture, you will get a slightly different image, but there's nothing to stop you doing what Tracy's showing you now.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so we're just putting our sentiments in. And
Putting
we've
our
just
sentiments, yes, a lovely sentiment. I've edged them with the wilted violet ink, so again it coordinates. In art, there are no mistakes, only opportunities for creativity.
Nice.
And I believe that. I don't think there are any mistakes. As long as you've enjoyed the process, what does it matter?
I agree.
So we're just going to add that here.
Nice.
And then what I'm going to do is we're going to add our embroidery hoop. So we're just let me just make sure that we've got that right. Yes, that works fine.
Do you know what I like? You're not afraid to try different things.
Oh no, I don't mind that. Because this is what, you know, if I had to do your job, Yanis, then I'd be scared stiff. But when I'm doing this, I enjoy creating and I like sharing with like-minded people who understand where my warped brain comes, you know, where it goes sometimes.
Just something a bit different. Do you know, it's funny, I was saying to Katie, our producer, because I admire the fact that she doesn't mind being a bit different as well.
No.
She came into work the other day wearing a beret, and
I love berets.
Well, so do I. Know. It looked really good. Thing is, some of the team found it a little bit amusing, and we're talking to her in French. But I like the fact that she wasn't scared to try something different.
Yeah, but I like quirky. I like quirky. I like different. It's just me. I like that. I like somebody who isn't afraid to just take a few risks.
Yeah, I
whether
totally
they
agree.
work or not. Doesn't
Why not?
matter.
You should never worry what other people think, as long as you're happy. Stay true to yourself.
Exactly, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what we've got now is we've got our canvas.
Right.
And we've got to make it all tie in. So what we're just going to do is we're going to take our mushroom stamp.
Okay.
And we're going to use the light colour paint.
I love these mushroom stamps.
I'll only do this once, then it can be finished off at home because you'd rather me do more demos.
The beauty of mushrooms is they come in so many beautiful colours and different styles.
And you can do it in mossy colours, you can do it in bright colours, turquoises, anything you want.
You can go fantasy with it as well, whimsical.
Oh yes, because there's a Lavinia show on, isn't there? So you could go quite whimsical. So what I'm going to do is I braid that paint out, and I'm going to add my stamp onto the paint, and I've just painted this canvas board with a purple paint.
Right.
And this just ties it all in.
It's nice.
All you need to remember when you're stamping with paint is you must clean your stamp.
Okay.
Because you will lose the detail. Now I don't want to do that all because then the person that wins this can then finish. But it is important when you've used paint to clean your stamp because you'll lose the detail. Because the paint will dry in those crevices.
Okay.
So just give that a wipe.
Okay. Now, this is the important question, Tracy. Are you having fun?
Yes, yes, I love demoing. It's my favourite bit.
This is your happy place?
Yes. I just have to pretend there's no camera and that really there's only 3 people watching.
Do you know what? The only people who are watching are your friends, so you don't worry about that.
Yes, that's what I have to think, so I don't think about that.
Everyone watching is your friend.
So I now had some white splatters.
Yeah. Good splatty
Just
technique.
because that lifts the whole design. And we won't lift that up, Yanis. You can lift that one up because this one isn't quite dry. But there's one step we've just missed, Yanis. It's quite an important step.
Yeah.
We'll just do it on the one, just so you see, is to go around the sentiment with a dark
watercolour pencil?
Yep. Just so that you lift that.
Yeah, so it just gives that little bit of shadow.
But obviously that can be finished at home.
We'll have a look here. So this is the completed piece. What Tracy's going to do is send you that one. She wants you to do a bit of homework on it, but she's given you all the tools to create something. I mean, that is just such a beautiful work of art to hang in the home, and it shows you the potential with what we're offering today. Tracy, I'm loving this hour. Would you mind? I will be quick because we're halfway through the show.
Yes, it gives me a few minutes to
Yeah,
set
is
up
that okay?
anyway. Yeah,
All right, we're doing
perfectly.
well for time though. Just going to show you now, with regard to the complete collection, we call it a why not deal. Let me explain what that means. It means that you are better off becoming a Freedom member and getting that complete collection. So I know that you're thinking, well, Freedom membership's costing me £6.97 for the month if you're not a Freedom member. But look how much you're saving. So you pay your £6.97, it applies instantly, and then you save £11.95. So you're actually saving on top of your Freedom membership, and then you get to enjoy Freedom membership for a whole month. And at the end of the month, if you don't want to continue it, just opt out. You do need to opt out. But as a Freedom member, you've got the 10% saving on there as well, and you're saving your P&P. So what I'm getting here, and it is, we're over 2/3 of the stock. It is worth, and this is what we were discussing it earlier on. This is what I think makes Hochanda such a special place, because we work with fabulous companies like AALL Create, but also it's the designers as well, and it's showcasing. What I love, whether it's Tracy, Lou Withers, Leonie, Catherine, I mean the list goes on and on, Paola, Haley, you can see genuinely how passionate they are in crafting and what they're offering you. And what we're seeing here, designed by Tracy, she's passionate about what she brings you. Tracy was saying in her own words, she would not bring any stamp or designs to you that she couldn't do at least 10 things off the top of her head, 10 different designs with. And having a look here, so this is a one-day special. We've got details for the complete collection on your screen. You can go for the one-day special individually at the bottom of your screen. This is your large A4 stamp, split into two. Got that beautiful butterfly and then those wonderful mushrooms, but it's the layers of detail, the intricacy, and it's that attention to detail. The fact that Tracy was saying, like here, you can see that's not a continuous line. Breaking it up, making it easy to use. So you're getting that stamp, that's your foundation. But then as we start building up, having a look here. Now this is really something that sums up Tracy's style. You got these beautiful flowers. Let me just turn those around. So whimsical flowers, something that's quirky, a little bit different. And then finally, I mean, that's lovely. Look at those. The detail that you're getting, it just screams for colour. Or even, I tell you, put those, just a funky background with an emboss would look fantastic. And then what about here? Look at that. That is why AALL Create has built up such a fan base, and that's why Tracy is so popular, because look at the design, look at the details, the layer upon layer upon layer of detail that you're getting. But ultimately, this is why I think this collection has proved so popular. We are going to continue going down the counter, and I'll give you the individual options as well as the complete collection we'll leave on your screen, because that is the most popular. Look at that. I mean, that is such a powerful stamp. What a design. Done. Or maybe you want to do a beautiful colouring in work there. Wow. Love that. Now that is really clever, because you really get a sense of the pen just swiping the colour across the butterfly. Or how about something like this? And just highlighting certain points is a powerful way of really bringing to life the design. This is nice from Joe, using a bit of shrink on there. So that's that large stamp shrunk down. How cool is that? Or maybe, wow. What about this? And Tracy did show you how to do this design. It was a similar premise earlier on. So it gives you an idea of what you can achieve. That's a one-day special. And say we've got more to share with you, and we've tried to offer something for every budget. Can I just draw your attention to the fact that with the complete collection, $26.98 is your price. If you go for the 3 flexi payments. Now they are 3, but today, $26.98, we send everything out to you. If you go for the one-day special, your flexi payment today, it's 2 flexi payments, so it is 1 less flexi payment, but you're paying $24.99, I think, there. So look, $24.99 just for this, or $26.98 for everything. Right, we're going to carry on down. But actually, you know, when you think about that, $26.98, and that is if you're a Freedom member, I should point out. Apologies, I didn't say that, but I don't want anybody buying the complete collection if you're not a Freedom member. And I'm genuinely trying to save you money, because if you become a Freedom member, you're still saving money. So factoring in the price of Freedom membership, you're still saving money on top of that. Let's think about this, because the one-day special is £50 or $49.99. The complete collection, I know you've got 3 flexi payments of $26.98, but think about how much more you are getting, and the saving as well. You're saving $14.99 as Freedom member, and you're still getting hold of the bonus stamp. But I've got to draw your attention to the fact the bonus stamp is very busy and stock is dwindling. So we do say with our bonus stamp, and I have got it here, it's only around while stocks last. If you do go for that complete collection, so everything I'm about to share with you, you will get this exclusive Tracy Evans bonus stamp thrown into your order, and that's on top of your savings. That's just factored in, thrown in. I love the ant there, and it gives you a sense of scale. This is where I think this stamp is essential, really, because working with the larger mushrooms and having the ant on there suddenly focuses in and gives a sense of scale. Okay, so let's have a look here, and everything that Tracy's brought you is here for a purpose. So we've got our quill and our mushrooms. These are designed to give you another aspect. Now, what you can do, if you're clever, you can use these to frame your work to make it a feature, or these can surround your work as well, adding a bit of frame detail. And speaking of frame detail, we've also got this set here, which is born from the fact a lot of people were saying to Tracy, well, I know Tracy's known for her doodle aspects, but they're saying, well, I can't really doodle. Well, here you've got those doodle lines and frames all for you, and that's the creative aspect of it. Okay, so that's another option. If you do want to go for the set individually, at the bottom of your screen, $24.98. Now we've got our owls for you. So these are characters. That finishing touch, that last little feature to put. I mean, look at this. Here, you really get a sense of it. They're quirky, they're different, they look like, and this is the key, they all coordinate together, and it looks like one of Tracy's designs. We are nearly 70% of the stock for our complete collection. And it's, I'll be honest with you, it's 1 o'clock, and traditionally at 1 o'clock, we understand that we might not necessarily be as busy as we would be at 9 o'clock or 5 o'clock or at launch. We're actually having a really busy 1 o'clock hour. So can I just say, on a personal level, thank you so much for tuning in. So we have got our owls, you've got these two fantastic characters, then you've got your background texture, but ultimately, this is why the owl is so great. This is from Anne, look at this. Great size with the owl. Or maybe you want to add your owl to one of your existing stamps. I just love that. Right, we've got to get back to Tracy, but details on your screen if you do want to go for the complete collection. And I'll be honest, it's where the majority of you are going for that complete collection. Take advantage of the savings, take advantage of the 3 flexi payments, and the fact that you are getting a further exclusive bonus stamp while stocks last, and that stock is dwindling. Let's have a look at some finished inspirations to get those creative juices bubbling. I love those inspirations. So what are we going to do next, Tracy?
So when I'm creating, I sit there and I'll work with a restricted colour palette, just so that I can get as much as possible out of my product, out of my stamps, out of my paints. And sometimes I'm more inspired that way rather than 500 colours all set out. So we're sticking to this colour palette, and this time we're going to showcase the flower.
That's nice.
Because we haven't showcased this flower, so I thought we should do that this time.
Do you know, one thing I'm staring, you know, you've got the flower on a large block.
Yep.
That's a big stamp.
Yeah,
considering
it's a big stamp.
the flower's not in. I know we've got the A4.
Hand. It's quite a big stamp, isn't it?
See, look at the size. This isn't in the A4 set.
No, that's an A5 set.
It's a beautiful big flower. And do you know, if you're a Freedom member, each stamp works out at £2.60 per stamp.
That's unbelievable.
It really is, right?
I never break it down like that, so I don't realise.
I mean, really, one thing I just want to show you that, because being so big, it works great on cards, but I'm thinking as well, scrapbooking, home decor, you've got a lot more variety.
But if you turn it round, you can create a whole flower.
as well. It doesn't
clever.
have to be a
You said
two
that, yeah,
flowers.
nice. That's why you like that open flower.
Yeah, exactly. So what I've got here is I've got my cardstock.
All right.
I've got a piece of card with a die-cut circle, and I'm probably going to change this a little bit because every sample has to look slightly different. And again, we will give these away. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place my die-cut circle down onto the card.
Lovely.
Then I'm going to take my stencil.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to use the same colour palette that I've used before.
Lovely.
And again, I'm working with opaques.
Lovely.
I forget that we've got air conditioning and the paint. I just pulled the paint out while you were talking.
Oh, sorry.
And
yeah,
oh no,
right.
it's me. I realised, I thought, oh, I'll try and be organised. So what we do is when I'm doing this, you don't just leave it at that. You add, again, like everything that I do, you add layers of colour. So you take your time, and I'm using a dabbing motion because I don't want to go like that because it might seep underneath the stencil.
Pouncing.
Exactly.
Now, Tracy did mention we're going to be giving away everything that Tracy makes this hour. If you want to be in line, and this is just for the benefit of anyone who might have just tuned in, make any purchase on the live show today. You just need to make sure you check out before 10 minutes, so 1:50, 10 minutes to 2. Make any purchase. You might have already done it or you're about to do it. Your name goes into a hat and it could be you winning these fantastic inspirations.
And what I'm doing now is adding the contrasting colour. So the contrasting colour here is the purple. And I've just, again, dabbed because I don't want to blend it too much. And I'll just not move my hand, lift my stencil up. Yes, I'm happy with that. And
That
then
looks
you can remove
great.
that. And then you get your spotlight.
Do you know what I find as well, though, Tracy? When we introduce colour, you're suddenly seeing shapes that you didn't see before.
Exactly.
So you're getting sort of mandala in there, geometric shapes, swirls, dots. There's so much going on there. Stencil.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
a lovely
Profusion
stencil.
stencil. We've got details for stencil on your screen. You're getting a set of 3, and you can see they're large, good-sized stencils there. $21.97 your price.
Now, obviously, we've got a sticky layer there. So we just need to give that a dry. Again, if I was at home, I'd allow that to dry naturally.
Yeah.
Just because everything is better dried naturally. Because you're not forcing it into the card.
Yeah.
So it's just far better if you allow it to dry naturally.
Okay.
I'm then going to take my stamp, and normally I will use the acetate, but if I spread out any further, I'll be taking up the whole bench.
Okay.
So I'm just judging where I want to do, because I've got one of the, I spotted in my bag that I've got one of these that Ali Reeve bought.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
one of these, and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
thinking a vase might be quite nice.
Nice.
So just changing it up a little bit. So I really have got so much stuff out here.
It's okay. You know, it's nice because you look like you feel at home.
Yes, it's the demo, and I just love the demoing and sharing with others.
Speaking of sharing, now we have got a great group on
All the
Facebook.
Create fanatics.
Well worth having a look at their free group on Facebook. You can join, you can share your inspirations, you can see what other people are doing with their AALL Create goodies, and also I thoroughly advise you following Tracy as well, so you can follow her on social media. Do you have a blog as well, Tracy?
Yes, a blog. So if they go Facebook and find Tracy Evans, then my blog links are all there.
Perfect. Have a little look.
So I'm just deciding where I'm putting this one. So I will go for there. And I always talk to myself when I'm crafting.
It's okay.
So you just have to ignore me while I mumble.
No, nothing wrong. I think we can all relate. Nothing wrong with a little conversation with yourself.
So again, even when I'm using this stamp, I'm doing exactly the same process. I'm allowing that ink to sit because it's on a painted layer. I'm lifting my acrylic block. Did you hear the stickiness in the paint?
Yeah.
So that's why you have to do this process. You have to allow the ink to sit.
Nice.
So just lift that up. There's our flower.
Oh, that looks... Can I just lift that? Do you mind if I just show you?
That's
Because
fine.
have a look. Now, we are taking this further on, but already there, I think you'll agree, that is looking very nice.
Do you know, I love the camera because it really does show the
doesn't
detail
it?
of that stenciling.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay.
Wonderful. So again, you'll be used to me now, Yanis. It's blot.
Yes.
So if we can save any time on that drying, we will blot. So you know when I braid off my excess paint, I've then just stamped 2 petals, exactly the same, and cut them out.
Beautiful.
Okay. And then again, I'm going to use my mushroom stamp.
Nice.
This A5 stamp I think I've used in every single demo.
Do you know,
Just
it's
for the
interesting
background.
to see how you use your stamps. So you really do make the most of them. So whether you're just peeling off a little bit of detail to add some texture, whether you're using them as a background as a whole.
I always use the backgrounds. For me, the background is just as important as the focal image. It's just as important to me. So I just like to take that time just to add a little bit of detail on the petals. And if you stamped this onto book pages, again, this flower would look fantastic onto book pages. Again, I need to blot that ink
I need to give this a good blot because I'm going to put my fingers all over it. So I just need to give that a good blot.
Nice. That is looking great.
So we can then give that some shape. And what I would do if I was at home, I would colour the reverse of the petals just to give it a professional touch. And what we're going to do now is we're going to add a little bit, just to make it cohesive, we need to add a little bit of stamping in the background.
Can I just say a warm welcome to everybody that's tuning in now? And you know, it's so lovely to hear, because we've got viewers in the UK, we've got viewers in Europe, we've got viewers in America joining us. Wherever you're watching, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you're all part of the Hochanda family. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I really hope we're inspiring you here, because what you're seeing right now with Tracy, this is what makes Hochanda so special. We are all about the inspirations. We give you the tools, but also that education to get the most out of them.
So again, I'm just adding a few touches of that inking, just so that it looks like I've thought about the design.
Yeah.
Only a little touch.
Okay.
But these little touches are what finishes everything off. It does for me anyway. You have to do what makes you happy, but this is what makes me happy.
I mean, that looks like such a classy card.
And especially when you put the dimensional piece on. So we're just going to add that dimensional piece. Am I all right for time, Yanis?
Yeah, you're good. We've got just under 10 minutes.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
Loads of time. Though, if you do want to be in line to win what Tracy's made this hour, so we have got, I'm just picking up the completed version, what we're working on at the moment, and also this one here. Oh, this is one we were doing. So there we go. Somebody will be winning this as well. You've only got around about 4 more minutes to get your entries in. The way to do that, just check out. Just make sure you've made a purchase in the live show. Pop that down. Your name goes into a hat, and it could be you winning. So any purchase made on the live show within the next 4 minutes.
So I'm just pressing that down just to make sure my glue adheres.
Lovely.
Now sometimes, if you want to add colour to an embellishment, sometimes it's difficult because you either do it with your finger and you get a blob or whatever. So an easy way to do it is to take a touch of the colour and just add this to your non-stick craft sheet. And it doesn't matter because I can use this for a background if I use too much paint. Brayer that onto your card and then take your card and just lightly touch so that you just get a tiny bit of colour, because it's got to coordinate with your background, and it's just so you don't overpower it with your fingers. Just add it with your card because it just gives it a slight touch and it's a bit more vintage.
I would not have thought to have done that. That's very, very good.
Yes, I do that quite. We used to do that many years ago because we didn't have gel presses. We used to put paint on card and stick them together to take the 2 prints. Do you remember?
Yes, of course.
So you can do that just to add a touch of colour.
Tracy knows. Lovely.
Okay. So we're just... And we can add our vase here.
Oh, that's nice.
And just add this so that it gives some much needed dimension to your card. Now you can add as much, you could even add a touch of the stamping onto the vase. I don't want to add that.
Yeah. Nice.
And it proves that I do buy as well.
Yes, you
from
do.
From Hochanda.
Good,
just like everybody else.
We all do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, if you're a craft, of course you do.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is, while you were chatting away, Yanis, I spotted these on the pot, peeled off my paint.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, they're quite funky.
Yeah,
so I'm going to use them.
Nice.
So
like
we're going
a true
to
crafter seizing the opportunity.
Yes, so we're going to use that purple.
Yeah, why not?
And then...
Oh, for the centre, very clever.
Just add that to the centre of our flower.
Tracy, that is genius. I just wouldn't have. I would not have thought to have done that.
It was while you were up there. I thought, oh, I need to use them.
It's what I love about working with you.
It's nice though, because the more you create, the more inspired you get.
She's a clever one, isn't she?
So I've now got this braided off card, so I can use this for my sentiment, which is Heartfelt Thanks, which is from the same A5 set.
Okay.
And again, I don't even rush my sentiments.
No. And look, the beauty is, and so many of you are going for that complete collection. With the complete collection, you don't have to worry, because everything that Tracy's showing you now is included in the complete collection. And more, because we are giving you that bonus exclusive stamp as well. 70% of the stock has gone, though, of our complete collection. and I know I keep saying this, but I've got to draw your attention to the exclusive bonus stamp. You can only get this as a bonus gift in the complete collection. Stock is dwindling. So actually we don't have much of this left at all. So how much will be around for final call? I can't say, but there's a good chance that this might not last the full duration of final call. Just saying. Okay.
So I'm just adding this sentiment just to finish this off. And then we might just be able to do a very quick card, unless you're doing a recap. Yes.
No, we'll stick here. We've got 5 minutes.
So we've got 5 minutes.
Yeah. So I know everyone at home wants to see you in action.
Just add the heartfelt thanks there.
Oh, that looks amazing.
And then you'd add that to a black mat, just so that would finish it.
Done.
And then I don't want to lift it too much because I've got this little vase on, but to finish it off, before the viewer gets it home, I would finish that off with that. But
we can do that later.
Yeah.
Looks phenomenal. And somebody will be winning this work of art.
Lift, actually.
Yeah, I'll do it tentatively. Oh, come on, look at that. Well, you know what, you've got the ultimate endorsement, the floor manager Molly head nod seal of approval. Lovely.
I've made it, she's given me the seal of approval.
Okay, we've got about 4.5 minutes.
So let's just do a quick background.
Okay.
So what we can do is, so not planned, just what I would do at home. Take my paints, same colour scheme.
Nice.
Exactly
Is there times when you just need, it's a quickie card?
Yeah, exactly, you just need a quickie card. Yeah. Just add those layers of colour. We'll just take our brayer that I now can't find because we said we've got to be quick. Brayer that off.
Nice. Okay.
Add a touch of the purple.
Nice.
Now the lid won't come off, Yanis.
It's okay, you've got time, don't worry.
It's when you know there's a couple of minutes left, you're like, quick.
Quick.
Just add the paint. Spritz that with water.
Okay.
Place that onto your background. Let's place it here.
Nice.
Just use your featured kitchen roll.
Already got a good feeling about this.
Just allow that to sit again. And we should get our background.
Now, come on. Look at that. Just for a very quick background, get the most out of all your crafty goodies. And that looks great.
And then you could stamp a flower on that. But obviously
so we'll
you've got this paint.
We'll announce a winner, actually, of our competition in about a minute.
But look at that, that's leftover paint, Yancy. Look at that blend.
So good.
So you could just add a touch of purple to that and it would be done.
Have a look at this. Now, come on. Tell me you want... That's just screaming to be stamped over. How good does that look? Love it. Okay.
Have we still got a few seconds?
Yeah, go for it.
Come on, Tracy.
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
It's just nice to get it finished if you can.
Yeah. I'm really shocked by when you put the stamps on the blocks, just how big the stamps are.
They're bigger than you think.
They really are.
So what we can do is we can add this flower. Just take that bit of black ink off to our image here. Nice. So you're going for a clean and simple design. And again, even though Yanis is saying, 2 minutes left, Tracy, get a move on, I still don't try to rush that stamping process.
Good. And that's just building up good habits.
Really. I had this spare in my bag. And we can just add this.
Oh, this is nice.
Just on the top, like so. Add your white splatters.
You like
I like the splatters.
Cheeky little splats.
I like the splatters.
Yeah.
And what I'd do is I'd add a sentiment across there, which the viewer who wins it could get
put
that.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, and that would be that card done as well.
And we will be giving away this inspiration as well. I can tell you that a winner is Agnes Ashford. Well done to you. Your name will be appearing on the screen. Congratulations. We're going to be sending out, so you get to get... Agnes, you've done very well. Because you get this fabulous card here. I mean, Tracy really has been very generous. So we're getting this card here. Then if I pop that down, we're going to get this work of art here. You have got some homework to do. It's not completed, because Tracy wants you to finish off a little bit. But that's absolutely fine. She's done all the hard work. That is stunning. And then you're also going to get all the backgrounds. You're going to get there. Look at that card there. Background here. All the little bits of goodies. You're going to get... Agnes, you're going to get that. Thing is, anyone channel hopping will see me hold that up.
And they'll think, what is he doing?
Why? But crafters know that's fantastic. Thank you so much.
I've enjoyed it.
Good, and you can see that. I really hope you've enjoyed it as well. Please make sure to tune in for Final Call. What are we going to be doing at Final Call?
We're paring it right down. We're going simple layers, but classy.
Brilliant. Last thing I'm going to leave you with, and I'm sorry, I know that I've been going on a lot about the bonus stamp, but for me, I'd be kicking myself if I went for the full collection and didn't get it, because it's a limited stock. So we were saying once all our stock's gone of the bonus gift, then that's gone. Here at the moment, we still have stock, but we genuinely do not have a lot remaining. So if you do want to go for the complete collection, if you're thinking about going for it, go now, because we still have stock of that bonus stamp, and you can only get it as part of the exclusive, the complete collection. After that, that's it. You can't buy that individually. Right, so.
Yeah, so no. I've had a great show. I've really enjoyed that.
Good. I always love working with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope you've enjoyed it as well. We want to see Tracy on as often as you can make it in, Tracy. Thank you for your company. Make sure to tune back in at 5. I love working with Tracy. Now, I love the next hour as well. Do not miss it. We've got ITD Collection, a fantastic hour ahead. After that, the Pergamano Show, and then we got Joe and the Glass Hut.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45. These are monthly tutorial kits that allow you to create beautiful projects by accessing step-by-step instructional videos that are viewable online. This month we are offering you a choice of 2 amazing project kits. The first kit is 510702, Club G45 Le Romantique Tag and Pocket Keepsake Album and Gatefold Card Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 510702 for £49.99 plus your postage from Hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 62000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45. The second kit is 972116, Club G45 Le Romantique Interactive Front Flip Card Kit. You'll get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch, including access to a comprehensive step-by-step video tutorial and accompanying project sheet. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 972116 for £34.99 plus your postage from Hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 62000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hello and welcome. It's marvellous to be with you. Now, really looking forward to this show because there's some beautiful, beautiful papers. Denise, it's ages since we worked together, isn't it?
I know. I don't come in as often as I'd like to. I'd like to be here every week if I could. But yeah, so it obviously rotation of presenters.
Yeah. It seems to be like that in this building.
Yes.
You know, it's funny how you don't see someone for ages.
And to you, it must feel like, for me, because it's so special, it doesn't feel quite as long, if that makes sense. But you guys, you're seeing so many people each day that you must think, oh, I haven't seen you for a long time.
Ages. Now, you've got a beautiful collection. I'm going to point out the prices are really low on these collections. We've only got 3 to share, so hopefully we'll be able to get to demo really quick, so I won't chat on too long. The first one, and these are beautiful. These are your vellums. You are getting all of these. Absolutely gorgeous. 7 A4 vellums. Now, have a look at this. You can obviously see that incredible foiling. These are beautiful, Denise.
They are
absolutely
gorgeous, and they're so nice to work with. I was going to give you a piece of white card.
I'm being stupid because there is a piece of paper.
There we are. The feathers, there's 2 feathers in this kit, and I must admit, they're the ones I absolutely adore. We've got a blue feather as well a bit later on.
Look at that.
The bold greens in this one, it's such a beautiful colourway.
That is gorgeous, because they do look like it's watercolour.
Yes,
don't they?
yeah.
They've
There's
got
such
that
a nice mix though, because we've got a little bit sort of steampunky with the clocks on this one.
Knew I would go it wrong way.
Yeah.
Obviously.
You've done this before, have you?
Oh, every time. Every time.
I don't feel so bad.
That's beautiful.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? We've got that in a little light up box to show as well.
Now, working with vellums, you brought lots of different papers. You brought, oh, I love that one.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? That's my fave, because it's got the turquoise.
That is so nice. Yeah, you brought different types of paper. You brought scrapbook paper, got rice paper. Obviously, we got the beautiful vellums. Do you like working with different papers because you can get so many different effects with the different paper?
Yes, yeah. I mean, a couple of images will go across the kits here. So you've got something that's in the scrapbooking paper as well as in the rice papers. That gives you huge flexibility as to what you're going to do with it.
Yeah.
These are brand new today, and the quality of them is just stunning.
Yeah,
and they cut out beautifully, die cut beautifully. That script die cut with a flower stamp, for example, and they hold their shape. So when you're manipulating the petals, they'll hold shape. So they're really lovely to work with.
They're absolutely stunning. I will put them back, I promise. So what? Oh,
and they fly.
And they fly. They
glide.
Make
great paper aeroplanes.
They absolutely glide. Oh, typical, isn't it? And do you know what?
Worry.
I did this so perfect. So when I turned it round, it were all going to be beautiful. Yeah. At least you got to see them. This bit, though, next time I'll just leave it for Anne, Molly. When we walk away, it's going to be easy. Yeah, and Molly will sort it, because she sorts it. Molly's the sorter. You've also got your beautiful foils as well. So you've got 3 in the gold and then 3 in the silver. Yeah. So have you 12x12s as well? Hold on a minute. No, that's wrong.
Centimetres of the squares, not inches.
Do you know what? Why can't I read?
Oh, well, it's quite a long way away, to be fair.
I'll blame it on just being me. This is a really good kit. So you're getting all your beautiful vellums. You're getting your gorgeous, gorgeous foiling as well, which, as you can see on here, any of that silver that you can see, that'll be your foils.
My first demo is showing you the foils because they are stunning.
See, that looks so good. That's actually on the glass as well?
That's inside the glass, the vellum. So Sue Rolfs made this from my design team, and she's used the rice paper on the top. Doesn't that look like metal, cracked aged metal?
Yeah, that really does.
That's the rice paper, and then the vellum's inside, and then this one's from Carolyn, so she's put the vellum on top of the glass on this one.
Carolyn. Now, this is a beauty of vellum.
Absolutely.
Because obviously it's got that lovely transparency, the translucency.
Yeah. It lends itself to having lights put behind it, doesn't it? It really, really does.
That is superb.
And you look at that image, and to me that looks very industrial, and yet when you're looking through those papers, you would think, because of all the butterflies and the delicate colours...
It's pretty.
It's strange, you know, what you can do with them.
Absolutely, you can completely mix it up.
Absolutely,
Really beautiful collection. Obviously, it is a vellum at the end of the day, so there's loads you can do on it, but yeah, you're really using it for that wonderful... It can be romantic, it can be... It's great for layering. You know, so if you're into mixed media... It's funny, I haven't used vellum yet in my mixed media, but I'm going to have to start, because it's the perfect thing for layers.
It's the way it holds its shape and sits on top, so if you've got your rice paper or your card base, and then, like I said to you, it's just got such a different properties to card and rice paper, and it just brings a whole new layer and a whole new texture to your work.
Especially when you're ripping it, because it looks so cool.
And like with those feathers, and you only need a couple on a piece. You know, they're lovely as a whole A4 sheet, but let's be honest, you'll take elements from it, and they will go on such a long way.
Absolutely. Okay, now 20% of the stock has gone. If you would like to get hold of this, it's only £9.99. Beautiful vellums, and of course the foils as well. All going on the 14th of February. 003 212
113 is your item number. Are they the vellum ones?
No, that's why I'm
You're
hiding
keeping
them.
those
Sorry,
safe,
that's the
aren't you?
stencils.
That's
I'll
me
carry
watching
them.
you.
I
Yeah,
know.
you better hide them.
I'll hide them.
Because you're with me now and I'm terrible. It's like, what's that?
What's that? What you got?
What's that? Okay, next. Now, 5 different options. We have got your beautiful papers. So with these now, loads to show you with these. I sorted out the thingy papers to show you, but these ones, okay, got it.
So I've tried to separate them to make it a bit easier because we've got into a bit
Thank
of a kerfuffle earlier. So every single set comes with a piece of silver and gold mirror card, and look at the quality of that mirroring.
Beautiful.
They are wonderful.
Gorgeous.
So each set will get that, and then within the sets you get the printed. They've called them paper, but actually when you feel them, Leonie, you'll realise that they're
more of a cardstock.
They are more of a cardstock, and they're beautiful to cut out.
Straight away, your packaging,
Yes.
you can use your packaging.
Yeah.
I mean, whether you're using the front or the back of your packaging, you're going to use the packaging.
Yes.
But then you've got these beautiful cards, and yeah, that is card weight.
It's lovely, isn't it?
And is printed both sides.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, this is from the fire kit. So these are the star sign elements. We've got fire and water. There are 2 others that we may bring in the future. That's why you're seeing some zodiac signs. But as you can see, it's a very tiny percentage of one side.
Yeah.
So don't be sort of worried about feeling you have to introduce the zodiac element to it, lovely as it is. I mean, there's masks, there's old wallpaper styles here,
Yeah,
lend
they're
themselves to
beautiful.
vintage and to industrial, to so many genres.
Yeah, I mean, the actual, the sign is really subtle.
It is.
I mean, it's
so you
not...
could cut that off
Yeah.
or cut it out and put it onto another element. If you were doing a birthday card for
Yeah,
someone
absolutely.
for that month, cut them all out and use lots of them on there.
Yeah, they're beautiful. So you've got within the collections, you've got your A4 beautiful foil. You've got your 11 sheets of paper. That's your fire option.
Yes.
That we've shown you. Shall I show the water next?
That's a good idea, yeah,
it
because these are all
follows.
beautiful blues. I've taken them out of the packaging.
Thank you, my
I'll just
love.
hold that, don't worry.
Thank you.
Now, these papers are brand new today. We've been on once before with ITD, but we only had the rice paper packs that we've got coming up. So these are completely new from this company.
And again, really beautiful.
The quality is stunning, isn't
And
it?
I love the colour palette.
Yes,
You know, these are gorgeous.
And when I first saw these online, I thought, oh, there are no sort of images to cut out. Are
Yeah.
they going to sell? Because they're quite plain. They're not plain, but they're not lots
Yeah,
of
look
bold
at
images. But they are amazing.
Yeah, they
and
are
of course,
really
you can then stamp over them, and they're so versatile.
Yeah, and that's the lovely thing about it, isn't it? You know, the
Yes.
fact that you can do so much. I mean,
Yeah.
it's paper at the end of the day, well, cardstock at the end of the
Yes.
day. You could literally just use them
But you've
for
got
a
almost a
plain
contemporary
card.
bokeh
Yeah.
in amongst your damask.
Yeah.
It's, you know, this is what I mean. They're so versatile.
Yeah, it's a beautiful print. And I love, I mean, when you do look at them closely, you know, the detail of that image.
Yes, yeah.
You know, that is so pretty because it has got that movement.
Absolutely.
Which is just
yeah.
exquisite. Can you see that? It looks really, really pretty. And on the bottom of some of them, you see, you have got your little, you know, your zodiac, so
Yes,
it is following
the
on
water
again.
elements,
Which I really
absolutely.
like, actually.
Yeah, it's different, isn't it?
It is different, but it's not overpowering. It's
No.
not
The whole kit
card
covered
kit.
with
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
So
I'd
that's
say.
your beautiful water.
Yeah.
Again, you're getting
all the
those
blues
cards.
and turquoise.
Yeah, they're really nice. And of course, you've got the foils as well, which mix and match
Not foils on
perfectly.
this one, darling. It's the card.
Sorry,
you
well,
get
that's
foils
what I
as well.
meant,
You
the
do
foil
get foils. Yeah, you do get
Oh,
foils.
you do get your
You
foils
do get
as well.
foils. I don't know what I'm talking
Hooray!
about. And we've got brand new colour foils with these.
Oh, how
last time we just had
beautiful.
gold and silver, but here we've got some coppers and rose gold. We'll show you that in the demo, but they're stunning.
And this is so pretty. Now, a bit of a change of tact on this one. You've got your summertime. This has been so busy. Now, have a look at that. So you've got loads of gorgeous little elements that you can cut out, which is beautiful. And then you've got, aren't they pretty? Now, I know looking at the rice papers, you've got rice papers that will mix and match with these as well.
Absolutely, yeah. But I think that's great because, as I said, you could make your card square base with
Yes.
this and then add your rice papers on top, etc. Or die cut beautifully, these cards.
Yeah. And your rice papers, these have already been really busy. So if you do want your rice papers, please check your baskets out there. Obviously, these are double-sided as well. And yeah, that is such a pretty palette.
Yes. Now,
They're
Summertime in
gorgeous.
Blue is the in the rice paper is the only one we've brought back because it sold out so well on the first show, and now we've got the card pack to match. So if you bought the rice paper before, maybe consider looking at this one this time. That's all,
so
because it's the
beautiful.
same images but in the different texture.
Yeah, and the colours. The colours are gorgeous.
The quality of print.
Yeah. So that's your Summertime in Blue. Now, as the packaging shows you, so remember, you're getting your 2 pieces of your A4 card, your foil card, but then you've got your sheets of your square sheets of your foil as well. And there's 10 sheets of that. 3 of that beautiful pink, 4 of the gold, and 3 of the silver. Obviously, a lot to show you, so we will try and steam through these.
I'll be quiet.
Steampunk. Oh, no, don't.
No, but I get so carried away because it's so lovely.
They're beautiful. They're absolutely
Steampunk is
beautiful.
Stunning, absolutely stunning.
And again, all double-sided,
Yeah.
which is just glorious. I tell you, I should have come through and sorted, so I weren't showing you one of each side. Aren't they just beautiful? Yeah,
I mean, it looks
love
like
this.
leather, looks like stone. One of the demos is going to be on some of the steampunk because it's the sort of image I'm drawn to. So here's the card that matches that vellum.
Yes.
Can you see the clocks
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
That was in the vellum sheet. So again,
Absolutely.
use them
everything
together.
mixes and matches. And we have got 2 of each design, haven't we? Is that right? It's not singles, is it?
No, I think you've got a double set there, so just ignore those because I think we've seen those. That's
Yeah,
where
well,
we're
I thought we had.
confused. Yeah.
I thought we had
No,
as well.
It's one of each, but they're double-sided.
Beautiful. So that's the steampunk. Again, you're getting the foils with this one. You've got that sort of copper, the gold, and the silver.
Gorgeous. It's like an orange. When you see it, you're
Beautiful.
wearing orange today. You will love it.
It'll match. It'll match my beautiful shop. So, last one. Bear with. There we go.
So we're going back to more delicate vintage, but instead of the blue tones of the Summertime in Blue, we've now got pinks.
Beautiful. And again, you can see you're getting those gorgeous foils which match. I mean, they have been put together so it all matches beautifully. And you can see those tiny little birdies there. It is really elegant.
Yeah, I mean, some of these you could literally put in an A4 frame, couldn't you?
Yeah, beautiful.
I love that they've put some of the more background, like this one here, because you need that to counter all the lovely images.
Yeah, you do. And it allows you to cut things out, you know. Maybe you're going to be, because a lot of these have got elements where you'll be decoupaging, you know, where you'll be taking these elements out. So your background ones allow you to layer,
and look at that crackle. I mean, that's gorgeous. If you've ever struggled with crackle with the paint and the medium, these papers will do it for you. Yeah.
Only £16.99. You've got your beautiful paper collection. There is a card weight. It's definitely a card weight, not a paperweight. And then, of course, you've got your foiled papers, your foiled card, and your actual foil papers as well, or your foils, I should say. Then you can see them at the front. You know, you've got the beautiful foils in each kit there at the front. You've got so much choice. Brand new today, only £16.99, and they're all absolutely gorgeous. No, it isn't. 602435. Now, let me just show you.
I just popped that because that's the packaging front. You see what we've put in there? Don't waste that front packaging. So there's the front of your paper pack, and you can cut these up and use them. So we've just popped them into the back of there.
That's fabulous.
There's hardly anything on top because we didn't want to take away from the papers.
And is that made from it as well?
These are from one of the paper sets. Yeah, this has come over from ITD themselves. They made this one.
Oh, look at that. That's so pretty.
And you've got the vellum in the front with a little window through to the bird.
Amazing.
It just shows what you can do.
That's so romantic.
It's so pretty, isn't it?
And this is the kind of thing, you know, if you've got Els dies, because obviously the Elizabeth Craft designs, the planner dies, oh my word, you can see, looking at this, just how beautiful the papers.
Really well.
Yeah, if the Cool Cats Crafts, if you've got their dies. Again, these are beautiful papers for all of those.
That's it. You'll be using quality tools, but you've got quality materials to work with as well.
Now, what's this
so
one?
This one here is from Sue Rolfe on my design team, and she has used the Summertime in Blue again.
Wow.
But see the 3D elements here. So we've got it flat on the heart, but then on the bird over here, it's completely 3D, and the little egg at the bottom there.
That looks absolutely amazing.
She's clever.
And she mixed it up as well, because that looks like rice paper, whereas that looks like your normal
No, that's
papers.
rice paper. She's
So
got
they're
rice
the
paper on
rice
there.
papers.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Sorry. I
There's a lot of work gone into that, but it just shows how far you can take it.
I might
really.
put, if that's rice paper, I'm going to pop it with the rice paper.
Yeah,
and then it actually
reflects that.
Yes.
We've got a lot
That'll
more
be
rice
fabulous.
paper samples than anything else because the team really loved
They went
working
for
with
it.
those so much, yeah.
Everything mixes and matches. Now, if you love your papers, only £16.99 is your price. 602-435, that's your item number. Absolutely beautiful collection. Right, we've been chatting a lot about rice paper.
Are we going on to them now?
Yes.
Okay.
We've been kind of teasing, haven't we, with beautiful rice papers.
So we've seen that one, so we don't need to show that one again.
Yes, we've done that.
So these are the sets, the same premise of the sets we bought first time around that sold so well. So you get your foils again in gold and silver.
Ta-da!
In every set. You also get 2 sheets of the plain rice paper, and as I was saying on the earlier show, this is a fantastic idea. You can use all your stamps, all your own colours on these, all your inks, and tie it in with whatever set you've got. So that was a really good shout for them, putting those, bless you, putting those plain ones in.
Yeah, I think that's such a good idea.
Yeah.
And obviously it is a proper rice paper. You can see
all the slubs, as I call them. It's a horrible word, isn't it? But
It's
that's what it is. It's little cotton
but it's a good thing.
fibres. Yeah.
Now, with it as well, you're getting 2 of your stencils.
Yes.
The stencils will come like this, but thankfully you've stenciled them out so we can see them.
And that's what I was hanging on to all the way along, because I've got 2 stencils with the foil on here that the design team have done, just to give you a little idea of how they look when you put them through, put paste through them. So they're really good stencils. They're good for inking through as well as pasting through. They're that sort of mid-weight.
Yeah.
You know, you can get the really thin ones that don't give you the height on the paste, and the super thick ones that you struggle sometimes with doing. These are in between, and they're lovely. And I'll tell you what I didn't mention on the earlier show, Leonie, and as a true crafter, you will know this straight away. So rub along there. I know this sounds really silly, but stencils often have a sharp edge, don't they? That you catch your tools on. These are so super smooth on the edges.
True that.
I've never seen that
because there's a lot of times when I'm using my sponges that I rip my sponges up. No, that is true. And they're good at those because they're not. It's not moving.
No, they're sturdy, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really nice stencils.
Yeah, it sounds silly, but when you use them, you'll see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very easy to use.
Especially with your different tools. Now, so these are your stencil designs in the first collection for you. So you've got there your numbers, your alphabets, you've got your happy birthday, really handy because you can personalise. You've then got that beautiful bird. It's interesting that, because when you look at it on the stencil, you don't see it.
You can't see what it is, can you?
But when you look at it like that, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You've also got, sorry, bear with, because I know I'm going to struggle, so I'm actually going to do this. It's always setting it up so you can actually show it properly. That's always a problem with these shows. So, and I'm going to do it like that so you can actually see it. So this is your first one, your Summertime in Blue, and I know this has been so popular. It matches perfectly with the beautiful paper collection, and you can see there, look at those. And it is getting busier and busier. Rice paper is just so beautiful to use.
It's so versatile, isn't it?
Yeah.
I said earlier, I hadn't used rice paper a lot before I was asked by ITD to do their first show, and I'm a complete convert now.
Are you addicted?
It is so addictive. You will be going around the house thinking, I can rice paper that. You'll be going into your little charity shops or your car boot sales, and you'll be finding wonderful shaped items that before you would think, I could paint it, but I want something more. Even if it's really ornate and curved, now you've got the rice paper, you can change it and upcycle it completely, which in this day and age I think is great, because we all like a bit of upcycling.
And it's the way it just moves, isn't it? It just looks fabulous. So that's your first one, of course. That was your Summertime in Blue, which I love. Absolutely love. The next one that we've got for you, and do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move that for 1 second, but I will put it back,
that's a good idea.
Because I
so
feel
Summertime
like I'm
in
on a
Blue
roll.
is the only one that you've seen before. All these from now on are brand new today.
Amazing. And again, the stencil's lovely. So you've got your alphabet, of course. You've then got your little crowns and your keys, which are marvellous. And then we will show you your gorgeous vintage style, brand new. And look at that.
I'll be using this set in my first demo as well, just so you know.
Nailed it. Look,
That's
I'm
the
showing it proper.
You're doing it really well. Anyone would think you had a job here.
Oh, I tell you, this is the one thing.
All those years of training.
How am I going to do that one? So funny.
It's because they're so thin as well. They don't stand up like a card, do
they? It's a constant thing. But nailed it. We're on a roll. I know. I'm really happy. Can you tell? I absolutely. This is beautiful. Every single one. The value for money. $19.99. You're getting 11 rice papers.
Yes.
Plus, obviously, the 2 unprinted, the stencils. The foils.
And 5 foils.
Good grief.
I know, they're really, really tremendous value.
That's stunning. I really, really like that. That is beautiful.
Good.
Remember, you've got the foils, you've then got the 2 plain, you have got the beautiful stencils to go with, but of course, you've got so many choices. Only £19.99. Ridiculous price. Next. Got it.
Sorry, I was miles away.
On a roll. On a roll. I'm all sure for myself.
Steampunk. Yum. Look
So,
at that stencil.
So 2 different stencils, obviously on one A4, but 2 different stencils.
Yes.
The top one, of course, straight away,
Yeah.
steampunk.
Mhm.
That'd be what you're going to time and time again. And then you've got your beautiful alphabet, which is always dead handy. Let me show you steampunk. So, oh look.
Look at those.
Cool.
And again, with those ones, you'll just take 1 or 2 elements
Yes.
off that sheet.
Yeah, look at that. I love this.
Yeah.
You've got that beautiful deep dark colour palette there. That's the one that
the
we've
rice paper
seen.
again. So we've got the rice paper, the card and the vellum on that particular print.
Yeah, beautiful. And you can see more gorgeous backgrounds that look textured. I mean,
Yes.
you've got such texture
Such
going
layering,
on.
isn't there?
Yeah.
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 Look at that. Like crumpled leather, that
Yeah,
one.
the colour palette is just divine, isn't it? Yeah, loving these. And again, I mean, this is your base. You'll be using these for all sorts.
Yes, yeah. And then on top of these, you can be putting your metal or your
Yeah.
MDF cogs, etc., making it completely 3D.
Absolutely. And all your texture, you'll be putting all your texture with your gorgeous stencils. So that's your beautiful steampunk. Next, I'll just shove it along a little bit like this. Bear with. I don't want to... I'm going to pop them there, love.
Well, this
because-
is what happened earlier. We've got so much to show, and it's quite difficult. You're doing a brilliant job of keeping it all separate.
I tell you, when I've nailed it, I've nailed it. But I shouldn't get too cocky.
No, it's very...
It always comes before
There's
a
a
call.
law, isn't there?
Yeah. If I get a little bit too cocky, then
Yeah.
it all goes wrong.
It all falls down.
It is the law of my averages. So you've got your 2 stencils in
Yes.
this one. This is your fire.
Look at that dancer. I should have done this in
That's
red, actually.
super cool.
Again, on the stencil, when you first look at that stencil, you're thinking, what's that? But once it's printed, once you've used it,
they're
the movement in
beautiful.
those, yeah.
They're absolutely beautiful and different.
Yes.
That is so different.
Yes, yeah. And I
So-
like the fact that you've got the 4 little ones, so you
Yes.
can just do little pieces here, there and everywhere.
Oh, no, this is
So there's lots of brown
lovely.
and rich warm tones in with this one.
Which again will match the papers perfectly. You know, and that is the thing, isn't it? Everything matches, everything coordinates if you want it to. But they're absolutely standalone, of course.
Yeah.
Now I know it's taking a bit of time, but there's so
I
much
think it's
to
really
show
important
you.
that they see what's in there, because it's different seeing it here on the screen as seeing
Yes.
it online, I think. So-
Absolutely.
and we don't have time to demo with all of them, so you
No.
can really see how fabulous they are. But take it from me, the design team and myself who have used them all have enjoyed using them so much.
I must admit, I mean, I am terrible because I want to look at them as well. So it's not all about me, but I do like to see it. So that's a little bit of fire. And then last but by no means least within this beautiful collection, we have, of course, got the water. With the water, you're going to see... Brink, your beautiful stencils. So of course you've
That
got your
same
shells
one. Mhm.
and you've got your backgrounds. I do like these backgrounds. I like a good solid one because there's so many techniques you'll use with those.
Yes, I love stamping through big backgrounds like that with your text, etc.
Yeah.
On the stencils, I know we're taking a long time. Can I just please say a huge thank you to my daughter Millie, who's come to help me today. She's been allowed the day off, and she did all these for me in the break in between shows. So she's done all those. She said, actually, I quite like this crafting. So
You've
we might
got
have
her
a
in.
convert.
Oh, thank you, Millie. Is she in
Thank you.
green room?
She is in green room, yeah.
Right, let me carry on.
Carry
That's
on, sorry.
lovely. I love it that you've converted her
Yeah.
by getting her in
Get
to
them
help.
young.
Yeah, oh gosh, yes. Yeah, it's brilliant though because it's a wonderful start.
But that's the thing, these are so easy to work with, whatever age you are, whatever degree of learning you're at. If you're at an entry level into paper crafting, these are so easy
they
to
are.
work with.
I think this one's my favourite.
You love these blues, don't you?
Yeah, I definitely do. This is definitely my favourite. I absolutely adore it. Oh, Molly, I can see it at the corner of my eye, shaking red. So I'm watching the screen, I've got, I can see. I know.
Eyes
Weird
everywhere.
vision. I love it. Now, remember, you are getting your 2 plain rice papers, if you will. You're also getting your stencil with everyone. You're also getting your foils with everyone. I mean, this is... Such a good price. I do need to cough 1 second.
Yep.
You just talk a little bit about something.
Yeah, there's so much that you can have in these. So you can just take some elements from them. So, for example, your stencils, you're going to have to use for as long as you look after them. You know, you can use those for forever and a day. They're not consumables, they're tools. Your foils you can use on with other items and your stamping, etc. You don't have to just use them with this kit. So this is what we mean by versatile. It's not a question of it's this and you just keep it all together. You can use all the elements separately and amongst your other stash that you already have at home. So these are from the water one that you love.
Well done, dear.
Yeah. This was Carolyn on the design team.
That's
what a wonderful
beautiful.
way. She had an old brush that had gone all stiff and rubbish.
That's
and
it.
Upcycled it into that.
I think a lot of people are actually just allowing the brushes to sort of suffer for
Accidentally
our art.
on purpose, yes.
And I do apologise if I look like I'm crying. When my throat...
It caught you right there, didn't it? Yeah.
It's dead weird. When my throat has that tickle, it just makes me cry.
Yeah,
It's doing it again now. Here, show a few things while I take a
no
massive
problem.
sip of
So
coffee.
this one has come over from ITD themselves. So this has showed where they're using some of the card as well as some of the rice papers. What I will do, this one's from Gareth on the design team. So he's got the rice paper behind from the fire range, which is the nice warm elements. This is what we did. That's fine, I'm fine. This is what we did. I need a job. This is what we did on the earlier show. So it's not a complete sample, but what this highlighted was how it goes around the corners, and you know, compared to a paper, the rice paper will sort of go all over and into all the little nooks and crannies. Can I just quickly show, just whilst we're here, I know we've got a lot to do, I get told off if I don't show all my design team. So this is Shirley Morgan.
That's
so this is
beautiful.
from the vintage one, and look at this one. This is from your favourite range,
the water
again. Again, an old cheese board that was found in a charity shop for I think 50 pence or something, a pound maybe.
Do you know, it's fabulous
Upcycled.
raiding the charity shops.
know, yeah.
Absolutely love it. I'm terrible though, because I buy things and then I think, oh, I can't paint it.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, I've got so much junk in my house.
I'm terrible. I go around those shops where you can get two things for £2.
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
I'm sort of like, right, I can put paper on that, I can put rice paper on that, and you know,
just upcycle everything.
and make it look so much more expensive.
Yes, absolutely. You give it your own look, don't you?
Yeah.
So many beautiful finished samples.
That's
one
the steampunk
is gorgeous.
paper on the top of there. And we've also used, obviously, the stencil all around the sides as well.
That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
I don't know who made that one.
It's gorgeous.
I did.
Gorgeous. Okay, did you do that one?
Yeah, I'm fishing for compliments.
I
it's not
said
that I'm
it.
needy. It's not that I'm a needy crafter.
I did say it. It's beautiful.
You did before you knew, so
Beautiful.
I'll take that one.
Okay then, sorry, well I cry and obviously mop my eyes up. Oh, Janice is going to tell you a bit about Freedom. Freedom's great because you have to pay postage. Janice is here to tell you more.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings-on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot. It's the discounts and all the special offers you get. I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like. It's just good to have.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 888 888. So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hello and welcome back. I've been talking fine for the last 5 minutes.
You'll dry up now.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh.
Anyway, right, Denise, you're going to talk
Right.
about... We have been chatting about how beautiful
Yes.
foils are and how you forget to use foils.
Yes, you think of them as being from a bit like peel-offs, like from the
Yes.
old age.
Oh, from when we
I've
were
moved
young.
on from that to
Yeah.
some extent. But actually playing with them again now, and the quality of them now and the colours
Yeah.
you can get are just stunning.
Just-
And
just
these in
that.
particular are gorgeous.
Yes, just that
Yeah.
looks beautiful.
So all I've done on this one, which I did in between shows, and I'm going to peel them off in between. I hope we're not getting too much reflection that's
I'm going to
annoying
hold
you.
that up so you can see that, yeah.
So we're going to peel these off.
Right,
Okay,
go
so
for
I did
it.
2 to make sure, because I've used a different glue.
So what have you put underneath that then,
This
Denise?
is just my my own glue that I had on.
Excellent.
It's on online.
Superb,
but
superb.
It's a bookbinding stroke MDF, but it's a good PVA, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
So it's not specifically for foils. Look, but this shows the
Whoa.
quality of the foils.
Oh, doesn't that look good?
So in my scruffy writing, I've just written underneath what kits those specific colours are in.
That is
so we've just
beautiful.
put it on while it was wet, and there we go.
And you have to be careful, don't you? Oh man, I
You
love
do that one if you want that.
I love that because you can see the brush strokes.
Yes, it was a very cheap rough brush. Look,
Yeah.
rough brush, but actually it worked out quite well.
This is
didn't
when
it?
you use your dirty brushes that won't come clean
Yes.
proper anymore.
Yeah, and you've got that
Because-
texture.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been finding that with oh man.
I mean, look at those on screen, and in the studio here.
Don't they
They're even
look
more
good?
gorgeous, aren't they?
And you're getting the foils in every kit.
Yes.
Whether it's your papers, whether it's your vellums,
Vellums.
or your rice paper,
Yeah.
you are getting the foils. It's that texture. For me, that texture. I can feel the glue underneath it.
Yes.
I can see the lines. I need to be using more foils in my mixed media because
yeah.
they look tremendous.
Oh, I just think, they're gorgeous.
Yeah.
And so the other thing we did, just super quickly, and then we're going to go on to a proper demo, because I know you're wanting to see that. But so obviously, if you're new to crafting and to foils, you may not know this, but double-sided tape, or
Yeah.
red liner tape, the same again, look. So super easy, put it down, put the foil on.
Nice.
This obviously is instant grab. I just put it on there for a bit of effect, really, leaving it on, whereas the glue, you would allow the foil,
Yes.
the glue to dry.
And this is the thing, if you've got double-sided adhesive sheets, you die cut those, you can literally
Yes.
foil anything.
Yes, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
because this is only double-sided.
Yes.
Imagine the possibilities
Just
again.
on one edge of a card or something.
Yeah.
But again, it's just showing the quality of that foil and the colours we can get there. And then one other thing that I've got with the foils, I do need to reach behind me, but I can show you those
Behind
because I've
you.
done it on those. Do you mind one
No,
second?
that's
Sorry.
fine, my love,
I was
'cause you can see.
a bit naughty
Look
not
at that.
getting this down, so I do apologise. Right,
So that's your vellum, isn't it?
that's the vellum. Gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what we've used on here is like a relief.
Yeah.
It goes on
And
coloured,
the
dries
relief,
clear.
I mean, this is what, with your relief, I mean, obviously, relief and foils have been going forever and ever, haven't
Yes.
they? Because you use them
But you
together.
get that
That's
height
the
with
thing.
them, don't you?
Yeah.
But do you know what I found with these foils is because they're, I don't know how to say it, they're so rich,
Yeah.
they're so deep, the colours, that actually, sorry, I'm just pushing this on, it's that
You've got
simple.
lots of little scraps.
Loads of little scraps. And even when you've got your scraps,
Yeah.
like this, for example, do
Yeah.
not throw that away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put that onto a piece of double-sided sticky.
Yeah.
Die cut it, or put that on the front of a card and put a thing in front. You don't
Yeah.
waste a scrap of this.
No. And
not,
you can
not a scrap.
literally pick all the little elements off of
Yeah.
it.
Now I might have missed some bits because we've used scraps of foil.
That looks so cool.
there
So
we
that's not that for everyone watching at home. It's not a real egg. That is
No,
like a
it's a-
pottery egg.
yes, yeah, like a
But,
clay.
I mean, imagine, and it is as long as you're using the right adhesive. Look at the detail you can get in there, which does look fabulous. I mean, that could be on anything.
Oh,
if you're using the right
absolutely.
adhesive, you can stick that on
Yes,
anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's so forgiving. I mean, your kids can do this and
I
it'll
did
still
this
get
one,
that wow.
Christmas time, and
Yeah.
it's so durable. It doesn't
Yeah.
flake off or anything. This one was in the earlier show.
Look at that. And again, you can see just how beautiful that foil is. The lovely thing with foil as well, I mean, obviously you've got really nice colours, but you get your alcohol inks on that.
you're changing your colours again. So again, you can really start to play with it, can't you?
Yes,
That's
I think
gorgeous.
that the foils are a bit of a sort of unsung hero of all these kits. I have to be honest with you.
We kind of just, it's like, oh yeah, you get foils. We kind of,
brush over that.
But actually, they are
There's so much you can do with them. And again, like we said, on the little vellum leaf, we've shown them. But, you know, the vellum's gorgeous as it is. But start adding a little bit of the foil to them and they go to a whole new dimension. Excuse my dirty fingers, but there we are.
It's okay. I'm always
so there we are. So I just really wanted to highlight the foils there because, they're, like you said, they're in everything.
Beautiful.
And when you see them in a little square, if you've not used them, you think, oh, I wouldn't know what to do with that. But you can see how easy they are.
I think they're gorgeous. Do you need this passing back?
Yes, we're going to do this as a little demo now, shall we?
Amazing.
Do what I call a proper demo.
Now, this is your rice paper. Again, you've got all those different choices of rice papers. You get your pattern rice papers, you get your 2 plain, plus you get foils. Again, you've just seen how beautiful the foils are. And you get your stencils. These kits are massive for £19.99.
They are.
And the rice papers. I say this a lot with rice papers when we have nice companies. Some rice papers, and I always find it, you know, I have to be... Anyway, some rice papers make sense, other rice papers don't make sense.
Oh, right, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
Because some rice papers, you look at them and you think, why have you put that there? Do you know? Because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
With this, it makes sense.
Yes, yeah.
Do you know?
So if you could, so this we're using the vintage style because we've used Summertime in Blue. We've got steampunk to use later if we have time. So I'm trying to use sort of a little bit from several of the kits so you can see.
Beautiful.
So for anyone who's never used rice paper before, just very briefly, you can cut it with scissors. It does cut beautifully. I've done that around the edge here. You get a straight edge with that. But traditionally with your rice papers, you just wet with a paintbrush or your finger, and then you feather away around the edge, and it gives you this gorgeous feathering. I'll hold it against my blue jump. There we are. Look at that. What an excellent shot. Well done.
I know. I know.
Superb.
Spot on. It's visiting us.
Oh, wow. And then we pull around the edge. If you've got a large piece that you're wanting to go around, do it in stages because it will actually dry out after a little while.
Yeah, yeah.
And you've got a lot more control than you think with this, so just keep one thumb or finger on your image so you don't go across it and pull away from the image.
And it is, I mean, it is really, really very easy. But
it's so easy.
It just allows it to flow into into your project, doesn't it? Especially if you're layering one onto other, that gives it a flow.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're going. Oh, sorry about the glass on glass sound. I hope that's okay. Right. So we're just going to put on a little bit of our glue.
Marvellous.
This is the indigo blue Slap It On, which is perfect for decoupage. There's lots of other decoupage glues out there.
But for glass, because that's the thing, isn't it? Again, it's getting your right adhesives.
Yes.
A confession, I'm terrible at that, you know.
I am as well.
Oh, I do get confused.
I try things, like with that foiling there. Really, that glue isn't to do with foiling.
Yeah.
I just thought, do you know what? It's to hand. I'll put it on and see if it works. But sometimes you find the most amazing things when you do that.
Yes, you do.
And you might want to spot the deliberate mistake. I bet you can spot it, can't you? I'm going to put that underneath
I'm
there.
presuming. Did you want to glue it that way on the base?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
There we go.
Deliberate mistake is you put your glue on the wrong side.
Yes, but it's fine because we need to put glue on both sides.
Yes,
but really,
indeed.
ideally, we'd have done it on this side first.
I wasn't sure.
You thought she knows what she's doing. First mistake you made.
Don't trust me. So if you put it on underneath the glass, you do need to put your adhesive on the pretty side, don't you?
And when it's wet like this, it's at its weakest. But having said that, it's still sturdier than you think. You look at this and you think, oh, I can't lift it up, I can't do anything with it. This is what I mean. It's just such a lovely medium to work with.
And it's beautiful on glass. This is something I don't do enough of either. But it's lovely because it just looks fabulous. And you can use it still.
And yes, of course. And I mean, you can buy dishwasher decoupage glues, etc. But with most of these things, as we were saying earlier, they really are decorative more so than anything else, to be fair. And this is the sort of craft where you'll have this at home, and a non-crafter or a non-rice paper user crafter, it might be someone who does other crafts, will come in and say, how on earth did you do that? And only you know how quick and how easy it was. But the results are really impressive.
Like, you can literally tell people it's took you 5 million hours and
painted
Yeah.
everyone individually.
Yeah.
With it as well, when you're layering, now this is the thing with your rice paper, gluing both sides and always glue over the top, 'cause
Yes.
that's your sealant, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And obviously, you could, as I said, if you're putting it outside or you do need it dishwasher proof, you can put additional specialised sealers on.
Yeah.
But for decorative purposes, this one is absolutely fine.
I love this because it's the other thing as well. You're working, like normally we do our layer and then we work from bottom to top, but this is the opposite way
Yes,
around.
you
This
sort
is
of go
top to
backwards,
bottom,
don't
yeah.
you? Yeah.
So you have to kind of reverse it in your head, don't
Yes,
you? And
yeah.
like, what do I want to see? Because that has to go
That's
down
got
first.
to go first, yeah.
And I like that because it messes with your head. But it's a challenge and it keeps you thinking.
It does. Now, you see, this is from the same kit, obviously. We're using all the same papers from this kit. And just that box there has come over from ITD, and they did ask if I could make sure it was shown. It was shown on the early show.
Very, very
but
pretty.
look at the rice paper,
Yeah.
and then look at the box.
That is gorgeous. That is
This
gorgeous.
is the next level that you take
Yeah.
it to.
Yeah.
You know, just adding a little bit more of a 3D element.
That is
and
so pretty.
antiquing it back a little.
Imagine like making that to sell, or
Yeah.
and that's rice paper along the edges as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So if
See-
you went into a little boutique gift shop and saw that,
Yeah. That looks so expensive.
I'm going to tell you what
Doesn't
we didn't
it?
do earlier, which they might be able to do upstairs, is in these creative sets, how much each element costs. Because, I mean, that's not even using the whole of this sheet. It's only using
Exactly.
that half sheet for the
Yeah.
top and probably half of the other sheet.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally pennies,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you've got, oh, that's pretty inside.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, that is so pretty. Imagine if you're making to sell things like that. And it looks so professional. It's 99 pence per element.
Wow.
So probably cost, well, it's only a tiny bit. Maybe, okay, if you're using half the, even if it were 2 sheets of the rice paper,
Yeah.
£2.
Which it's not, but yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got loads left over. Really like that. It's gorgeous and it feels professional. I think, have they put like a wax on the top of there?
I have to be honest, I don't know, because there weren't any
Directions.
instructions.
See, I think sometimes as well that, and this is something I'm getting into now, actually finishing the pieces as well, because it just looks ridiculously professional.
It does look really expensive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But to be fair, the process that comes from the quality of the rice papers.
course
The
it does.
process itself, and probably the box, that the original base box, was so cheap and so quick to do.
And it's a pleasure to do.
Yes.
It looks good, but it's a pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, on here we rush because we haven't got very long, but obviously at home you'll savour it
Yes.
and you'll enjoy it so much
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
I've just taken off, so I took off one of those. I was going to very quickly, if I may, can I just colour the back of one of these?
Yeah, definitely.
Is that okay?
Because this is the thing. Now, you've got
Bear
your
with me.
plain rice papers. So with your plain rice papers, you might be stamping on them. You might be, like I do, mopping up your inks and things, using it when you spritz underneath. But with a paler rice paper, you can definitely add your colours.
Absolutely.
And there's so many ways you can add your colours.
Yes, and so you can go on top. There's lots of different mediums. I've just got a couple here. So you can go on the top, on the front, or you can go from behind. Okay, so we'll just do this one very quickly. And depending on which side you do will be the strength of what you see.
And it's funny because, like, alcohol inks, you'd never think, oh, rice paper and alcohol ink.
Oh,
But-
they look lovely.
And it's just going to seep through, and that's normally the thing with alcohol inks. It's like, oh, is it seeping through? But yeah, with this,
I can show you on this one. So this has rice papers with alcohol inks on top, and you can see how it catches.
Yeah, that's cool.
So on your smooth plasticky, so it's got a little light in there. I didn't quite finish this. I was going to add some pieces on, but where it goes onto the, see here where it's gone to the plain rice paper, that just looks like rust.
Yeah, it does. That
Doesn't
is
it?
incredible. That absolutely
And
looks
that's
like
the foil
rust.
at the bottom.
Yeah,
and
that's
again,
really
took
cool.
about 5 minutes to do that.
See, things like that are just fabulous.
Yeah, yeah.
It's when you find like all these different tips and techniques, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Now this might be a bit.
Now,
I'm
the
going
nice
really
thing,
quick.
but it doesn't really matter because if you're cutting it out, it's not a biggie.
No.
With things like this as well, sometimes we feather it with an actual, when it's a distinctive feature like that, that's when I do your proper fussy cutting.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
There you
look
go,
at
look
it
at
from
that.
the front.
There we are. Can you see?
Wow.
See, that looks really good.
Gosh,
That's
I'm so glad that
impressive.
worked. Do you know when you think, I'm just going to do that quickly, and as you're doing it, you think, oh, this could really backfire on me.
Going off, fingers crossed.
Off on tangent like that. So again, like you said, you would probably do it nice and neatly and cut round so you haven't got all the messy cutting, but speed is of a factor when we're doing live demos,
Well, you're
isn't
still
it?
sticking. Can we just go down count and remind people?
Please
So when
do.
we come back, we can do
yeah,
reveal.
I'll put a few more bits on.
Amazing.
Perfect.
Now, please check the website for all the different options. We've got the deal of the day, which would be perfect with these, because obviously you can decorate these perfectly. Now, you have got your MDF letters. You've got to pick and mix. You're choosing 8 of those for 6 and the 6mm thick as well, so they're nice and thick. Now, 8 of those, what you're going to spell. Oh, there's so many words. Isn't there? Email in. Which ones are you buying? I mean, you can obviously pick whatever, so if you need double letters or whatever, then you can. I'm trying to think. I'm not very good at talking and spelling at the same time, so I can't think of any rude words, which is very lucky indeed, because that will get us off air. So, okay, well, probably not off air, but me. Now... so I'm going to run through these nice and quick for you. So first of all, you have got that beautiful vintage style, and that one, the vintage style, this is what our Denise is working with at the moment, and it is beautiful. I mean, I'll really quickly run through it. Oh, I love that. That is just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I love rice paper. It's funny actually, I've literally, in my little room, I've literally just been using rice paper, because that's exactly what I'm doing this weekend, is working with rice papers. But look at that, that's what you've just seen Denise colouring in. How beautiful is that? The details are stunning, the designs are stunning. You've got so much for your money. You've also got, I love the fact you've got backgrounds. They are essential. I say this all the time when I'm teaching. They are absolutely essential, your backgrounds, your plainer ones, because you want those so you can layer. That's the most popular. We've also got the gorgeous steampunk. Remember, you are getting your stencils, so they'll match perfectly. And then with your wonderful steampunk, you've got all these gorgeous designs, really rich designs. You can paint over them, you can add gilding, you can obviously add all your stenciling over the top. They are a perfect base for you. But the thing that sets the thing that sets rice papers apart from other papers is the fact that you can go around things. The fact that they've got that wonderful ability to be utterly pliable. So it'll allow you to cover bottles. It's going to allow you to cover, you know, tins, boxes. You're not worried about going around the corners. It's just got that fluidity. Good word. Next we've got for you fire. That stencil is fab, isn't it? Our Paula at the bottom. It is. Miss Pete, the wife. Oh, meet the wife in Peterborough Fleurs Saturday night. Not even a lie. Probably. Many photos of Miss Pete with her maracas. She didn't take out her maracas, it just sounds dodgy. So you've got your beautiful fire. It's funny. What we say about each other is hilarious. This is, have we got photos of her having a dance, have we? I haven't seen them yet. These are beautiful as ever. Absolutely stunning colour palette. Whether you're into your lovely rusty colours, you know, if you're going to add a real punch of colour onto these, you can do so. That's your fire. Remember, with each of these, you are getting the 2 plain. You've got the gorgeous foils as well. I know I'm not really touching on the foils because I'm whipping through these, but you've got the gorgeous foils as well. And then last but not least, my particular favourite, and this is the water. I love this because of those blue palettes. It is at the minute, it's water and the vintage, actually. That's the ones in the lead for me. But look at these designs. I mean, oh, that's your plain one. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And of course, with something like this, it just lends itself to so many wonderful projects. Those designs are fabulous. It's the layers, isn't it? You know, you can see so much in every single paper. This is what I mean about them making sense. You know, it's not like you look at it and think, oh, they've just stuck a random penny farthing bike on that. They haven't. It's been, it makes sense. I'll show you this. Look at that. How cool is that? That's our Paula in a fancy dress. Isn't that just beautiful? The movement in that. Look at the foiling, which is just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, there's so many ways of using these for backgrounds. You'll be using them on bags. You'll be using them on things that you pick up at the charity shop. You'll be upcycling. You might be using them on gorgeous boxes. But the lovely thing about rice paper is the fact that it will go round objects. You're not worried about creases. You're not worried about, you know, how you're not fighting with it. I think that's the thing, which you do with some papers. Now, £19.99, such a good price. 2 stencils, the foils, the gorgeous rice papers, plus 2 of the plain rice papers for only £19.99. 179383. Right, I'm trundling. On my way, I can tell you about the beautiful vellums. Now, the vellums, first of all, absolutely exquisite. I mean, the pages. And do you think the thing is with your vellums, it's the variation you can achieve, because you've got that lovely translucency that does allow you to layer. I'm definitely going to have to work with more vellums. Layering just looks so cool. So you've got the vellums, and remember the beautiful scrapbook papers. With each of these, you're getting the lovely foils. With the scrapbook papers, you're also getting the foil card as well, the A4 foiled card. So again, you've got so much in each one of these kits. You can order at hochanda.com, or why not give us a bell? 01733 602 2000. We're back with our lovely Denise, who's working at a rate of knots.
I know, I've just looked at the clock thinking, right.
You're being a speed crafter
right,
now,
there we go. Right, so I didn't want to reveal it yet, so bear with me.
Oh, yeah, you can't see yet.
Sorry, I was just putting that on super fast, super fast. Right, so we've put the lovely images on, okay.
Beautiful.
Now, over the back of that, like you were talking just now about working from the front to the back,
yes,
we could leave it plain, but wouldn't it be lovely if we just have some of this very simple background, like we were saying, where they have the nice ones that sort of add to the focal images of like the butterflies and things like that. It is important to have these contrasts, but they're not plain.
No, they're not.
They've got the texture to them.
They're absolutely
and that's going to just layer right over the top.
I always say this because when you're demoing rice papers, so when you're selling rice papers or buying them, I should say, you always go for the really pretty ones.
Yes.
But actually, you need these.
But it's like with all our crafting, isn't it? We don't want to buy glue, really, do we? We don't want to buy the... You have to have them, and it's important to have good ones.
Yes.
But, you know, if you're anything like me, you're a magpie. I mean, much as I love rust, anything that sparkles, I'm still a bit like, oh, pretty.
I know.
So, yeah, and that's why the foils, like I said, that demo of showing how vibrant and gorgeous they are.
Yeah.
And then we were talking about, so let's just get a couple of these over the top, shall we? And I've not done this. This is still a little bit wet.
So these are
hopefully it won't, it
tremendous.
won't decimate everything we've got underneath, because it's still a little bit wet.
So because it is wet, they'll sort of go.
Yeah, potentially. So I'll be a little bit careful.
Less than 5 minutes, Denise.
Okay, don't worry.
That went with me showing pretty papers.
Right. You're going to hate me for showing these because they're not even from the UK.
I'm not going to hate you.
I want to bring them.
I mean, I'm going to want them,
but they're from Australia.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they proper nice? Oh, they're proper nice.
They're proper nice.
Oh,
messy,
right.
but proper nice.
No, we don't.
I mean, I've got obviously the ones we have on the website, the ranges, etc. as well. But this is just because of the colourway.
Amazing.
So I'm going to put a little bit, not too crazy.
Oh, it's a nice tone. That is well nice. Yeah. I've fallen out with you.
Sorry. And I've only got one of each, so I can't even say I'll let you have one.
Oh, no, I wouldn't anyway.
Right.
They're nice. I love that colour, and it isn't too strong, and it's got the beautiful
That's it. I don't want to
on.
ruin everything that's underneath. So, because I just took a sneak peek when you were going down the counter, and it was like, oh, actually, that looks all right.
Let's get away with it. And I think this is the thing. I mean, we're used to putting paint over the rice papers on glass at the back.
Yeah.
But an alcohol ink, that is a different kettle of fish altogether.
Yes, yeah.
And this is lovely because there where maybe you haven't got rice paper, where you've got just the glass, alcohol inks go so well on just the glass.
Oh, don't they? But I know it's not an alcohol ink show, so I don't want to go too crazy. So we're going to pull this over.
And I
it's
can
just
see
to fill
that
some of the gaps.
It just looks like it's living. Yeah, that is well cool.
That blue might be a little bit bold, but here we go. So,
boom.
And we've done a little bit of this was the orangey colour one, and then the rose gold. That blue is a little bit vivid. I'll knock that back with a bit of rice paper over it.
That's so gorgeous. Yeah, I love that.
That'll do for today?
Yeah, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. And when you think about it, now look how that layers.
Yes.
You know, that's the
you
thing.
can see that's not one piece of paper. The one pieces of paper with the layers on are gorgeous, but you know, you can see where we've put the butterfly that I coloured. Sorry, I'm doing it upside down there. That's the one we tore out on its own, you see. But it's behind the rose that was put on first. So you get all that lovely element of one behind the other, and then you could put a layer of paint or gesso, etc., over the back to highlight it even more. But time's got the better of us today.
And that's if you did that, it'd seal it, so it'd you know, keep it safe. But B, it's almost like putting a highlight behind it, isn't it?
It is, yeah, exactly that.
That looks so cool. That's the beauty of rice papers.
So that's what we can do with that. If I put a piece of white card,
can you see?
Can you see how clear that is now? I keep moving. Your poor cameraman is doing such a
great.
There you go. I think I might have gone over top with the blue. I apologise for that.
That's amazing.
I'll put my fingers.
It does look printed, doesn't it, on the glass? It's so clever.
It's so clever, isn't it? And so fun to do, and so reasonably priced to make something unique.
Yeah, and really, really
weddings,
addictive.
Things like that. Imagine the little cheap glass votives for your centre tables, putting some things like this around it.
Yeah. And I mean, you've got the plain rice paper as well. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah. If you do want any of these, only £19.99. This is your last show of the day, is it?
It is, I'm afraid.
Denise?
Yes.
Okay, check your baskets out. These are beautiful.
I have seen some of their upcoming ranges, I have to say, and there's lots of agates, and there's a blue agate. Oh my goodness, there's some amazing things that can come through.
So we've got loads to look forward to. I'm having a sneaky peek on the Instagram myself, actually. And yes, indeed, I can confer. They look ridiculously
beautiful. I think they've got over 400 designs.
Wow. Well, we have got lots to look forward to.
We've got a long way to go.
Yeah, we have. We've only scratched the surface. Rice paper. That is so beautiful, isn't it? I love that.
Yeah, that's an amazing sample.
It's amazing. There's so many amazing samples. Please remember the rice papers, the vellums, the scrapbook papers, everything matches.
This was going to be my other demo that I haven't finished yet, so you can just see the steampunk there, but see how it curves over. And where we've crinkled the rice paper, it almost looks like leather. So that's a really good, with your plain ones as well. Crinkle them up with the glue and then paint over the top, and it really gives you, see that texture on there?
The texture's fabulous.
Yeah.
And again, it just catches, I mean, it catches all the foils, it catches everything. Beautiful. Okay, check your baskets out, folks. There's so much choice. Denise, thank you.
It's been amazing. It goes too quickly every time, but thank you.
It really does. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Coming up next, we have the Pergamano show. We've then got the glass huts. I've got the glass huts. And then it's a wonderful AALL Create one-day special. What a fabulous day at Hochanda.
Now, Barbara.
Hello.
It's been, it's like a year anniversary.
It is.
For the craft along.
Yep, February the 16th. Yep. We're back again, and this time we've got two-way overlay stamps. Yep. Beautiful stencil, forget-me-not, and then the wonderful die. And so I guess the trick is, in case you weren't aware, what you have to do is buy this little set. Yep. Get it home to you, and then on Sunday, the 16th of February, at 2 to 4, we will have a virtual lesson.
I love that.
And Janice is going to be the student, so that'll be really fun.
It'll be a real hoot, actually. So have a little look at these beautiful stamps and stencils, and you've also got the die.
Lovely die, yeah.
So if you order before the 13th of February, you'll get guaranteed delivery for the 16th, when the craft along is taking place. You'll also get your £5 credit to spend in the craft along shop on the website. But and that has to be an order of £20 or more. But they're really gorgeous designs, Barbara.
They're lovely design by our good friend Mel Turner. And so not only will you learn loads when you craft along, but you'll also then be the proud owner of these wonderful stamps, stencils and dies.
Aren't they gorgeous? And then, of course, you can keep playing once you've got them.
Exactly.
And make beautiful samples like these.
Big difference between watching and doing. And I think that's the magic of the craft along, isn't it?
Wonderful. And so that's £24.97. 082 739. Right, Barbara, let's hot foot it to the other side of the studio.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hello, good afternoon. So we were just like, where do we stand? What are we doing? What are we doing? So good afternoon, Barbara.
Hello, Alex. I haven't seen you for ages.
I know, it's been a while,
It
hasn't
has,
it,
yeah.
Paul?
2 days.
Now, you
2 minutes.
I know, 2 minutes, up and down the motorway, backwards and forwards. So you had a show 12 o'clock?
12 o'clock.
Yes, we did, yeah.
Marvellous.
Very
So
busy.
do watch on Rewind. We've got some lovely new products for you. So, Barbara, yeah, what are we going to do this hour?
Well, we're going to carry on where we left off. So I'm going to concentrate on the plates and Dave, what is going on there?
Dave,
And
John,
Paul, I think we ought to get Dave in doing a show one
That
day.
would be good.
We said
That would be worth
driving up.
watching,
He's
wouldn't
good
it?
with his stencil brushes.
Paul's going to concentrate on the wonderful A4 grids.
Lovely.
Super fine.
So, Barbara, if you're happy to
I'm going to
get
go
yourself
and
set.
have a lie down in a dark
Okay,
room.
fine. Thanks, Barbara. Lovely stuff. Right, so we're going to go through what we get. This is Mel's, another set of Mel's.
They are indeed.
Yeah.
The beautiful organic floral arches. You're going to get 3 beautiful A6 plates, and then you get the beautiful little spacer as well, so that it means that they work perfectly within the plate mate from the starter kit.
Right, I see.
But when you look at these designs, there's so many different elements to them, and that's one of the great things I love about the Groovi system, is being able to pick and choose the different things. And in the 12 o'clock show, Barbara showed how she just used one tiny element to decorate a panel.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, marvellous. Shall we look at a few? Oh, we've got a spacer as well, haven't we?
The spacer plate is just there. There we go, we can see there. So that's a little spacer that's been designed to work alongside in the plate mate.
Yeah, that is really cute, isn't it? So, shall we see a few samples?
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
So again, we've got the design team, and you can see here it doesn't look like an arch at all.
No.
So this has been done by Josie, and so it's sort of like a mirror image, isn't it? And again, just using elements from the various different plates.
Beautiful. And then this one's done by Karen.
Karen Jackson. So again, very classic, but look at this beautiful grid work around the outside. And this is where the A4 grids come into play, because these are fantastic for creating your own designs.
Nice. And then this one
is from the lovely Linda Williams. Beautiful. And Linda's sort of, you can see if we look really closely in the middle, you can see there how it's created like a stained glass window effect. And again, using those beautiful grids around the outside.
Gorgeous. I mean, look at the work here.
And this one from Sheila.
Yeah.
Again, a little bit of picot cutting, some infill of that little heart that's on the spacer plate, using the grids.
Gorgeous. I love the samples. The design team are awesome, aren't they?
And this one from Carol P. Look at the cutting on that. Absolutely gorgeous.
Stunning. So if you'd like to go for Mel's Organic Floral Arch, your set of Groovi plates, 60% of the stock has gone. It's just £17.97 for the 3 plates and the spacer plate, 101635. Now another new today, which is really interesting, and I was fascinated to hear about how these are made.
That's right.
Yeah, the piercing grid A4, and these are the straight lines. Now it's very hard to sort of see the difference on the plates.
So we've got a little board here. So the first one we're looking at, because they've all got different product codes.
Right.
But if we look at this little key that we've created, we can see here, let me get that, there we go, that's straight, there we go. So when we look here, this has been perforated using the bold diagonal.
Right.
And you can see how that design is offset.
Okay.
And the one next to it is the bold straight. And you can see it's more sort of, it's more solid, isn't it? And,
yeah.
Okay.
And bold straight is the one that's on screen at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Now when we come underneath, you'll see the difference here. This has been perforated with the superfine So you can really see the difference. You get a lot more perforations in the same size space.
Look at that.
But it's a lot more delicate.
I don't know how these have been
So
manufactured.
they're precision drilled by a manufacturer. And each of we had a bit of a sort of a competition in the 12 o'clock show for people to guess how many holes were in the superfine diagonal.
Right.
So on the bold straight, there are 23,813 holes.
Whoa.
Okay, and we pay per hole.
I think
like pay per view. So the more holes there is, the more it costs us to have them manufactured.
Okay.
On the bold diagonal, which is next to that, that has 27,459 holes.
Right, that is a lot. We're just popping the details on screen for this. $29.99, 325085.
Okay, so when we're looking at the bold grids, we can see here, so this was the diagonal perforated.
That's the one on screen.
Yeah, and then this is the diagonal embossed, because just because they're a piercing grid doesn't mean you have to perforate them.
Right.
You can use them for embossing. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when we look over this side, we can see here, this is the straight embossed. And the difference between the two
is incredible, isn't it?
Because I always wondered, why do we need a straight and why do we need a diagonal?
Yeah.
But you can see there from the designs. And originally, when we had the metal pergamano grids, that's how patterns were created until we introduced Tina's border plates that already had the patterns already in there.
Yeah.
So going back to sort of traditional parchment skills, this was how you would create your own design using an A4 grid.
Right.
Okay.
So that's incredible. So those are the bold A4 plates. Straight, that's that one, and diagonal. Straight is the one that's on screen at the moment. $29.99, 238. 439, and diagonals at the bottom, right then.
Okay.
Then
and then
the
moving
superfine.
On to the superfine. So the superfine is what it says. So this is the straight. So this has 33,961 holes drilled in it.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we look at the board here, so this is the straight one perforated here that we're looking at just here.
Right.
And then this is the straight one. Whoops, where am I going? There we go. There's the straight one there, embossed.
Right.
So again, you can really see the difference between the superfine and the bold.
Amazing. That is $34.99, 119148.
Okay. And then lastly, we've got the superfine diagonal, and this is the one where we had the competition.
Yeah.
And this has got 39,736 holes. Okay.
It's mind-blowing, isn't it?
Now, in relation to the superfine, this is the only size grid that we do in superfine.
Okay.
On the bold, we do them in A5 square, A6 squares, and we do them in the borders. But now, with the Pergamano shows, which is all about the education, this is where, for people that have been used to the bold perforations and the bold embossing, now we can take it to that next level.
Wow.
So if we look at this little board here, when we come to do picot cutting, we can really see the difference between the actual size of the picots.
I love the super fine picot cut. It's, I mean, it's so fine, literally.
It really is.
Yeah.
And that's all done sort of either using the 2-needle bold, 2-needle fine, or with the assistance of the grid.
Right.
And for me, for getting that straight line, the grid is just sort of really, really useful and helpful.
Yeah.
So this shows the difference between the picot cutting. Now, what's also great is that if you use to perforate between the two, is that you can really sort of see the difference where you've got the bold in the background here, and then the superfine just here.
Look at
a
the difference.
real
Yeah,
difference.
there is.
And as you want to learn more, and more delicate is sort of really, really nice on that.
Gorgeous. Now, the superfine diagonal, which is on screen, is nearly 40% of the stock gone. $34.99, 44768. Right, the bold straight, that's that one. That's also nearly 40% gone. Details are now on screen. So that's a lot of work that's gone into them.
It is indeed. And some of the benefits of having sort of the acrylic plates is because Pergamano has said we used to do metal ones. They can bend because there were so many holes in them. They were thin, so they would bend out of shape. If you was using the tools on them, it would sort of like grind with the metal type thing. And say the superfine is only available on this because once you've got it, you've got the large size, so it's easier to work smaller.
Sure.
And because obviously the cost of manufacture, it's more cost effective to go for the larger size.
For the A4. Lovely, thank you. I love all the science bit, don't you? Now, Paul, we're going to see you in a short while. But first off, let's take a look at the website. So you can see we've got lots of amazing products. I love that bag. I love the Pergamano tool organizer, and it's got it's got 5-star reviews as well. You can fit so much in it. Wow, 200 5-star reviews, Barbara.
It's a beautiful piece of kit.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
I love it.
I think it's stylish, actually, as well, that. And
Shall we have a look?
Yep.
Shall we have a look at the tool bag while we're looking?
Sounds good. That sounds good.
Because the thing about the Pergamano show, every first Thursday of the month, we come and we spend 2 hours here, and we connect the design that is Groovi with the tools which are Pergamano.
Yes.
This is where the two meet. And this is a Pergamano bag.
Right.
And so last year, as you were saying, this was the point at which we decided that we were going to take this bag and we were going to start filling it. And you can see here, I know it looks like a bit of a mess, but this is a fantastic look, from my bone folder to my scissors to my eraser. In here you've got so many different, I'm a bit of a messy girl, but you know, it's all here. I've got all my micron pens, I've got another pair of scissors in case I lose those ones, I've got more rubbers, and then I've got my Perga colours, which are brilliant, my two-ended. Then I've got my Perga liners, my pencils, my A and my B pencils.
Right.
Then I've got I've got my tools, my Pergamano tools, which is where the magic begins.
Yeah.
I've got a load of these on the show. Then I've got my ball tools. So these are the perforating, the multi-needle tools, and these are my embossing tools. This is what I need to do the white work.
Yeah.
And then there's still loads more. I've got my gel pens, and I've got, when I'm drawing, I've got so much stuff in here. And you can, there's a load I've taken out, but it's quite astounding how much goes into this, and there's still room for more.
There is,
which is quite cool, yeah.
And it's stylish to boot.
And it makes you feel like a real parcher.
Yeah, you've got to stroke it.
It does.
£29.99 for the bag. You're going to fit loads in there, as Barbara says. 653921. Right.
Okay, so let's have a look. In the first hour, the thing about parchment is it takes time.
Yeah.
So in the first hour, I'm going to pretend there's some good soul at home watching that's just surfing the net, and suddenly they found us on Hochanda.com, and they're like, oh, this is interesting. I like her jumper. I wonder what she's
we were saying that earlier.
So what I'm going to show you is, this is the Groovi plate mate, and this is one of those 3, right?
Yeah.
This is one of those 3 plates, and this little spacer that comes with the 3 plates that are brand new today, designed by Mel, that sits in the plate mate so that they don't move around when you're working.
Right.
Now, Linda Williams kindly, this is interesting. When you look at this is what we were working towards. She showed us how to make, I showed you earlier, but this is Linda's work, how to make an envelope like this. Isn't that beautiful? Believe it or not, that little envelope, this whole card is made with this.
Yeah.
So that's what I find exciting about parchment and about Groovi art, is that you can take all the different elements. You see these little flowers here? If you can see those, they're here. Look.
Oh, yeah.
And the way I got this shape, right, this envelope shape, if we open it up, just put that to one side, and you'll see I embossed this, then I turned it again, and I embossed it. So all I've done is 4 times, I've just used the arch, just so you understand how I arrived at this. Then I took this little bit here, and then I just infilled. And so slowly I picked my flowers, and I decided where I wanted the flowers to be, until I've ended up with my infill. So that is how we've caught up now. Okay, so now we're at the next stage. I also wanted a flag that this little spacer, which just holds everything in place, right, in the Groovi plate mate. Look at this beautiful little card by Carol.
Oh, it's like a good luck card.
Right, and what I love about this is, look, this is all done with these tiny little elements. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
And you see that little white, this is for the absolute person starting out, never done anything before. Right, have a look. You see the little dots along the top? That's using one of the grids that Paul was talking about, just along the top, embossing. And that's how you get that lovely... So if you can't do picot cutting, when I first started with parchment art, I relied very heavily on the grids because it gives you that edge, it gives you the interest. You know, if you can't picot cut, then an embossing tool, the number 1 or the number 1.5, depending on which grid, it will give you a lovely finish.
Marvellous.
So what we're looking at now is this. You see, even if you can't picot cut the outside of this, right, you can cut it out with a good pair of scissors, you see? Right. It doesn't have to. You learn the skills as you go. You learn the skills as you go. Nobody was born knowing how to do parchment art. It doesn't work like that. You know, you might work up with a talent for it. You might wake up with a talent for it. But you know, some people have it's a skill set. You learn it. And so what I want to show you now, and it's not that hard. It's just a sequence, isn't it? So what we've done now is we're going to look at the white work. So we've got the line up. We're working on the back. And now we want to introduce the white work. Cool. This is the magic of parchment. Yeah. So I've got my black mat, which is in the starter kit. Yep. Or I've got my pink mat. If you're heavy-handed, the pink excellent mat is ideal. I'll stick with the black one.
You prefer that one?
It's just easier.
Which one do you like, Paul?
Paul likes the pink one.
Thanks.
Anyway, so I'm going to go with the black. Okay. And here you see, I'm going to take my Groovi guard because it's another really nifty piece of kit, and it just holds the parchment down. It also means that my greasy hands, because I put a bit of cream on my hands, I'm not going to lean on my artwork, you know. And so that's another thing. So what we need now is embossing tools. You see, for the newcomer, we've got needle tools for the perforating, and then we've got what we could call ball tools or embossing tools. You're going to take the largest ball tool that fits in the area. So this one's a 4.5. Sure. So it starts in the set. We've got an embossing set, a ball tool set. The largest one is 6. Right. And then it goes from 6 to 4, 5, then to 3, and so it goes down the road. Nice. Right, now let's take the 4.5, and what you'll see is here, you just, because this is soft. See, the mat is soft on this side. So now I'm stretching the parchment. So you just hold it over like so, and then you're just going to stretch the parchment. And if this area, like I haven't done this before, look, can you see this okay?
Yeah, yeah, I was just thinking, are we using quite a large
ball tool to begin with. Yeah. And then you let it rest, and then you go again, and this time you use a slightly smaller one. Do you see? So you go, let's take, for example, let's take an area over here that's already been done once, right? Now I can go with a smaller ball tool. So I've already done it with a larger ball tool, white worked it, and now I'm going to go in with a smaller ball tool. Do you see? Yeah. And I'm just going to add a little bit of whiteness to these tips. And it's like light feathery strokes.
Yeah, little flicks.
Flick, 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 flick. And what that does is you work from behind, and when you turn it over, the white work gets whiter. Can you see that?
Yeah,
it looks
look at that.
so gorgeous, doesn't it? And if you let it rest, let's look at this one here. Okay. Let's just take this one. I'll take my finger, I'll turn it over, and then I'll just use my just to isolate it. And I'm going in with a slightly smaller ball tool. I'm using the 3. See, it says the number 3 here, right? And then I'm just going to flick, and I'm going to go over the. I'm not pressing harder. I'm just using a smaller ball, and that then automatically it embosses and it makes it whiter. And the soft black mat underneath, it just helps massively. Let me just turn that over so we have a look at it, right? When I flick it over, you see how much whiter it is now?
Yeah, it's lush.
Now, just pretend we've got someone watching who's quite heavy-handed. Right. And they think, because you know, you've seen the white work when it goes like cauliflower or like popcorn, you know, when it's too much. You've gone in too fast, too heavy.
I ripped it sometimes.
Oh, you're really going for it.
I know. It's because I'm impatient.
Yeah, well, do you know, and that's one thing I've learned, is to take my time, work in layers. You'll find that often parchers, they have several pieces of artwork on the go at the same time. Right. And so you do the grey work, as I call it, so you can almost barely see it. Yeah. And then when you've gone all the way around, you let it rest, and then you go another shade and another shade. And that's how you get that perfect whiteness. Nice. Now, the pink mat, everybody swears by the pink mat because it's more forgiving. Right. Right? So now, if I go in here, and I use the pink mat, immediately it's harder. And so I can feel, it's not as spongy, you see? It's not as spongy. And you'll find for starting out, this might be the better mat for somebody starting out.
Got you.
Yeah. There was a big thing on Facebook, Groovi Worldwide, the other day, and people were saying that they really they rely very heavily on the pink mat. Yeah,
that's interesting.
So you can see how the white work is coming together. Now the sequence is this: you do the line art,
right?
Then you do the white work, and then you apply the colour. So it's in that sequence.
Lovely.
So
may I give a few details?
Yes, please.
For the the ball tool. Sorry, these ones. I love the way they've been put together. £26.31 if you're a Freedom member. 734695. You've got your 1 mil, 1.5, 3.
That's it.
4.5. And the 6.
That's it.
There you go.
And the 1 and the 1.5,
yeah,
they're quite tight. So if you think about the Groovi starter kit, you've got the 1, the 2, the 3 and the 4, haven't you? You've got the ones that have got the numbers at each end. Right, so the 1 on this is the equivalent of the 1 mil on this one.
Oh, okay.
So if you were doing the line art, the outline, you would go, don't worry about it, we'll go to the 1.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
And if you're going to use the number 2, that's the equivalent of the 1.5.
Right.
And then the 3, the 4.5 are the equivalent of the 3 and the 4 on here.
Makes sense.
These numbers, they're talking about millimetres. So 1 millimetre, 1.5 millimetres, 3 mil. This is a 6 mil ball tool, the diameter from one side to the other.
Okay.
That's what it's about.
Lovely.
So if you want to be a real parcher, you need these.
Right, and they look so cool as well, don't they?
Well, when you build up your collection, they're a good price
They
as
are,
well.
aren't they? Nice.
Yeah. And so now I've used the soft side to stretch the parchment.
Yeah.
Then I turn it over, and now I need a hard side to do the colour. Now, up until now, everything we're doing is on the back. So enter the colour. What do we use? We've got so many different options. Pergoliners are our pencils, the Pergamano pencils. Obviously, then there's the polychromos, which are the Rolls Royce of the colouring pencil world. And then you've got the Perga colours as well. You know, so I mix it up. You know, it's up to you what you want to do. Now, going with what Linda's done, I'm imagining she will have used the polychromos.
Right.
So what we're going to do is work on the back, right? And we're just going to add a little bit of colour on the back like so. But then look, I can use a pergoliner. They're the same oil-based. These are the B pencils, the blending pencils. Yeah. And you can see here, I can add colour from behind, like so. Then when I flick this over, let me show you. See the colour? It already is starting to appear here.
It's nice and delicate, isn't it?
Exactly the same as over here. So that's all you do. Let's go one more time.
Okay.
White work first. Take the lighter colour of the pencil first. And what I'm doing is I'm using the pencil in the same way as I used the ball tool, but going in the opposite direction. So you get that lovely blend. See, if I go over the white, the colour it won't affect the white. Then I can go in with the perga liner. They're great, right? Just flick, 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 flick. Yep. And when I turn this over, you'll see it's there. It's there. Perfect. And then if I want to add a little bit of drama, I can always add colour with a sharp pencil from the front too. So if you want to add a little bit more colour, but you just have to know when you're going from the front, it will cover up the white work.
Right.
So, you know, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But the pencils are wonderful. Do you want to have a quick look at them?
Yeah, sure.
I've got mine with me. Yeah. These are the pergoliners. These are a combi box. So what we've got is 20 watercolour pencils and 6 stick buffer basic.
Buffer basic.
Buffer blending, I think.
Yeah.
So those are the ones, and you can see here, they're really nice. They work really well. I've got it caught up. That's it. I tape them up when I travel with them.
That's it. There we go. You're missing some. Oh, are they the ones you already took out?
There we are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see these are. You've got the A for aqua, which is water blendable. Right. And then you've got the B for blending. And these, when you're starting out, this is a price point. These are a very affordable blending pencil. They work beautifully on parchment, but they also work beautifully for craft on
anything else. Yeah.
That's it. So that's what you've got there.
Okay.
And then if you're in the mood for a spend up,
you want to treat
Faber
yourself.
Castell. You get what you pay for. These are glorious. So you get 60 of these, and again, beautiful pencils. So you can see here. You got more in the box, haven't you?
Amazing, yeah.
And they're very, very lovely. Don't throw them on there.
Yeah.
You can see, interestingly, which ones I use most. Look,
Yes,
all the
look at
greys
that.
it's for the shadows, for the 3D stuff. But so there you go, that's my box.
Brilliant.
Yeah, really nice. I
love
mix
those.
them. I mix them up.
If you do want those, have a look on the website. You can shop by brand for that one.
There you go. And so that's it, really.
Yep.
This is now, I'm about 2 hours away from completion.
Okay.
So I'll do a little bit more colouring.
Sure.
And I'll
pick them
leave
up.
it with you.
Okay, fine. We've got the excellent mat. I love that it's called the excellent mat.
It is excellent.
Indeed. So as we said, if you're a little bit more heavy-handed, this is the one for you. £15.98. 627681 is your item number. Then we've also got the Groovi gardening accessories. I love this because you've got 20 A5 sheets of clear parchment paper, the actual guard and 16 Groovi tabs. £11.99, 211682. These are brand new today. These are the floral organic. Wait. Mel's organic floral arches. There you go. So you've got your 3 A6 plates, and they're so stunning. And then you've also got the spacer, so it'll fit into your plate mate nicely. Look, you can see those lovely designs on there. Gorgeous florals. I like the sort of squiggles that are on that one at the top. I like that. And then you've got lots of slightly more sort of spiky elements. They're all different, aren't they? And then this one has those nice, almost Art Deco. It's almost an Art Deco feel to it, I think. But they're very, very pretty. Let me show you. We have now lost 70% of the stock gone. Now, isn't that clever? This is by Frances, and she's done it like an open window. I think that's so clever. Flowers in the centre, and then she's opened up the patchwork, and you've got some embossing on there. Let me try and show you some I haven't shown you. We've got this one, which is by Carol. She's done a lot of picot cutting, and look at the fine picot cutting in the centre. That is amazing. And then we've got this one here by Glynis. Again, wonderful white work and fantastic picot cutting. Do you know, it must be, you know, you must feel so proud once you've completed these pieces of artwork. And last but not least, we've got one here by Frances. Again, that's absolutely stunning. Look at that. If you want to go for Mel's collection, Mel's organic floral arches, it's £17.97. 101635 is your item number. Do give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or check out on the website at hochanda.com. Now, you've still got time, you know. You've still got time to send in any pictures or ask any questions of what you've been working on perhaps this week with your Groovi. We'd like to see.
Absolutely.
Yay.
Yeah.
Right, perforating tools.
Okay, so when we first got Pergamano, we obviously spoke to Linda and Tina, and we said we wanted to put some introduction kits together, so that people were going along on the Groovi journey wanted then to be able to learn how to do the different techniques. So this is the perforating tool bundle, and in here you've got a 1 needle bolt.
Right.
You've got a 1 needle. Now, if it just says a needle or 1, 2, 3, or 4, it automatically is a fine needle. So we don't say this is fine, this is bold. It's only the bold that defines the thing.
Right.
Okay, so you've got the 1 needle, you've got a 2 needle, you've got the 4 needle, and you've got an angle tool as well.
Right.
Okay. So what you get these. It's a great introduction to it, and these, except for the angle tool, will work within the grids.
Okay.
Okay, so if you wanted to sort of do multiples like a set of 4, then the 4 needle fine will work in the super fine A4 grids.
Okay, right, I think so, yeah.
So, and in addition to that, you also get this beautiful guide from Linda Williams, a handy guide to parchment perforating.
Oh, look at this.
Okay.
Very good.
So what it does is it guides you through with hints and tips on how to use the tools.
Yeah.
Now, this will also apply to the bold needle tools as well.
Okay, right, that's good.
So we've got that. You also get a tool bag to keep them in,
here.
and 20 sheets of A5 parchment.
Lovely.
Because once you start perforating, it's very, very addictive.
I was going to say, once you start, you can't stop. I like it. $29.99 for that set, 813196. Then we've got the bold needle, so we get the 3 here.
That's right. So in this collection, when we bought Pergamano, the only bold needle tool that they had was a 1 needle bolt.
Yeah.
So we decided to introduce a 2 needle and a 4 needle, because at that point we only had the bold grids.
Okay.
And again, it's where you can multiple perforate using the grids or on their own.
Lovely.
Okay, so in this collection you've got the 1 needle bold, the 2 needle bold and the 4 needle bold.
I like the 4 actually, get more done.
You do?
Yeah.
It's a lot quicker.
Yeah. £19.35, 151726. And then last but not least, we've got
the embossing bottle
Thank you, yes.
bundle.
Yeah.
So as Barbara was using these earlier and she was explaining, in here you've got the 1 mil, the 1.5 mil, the 3, the 4.5 and the 6 mil ball tool. So this is, again, it's a great starter kit to introduce you to your white work. In addition to that, you get a beautiful guide from Linda again.
Right.
That gives you a handy guide to parchment embossing by Linda. So again, shadow embossing, stages of using each of the tools. So Linda guides you through the 1.5, the 6, etc., etc., to get beautiful work.
Amazing.
And again, on top of that, you also get 20 sheets of A5 parchment and a tool bag.
Lovely. And this has got a cheeky freedom price. We've taken it to £26.31, 734695. Now, if you want somewhere to store them, I haven't seen this, Paul.
Have you not seen this?
I have not seen this.
This is gorgeous.
Sorry, you're not getting all the tools with it.
No. So this is the Pergamano tool caddy. So it's designed by us in-house. And when you look, so this is Barbara's collection.
Yeah.
So on the actual, should we tip it slightly? You've got that. So all the designs are engraved and etched into the actual tool caddy, so that when you take the tool out and you look at the end of the tool and think, right, which one is this? And then that pops back in, so you know exactly where to find them.
Isn't that clever?
It's really fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, it looks so professional as well.
When it's on your desk, it looks really nice.
Nice. £24.99 is the price. 826566 is your item number. Again, you can call us on the usual number 01733602000, or you can check out on the website at hochanda.com, and I would encourage any questions as well. Lovely jubbly. Now, if you need to stock up on some parchment, we've got a sample pack, and this is, you've got 30 sheets here, 5 sheets in each, and you've got those lovely soft tones. £29.99 at 163476 is your item number. What are you going to do for us, Paul?
So just talking about that parchment, it's beautiful because it's A4, and in there you've got a powder blue, you've got a baby pink, you've got rose and light rose, you've got ivory and light ivory, and you're going to get 5 sheets of each of those, so it's really nice, especially working with Mel's organic arches as well. But again, with parchment and sort of Pergamano, we've also got the box. This is fantastic value. This is 250 sheets of A4 parchment.
Wow.
Okay. So I think it's about £88.
Right, okay.
But it's really, really good because a lot of people that go to clubs will buy this between them and share it out.
Good idea.
And it works fantastically, obviously, with the A4 plates as well.
Lovely.
Okay. So I thought what we'd do in the first hour, I was showing you how I took Mel's arches and to show the difference between the perforating with using the bold needle and then using the superfine, and you can really see the difference between the two. So I thought for this afternoon what I would do, I'd show you how you can use the piercing grids to emboss.
Nice.
Okay, which will give you a different finish as well.
Okay.
Okay, so if I just pop that there, Alex. So what we're going to do is, I've already got one traced out. If I just hold that up, I'm going to grab this bit. Yeah, I've got a piece here.
Oh, okay.
Let me hold this up, because what I've done, rather than do the background, I've infilled the actual flower heads.
Ah, yes.
Okay. So if we look at this one here, you can see this is using the bold grid to do the embossing, and this is using the fine one. Okay. And again, when we look at further down, you can really see the difference, how this is more delicate and it fills it with a lot more detail.
Yeah.
So if you're not into your colouring in, then the grids are fantastic for putting that infill in.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought what we would do, we'll start with the superfine diagonal. Okay. Now, I always thought, why do we need a diagonal and why do we need a straight? And the reason being is because if you've got irregular shapes, then the diagonal will fill those shapes a lot more. It doesn't look so regimented,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't look right if you've got like a beautiful flower and you've got all these sort of straight lines.
Right.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to use my light panel, and I'm going to take the superfine diagonal. And what am I doing? Where's my piece of paper? Is it hide? I've got the swatch sample here.
Oh, it's not that?
No, I've got one traced out. Here it is, like right in front of me.
Always the way.
So what I was going to do, when I'm working with the embossing, you're working on the back. So what I can do is, if I want to infill, if I want to do the infill, then I'm looking at the straight line on the diagonal, because obviously it's got a straight line on there as well.
Yeah.
Just to line it up, and then I'll get my Groovi tabs. I've got my Groovi tabs to hold it in place. And I will just give that another little wipe. So I'm going to use the Pergamano ball tool.
Yeah.
And because I'm using the superfine, I'm going to use the 1mm.
Right.
Okay. And I'm going to use my Groovi guard because it focuses the area in which I'm working. And if you hold the tool upright and then you just press and give a little wiggle into the perforations.
Yeah.
And you can start to see how it builds up. Can you imagine trying to do this without a grid?
No thanks.
I would definitely have gone through,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't have the correct spacing
No,
in
not
between.
at all. Not that fine.
And even though I've got a straight line, it wouldn't be straight.
Right.
But what's great is that you can also use it to create beautiful patterns as well. See, and you just start to go along, and this is very relaxing as well. And you can see how quickly you can start to build up that design. Because I've never really used the grids in the past to do perforating. I've used them more for decorative purposes with the embossing. But when I started working with the superfine,
Right.
wow, what a difference it makes. It really, really does.
Okay.
So we're just going to go along, and you can see there's no friction with the tools.
No.
Because it's an acrylic plate,
Very
it just
useful.
works fantastically.
So this is your new best friend if you're buying this
I
at
think
home.
it is, yeah. Because you're going to get so much out of it. You really will.
Yeah.
And to have, even just to practice on, and as I say, with the perforating, the tools that come in the perforating kit work in the grid.
Right.
Even the 4. So on the straight one, you'd be able to perforate 4 perfectly central and create your own designs as well.
Nice. If you want to go for this one, so this is the super fine piercing grid A4, and it's the diagonal, $34.99, 444 768.
See how quickly it is to build up that design.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we just put one more in there, then we'll lift this up and have a look at this, Alex.
Nice. You got a piece of black card.
Piece of black card. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
So there we go. We can see now how it's sort of starting to build up.
Yeah. I like that. Look at the precision of it. That's the key.
And it's uniform and it's equal. I'm not having to learn that skill to get the right pressure on a mat.
Brilliant.
And it really is, let's say, infilling as well.
Yeah, it looks
so
really
I could
pretty.
perforate the background. So if I take one, where was the one that I was practicing
That
on
one?
earlier? Yeah, if I show you this was how, so you can have a play. So earlier on, I perforated through the grid using the 4 needle tools.
Yeah.
So this was the superfine.
You can see that. Look at that.
Okay, so that's the superfine there. This was the bold.
Yeah.
And again, it was just a 4 needle tool going straight in, but the grid underneath gave me that spacing in between.
Precision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then here, doing the embossing, this is the superfine to create a little design. And the same design, but using the bold grid.
Yeah. You really see the difference.
You really can. And it's sometimes it's only a little bit, but it can really sort of make a difference.
Wonderful.
So if I just show you this one. So again, I'm on the diagonal.
Yep.
And we're going to do the embossing. So if I pop that, just pop my glasses on.
It is very fine.
And it is very fine.
Yeah.
So if I just line that up, I should be able to get that back in position, which I have there. And then the Groovi tab, just to show you how you can sort of have a play So we'll just focus the area, and again, just hold the tool upright, and then you're just going to go along and say, back in the day, this is how patterns were created. If you speak to like Josie, where she does her beautiful grid plates, this is how she designs her grids.
Amazing.
Yeah, the
amazing.
beautiful kings and queens.
Yeah.
And you can just sort of see then how, you imagine sort of doing this and having that mindset, but to get the beautiful details, so we could put a little dot in the middle, to put a little flower. You can sort of do really nice sort of just designs if you wanted to do a corner. See, and there again, then you've got that there. And you could do sort of like a double line, but it's great for just adding that. And sometimes you don't want to overpower
That looks good.
your design.
Yeah.
See, and then you get carried away because you think, oh, what happens if I put a dot there? What happens if I put a dot there? But for me, the superfine for me now is key.
Yeah.
Because I've got to that stage where I want to try and improve what I'm doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to get that finer detail. I mean, we showed that little card with the picot cutting, didn't we? The difference between the two.
It was amazing.
And it's all about sort of. We've always used the bold because we haven't had the superfine available before. So with the Pergamano shows, it's all about the crossover and the marriage between the Groovi giving you your beautiful line art and then the Pergamano tools and the equipment to take it that one step further.
Nice.
And to now go from using bold perforations and embossing to do that super fine, it really does just turns that notch up slightly.
Gives you a sense of achievement as
it
well.
Does.
I tell you what, this light panel
It
is very
We've got
handy,
this on the
especially
show
because it's
as well.
fine,
Yeah.
so super fine.
So it has 3 different light levels to it. So if we turn that off, so you've got 1, 2 and 3. It's micro USB, which and it comes with your plug, so it means that but you can also sort of, if you've got those battery packs, you can plug it in. So if you go into a craft group, you can take it with you and run it off of those.
That's good.
You can plug it into your USB on your computer and it'll power it while it's working.
Yep.
It also comes with a foam mat as well, and you also get the bag to keep it in as well.
Really nice bag, that's lovely. So here are the details. You can spread the cost, 2 payments of £31.49. 436518 is your item number. Now, as we launched the hour, we were talking, Barbara and I, about the craft along. It's happening on the 16th of February.
2 till 4.
2 till 4, and Janice is going to be crafting along with Barbara. Anything could happen, that's all I'm saying.
Janice did the first one with Barbara as well.
That's so nice. Yeah. So it's like literally a year anniversary. If you don't know what craft along is about, let's give you a little sneak peek. Thanks, Paul.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, or from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, you will receive £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along brand shop that month. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Right, these are Mel's Organic Floral Arches. They're proving really, really popular. We are now at 80% of the stock gone, and aren't they gorgeous? Mel really is a fantastic designer. What you're getting is, you've got your spacer plate that you can see here, and then you've got those 3 wonderful arches, all different, got all different sort of styles on there. That one in the middle almost looks like a tree to me. And then you've got this one with that lovely centrepiece, and then all of the swirls around it are really pretty. Again, let's try and find some samples that you haven't seen. This one is by Josie, and she's taken elements of it, so we haven't got the arch on there. And look at, again, at that lovely perforation that she's done. It's really fine. And then we've got a gorgeous sample by Karen. She's done some fabulous colouring with this one. And also, look at all of that gorgeous cutting, picot cutting. And then let me dig one out from under here to show you some that you haven't seen. This one is by Glynis. Again, fantastic. Look at that. Look at that wonderful cutting, and again the embossing is stunning. And moving along, we've got this one by Linda. Love those flecks of gold. Don't you think that looks really regal? And then, oh, wait, and then I've just seen this one. Oh, how nice is this? This one is by Chris Walker. That's stunning with the gold around it. Very nice indeed. £17.97 then, and your item number is 101635. Here's the website, so I can shimmy on down to Barbara and we can continue. Have a look at those 5-star reviews. There's so many for the Groovi accessories, for the mat, for the perga pens, the perga liners. Wonderful. Now, oh, there you go. As we're about to do a little bit of cutting,
yes,
you can see your weapons of choice, whichever one you fancy.
There you go.
Which one do you like, Barbara?
I like the cheap ones. I do actually. Yeah. There you go. The exclusives.
Yeah.
They work for me.
Yeah.
I think the ring locks are very lovely. If you've got larger fingers, the ring locks are great, and they lock. The clues in the name. Right. They're good. And the snips, the ones in the middle, the perga cutters, they're really brilliant. If you've got arthritis, if you suffer from arthritis and dexterity problems, because they're like tweezers. They just So, but personally, I like the cheaper ones, the less expensive. Shouldn't use the word cheap. The less expensive ones.
Right.
Yes. Okay. So what I wanted to do, again, we're just going to go back to Linda's sampler here, right? And where we're going now, when we open this up, you'll see now, of course, this has been cut out, hasn't it? Yeah. As I said before, you don't have to cut. You don't have to picot cut. You can cut out with a pair of scissors. However, you know, we want to always move forward. So what we've got to do now, this is where we'll just have a look here what I've done, and you'll see that I added a little bit more colour. See, I would do the same on this side, but for the sake of the TV show, I'm just going to show you now how we would cut this out. Sure. You can see here already I've gone round with a 2-needle bold tool. Yeah. Ready to go. So let's have a look here. This is how I'm going to do this. I'm going to take my white super foam, the thick super foam. I'm going to put my tumble dry sheet there. Then I'm going to pop that on there.
So what will that help
do? What that means is that as I'm going through, especially if I'm going to use the fine needle, right? If I want to do a fine needle, then what will happen is the tumble dry sheet will lubricate the needles. As I pull them out, they won't pull.
Got you.
So let's go here. If we look at the end, if we look at the end here, can we see that? Yeah, perfect. You can see the larger dots, that's a 2-needle bold, and then these ones are a 2-needle fine. The 2-needle bold goes with the bold grids, the 2-needle fine goes with the fine grids, but I think Paul's already covered this. Yeah. So Paul was working with the grids. The grids are great when you're working in a straight line or working around, but when you have to cut around an edge, you've got to go freehand, you've got to go freestyly. So let's go with the 2-needle bold just to start. And what we're going to do, you get comfortable for yourself. Yes. Right? And then all we're going to do now is we'll start over, let's do this one here, right? And we're going to come around and you'll see, can we see this all right? Because I'm a lefty, right? So then you come in and then you go down and you work slowly, look, and then you go in the first hole that you were just in. And then my tip is don't actually perforate just go slowly when you start. Yeah. It's not a race. You know, when you watch the experts, they fly around and I think, well, speed will come, you see? And so I can go around and these are big, beautiful, bold holes. Do you see? Yeah. And I'm perforating, I'm going all the way down. I'm not on the white line. I'm looking where you need a good pair of good pair of eyes for this, right? Just go like that and then down. Now let's just hold that thought for a moment. Okay. And let's go to the 2-needle, just because I want to show you the difference now. Now let's go to the 2 needle fine, so we can see the difference in the holes. And you wouldn't mix and match like this, but I want to show you the difference. Check it out. Do you see?
How come you go in on an angle, Barbara?
Because I want to see it, and I want to make sure that Andy, because I'm a lefty, do you see I'm looking like this? I probably wouldn't do this at home. I'd have my head over like this, and I'd be looking, you see what I mean? But I'm going very slowly, and I'm making sure that I'm on the line like so, and then I come up, and then I go down. Do you see? Yeah. So I go like that, and then I come up, and then I go down straight. So I'm not going in at an angle. Got you. I'm coming in. But the point I'm making is look at the difference in the holes. Yeah. Bold, fine. Big difference.
There is, isn't there?
So, here's my tip. If you're starting out, you use the bold 2 needle. If you want to improve and challenge yourself, you use the fine. If your eyesight isn't what it could be, then stick to bold.
Makes sense.
You don't put yourself through this if it's not giving you any joy.
Yeah.
This should be giving you joy. So that is what I wanted to show you.
Nice.
Right. So that's it really in a nutshell.
Lovely.
If you're going to go, that's the 2 needle fine and the 2 needle bold. If you were going along a straight line, let's just put that to one side for a minute. Let's look at a straight line here, and you can see here this has been perforated with the grid underneath. Right. Right. Like Paul was showing you. Make a straight line. This is how I practice. 2 needle bold, 2 needle bold, 2 needle fine. You can see immediately what a difference.
Absolutely.
Isn't it? And then when you actually look at the cutting, you can see here. This is the bold. Yeah. And then you can see how much tighter it is.
Wow, look at the fine.
Yeah?
Wow, that's
so it's
super
quite
fine.
interesting.
Yeah.
And this is what I find, because I've only been doing parchment since we started the Groovi system. Yeah. And I don't do it as much as I'd like to.
Time.
But what I find is if I step away from it for a couple of weeks, when I go back to it, it takes me a little while to get my eye in. Got you. You know, it just takes. Yeah. So I have a bit of scrap, and I work on a scrap just to get in the rhythm. Yeah. And then once I get in the rhythm, then I'll go to my masterpiece. I won't start on my masterpiece. I always practice first.
That's a good tip.
Now, as far as the scissors go, here are the 3. Here are the 3. Okay. So these are the ones that I like. So you can see I've got long, thin fingers, and the way I hold them is as I was taught by Linda Williams and Tina. Right. I go in from underneath, the curve goes upwards on me, right? I come in with my thumb and my finger, and then I hold it like that. And these fingers here, they hold this in place. Right. Right. So that's the first thing. Let me show you this. So now I would start. I'm going to start, and I'm going to hold it in my hand. Okay. And the reason I do that, everybody does it differently. I hold it in my hand because I want to feel the tips of the scissors coming in. You see, so I feel the tip of the scissor, and I know, right, and then I lean. So I go in like that, and how's it looking, Andy? Can I hold it like that?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm holding it for the, see? So I go in there like so, slowly does it. I can feel the tip of the scissor.
In,
and then
twist and snip.
There you go, in and twist. And I'm going into where I was. Oh, and if I go in too much, you know, when I see the little V, then I snip, and you can hear it. But I don't. It's not a race. When I do this, I want to get it right. Yeah. Right. If I see blood, if it suddenly goes red, then you know I'm cutting in too much.
Be careful at home.
No, it's not that. It's only a little tiny. You can feel it.
Yeah.
So if I take that, let's just hold that thought for a minute. Okay. If I just slide in there, you see?
Made
Can
a
you
little
see
corner.
that?
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty?
Yeah.
So that's the bold. Right. Right now, I feel I've got my eye in. Now I'm going for it now.
Go for it.
Now at this point, right, I think I need another pair of glasses.
You're going to put the glasses
over the top of these ones, right? I'm telling you. So we'll go like that, and we'll put them on as well, right? You can't have enough glasses for this job, all right? I'm serious. When I first met Linda Williams, she said, "Can you actually see what you're doing?" Yeah. I thought, I need you like I need you need that advice. Now, you see...
Can we take a photo of
Barbara? No, I jest. But you'll see, seriously, the glasses are important.
Yeah.
It's important to be able to see. The light is important, the glasses are important. And you'll see that I've actually swapped glasses, and I've gone to I only use readers, you know, like magnifiers.
Yeah.
Can you see this okay?
Yeah, good.
Right, oh, hang on. So you go in, slowly, and snip. In, and it's exactly the same process, but the holes are smaller, they're closer together, and what you'll get is a much more delicate cut. Right, so you just go like that, and see, now once you get in the rhythm, I mean, doing this live on telly isn't the most relaxing form of exercise, is it? Right, but you'll see in a minute, when you go like this, can I tell you something else? So I'm hovering here.
Yeah.
If I had my hands locked in on my, you know, like
So
if
you're
I was at
resting.
home, you're resting on something.
Yeah, yeah.
It makes all the difference in the world.
Okay.
But you can see, if you go in like so. Now, let's have a look at the difference. Just go in like that. Hang on, I've lost me. That's it. Let's take this and let's just see. Look.
Nice. Look how super fine that is.
See
wow.
how tiny that is. So when you compare the two, if I can do it, this is my point, right?
Yeah.
If I can do it, you can do it.
Yeah,
It's just
absolutely.
a question of practice, and also it's not instant. It takes a little while.
Yeah.
If it's like learning to play the piano, if you just do 15 minutes or 20 minutes a day,
Yes.
you'll be amazed when the penny drops. When you get it,
Yeah.
it works. And there are YouTubes on this. We do workshops. Groovi Worldwide will help you. There are so many people just waiting to give you a hand.
Ah,
you know?
lovely. That's so nice.
But that then it translates. That's how you cut this out.
Yep.
That's how you end up with this beautiful opening. And I would do all the white work, all the colouring, everything before I cut.
Definitely.
'Cause
Brilliant.
got something to lean on, haven't you?
Lovely. Thank you,
Okay.
Barbara.
Thank you, Linda, for giving me the
yeah.
sample.
Paul, do you want to come in?
Yep.
Now, shall we have a look at some samples?
Yeah, there we
I
go.
haven't seen this
Haven't
one
seen
either.
this one.
Yeah,
Beautiful
look
grid
at this.
work. Look
Who
at
is
that.
this by? Josie?
Josie Davison, Parcher.
Yeah.
Extraordinaire.
Look at the cutting
And you
on
know what
that.
blows me away? Those grids that we're looking at there. Until Tina came up with the pattern grids, this was what Parchers used to create grid work around the outside.
Right.
Yeah,
And
when
so
you look at something like
you
that.
think about that. Now, they used to do that by taking one of those solid walls of holes in a metal, so you couldn't even see through it.
Wow.
And then they go like 2, miss 2, 2, miss 2, 2, miss 2.
Amazing.
I mean, can you imagine you get all the way along and then you've...
Yeah, you nearly said something then.
And then you've missed 2.
That would be very annoying, wouldn't it? But look, there you go. So basically, what you've got on the show today, obviously beautiful new designs from Mel, but
Gorgeous.
also you've got those piercing grids to take it to the next level.
Exactly.
Yes.
And the lovely thing about these particular plates by Mel, it's fascinating to think that from that arch you got that.
Absolutely.
You know, it's how does that work?
I don't know.
You know,
Yeah.
that's the wonderful thing about Groovi is that you can take all those little elements and then you just play with them.
Amazing.
Looking
It's like
outside
having
the arch, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's like looking outside the arch. All that loveliness.
Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Paul.
Alex.
Thanks, Paul.
We'll see you soon.
Soon.
And coming up next, we've got the Glass Hut, followed by AALL Create, a Final Call one-day special, and then Pink Ink are in the building.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Would you like to improve your crafting techniques by watching and crafting along with your favourite Hochanda guest demonstrators, or from the comfort of your own home? If the answer is yes, then we are excited to invite you to Craft Along, where you, our presenters and guests, will create an amazing array of projects throughout the year. Each month we will be bringing you a brand new kit that you can purchase on the day of each show. Or if you pre-order your kit, you will receive £5 off a purchase of £20 or more of any additional products featured within our Craft Along brand shop that month. So tune in, be inspired and create with Craft Along, your monthly crafting workshop.
Hello and welcome. We're chunnering on. It's the first time I've done a show with you girls.
I know.
It is. Can't believe it.
I know. 3 years you've managed to escape.
3 years.
3 years. I got you in the end.
Yes. Obviously, I have seen your work. I mean, I love it.
Thank
we
you.
can go from tiny little jewellery pieces up to, and I mean, we've got some incredible finished samples, up to huge pieces.
Yeah. There is just so much you can do, and you can take it to another level. You know. But at the same time, you can keep it as a hobby, or you can grow it. Into an art.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about it.
And I think this is the thing, every day, I bet when you're both working, I bet every day you find something new, don't you?
Yeah, you find a new process and just, like you say, a completely different level to work to.
So exciting.
It's never the same, it's never boring, is it?
No.
And the demos are definitely not boring, they're so cool.
Especially when they go wrong.
Something wrong, don't we?
We look forward to that. Now, our Joey's going to go through the counter. Cheryl, we're going to see you in a little bit, aren't we?
I'm going to go mix.
She's going mixing a cheeky bit of resin, is our Cheryl. Now, Joe, this is a bumper kit.
Yes.
If you've already got some of the inks, have a look on the website. We have got a pick and mix with the inks. But let's talk about the bumper kit. So, if you are brand new, if you are just starting, I mean, we have got all sorts in here.
I've never done this before, so I'm a little bit nervous. But it's a complete collection of it. So you're getting 23 inks. You've got the 5 brand new colours in there.
And look at the colours. I'm going to show you the colours straight away. Because look at that, stunning. These are the inks. So when we were chatting about the inks right away, they're an alcohol ink, but they're a non-toxic alcohol ink.
What they've done is they've taken the nasty bit out of the alcohol, and they've used something sort of similar. It is still alcohol, but they've taken the nasty bit out.
But they'll still, so obviously
still work like alcohol
so
inks.
all those cool things we can do with alcohol inks, and look at the colour palette.
I know.
It's huge.
It's different to the other alcohol inks. You can get different effects with it. That's
Beautiful.
what I like. And when you blending the 2 colours together, like on the flowers or something like that, they just flow. Really do.
Very excited about that. Very excited about seeing all of these work. So you've got the new colours. Remember, if you haven't, maybe if you've got some of these colours, the new ones we have got pick and mix, so check those out on the website. So we've got 23 exciting colours. What else have we got then, Jo?
You've got your 4 solutions. Now, your blending solution, most people know what that is. So that's for mixing your colours together if you want to, or your inks, to blend them.
You can sort of, with the blending solution, that's good for cleaning it up, and it's good for watering it down, but obviously you don't do water. So it's a necessity as your blender, isn't it? Okay.
Retarding solution.
What
sounds
does
a bit
that do?
bizarre.
Yeah, that does.
But it's a very smart little bottle. So what it does, it's concentrated, so you only need 1 drop.
Okay, wow.
To about 4 drops of ink. Just mix it in, and it increases the length of time that you can work with your inks for.
Okay, because obviously alcohol inks are notorious for drying quick.
Yeah, you've got about 10 seconds, haven't you, before they dry. Put that in. It's not going to give you hours, but it's definitely going to at least double the time, if not triple the time.
Amazing.
So if you're painting with it, it keeps the inks open for longer.
Phenomenal.
And then when it does dry, you can just add a drop more and just carry on.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah,
So it'll waken it up as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Super.
So that's that little bottle. Then we've got the Kilty, isn't it? Let me just have a look. Kelpie.
The Kelpie.
That's it.
And that's
so
here.
that's a non-porous solution. So if you've got things like your wood, anything like card, something like that that isn't shiny, coat of that, perfect. You can then use your alcohol inks and they'll flow as normal like they would on Yupo paper.
Amazing. Okay, all these solutions are a bit cool,
Yeah,
aren't they?
good,
right, last but not least, layering solution.
Here's another little bottle of magic keys. So what that does is allows you to put your alcohol inks on in layers.
Yeah.
So you can put your first colours down, put some of that on, and you can just put that on with your finger or a brush.
Yeah.
Let that dry. Put another colour on top, and those colours underneath aren't going to shift.
Amazing.
They're not going to
So it's almost
blend.
like in mixed media, it's almost like a transparent gesso. It's that kind of thing, but obviously with this. We've also got the Yupo paper as well.
Yeah, there's 10 sheets of A5
Amazing.
in there.
Because that's great for playing. You've also got, and this is a bit cool, storage.
Dinky storage. So you've got 2 of those. And not hard to put together at all. And I'll do a little instruction on how to put them together.
Amazing.
But yeah, you can get 24 and they are.
They're handy because obviously this is how you're going to store all your bottles. Now, what's important is to show you what you can do. Have a look at some of these. These are beautiful, Jo.
Thank you.
They're beautiful.
Thank you.
So is this all done on the Yupo paper?
Yes, yeah, they're all on Yupo paper, these ones.
Look at that.
And you can, I mean, that's the red and the black together.
Yeah.
And I think that's the bottle green I've used for the stem.
That's ridiculously beautiful.
But it's just, they're the new colours. I don't know how well that's going to show up.
See,
but I love them.
That is absolutely gorgeous. That is so, it looks like an absolute work of art. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful,
I
Jo.
actually just get obsessed.
I love these
Our
as
Connie
well.
did that one. She started journaling.
Way, amazing.
So, yeah, our Connie did that one.
That's
so that's good.
And it shows all of this. I mean, they're all so different, but that's why the inks are so exciting, because you can do so much.
Yeah. It's not just about, you know, creating a background. You can take them as far as you want to, really.
Yeah.
And with the solutions, you can go that little bit further as well.
It's very exciting. If you've got questions, please email in. You might be looking at this and thinking, I have no idea how to start.
No.
Honestly, ask Jo. Please email in. I love that. That's so atmospheric.
That's Leslie's stamp.
Is it?
Yeah, I love her stamps.
That
yeah,
is so beautiful. Look at that. See that, just look at the colours.
And that's just a little bit of foil on there.
Really?
Yeah, just a little bit of foil.
Doesn't that look good?
But I'll show you
that movement.
Yeah, I mean, I use a lot of glitter as well on them.
Yeah.
Also pigment powders.
Yeah.
You can
really?
bring into
So
it.
mix and match them with everything.
And I'll show you. I'll show you quickly how to make your own alloy inks.
Nice. Oh, Jo, it's well exciting. I'm so pleased we've got a show. All your all these, look at that.
They're doable. Practice.
Because it doesn't, I'm not going to lie, if you look at something like that, you would definitely think there's no way I could do that.
Yeah.
Because that looks like proper art. It's art, that. Yeah. Sorry, we have a joke here, because sometimes I'll be like, I'm making art. That looks, you know, you would think that would be framed and you'd be charging a fortune for it.
Yeah, and that is just
so
the
professional.
inks. The ink's just blown out. Nothing all, no tricks or anything to it.
Stunning.
The inks will do the work for you.
That's stunning, bear with. Oh, man, look at that. Right, these are cool. Okay, this is your why not deal. Let me talk money. The bit that I always forget about. So, if you're going for this, it is a why not deal. You've got 2 payments, £45. You are getting a lot for your money. These inks will last you ages. Alcohol inks are notoriously, they go such a long way. There's so much you can do with them. But when you add them with your solutions, this is just, it's a playground of fun. Now, what you've got here, look at your saving. £31.30. That is huge. That is if you're part of our Hochanda Freedom. If you join in Freedom today, is it £6.97? I've forgotten. It is. I haven't forgotten. It's £6.97 today. So obviously your saving is humongous. You're not paying postage either, so it's actually that and then your postage, because you don't have to pay that. Plus, think about the rest of the month. Any things you order for the rest of the month, you're not paying postage there either. So add that to that saving effectively. If you do want this, 516010. I am so excited to see the demo. Cannot wait. This is a proper good bumper pack. If you do want to mix and match with your inks, so maybe you want your new inks, you've got your pick and mix there. £23.50. You've so many. What colours would I go for? Are you having a laugh? I just go for big one. I want everything. Yeah, you can go for whatever you want. If when you look at the bottles on telly, you will not be able to tell the colours properly. If there's a colour you want to see, email in. We've got the beautiful colour charts. So any of those colours, I'll show you again on those colour charts. So please, this is live telly. Please make the most of this. Make the most of your ability to, you know, to chat to us. It is studio@hochanda.com if you do want to email in. If you've already bought something in the past from the Glass Hut, because I know that, you know, Joe and Cheryl have been here quite a few times now over the past 3 years. We'd love to see what you've been creating as well. Right, we're here.
Okay, so I'm just going to show you this. This is the gold from the pigments that we've got on, and our pigments, are pure mica.
Wow.
So
okay.
nothing included them at all. If you take a little bit of the gold and a bit of the blending solution,
right,
you got your own alloy ink.
Oh, so literally, so decant a bit of the blending solution, a bit of that gold, and Bob's your uncle, and I love it because the way the alcohol inks work, it pushes it out to the side, so it gives you that fantastic finish.
So
that's
just
cool.
Dab a bit of blue on
this
there.
This is the UPO paper, isn't it?
Yeah, UPO. And that's the dark blue.
Okay.
They are all in Gaelic, but there's also...
How fabulous.
I know. I can't pronounce them, though.
Well, no. And I'm definitely not going to try.
Oh. It's not meant to come out that quick, but
yeah, but it don't matter because that's well cool.
Yeah. So that's just to show you how you can make your own golds, and you've got your own shimmers.
Wow.
You can also add the mica. If you get another little bottle, just put a little bit of ink, any colour ink, bit of mica in, bit of blending solution. You've got your pearlised.
Oh man, ink. Do you know what? It never ever looks as good on telly as it does in real life, and unfortunately, because we're looking at it from a side angle, you can't see what it's doing there.
No.
But that is absolutely fabulous, isn't it? Just have a look at that. You've got, I love the movement of this.
Yeah, and it's not going to come off because you get some of it. Yeah, because you get some of them where you wipe it and it comes off.
Yeah,
but the blending solution holds it in there and makes it
so
stick.
Cool. If I give it a wobble, I wonder if you can see that mica. Yes, you can. See, that makes it come alive.
But other micas, because they've got blending stuff in them, alcohol and like that, it just goes in like a big cluddy clump.
A cluddy clump?
Cluddy clump.
That's a description and a half, isn't it?
Clump.
A cluddy clump. That's not swearing.
No.
If you do want the micas, they're zooming on for you. They're on a pick and mix. I love it. And it is. Our Kirsty's going. These ones, they're hiding my mints. Oh, there you go. These are your micas. Now, oh, look at the colours.
Nice, isn't it?
So you have got in this collection earth brown, the peridot green, that's truly tremendous. You've got grape in there. You've also got a red velvet, which is one of those. You've got the bright orange. Boom, you can tell what that one is. You've also got the magic yellow. I love them when they're obvious. You've then got Egyptian blue. You've also got the black in there as well. Now, you are choosing two of those for £9.99. Definitely going. Have we got, have we? It looks, no, one looks yellow, one's gold.
Yeah,
They're different.
No, they are. I had a row with Glenn
the gold's
about that.
probably not in stock.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it is, she says.
Yeah, no, it should be on there.
Oh, it should be on the system.
Please.
Chicka. Me, I'm going, for the brights, I'm going green and orange. Because that is... So, Like with the green and the orange, because I do the same thing. Oh, that's well cool.
Yeah.
Okay, the gold, we're going to be on there. Meg sorted it.
Good, Meg.
Look
Thank
at
you,
this.
Meg.
Thank you, Meg.
Right, so that's not the one. This is your porous solution.
Okay.
All right. And it's quite runny.
Okay.
You literally just paint it on, and I'm just trying to figure out, because I thought, I'll prep it all beforehand. So this is raw bisque.
Okay.
So you know how porous that is?
Yeah. Yeah, non-alcohol and some raw bisque, they're not going to do anything, are they? They're just going to go...
Yeah, so... It's gone.
Yeah, yeah,
right.
yeah. That's what would normally happen then.
So if this is a bit that I've painted...
Because it's dead obvious. Nah, it is dead obvious. Look at that.
So see how...
That looks absolutely fabulous.
Which is what that one's
So
been done
just
in.
allow those to move. Oh my gosh, and that colour looks amazing.
That's good, isn't it, that one?
That is beautiful.
Yeah, I really like that one.
That is beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at that. Can I just tilt that forward now? It stopped moving. Because they stop moving so quick as well, because they dry.
Yeah.
So just adding. So is that literally how you've done that? Just by dropping colour on?
Yeah, just dropped it on and just let it do what it wants to do.
Seriously
I think I might put a bit of doodah on that, a bit of foil. Because you get your sticky bits, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
Sticky bits can be quite annoying.
That is that's such a good idea, foil, isn't it?
Either foil, glitter, or mica powder.
Boom.
Brush it on.
That's such a good
and
idea.
It gives you a
Didn't
different
even think
effect.
of that.
Yeah.
That looks amazing. Okay, that is really busy. If you do want to get hold of that one, so you get in, and again, you've got loads and loads of choices. Your porous surface converter. I love the names. The porous it does what it says on the tin. £16.99. You're getting 2 of those. I bet you only need a light covering, don't you?
Yeah.
Amazing.
That one up there actually is done on.
I'm getting it in.
MDF.
Yeah.
And I've literally just done like a blue coat underneath, and I've literally just slapped on the porous solution, alcohol inks, and then resin on top.
Amazing.
So
that is seriously cool.
It's handy because you're not stuck to using Yupo paper.
Yeah, and you can make things react like that. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, if you do want that, you're getting 2 tubs, 454074. That's your item number. Oh, am I going to try and put this back?
You're right.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I know me and yes.
Right, I've moved everything now. Right, so what I am going to say is I'm going to put my elf and safety hat on.
All right.
All right?
Yeah, get the elf hat on. Right, okay.
So, on Hochanda, there is all the health and safety on the listings.
Right.
No other craft channel does that.
Oh, get us. Okay.
Okay, so there's warnings on bottles for a reason. Read the bottles.
Okay.
Yeah. Make sure you know what you're using and what's recommended to do.
Cool.
All right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to use I do use alcohol as well as blending solution.
Yeah.
But I only use a little drop.
Right, okay.
Don't heat alcohol.
Right, okay.
Because it's flammable.
The fumes
and the fumes
also,
will have you knocked out in an instant.
Right, okay.
All right?
Yeah.
So, and I never flood with alcohol.
Yeah.
I just use little bits.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Because
So
I know
keep
there's
it.
a thing. Because how much should I say? Rang it in.
Rang it.
I saw on a different channel. The lady was flooding, heating, and then said, "Don't use a straw."
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So. If you're using little bits, you can still use your straw.
Right, okay.
All right, so that's my nag out the way.
Sense.
All right.
Okay.
So, I don't have an action. I got for that.
love.
It's
all right.
Got it off my chest now.
Are you feeling all right? Oh, you like me? Okay, next.
Right. Now, I've brought my airbrush in, and
Cool.
we have got airbrushes on the website.
Right.
Because the cake lady was doing them, and there is an airbrush on the website, so I thought, I can bring mine in there. But you can do this with a straw. All right?
Yeah.
So, what colours should we go for? What do you fancy?
Oh, can I just pick?
Yeah.
How many colours we having?
We'll have an orange and we'll have a black.
A black?
Unless you want to try something else.
No.
I just tend to get stuck with the same colours, you see.
That's black.
So, by all
Can we
means...
have 3 then?
No, we'll go for 2. I'm not that brave.
She's not. See, I'd be sticking anything on there. I'm terrible.
Well, you can in a minute.
Boom. Okay.
No, there's a little bit too much black on there, really.
Could you go back in with your orange, though?
Yeah.
So you could if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that already. I like just the black. Look at that. See, it just makes me happy. Isn't it cool?
Yeah.
It almost looks like the rings of a tree, doesn't it?
Yeah. And you can see, if you want to dry it quicker, just get your brush and just go over it. So there's no need for heat.
Amazing.
If you've got a big lot you're doing, just get a bit of paper and waft the paper over and it'll just dry it.
Yeah.
All
Or just
right?
wet.
Yeah.
So this is your alcohol, not the blending solution?
This is just the alcohol.
Just
got
a
3
few
drops on.
drops. Oh my gosh,
And
look how it starts to go.
Yeah, just let it spread. And do this away from you.
Oh, that's ace. Oh my gosh, is this how you did the flowers?
Yeah. As I say, you can do this with a straw, and we have done it with a straw before.
Yeah. But this is
because
a
my
lot
ribs
less.
aren't very good, I can't blow very much.
Yeah, and this is perfect because you get that beautiful, beautiful floor.
You can see it drying as well.
Oh, that is so pretty.
And it's doing it for you. It's doing all that shading.
Yeah.
You know.
And the centre looks amazing.
Yeah.
So at any point you could add more colour as well, could you?
Yeah. Go around. I've got a little bit of pigment in
Oh
there.
my gosh.
You see a little bit of gold in there. I don't know where that's come from.
That is seriously cool.
But just let that get into the inks, and that's where you can start to stretch.
Good grief.
Stretch that out.
That is.
It can take
so
a while. I mean,
cool.
sometimes I can sit there for hours. Do you know
but
what I mean?
this is fun. And it's one of those that every time you do it, you'd be able to change that.
Yeah.
Because you can change your colours, you'll be able to add your colours to it. You'll get used to it as well, won't you? You'll get used to when to actually start blowing the ink out.
So that hasn't done an awful lot, but we're going to do a second round.
That's seriously cool.
Right, so just when it starts going fuzzy, see how it goes fuzzy, and then just go in.
Oh, Joe, I love it.
And you can alter the shapes of your petals. If you was to go straight in with your airbrush, you're going to get them more long and jagged.
Yes.
Yeah. And that will dry that.
I love the way it actually starts to diffuse is absolutely gorgeous. But also with that, you've got the it looks soft, doesn't it?
Yeah. See, I'll get lost in there. See, I didn't quite leave that for long enough, so we'll just dry that off.
It's sort of dragging out like the edges of the circle that it's creating. It's breaking that up, isn't it?
Yeah. So you just leave it that little bit longer, and it just sort of melts it, doesn't it?
That's seriously cool. If you wanted to add another colour now, you could definitely do that,
yeah,
couldn't
what do you fancy? Go on, you're itching to get another colour in there.
Of course, it's me, innit? All of them.
Do you want to have a go?
Hey, yeah.
Go on then. Yeah, I'll do that one.
Can I put another colour in?
Of course you can. Whatever you fancy.
You can go yellow, see what it does.
That's nice, that yellow. You can get different ends for your air brushes as well.
Oh, I love watching it go. Doesn't it look good?
Yeah.
So I'd put it there as well.
Can do.
Blobby blobby in my head. Now, with something like that, would you just give this a go before you even put the alcohol on anyway, or would you definitely put the alcohol on?
Yeah, it doesn't tend to go very far without it.
So, because look at that, you don't...
Yeah.
Now, how do I work this?
Press that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now.
See? So you can get different effects, nothing wrong with it.
No, there isn't. I've got different petals, that's all.
Yeah.
I love it. You're not getting this back.
I think it was Guy from one of the groups, Di Everett.
Oh, yeah.
She said, why do I
Di.
need an airbrush? And I said, I'll show you why.
Because it's the best thing since sliced bread. So wait till it's broken up.
That's it.
And then...
Yeah.
Oh, man, I love this. Isn't it funny why is my petals more? We're creating a lily.
Yes, but it doesn't matter. I mean, if you put your doodah on,
put me doodah.
That's it. Your alcohol, right? And then if you bring your brush back,
yeah, that'll give me a different.
That's it. And then
that's
it. And then you can
but
go
if
forward.
I go forward, then I can see it.
So you can
it's
change
all about,
what you're doing.
Oh wow, that's really good. That is seriously addictive.
Yeah, it is. You can understand why I sit there for hours now.
I can understand why, I can understand why this is... Hold on a minute, so wait till it breaks up, Leona. I'm going to go in thingy again
Go
now.
on then. And you can leave it rounded or you can blow in to make it pointed. But you see, I mean, look what's going on with these colours.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Oh man, that's so addictive. That is really cool.
I know. Oh. But as I say, you don't need an airbrush.
Yeah.
You can do it with a straw.
Yes, yeah. It just, I mean, with a straw, obviously, it's just going to take a bit more puff, literally.
Yeah, that's right.
You just need a bit more. But with that, it is fun with an airbrush, not going to lie. Okay, yeah, that's amazing. There you go, I will let you, sorry, look
that's
at
right.
that.
Carry on.
That's ace.
Yeah, I love them colours. What did we have there? Orange, yellow and black?
Yeah, that is ace. Obviously, you can play as much as you want. Look at the kind of thing you can do. And that's how you do it. That is so achievable. That is really, really addictive. Oh, I really, that's it, Jo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah, definitely.
And obviously these colours, all the colours, because you're getting such a beautiful collection of colours, it allows you to create all these different looks. Look at that. And this is it, having the lighter colours, because a lot of the colours I've got are quite intense and they're quite dark. Having those lighter colours...
It changes it, doesn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah, oh, I love this, Jo. Jo, we are going to break for a little minute.
All right, love.
Just to remind you what you're going to get. Now, we are really busy. We've got so many different options, so check the website out. Now, those wonderful, the porous surface converter, a quarter of the stock has gone if you want that. That is such a good idea. Remember, you have got that in the big kit. So if you want to get hold of that one, in the big kit, then please, it is part of it. Do not forget, it is part of the big kit. But you can get it as your 2 bottles for $16.99. 454074 is your item number. Now, we've also got the other solutions on their own. So if you do want the other solutions, you've got those. So again, you've got so much choice. With this one, you've got your blending solution, you've got your layering solution, and you've got that retarding solution as well. Only £31.50 if you just want the solutions. That is 327560. That's your item number if you would love to go for that. But the full kit, you're just going to have to wait 1 second. Okay, the full kit, look at that. Only, it is a considered purchase, obviously. £152.99. It's a very considered purchase. You've got, however, your freedom. That'll knock that price down to £137.69. That is a huge saving. And you've got 3 flexes on this. 3 flexes of £45.90. It is what you get. The variety of colours are phenomenal, and I think that I love this. It's interesting actually, because alcohol inks seem to be making a resurgence. I'm seeing a lot more alcohol inks used on so many different surfaces. I love the colour variation here. I love the fact that you've got deep, intense colours, those brights. I mean, look at those. But I am loving you get aqua blue. I'm loving within this collection you're getting that beautiful soft pink that you get in pale yellow. That is so nice because that allows you to do so many different things. That beautiful light clover, look at that. And then on this one, I love that there, that red violet. That is seriously cool. You are getting all of the colours, okay? That includes the 5 brand new colours. That are brand new to the channel. You've then got, and I love this, you've got the storage 2 sets of storage, so you're going to be able to keep all your bottles nice and safe. That's a good idea. I have mine dumped in a box. The alcoholics that I've got them dumped in a box. If I don't put a lid on proper, they're all over the shop. Remember these alcoholics, these are non-toxic, which of course is fabulous, you know, when we're thinking of using them, especially extensively. What I do love about this, all these bits, you've got the extras. So all these that have popped out, rather than, you know, using them for something else, you can keep them. And I think that's lovely, because you'll definitely use those. You've got your U-Pole paper, and you've actually got 10 sheets of your U-Pole paper. You've seen loads of U-Pole paper being used because alcohol inks react so amazing on U-Pole paper, but this little selection here are going to allow you to play on not just your U-Pole paper, but on so many other things. You've got your blending solution. That will, you've already seen some of the things you can do with that. And I've never seen that used with a mica before. And then bobbed on. That is such a good idea. And the lovely thing is you only need a tiny bit. You've then got the retarding solution. That is going to keep it open for longer. You've seen how fast they dry. That'll give you more playtime. We've then got the porous solution. That is going to allow you to do that kind of thing. And I mean, how seriously cool is that? And that's on bisque. That's on something that normally would just dry like that. And then last but by no means least, we've got the layering solution. That protects your layers. So you put one that's, for instance, if I put a layering solution on that now, I could then go over the top of it and my bottom layer isn't going to move. So yeah, bottom layer. I remembered the word layer. That will, I just started giggling. That is a really cool collection there. Okay, so many things you can create. I adore this. This is beautiful. Seeing how easy, seeing how achievable that is, does that not make you just want to get these out, go and buy an airbrush, does me, or dig your straws out. But I know what I'm like, I want an airbrush. But look at that. And this is so cool that Joe was saying, where the ink, and it does, alcohol ink has that sort of, it has that stickiness where it's really concentrated. Stick your foil on. How good does that look? But those colours, and this is where those lighter colours really, really make a difference. This is a beautiful collection. It is a why not deal. When we say that, it means, hey, why not join Hochanda Freedom? Obviously, you have to. If you're not part of Hochanda Freedom, you have to. You're saving £31.30. You don't literally have to. I mean, it's not the rules, but it absolutely makes sense. It makes sense. You're there for a month. You can literally join now for that discount and then cancel it. Otherwise, it is a rolling membership, so that money will come out every month, but you could cancel it straight after. You still get your month's worth of freebies, not freebies, free postage, or postage you've already paid for. You have to all say it in the right way. Oh, but and by saying everyone knows what I mean, apparently it doesn't cover it sometimes. You know what I mean. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Basically, this is cool. 516010. Cannot wait for more wonderful demonstrations. Have a look on the website. That's where you'll see your pick and mix. You've got those wonderful colours. With the colours, obviously, you can create so many different looks. Please check those out. You've got so many choices. So you might be going with just a few of the colours. The choice is yours. So please do have a little perusal. If you do want any questions, studio@hochanda.com. Please get those questions in because this is live TV. And that's the beauty of live TV. You can ask the questions just like we were there in a demonstration or a shop or something. Okay.
Right.
Our Joe. Right. Oh, yeah, sorry. That's how you add it to your basket and stuff like that. Boom. Stuff like that. And just have a play. You'll probably play after while we're chatting, because you'll be like, I need to watch everything. I know what it's like. You can order after the hour. It's fine. But just for stock levels, please make sure you do check your baskets out. Okay, Arjo.
Right.
Tell me about more magic.
Oh, resin. Look.
Boom! See, now, resin, we went to Frankfurt. Resin it's huge.
I know.
It's huge. In Frankfurt, there were so many people doing resin. This is absolutely amazing, because you can go from That's alcohol links on your
That's
thing?
alcohol links. Yeah, look.
Boom. So, is that resin?
Yeah, it is.
See, look at that. So you can go from 3D, tiny little objects. I was going to say you can make that into a ring. You probably could.
Some people would wear it.
Take someone's eye out with that, wouldn't you? You can do that. And the thing is with resin, I mean, that is solid.
Yeah.
But look at what you can do with it.
Yeah. You can just take it as far as you want to, you know. The thing with resin, we knew this year it was going to explode.
Yeah.
People have seen it, and what's happened now is it's crossed over from the art into the craft world.
Yeah.
So
I think it's because it looked a little bit scary.
A lot of people say that and scared to use it.
It was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to do that because, you know, I have to mix it. I don't really know what I'm doing. And what do I do with it? Now, the more and more pourings come in, the more and more people are really appreciating that kind of abstract nature.
Yeah.
I think it's just coming to a life of its own.
It's the depth that you can get with resin without any effort at all.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
I mean, there's different types of resin, and this is what's confusing people now.
Yeah.
You've got your UV resin, where you literally would do smaller pieces with jewellery and things like that, and that literally goes into one of those nail UV things.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that will go immediately.
Yeah.
You've got a one-to-one resin.
Yeah.
Normally that's jewellery grade.
Right.
So it's fine for your smaller moulds and for your jewellery.
Yeah.
2-to-1 resin is stronger.
Right.
So you can do your smaller things and your moulds, but then you can also start doing your artwork.
And the 2-to-1, so because it's stronger, it takes a bit longer to dry than your 1-to-1.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's when you can do your stuff that has to last.
I mean, you can go on to a 3-to-1, which is then your deep castings, but we won't. We have got that on the website, but I won't go into that today.
Okay.
So the 2-to-1 is the one that I stick with.
Yeah.
And I use Gen Art.
Right.
And it's manufactured in the UK.
Wonderful.
Be careful of where you're getting your resin from.
Okay.
Because there's a lot being imported and they're not got the regulations on it that we have in the UK.
Right, okay.
And it's coming in different guises. I mean, I always just put ours in a plain bottle because at the end of the day, it's a chemical.
Yeah.
So if you see something pretty without any warnings on it, don't buy it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's my other health and
That's
safety.
your other. She's got her health and safety hat on again.
That's right. Because I want people to enjoy it how I do, but be safe.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
So
no, I think that's very,
I tend to stick with your 2-to-1 because that will do everything. I mean, I find that if I pour it in the morning, come the evening, it's done.
Yeah.
You know? And in the summer, it's done in about 4 hours.
Amazing. So you can get some decent results quickly.
Yeah.
So you've got your resin. What are these little beauties
They're
of
your
pop?
pure pigments.
Wow, cool.
So again, as well as going in your alcohol links, in your resin look absolutely fantastic.
Amazing.
And if you do different coloured bases, so say if you're working on MDF or something like that, you paint a black one, especially this little pink pot of magic here.
Yeah.
You're getting purples, you're getting blues on a black background.
Wow, yeah.
Absolutely. So you can change the look by changing the colour of your background.
Cool, they are cool. We're going to see a resin demo as well, aren't we? So excited. Cheryl's ready for a resin demo. Okay, if you do want the resin, don't be scared. Check your baskets out, watch the demo, ask questions if you need to. It is very exciting, and it is massive. There's so much coming in. Now, we've got at the moment the 400ml, £29.98. Remember, you're getting that and your pigments. They're going to last ages, aren't they?
You only use a little bit.
And you'll be able to use them with so many other things as well. 155887 is your item number. If you do want bigger pots, we have got those as well. So we have got the larger bottles, £39.98 for the larger bottles. Again, you do get your pigments there. The colours are just divine. I love the brights. 736768 is your item number, £39.98. Obviously, if you're going for your other kit that we've shown, the bigger, earlier on, you've got a flexi there, so you could bob those into your 3 flexis. So you have got that choice. Now, we have got a smaller set as well. Now, this one, Oh, sorry. This is, so you've got your Gem Floor art resin, you've got the hardener and your gloves, and you've got some free microbeads as well in that one. £35 and 99 pence, 933 532 is your item number. Right, we're with our Cheryl. Cheryl.
Right.
Go.
I thought we'd have a go at doing a kind of seascape.
Cool.
If we can manage it today. So I've just taken some of the pigment there.
Yeah.
So I want some blue. I want a slightly more greeny colour, then I'm going to mix some white in with the blue so that we can get some different colours.
Yeah.
And then the sandy colour down here for the
sand.
beach.
Yeah.
And then we'll run some waves across the top, move it with the heat gun.
Right.
And you should see them then turn into waves.
Amazing.
We hope.
Okay.
So, first of all, we need to mix up some of our...
So, you've already mixed
I've
the resin.
already pre-mixed this off screen.
Because you need to make sure it mixes
Yeah, let me
properly.
show you what you do, though, if you mix it too early. Shall we show them what happened last time? Our trophy. So the last show that I did, I mixed in advance, trying to be clever, and before I got to use it, it set hard in the cup.
That is quite fabulous,
It was hysterically funny, but then I had no resin to use.
Yeah. So, yeah, don't be too keen.
No, don't be too keen.
Because it's funny, innit? We say, like, oh, you'll need to wait 24 hours for it to dry. But that kind of proves that sometimes that isn't the case.
Yeah.
So, is there any, do you just guess how much pigment you're putting in, or is that just because you're used to it now?
I'm used to it. I mean, the general rule of thumb is 10% pigment to the amount of resin that you've put in the cup. If you're using micas, which we are in this case, always put the mica in the bottom and the resin on the top.
Right, okay,
and the reason for that is if you do it the other way around, when you come to mix it, that powder's going to go everywhere.
Right.
Mica's toxic.
Right, okay.
So it's not like a biodegradable glitter or anything, so you do have to be,
so be careful
a little bit
with that.
mindful.
Now, we've had a question. What was the question? Sorry. So, someone's rung up. Thank you. Hiya. Can we use casting resin alongside the art resin? Now, that means nothing to me, so I'm not 100% sure.
Well, the casting resin really is for in your moulds or to make if you were doing a river table.
Right,
or,
okay.
you know, you want literally to cast something that's going to be quite deep.
Yeah.
This really goes to, because it's self-levelling.
Right, okay.
Go over 20, I think it's 20 mil, isn't it, Joe? Before it won't hold together, the resin.
The art resin?
Yeah, the art resin.
No more than 10 mil.
10 mil.
Right.
To get that chemical reaction.
Yeah. Right.
And it can smoke, which is going to then produce toxic.
Right.
Things.
So this will only, so with this one it's going up to 10 mil, whereas your casting resin has been formulated, so you're
So
putting
you can go a lot
thick.
deeper.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a river table or you wanted to do like a pyramid, if you were doing it in one go, normally people build it up with layers.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to
So
use...
they are different beasts, essentially.
Absolutely.
Right, so
Yeah.
would you not use them together, really, because they are different beasts? Right,
I
no,
personally
use them
wouldn't.
separate.
I'd use them separately.
Yeah.
You need some deeper colour, so if you can pass me the blue,
Of
and if
course,
there's an
I
even darker one
jolly
in there,
well
that
can.
there is today, I think we might just have to go...
Sorry, I hope that answered your question.
we'll
Thank
stick-
you very
yeah,
much.
we'll stick a bit
Do you
of black
fancy
in
the
here.
black?
Yeah. So what we need is some black and some blue in there, because I just want a deeper colour for this base.
Oh,
I
bear
haven't,
with.
haven't prepared it beforehand.
Okay, does that matter?
No, not really. It's just that if you've prepped your base. So if I was going to do this at home on MDF, I would actually paint the colours in acrylic.
Right, okay.
That I'm then going to do or try and replicate with
Yeah.
the resin over the top, because that gives you a nice substrate.
Yeah.
Unless you're using an opaque resin pigment,
Yeah.
you're not going to get that deep coverage,
Ah,
which is
okay.
why I'm going to add some black into the blue.
Ah.
And try and get a darker blue that I can use on the base.
Okay, lovely.
I'm not putting my black stick in there either. So this is the one occasion you're going to see me overload on the pigments, because I really want this to
pop.
Pop.
So normally, if you coloured, if you painted your MDF underneath, you wouldn't be overloading on the pigment, 'cause you wouldn't really need
you
to.
stick to your 10%.
Because you've still got that kind of transparency with it, haven't
Absolutely.
you? And that's the beautiful thing with these, isn't it? That you get that, which is beautiful for layering and seeing under it, isn't it? And seeing in it.
It's like with the geo, there's opaques, there's semi-transparent, there's transparent in there, and from that, you know, the world's your oyster,
Yeah.
really. You
How
can
long
sort
have you been using resin?
About about a year now.
Really?
That's all.
That's all?
Yeah.
And you're creating things like we can see behind?
Yeah, I made the big geode
Good
and the
grief.
seascape over there.
That is just phenomenal.
Before that, I was doing acrylic pouring.
Ah, okay.
Quite purpley, actually.
That's lovely. That is such a nice colour.
We're going to go with this. We're
Just
going to
have a
roll
purple
with
sea.
it. So we're just going to roll with this underneath. So I am just going to pour this.
How does this differ from your acrylic pouring then?
Oh, goodness me. In a million ways. I think in my personal capacity, resin's more versatile.
Right, okay.
You can not only paint with it, you can do abstract with it, you can do your seascapes, cast with it, you can do so many things. Acrylic pouring is a painting on the substrate, that's it.
Yeah. Whereas
Now,
this, once you've got it...
Absolutely. Now I get that there's...
that colour.
I'm just going to show you these together, and I'm going to run some of these through in a moment.
That's proper nice.
And then we're going to go with a different one.
We've got so many gorgeous finished samples. We'll show you them as well. We've got other finished samples, but it is nice just to watch this. Those colours are amazing.
Because of the nature of it, I mean, you could drop stuff into it.
Absolutely.
You can, it's literally
Crystals,
so much you can do.
sometimes, let me grab this from over here. If I'm doing a sea, which I've done on that one over there, I'll layer these tiny little...
yeah, like little seed beads in
seed
it.
beads along the edge of the waves. So that
you could literally put like
bubbles.
sand, couldn't you? You could put literal sand.
I have done. That one over there has actually got sand in it.
Really?
The big round one.
The big one?
The round one, the other side of the geode there, that's actually got sand.
I think the one on the other side of the geo.
Of
so
the
the one in
geode.
the middle with a hole in is the geo.
It is. It's a geode.
It's a geode. How do you say that?
Geode.
Geode.
With a D.
Yeah, that one. Amazing. Oh, go on,
There you
kid.
go.
It's all right. Oh, yeah, no, that's probably not all right. It's all right. And then, I realised, oh, yeah, that would have just been
So,
your
yeah,
head.
that is actually real sand.
Amazing.
In the bottom, some of the little bead is, and then graduated with the resin colours up.
That's so cool. And because it's self-levelling, working on something like this, that amazing edge that you've got, it does that.
It does that.
So you don't need to worry about that, because that looks
No.
so ridiculously professional. I love that. Thank you, Orchestra.
So, mixing the blue and the green pigment
Yeah,
from Genflow
yeah.
here has given this lovely turquoise colour. Now I'm going to just run that through.
That's so cool.
Just so you can get some other...
And it seems like you've got tons of time to play with this. I mean, I know you showed...
This has got a long working time.
Right, okay.
Good 45, 50 minutes with this. So we're going to pour this along the bottom. This colour is not on the website. I have to make that quite clear. I hadn't got a sandy colour, so I've had to make my own up.
Would it, the sort of that nice gold and the yellow, would that make... You could have a play, couldn't you? Because you've got the brown
yeah,
as
you can
well.
have a little play and see what you can get. But just for ease of time-wise, because we haven't got a great deal of time, I've got one like mixed in the bag.
We've only got 10
minutes. Right,
I'd stand here for hours.
Right, well, I'm just going to pop those bubbles and then we're going to lay some white on and see what we get.
So, popping the bubbles.
Yep.
So you pop the bubbles with the heat gun, do you?
Yeah, sometimes I'll use my...
I mean, this is a serious
chef's
tool.
This is a serious tool, but this is what I use to blow my resin around with as
Okay.
well.
So what is it? Is it like a paint stripper?
It is, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
But with this wide mouth on the front, you can really shift your resin around with it.
Strong. That's serious.
It is strong, it's serious stuff.
I like
lots
that.
of people would just use a chef's torch.
Oh, okay, okay.
Which you can also do. But the beauty with the Genflow resin, virtually no bubbles after you've mixed it, which is fantastic, I think.
Yeah. And really, when you're doing this, you want to get rid of the bubbles, do you?
Absolutely. You don't.
Right.
Well, because they'll stay there.
Right, okay.
So when it dries, you'll see those bubbles and they'll end up like pits.
Right, okay.
So
Quite like... I
it won't
suppose...
be pretty.
Can it not be cool sometimes?
Sorry.
Oh, that's good. Now, when you look at that, you think, wow, what's occurring now?
Now the magic.
So, is it the heat that actually moves it? Do you need it to be hot?
You do if your resin is thickened. If you we're using a very fluid resin, let's say here.
Yeah.
And particularly as I'm going to have to admit this on camera now, aren't I? I mixed the resin up incorrectly. I thought I was using a 1-to-1 resin. It should be a 2-to-1. So this is exceedingly fluid, and it shouldn't be. So I've now admitted it.
Sorry, I made you do that, didn't I?
That's all right.
I didn't know. That's so
Try and
funny.
get some.
So if you do that at home, will it actually dry eventually if you mix it? Right, okay.
This will never set.
Right, okay. So at home,
it's a
if
good
you've
job
done
we're
that,
on plastic.
could you though? I mean, once you've mixed it and you realise, could you not just add more of the bit that you didn't add?
You probably could, but it was a little bit late by then, and I'd mixed up
like
such a vast amount.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter because it'll show you what it does.
No, it really doesn't matter.
Oh, Cheryl, that's seriously good.
So we're just trying to get a little bit of movement through the roads.
That's cool. Oh.
Lots of people have got different methods of doing this, but this is how I like to do it.
Oh, that is so satisfying. The colours are divine.
They are.
And as you split the colours, because it has got, again, that transparency, you're seeing under the colours, aren't you?
You can see through, so you can put as many or as little colours, but that's just beginning to look like the edge of the wave break.
That's beautiful. Gosh, this is so addictive.
Of white through, and I only tend to do thin layers.
And it's so different.
Coming down on the beach.
So, if you do want that resin, it is so busy. £29.98. It is stunning. You're getting the pigments, and look at the colours of those pigments. 155887. We had a question. What was the question? Sorry, Max. I called you Max, Meg. Right. So who? Shazza. Okay. She's new to using resin.
Yep.
She says.
Okay.
When you're working on larger pieces, would you suggest doing it in stages or just go for it all in one?
Right, the geode, that took 3 days. That was a 3-day process, and I still haven't actually finished it. It needs a final coat.
Right,
so definitely, if you're doing something like the geode, build it up in layers.
Okay.
I mean, if you're doing a piece, let's say 8 inches square, you could probably do that in a day because you only need a couple of hours in between.
Right, okay.
But on something that big, that's an awful lot of resin on there. So you need to take your time, lay it out, draw it even out, so that you know what you're doing.
Amazing.
I'd say do it as a process.
That's lovely because something like this, that's one go.
That's one go, done really quickly. That's done really quickly. So is this.
But
if you're building up a geode where you're putting in gemstones or real crystals, which that one's got, you need to build it up. Just take your time. There is no rush.
And you're going to get through a fair bit of products on those bigger pieces.
On the bigger pieces you will. You can see on this, I actually mixed up far too much. 400 ml of resin. I have got so much left over, so there are countless more projects.
Gosh, you could. When you look at that, because look at that.
I had, I'm not allowed to say rude words on camera. I had a brainstorm of Cameron, not only mixing the wrong amount of product, but far too much. I don't know what I was doing today. I really don't.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't matter.
I'll just blame Joe. So I'm just going to.
If you do mix too much, you're going to have to use it, aren't you?
Because what we tend to do, or us resin artists tend to do, if you've mixed up far too much, grab a mould. Pour any of your excess into one of your fancy moulds. And
because if it's 10 mil, I mean, did you say 10 mil or 10 centimetres? 10 mil.
Yeah.
So 10 mil minimum. Maximum. I thought it was maximum because the other casting is. So as long as you're going 10 mil in any of your moulds.
Absolutely.
But you could just do, I mean, you can have loads of MDF.
You can have loads of MDF. You can use tiles, so the cheap 6x6 or 8x8 tiles that you can get from B&Q or...
It's still workable for about 3 hours.
3 hours.
Wow.
This will.
So this is, you'll be able to use this for a good 3 hours yet?
Yes.
That's amazing. That is beautiful, Cheryl. That is beautiful. Oh, man, we've only got, how many minutes? 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
That's such a shame. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
That is absolutely beautiful. If you do want the pigments, we have got those on the website, which are absolutely incredible. We've got so many colours. 4 minutes. We've got so many colours there. It is gorgeous. And you've seen what they'll do. I mean, they just pop. The colours are divine. Mix them for other tones. Yeah. Mix them. In it, lush.
Yeah. And that's we've got this white on the website. I had it a little while ago.
Yeah.
Liquid something. Yeah, right in front of you.
It is
liquid pigment.
That's it. And that white creates all these cells. So it just makes it pop, and it just makes things look a little bit more realistic.
Amazing. So that's the white. So check that out on the website. Liquid pigment. That's what you want. Sounds amazing.
But as you can see, just with the limited amount of colours, the variation that you can get, because you can mix the blue and the green, you can mix the black and the blue.
Yeah, I mean, they do work. We haven't seen the samples that are over there yet, have we?
No.
You know, can we flash to them? We can probably flash to them. Cause pink with the empty chair. Because look at that. So all those. What have you've worked on glass? The table that's lighting up.
Connie made that. My Connie.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's got resin top.
Wow.
On there.
Wow.
I think she's just used blue and she used the white on there. Yeah, Glenn stuck the lights in for her.
Can we, or Kirsty? You know the one that's got a wave on it? Can we have it? Can I get my fingers on that?
Oh, the big wave?
Yeah. She's on it. Our Kirsty's going in. She's very good. She waits till the camera's off her side bit. Right there.
Run.
Yeah, she's on it. That's just phenomenal. Thank you.
So that's done with the art resin.
Good grief.
Yeah, so what you've got is a layer of tin foil.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I use any stencil on that? No, I didn't. I've just layered it up, again with your blues, your colours you've got there. This I did separately.
Yeah.
So if you get a silicone mat or a thick bit of plastic, pour out, just let it go into whatever shape it wants, and then leave it overnight. The next day, take it and wrap it around a bottle, like a cola bottle or something like that.
Other brands are available.
Yeah, lemonade or whatever. Stick some crystals in and just leave it set.
Wow.
And then, of course, you've got your waves. I mean, I couldn't find it, but I made a lamp in the same way.
Amazing.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Because that's it, because with resin, oh my gosh, there's so much everywhere. You can do.
Yeah, definitely, you can go everywhere with it.
Seriously cool, isn't it? Or Meg said, if you've been on a beach holiday, would you be able to put photos in it? But like, embed them into it?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You can either laminate the photos, or you can put some PVA over them. As long as all the edges are sealed, and the top and the bottom, no problem at all.
Amazing. That is super cool. Oh, ladies, there's so much you can do. We need a day show.
You do really. It's the same with the alcohol links.
That's it.
There is so much.
Both of them, like the alcohol links and the resin, both of them have. It just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, and you can use the alcohol links in your resin.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh
and
no, that's another layer of goodness.
So that gives like translucent colours. So it brings something different in again.
Oh, you just need to get it on an experiment.
Yeah.
We've got seconds. Right, check your baskets out. Don't forget those things. Don't forget the resin. With the stuff we haven't even talked about, like beautiful stencils, which were new. Brand new, and they're gorgeous. Oh, and we didn't talk about the beautiful etched birch, which again is amazing. I know we've only got seconds left, in fact 20 seconds. Etched birch, bear with. I will do it. There you go. Cheeky bit of etched birch. We've only got seconds, but boom. That's what you can do with that.
Thank you.
Ladies, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's not leave it 3 years.
No.
Again.
No.
Can you believe that?
I know.
Check your baskets out. Coming up next, it's your last chance, folks, for that fantastic AALL Create One Day special. Then the ladies are in the building, pink ink. I'm very excited about that. And then I'm going to chunder on about happy hour deals.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45. These are monthly tutorial kits that allow you to create beautiful projects by accessing step-by-step instructional videos that are viewable online. This month we are offering you a choice of 2 amazing project kits. The first kit is 510702, Club G45 Le Romantique Tag and Pocket Keepsake Album and Gatefold Card Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 510702 for £49.99 plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 62000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45. The second kit is 972116, Club G45 Le Romantique Interactive Front Flip Card Kit. You'll get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch, including access to a comprehensive step-by-step video tutorial and accompanying project sheet. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 972116 for £34.99 plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 62000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hello, good evening, and it's final call, last chance to get the one-day special or, of course, the complete collection. It's been so nice, this lovely collection.
I've really enjoyed it. I've had a really good show, and I've enjoyed using the new release as well.
Marvellous.
And seeing the design team's samples, I've loved it.
We're going to show you lots of samples this hour as well, which is good.
Definitely.
Right, then. We're just going to show you the different options, but what most of you were doing was going for the complete collection. But to break it down, first off, the one-day special. All the shrooms.
All the shrooms. We've got the mushrooms and the butterfly, again with lots of background detail. And then we've got an A5 stamp, which is the quirky flowers.
Oh yes, I like that.
And that flower works lovely on book pages or any background papers.
Yep.
And then we've got the lovely border stamp, which are really popular for AALL Create, the border stamps. I really like that size and the detail in the background.
It's really nice. So that is your official one-day special. You can spread the cost on FlexiBuy, 2 payments of £24.98. But remember, that price is going to be going back up in an hour's time, 418549. Then we have our next collection, which makes me chuckle, nibs and mushrooms. How those are a combination, I don't know, but it works, it works.
Of course they are, that's how my mind works, nibs and mushrooms.
Yeah, I like that. So, I mean, the nibs particularly, well, they're all useful, but you kept saying you keep going to them.
I keep going to them, I can't stop using them. It's the detail.
Yeah.
And just the fact that I can use part of the stamp or I can use the whole stamp. And actually there's 2 stamps there. It's actually split up.
Yes.
So it's actually in 2 stamps.
There you go.
Can you see? So it's a useful stamp. I can use them separately, I can use them together, because I can put them both on the same acrylic block.
Right.
So they work really beautifully together. I've really enjoyed them. And then we've got the one on the opposite side, which is totally different. This is for those ladies and gentlemen that said to me, I know you can doodle the borders, Tracy,
but I
don't like doing the borders.
Yeah.
So with this, they can create their own borders, they can ground images, they can create wreaths, and there's some lovely sentiments on there as well.
Yes, I dream of painting, and then I paint my dreams.
I think that's lovely.
I do as well.
Especially with the nibs as well.
Yeah,
it's
good
quite
point.
nice.
£24.98. You've got 10 stamps in total in this bundle. 579235. And then we've got our owls. What did she say last night, Jo? Twit and Twoo.
Twit and Twoo.
That's
No,
it.
then she's called them Gin and Tonic.
Gin and Tonic, there you go. But they're really lovely and quirky. They're good fun. And I also love your little retro.
Yes, because you could have that as a retro background, but it actually works well with the owls. So with the owls and then that background stamp, I know we've got a sample somewhere here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it works really nicely together.
Very nice indeed. £20.97, 243337. However, if you want it all, we have got it all. Shall we go back into the centre?
Yep.
Marvellous. So this is the whole collection. £89.92, but wait, because we have got this on a Freedom discount. Another 10% off, that's it. We've taken it to £80.93. And we can also spread the cost on FlexiBuy. 3 payments, not just 2 payments, but 3 payments of £26.98. So that makes it so affordable. Now, we also get a bonus. She's on it. She's on it. A bonus stamp. Now, it's first come, first served. And let me tell you, there aren't that many of these left. So if you want a free gift as a nice thank you to say thank you for buying, make sure you're purchasing quite quickly now because we're running out of these. So for the complete collection, 202936. Now, let's have a look at these samples because your design team,
they've been brilliant.
Awesome.
I mean, this is by Debbie, and I mean, just look at the colours on that.
Yeah.
What I like as well is their samples are completely different to my samples.
Indeed.
And they interpret my stamps in a different way, and for me, they bring them to life.
Yeah.
It's the best bit when they design with them.
It's gorgeous. This one, again, that's by Debbie.
Yes, we're showing a few of Debbie's stamps because samples because they didn't arrive till a little bit later with the postage.
Bless.
So we just thought, well, she's done some lovely shading there.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic. I love that.
Okay.
Then this one's by Janet. I actually like these little touches here. I think that's a nice touch, Janet. I really like that. Yeah, it's lovely.
Gorgeous.
Really nice
touch.
touch.
I haven't seen this one actually.
Oh, there's a little bit of shrink plastic on there from Jo.
Love shrink plastic. There you go.
But look at that little owl. Look at him.
Oh, you could have him in little earrings, couldn't you?
You could.
Like
you can see where your mind's going.
I know, I love shrink plastic. Let's take some from the owls. This again is by Jo Rice. Look at that. I mean, just thinking outside the box there.
A broom.
Oh, bless. And then this is by Debbie. So did they only arrive this morning?
Yes, they only arrived this morning.
Yeah, we've got to show them,
and when
we?
they've put when they've put a lot of effort in, it's just worthwhile showing.
Absolutely.
So. And then another one.
There you go. Again, beautiful. And I love the background as well as the foreground.
She's got the stencil in the stamp as well.
Good point.
So you can see the stencil background in the stamp, which looks really nice. That looks absolutely lovely.
Oh, go for it.
And then we've got a nice coloured one here.
That's by Janet. Yeah. Oh, look at that detail. Woo.
And look at that, just coloured by Corrie. Not just coloured, it's added shading, depth.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful.
That's fantastic.
Stunning colouring.
Let's have a look at some of those smaller ones in the middle. That is by Jo Rice. Amazing.
Got a nice one by Anne here.
Oh,
with some dimension.
Isn't that clever?
Because that's sort of a 3D element.
Is that painted onto?
It's like an acrylic, and then you layer the pieces up, and it makes the owl look 3D.
It does, doesn't it?
It's clever, isn't it?
Very clever.
But Anne's well known for her 3D pieces.
Oh, lovely. I haven't seen this either.
That's Debbie's, a lovely little book.
Ah, isn't that sweet?
And that would be ideal for if you're going to college or something, because it looks quite trendy, doesn't it?
It does,
so, yeah,
absolutely.
it's lovely. I think that's a really nice idea.
Fabulous. Again, I'll show lots more throughout the hour, but as I said, for the complete collection, now we're 80% of the stock gone. 3 payments of £26.98 if you want it all. 202936 is your item number. You can either give us a call on the usual number 01733 60 2000 or check out on the website at hochanda.com, and we've got a lovely little video to show you of even more samples. Now, this is also the last hour for a giveaway.
Yes, so anything I make in the show, we'll give away.
So all you need to do is make a purchase on this show for this hour, and at around about 10 to 8 minutes to the hour, we will announce the winner. The winner.
It's 5 o'clock. It gets to that stage.
I've got to go till 10 o'clock. I hope the ladies from Pink Ink are going to be all right with me. Right then. So what are you going to make for us?
So what we're doing is we're really paring it back now. So this is what we're creating, and we're going really simple. The idea for this is that when you've had a busy few days, you're stuck for inspiration, you want to start your mojo going again.
Yeah.
So we're paring everything back for those new ladies, new starters, just pairing, making it simple.
Sounds good.
And if I can just show this, Alex.
This is nice.
We're not making this one, but this shows a variation, but I'll give this away in the giveaway, so they can create their own accordion.
Oh, that's good.
So the winner can create their own accordion. We're not creating this one, but it shows the same techniques with the owl. Lovely vibrancy of colour, but I'll send the actual sample away.
Lovely.
So what I've got is I've got my pieces cut into strips, because I thought the strip looked like a bookmark.
Yeah.
So you could use it as a bookmark, but I'm using it as an accordion, so it could be either or. Again, these shows have all been about paints and inks, because that's what I like doing. I like doing paints and inks. So we're using opaque paints, and we're using a lime, and we're using a turquoise.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping the paint doesn't make any noises now. It was making noises before.
What, rude noises?
Rude noises, yes. So what I'm going to do is, as always, I'm going to brayer that paint out across my brayer. So it goes all the way across. And because I'm using opaques, that means that I'm not making mud.
Right.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to brayer across the edge of my card. And what I'm doing is I'm not going all the way across the card.
Right.
Because the idea of these demos is not to go too much, not to put everything you can think of on one page.
Yeah.
The idea is that we're paring this back, right back to basics, as if you're really stuck for your mojo.
Okay.
So we're just going to add like that. And if you notice, I add several layers. I don't go over once, I go over several times, because that gives me a nice depth. Okay, so we're going to do that on 2 pieces.
Sure.
And I like this because I always find this kind of thing really relaxing, because I don't rush this process.
Out of interest, what type of cardstock have you got?
I'm using Pink Frog.
Oh, are you? Okay,
yes, I need some pink ink then. It's because Pink Ink are on next.
I know.
Pink Frog. So, yes, you can either use their coated cardstock, their smooth cardstock, their black, it looks beautiful in black.
Oh, yeah.
Or you can use their watercolour cardstock. It works on every single one of them.
Lovely.
And I must say thank you to Andy, because he did cut me some cardstock up very generously, yes. Very kind of him. So.
I'll say thank you to Andy for giving me a lift home the other day, thanks.
Yes, he is good. So the idea is you're adding layers of that paint. Can you see the vibrancy of that lime? I like that bit, and that's because we're going over it several times.
Yeah.
We're not just going over it once.
Okay.
So I'll just go back and add a touch more paint to this. It's about not rushing it. Okay, so that is fine for us. I'm just going to clean that up, Alex.
Sure.
Because we're getting a total mess if we don't. What you could do is you could spritz that with water and mop that up. But obviously, the one thing we don't have plenty of on live TV is time.
True.
So you can't always do what you want to do at home.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't waste that paint.
Okay.
So we're now working with paints. So because we're going to stamp, we need to dry that.
Yes.
You need to dry that because it adds a sticky layer. So it doesn't matter what paints you use, you should always dry them. But I wouldn't dry them with a heat tool. I'd allow them to dry naturally.
Right.
Because it's a better way for anything to dry is to dry naturally, rather than you to force dry it. So that's nice and dry, and now we're going to go to the stamps. And the stamps, just in this sample, the stamps do all the work.
Right.
So you get minimal effort, but they do all the work for you. So I'm just judging which side I'm going to do. So yes, so I'll go here. And again, I'm going to give that a good inking.
Yep.
We'll still ink it all over actually. We'll give that a good inking. And I just love these leaves in the background.
Yeah.
Just so nice.
And VersaFine Claire is your ink of choice?
Yeah, it's my ink of choice because I like the fact that it picks up all that detail.
Yeah.
And it stays wetter longer, so you can emboss with it if you want to. But when you're using detailed stamps like this, I mean, archival is a perfectly fine ink pad if you're using smaller stamps.
Right.
When you're using stamps with this much detail in and this many layers in, then you can't use an ink pad that's going to dry too quickly like the archival. You need one that's got a really good open time. So as you can see, you don't have to use the whole image. You can have it off centre. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. But yes, so even because I've used that painted layer, I'm allowing that ink to sit. Always important to allow that ink to sit. And then lift your stamp up, because these acrylic blocks from AALL Create allow me to lift that up so I can get the centre area here, which is sometimes, if you've got dexterity problems, you can't get that middle area. But if you notice, I'm not really going like this, because I see some ladies go like this and it damages the wrists. You don't need to do that with a stamp. You just lift that up and you get a perfect image.
Nice.
So that's one. Just get rid of this black here. And then we're going to stamp on the other side. And it proves that with one stamp you can get a lot of detail with just one stamp.
A lot of different looks.
Exactly. And you have to think about your stamps and how you can use them in lots of different ways.
Oh, absolutely.
Not just, you know, you can have lots of layers like I have on the other shows, but every show doesn't have to show lots of layers. You need to show the versatility of it. And also I'm aware that some ladies don't like lots of layers. You know, they like a simple background.
Clean and fresh.
Exactly. And as long as you've enjoyed the process, that's absolutely fine. It doesn't matter. So again, I'm just going to bring this down here because it's a lot easier to stamp it on the side. And then again, as you can see, I tend to hover over my card.
Just to decide where you're going to go.
Just to decide where it's going. Because sometimes we can get it so it's not straight. That's quite easy to do on live TV, is to get a slanted card.
On the wonk.
Yes, exactly. That's really easy to do. But as you can see, again, I never rush this process. I know it's repetition for the ladies and gentlemen that are watching, but I just think it's important that I don't change my habits to prove that 9 times out of 10, we all make mistakes. But with all the shows, 9 times out of 10, I've got a really good impression. And that's because you're using quality cardstock, a good quality ink pad, and a good quality stamp. So just again, lift that up, and here, there we go.
Nice.
We've got beautiful images there. And then we need to blot that because these are nice wet ink pads. So we need to give that a nice blot. So just take time to blot it because this is where you'll get smudges. If you don't blot it, you'll get smudges. And when you're at home, give it a heat with your heat tool.
As well?
Just to make sure. I'm just blotting it and I'm trying to do as little heating with the heat tool as possible to get as many demos as possible. But if I was at home, I would blot like that because you get quite a bit of ink off there. So you can see it here. I would blot that and then heat dry it because you can still see a little bit of ink here. And I know some ladies get frustrated because they get some smudges. That's just because you're a little bit too much of a rush. Give it a dry when you're at home. Okay. So then we've got our third accordion. And this time we're going to use our stencil.
Well, that's a nice stencil.
It's a lovely stencil. This one's by Olga. Sure, this is by Olga, yes. I had to question myself then whether it was by Olga or not. So this is by Olga. And I like the detail that both Olga and Abs put into their stencils. Again, the way I think about my stamps, they think about their stamps and stencils. They do exactly the same process. They think about how you're going to use them. And for me, this one has got so much detail in it. You don't actually know quite what you're going to pick up when you sponge the colour through it.
It's interesting.
So what I'm going to do this time is, again, I'm going for a nice, clean, crisp sort of style. And this time, I'm adding paint to my cut and dry foam. And if you can see, I'm blending that paint into the cut and dry foam. So that, again, it's priming the cut and dry foam and making sure there's plenty of paint on there. I want to say ink. So I'm now going to go round.
Oh, so you're dabbing it?
I'm dabbing it. I don't go like this because more often than not with a paint, you can smudge under the stencil.
Got you.
It's easy. Lots of ladies go like that. That's what they're happy with doing. I find that if I dab, I get less running under the stencil, especially when you're using something like an acrylic paint. It's much easier to dab it. And again, it's all about not rushing. Sometimes we're in so much of a rush that that's when the accidents happen. But again, an accident happens, you can die cut a piece out of it, it's not a problem. And now we've got our lovely turquoise colour. and we're just adding touches of that. And you'll find when you're using opaque paints, you can get, if you're doing a dabbing motion like this, you can get a nice blend on your card, which works really well.
Yeah.
Now I don't want too much of that blue, so I'm just going to lift this up, and that's perfect. Can you see?
That looks so cool. I like
that's
that bit as well.
Exactly,
yeah.
but they could, like Yanis and a few other people have said, you've got some tall bits here that could look like a scenery or a building or something like that.
Really interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting stencil.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to waste that.
Nope.
Alex, I'm going to make sure that I just braid that up, just so that we don't waste that paint, because I can use it for something else.
Yes.
Well, no, the person that's winning it can use it for something else.
True.
It's homework for them. It's not for me. So we'll just move that out the way.
Sure.
Just give that a clean. I spend more time cleaning than anything else, I think.
know.
So now we've got our 3. Whoops. I've been flinging things across the room the whole time. So what I'm going to do now is again give this a dry, because even though I've only dabbed light colours on there, I need to take my time just to dry it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because again, it's a sticky layer, so we need to make sure that we just dry. And if you dry it from the back as well, it'll straighten the card out for you.
Nice.
And you can just test that with your hand, that it's nice and dry. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the nibs, because I love these nibs. Nibs and mushrooms, it's just what you want in life, nibs and mushrooms, of course you do. So we're going to, that's all I'm going to be known as now, nibs and mushrooms. So I'm now judging, so it'll be this half here, what I want to stamp. So I'm just going to ink half the stamp. Again, not using the whole image. You've got so many stamps in the bundle. There are endless possibilities. The design team have come up with different ideas. I've enjoyed creating with them, and that's not even touching.
I know.
You know, it's just a little bit. So we're just adding these to here. Hopefully my head isn't in the way.
No, it's fine.
I tend to lean forward because I'm concentrating. And again, even when I'm just stamping that small area, I still go through the same process. I still lift my acrylic block. I still leave these fingers in position, just so that we don't get no rocking. We don't want a rocking motion.
Yeah. And I love all the the detail and the writing behind it. Oh, look how crisp that is.
Look how lovely that looks. I mean, I just love them. Absolutely love them. Just think it's fantastic. And I like how the stenciling appears through the nibs.
Yeah, and like the handles. Well, not the handles. I know what you mean.
Yeah. We know what we mean. It's 5 o'clock and we can't get our words out.
I know.
You'll just have to excuse us. So the idea of this card is you're not going too overboard. So normally I would layer bits up and things like that. I'm trying to appeal to those ladies that don't like lots of layers, but still staying true to my style.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a touch of stamping to each one. What we're going to do this time is use I've used this, the whole show this mushroom background.
Yeah.
I just love this mushroom background. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Evergreen Bow Distress Oxiding.
Nice.
Just so that we get that tone-on-tone effect. I've got the biggest bench that I've ever had when I've been demoing here.
Yeah.
And I still want more room.
I know. I've got all crafters
I'm
once.
terrible, absolutely terrible. Just bring this closer to me.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to add touches of stamping.
Nice.
Can you see? It's just a tone-on-tone
like that
kind of effect. And if you notice, because I'm using the big stamp, sometimes when I do random stamping, I take the stamp to the ink pad.
Right.
But because I'm using this big area, I can exactly take my ink where I want on the stamp. Because more often than not, if you go like that and press it in, the ink bleeds into the stamp.
You won't get a crisp
It's
image
okay
then.
when you're after a really random feel and you've got a small stamp.
Yeah.
But when you've got a big stamp like this, you're in danger of flooding all this area.
Yeah.
So we just add a touch more stamping.
Nice.
Okay. And we have to do that to each one because they have to look cohesive. So we're only going to add one stamping to this one because it either has to be 3s or 5s across the accordion. It's just the way I am.
That's good.
So I'm deciding now. That's it. So 1, 2, 3. So there's going to have to be 2 on here.
Yep, makes sense.
It's just more appealing to my eye.
I think a lot of people work in odds.
I think they do. I think it's the thing, isn't it, that we all do.
Is it also something to do, I might have made this up, with flower arranging?
Yeah, when I do my garden, because I'm mad on gardening, I love gardening.
Yeah.
And when I plant, you know, if I could have 5 of every plant, but I tend to plant in 3s because it gives a nice, you know, a nice composition in the garden.
Right.
So it's the same when you're doing any artwork. It's not the same when you're buying outfits, though. You don't buy 3 or 5 outfits, just in our artwork. So that's the 5 stampings.
Yep.
Okay. So we now bring in our accordion, and we are going to stick this down because I want the person that wins the card to have a sample that you know that looks like a sample.
What size? Do you know what size card that is, or you've just chopped it down to fit?
That's something like 2.5, and that's something like 7.
Okay.
Yeah. So my accordions always vary. Each time I do one, they vary each time.
Yeah.
Because I like them in different shapes and sizes. Just makes it a little bit more interesting. So I know it's not interesting watching me adhere, but just let's add this because then you get a real idea of what it looks like and how it's fresh, it's clean and simple, and I've left a border around the outside just so that they look right together.
Lovely. Do you want me to show a few samples?
Yes,
then?
that's brilliant. While I stick down, this is brilliant. Perfect opportunity to showcase the design team. I must say thank you to all the design team. They've done an amazing job, and these shows aren't possible without the design team.
Absolutely. There we go. This one is by Anne, and she's done a little dome on this. She's decoupaged that up. That looks really cool. I love the light and shade on that as well. Oh, and then we've got some of Corrie's because of the colouring. I'm starting to tell now.
Yes.
Yeah. Look at that wonderful colouring that she's done. Look at that detail just in there. Oh, and in that one, lovely rich colours. And that, so clean and fresh, aren't they? They're beautiful. And then we've got this one with this is cute. Actually, it's a big masterpiece, this one. This is by Jo, and I love the little gate you've got there. It's really sweet, isn't it? There we go. Right, back to you. I can see you've adhered.
I've adhered. There's only so many ways you can say adhere, stick, glue.
Yeah.
You get to the stage when you do magazine articles and you think, how many ways can I say adhere, stick and glue? You know, it just gets ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I wanted to stay true to my style, which means that I have to add some kind of embellishment. So I'm adding these wooden embellishments, and I'm just going to add a sentiment. So we'll just add 3 to this one.
Yep.
So I'm just thinking to myself. So I'm just going to, this says create with passion. So I'm just going to ink the create up.
Right.
And then I'm going to stamp, take your head out of the way, Tracy, and just stamp that onto the wood. And again, even when it's something small, I still allow that ink to sit on there.
Yes.
And then we've got create, a lovely font. And then we're going to take the other one, and it says with passion.
Right. Nice.
And we're going to have to wipe the create, just so that doesn't get any ink.
Right.
Because I don't want the create. What you could do is you could mask that off with a piece of low-tack tape, and then you don't get that problem. So with passion is going here.
Fits nicely.
Fits nicely on there.
It does,
Plus it's just another element that looks like a Tracy touch. And now we've just missed the W there.
Right.
So
it's fixable.
It's fixable if you've got a black pen. I think
Micron
my black pen is in my bag, so we'll fix that. Let's see if we can do it with this. We'll fix it. There we go. We'll fix it. So create with passion. So there's always a way to fix some things.
Yeah.
You know, if you use a micron pen, you can amend it, you can fix it, no problem at all.
Yeah.
So we're going to adhere these, and it just adds a little different touch to your artwork.
I like it.
And also, because these are all about nature, this wood gives it an organic feel. a real organic feel to it.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. And sometimes we forget about the sentiments, and the sentiments are quite important in your artwork as well.
Yeah.
So I do like to have a few good sentiments in there.
Definitely. And remember, somebody is going to win this. You just need to make a purchase off this show during this hour, and we'll announce the winner at about 10 to.
And we just allow that to sit there. And we don't need to add the third one. What we'll do is we'll let whoever wins it, they can add that third one here. We're just going to add some delicate white splatters.
Nice.
Just because I like it to be finished off that way. Add some splatters.
Oh, it's not splattering.
It will if we do it hard enough.
Okay.
It's Tracy being too gentle. It's good for the bat wings. So if we hold that up, you can see that you've got a nice clean sample.
Yeah.
But you've still got lots of colour, lots of depth. The stamps do all the talking. And
Amazing.
it doesn't take too long.
Thank you very much, Tracy. I'm going to go and do some numbers and I'll come back to you.
Brilliant.
Here's the website. There's gorgeous stamps, lots more on there from AALL Create. Lots of them are Tracy's designs. There's also Olga's designs, Abs himself. So have a little look through. You can get some items individually, but obviously the best way is to go for the complete collection. The stencils are also extremely popular. They're totally dotty, always popular, and that's one of Tracy's favourites actually. We're liking those. Right. Now, the complete collection is the most popular. We'll pop the one-day special on the bottom. Remember, that's going to be going back up in half an hour's time. But let's have a look. So all of this, should we just go straight for samples again? Yeah. There we go, because it's just like Tracy said, the design team have put so much effort into it. This one is by Debbie. Look at that, look at the colours and the clashing. Awesome background, oh, look at that. And then those mushrooms with that brilliant, I like those clashing colours, I think that's fabulous. Oh, our Joe, our director, who's back for a little bit, we miss him. We want him back. Anyway, it's also got that nice circle, that's what he was pointing out there. This, I didn't realise until Tracy told me, this is by Joe, and this is actually shrink plastic. Isn't that cool? Love shrink plastic. And then this one, that's by Tracy. All the elements, look at all those additions, because there's loads of texture to this. There's a bit of fabric in the background, that's chicken wire. There's some metal embellishments, bit of metal twine around there. That is really cool. Then this one, not sure, this might be by Tracy. We have not got a name on this one. Might be Corrie. Ah, right, might be Corrie's. Look at that colouring then, that's stunning. Oh yes, I can tell this is Corrie's then. And look at that colouring, it's fantastic. And there. And then let's bring this in. This is by Joe. Look at the detail there. Is that? Oh, it is. I think that's either parchment or vellum. Amazing. And then you've got some extra embellishments on there. Oh, yes. We haven't seen the box this hour. Look at this. There we are. Oh, I see. She's popped her name. Right. That is by Anne. And isn't it awesome? It's absolutely beautiful the way that that's been decorated. Very dramatic as well. And I feel I should just reach over and grab a couple of owls. We're missing the owls. Let's bring them in. Look, it's like a family of owls. That's really sweet, isn't it? Who did this one? This is Debbie as well. Look, and again you see that shading in their tummies. It makes them look a little bit more rounded. Here's another one by Debbie. Oh, and combining with the teacups that was on the craft along. Nice. And then what else have we got? Sorry, just have to pop that down. A whole selection. This is by Janet. Hoot hoot. That's sort of set, I think, in the evening. We've got, and then this must be Corrie's again. I like this. Oh, she's grounded him nicely. There he is. The eyes are really cute. Oh, he looks like a Professor Owl, I think. And see, just that. It's nice and clean and simple, isn't it? And then we've got one more. Let's show you. This is by Janet. Perfect. Now, so good for the complete collection that you can spread the cost 3 times. So let's go through what you're getting. We've got this is our one-day special. So you've got your wonderful mushrooms and your big butterfly, the big stamps. Then you've got your florals.
nature's elements, and then you've got this mushroom here. It's nice size, this one. So that's officially the one-day special at the bottom of the screen, which will be going up at the end of the hour. Then you've got the nibs and the mushrooms. Such a good combination. You'll find so many uses. I love the nibs, they're really cool. It is, as Tracy rightly pointed out, 2 separate stamps on there, not one. It's just that they've been packed quite close together. And then we've got our sentiments on here. I'll read the second one, which is, creativity is allowing yourself to make mistakes. Art is knowing which ones to keep. That's good, isn't it? And you've got the borders. And then the one on the end, you've got the owls that are really sweet and quirky. This could be for adults, but also for kids, you know, that's a nice one. And then you've also got that retro background. Now, if you go for the complete collection, you will also get, as long as there's some left, a little bonus gift. Ross is saying there's very, very few left now. So do make sure you're checking out. So you're not paying for this. It's a little thank you to say thank you for buying the complete collection. I love that there's a little ant in there. He's cute. Now, the complete collection is also on a freedom discount. We love freedom. It's what we call a why not deal, as in why not? You might as well become a freedom member and then your postage is covered. Also, on Flexi Buy, you've got Flexi Freedom, which will be 3 payments of £26.98. So we've tried to make it as affordable for you as possible. 202936. The number to call, 01733 60 2000, and you can speak to somebody above our heads, because that's where the call centre is, or you can check out on the website at hochanda.com. And without further ado, even more inspiration. Stencils back.
It is, yes, I love the stencil.
I know.
But the idea is, we're on the last hour.
Yeah.
And I thought, I've got samples prepped, but I thought, no, let's use some of the backgrounds that I've collected over time.
Yeah.
Now, do you remember this background?
I do, indeed.
This is from the Craft Along. We actually created this on the Craft Along, and this was a spare one that I had. It had got a touch too much white paint on for that project.
Right.
And I saved this and said that we'd use it again. And if you want to catch the Craft Along, you can catch that on Rewind still.
Yes, I think
they can catch that, so they can see how we created this background on the jelly plate doing that. So I thought, well, let's not waste it.
No.
Let's do something with it. So what I thought was, we'd use our Totally Dotty stencil. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just going with the flow.
Play.
So it's just playtime. It's the last show. I've just splattered paint. It's the last show, so we're allowed to do anything, including splatter paint.
Yeah.
So we've splattered paint all over my ink pad. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to braille the paint over my stencil.
Right.
I just need to make sure there's plenty of paint on there, just so that it will show up, because I have got quite a white layer already on here.
Yeah.
So hopefully it will show up. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. So we're then going to spritz with water.
Yep. Just
keep that out of that messy paint there. And we're just going to allow that to sit.
Yeah.
I'll just get a piece of kitchen roll.
Okay.
And we're just going to allow that to sit, to soak into the card. And I'm hoping that it shows up quite nicely.
Yeah.
Just so I can add a bit of shading as well. And then hopefully I can add this to a canvas that I also had left over.
Oh, nice.
So it'll be quite nice then. Just check. Yes.
Yay, look at that.
Can you see?
That looks great.
So that's turned out quite nicely.
Sort of looks like craters.
Yes.
Sort of.
But also, because you've got the circles in the background, you're getting dimension.
Yeah.
So it gives you dimension to your artwork. We're just going to clean this up, Alex, because it's a total mess. Let's just move it over here.
Are you a messy crafter?
No. I like to clean up every time I make, a mess like this. I've normally got a cloth at home.
Yeah.
But I use the wipes for speed on the TV. But yes, because when I am making, I create a mess.
Yeah.
So I need to be quite quick when I'm on the TV.
Oh, Leonie made me chuckle earlier because she uses towels and things. She's like, I am going to have to wash these now. They're all crusty.
Oh. But then what I've done is I've bought myself a new cloth and machine stitched them onto a project.
Oh, nice
so
idea.
We could get Leonie machine stitching.
I don't know if you'd want these towels. I don't.
Oh, are they that bad?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Might forget that then. So just give that a dry.
Yep.
Because what I want to do now is I want to add a touch of shading to the circle here. And this is just to give it some, I love that camera angle when it's on there like that. So I'm just going to add a touch of shading to each of the circles, just so some of them pop.
Yeah.
And they don't just sort of remain flat on the background, just to give it a bit of dimension. And because it's the last show, we can take our time, can't we, Alex?
Absolutely.
So we can just enjoy.
Chill.
Yes, we can chill and we can just enjoy. And if you were at home, you'd be doing this as well.
Yeah.
You'd just take your time and not rush the process. And I'm just using an Inktense pencil just to add that shading to each. I mean, I could do that for about 10 hours, but obviously I think the audience might have fallen asleep by then. So I'm now activating that with some water, just to give it some shading. Just make sure my water brush is working.
Yep.
And just add a touch of shading. I will hold this up. I think you'll be able to see. Yes, you can see on the camera angle. It's wonderful. Because I've got my head down sometimes and I'm concentrating, I don't look at that angle on the camera. And it's a lovely shot. So we can and I just love this stencil because you can add details inside the circles and it's a wonderful stencil. Really is nice. Now what I'd do if I was at home, I'd do that on every circle. I can't even see the pencil now.
Where's it gone? Oh, I can't either.
It's here.
Oh.
Just add it to that one because that will irritate me a little bit if I give the sample away.
Okay.
And that one. Just to finish that. Obviously, whoever wins this can then add a bit more shading when they're home. Just to add a touch more.
Nice. Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, and it just gives it a little bit of depth, doesn't it? So we're then going to add a touch of our stamping. Just get rid of that water. And just add a bit of that background stamping.
Yep.
It's getting to the stage now where my desk's getting very cluttered.
Does it bug you?
Yes, because I like it in order.
Yeah.
So now it's getting to the stage where, because I'm going off-piste, that I need to just think about what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So just add a touch of stamping. Oh yes, lovely.
That's nice.
So it's all tone on tone. And sometimes it's nice when you don't know where you're going because it gives you a little bit of freedom.
Yeah.
Sometimes when things are totally planned, you don't get to understand how we really work.
Yeah.
So it is nice to just have a little play. So just then, again, I'm doing that in threes, like so.
Yep.
And then what I want to
do,
let's just see if we can add a bit of this stenciling on the top. I don't know what it'll look like, but let's just have a look, see if we can just add a touch of this. Just in the background, just to give it a bit more depth. So just add a touch of shading. Am I okay for time, Alex? Just so I know.
We're fine. We've got a
Brilliant.
we're just under, what is it, 16 minutes?
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
It's no rush then.
We do have a bundle with that lovely stencil, couldn't think of the word. Is that the one on screen? Excellent. This is £21.97. It's called Profusion, Ring the Changes and Dahlias. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Is that enough of a mouthful?
Yeah, I know. There's not many of these, my producers told me. £21.97, 191878. I do like those. Oh, yeah. Right.
So I will hold this up just so you can see the dimension. So if I hold that up, can you see the dimension?
That really works, that, yeah.
So you've got stencil upon stencil, paint layers, ink layers and stamping. Okay?
Marvellous.
So then what we can have is we can take our border stamp, the one with all the frames on there, and we can use this to ground our owl.
Oh,
So we
the
can-
owl's going on.
The owl's going to go on, so we can ground him on there. So I'm just going to add a touch of ink. And sometimes I like just thinking off the cuff, because you can really see if the stamps work. So I did ink that part, yes I did. Concentrate, Tracy. So I'm just going to use this to ground my little owl. And again, even with such a simple little stamp, because I've got all those layers, I still allow the ink to sit, because it's quite sticky.
Right.
Okay, and again, even with a small area, you will blot that.
Right.
Just so that you don't smudge it. Then we're going to take our owl. Actually, Alex, what I'll do is I'll stamp it on here, then you'll be able to cut him out for me while I do the next bit. Just so that, you know, you don't get fed up of listening to me waffle.
Oh, no, it's all good.
You don't need to cut his feet out, so you will be pleased.
So I'm just going straight across at the bottom?
Just the body.
Oh, so not even the...
No, just the square body.
Just the square
So
body.
you don't even have to cut that, just the square body, this bit here.
Yeah, okay.
It's like an exam, isn't it, really?
I know, I'm
Which
like...
bit do
I
I need to cut?
want to do it right.
It doesn't matter. If we end up with a wonky owl, what does it matter?
Okay.
The audience will understand.
Yeah, but no feet. Okay,
No
fine.
feet. But just let's give that a dry, because you're going to mess with that now with your hands.
Okay.
So we need to give that a dry.
Right.
Because you're going to fiddle with it with cutting out.
Yeah.
Obviously, when I'm cutting out, I'm quite careful just to hold it here.
So you don't want his little hair bits?
No.
Okay, fine.
You don't need to worry about his
Not
little
that
hair
he has
bits.
hair. I think it's feathers, really,
Yes,
isn't
but
it?
what I can do is, you see, I'll be stamping him on here.
Ah, that's
so
why.
while I stamp him, you can cut. Are you all right with little scissors or big scissors? Which do you prefer? My friend Anne would be screaming at the TV now and saying, big scissors, big scissors.
Yeah, I think so.
Whereas I'm using my little scissors all the time. So what we're going to do is we're going to stamp this owl onto our background. And again, giving that a good inking.
Yep.
Just to make sure it's got a good even coverage. And I just love that stencil on stencil. That really is nice. And even the circle, I'm going to turn on the side just to decide where I want my owl. And I think I might have him here this time, just so I don't cover up all that beautiful stenciling.
Right.
And I like the fact he's got a little heart down here.
Ah.
It's quite sweet.
Yeah, nice little extra touch,
Yes,
isn't it?
exactly. So, but I like cutting out. I find it quite therapeutic.
Oh, I just can't talk at the same time. That's the problem.
It's all right. Shall I just carry on waffling?
Yeah, it's all right.
So I'm just making sure that I've got a nice firm pressure again, just on that painted layer. And if I hold that up, you can see all the layers, the detail. Tracy can't hold a circle up straight. So you can see the dimension that you've got from the stencil. I have to say I'm going to have to do stencil upon stencil again.
Yeah.
Because I quite like that dimension that it gives.
There he is.
I really like that, thank you very much. Doesn't he look a bit odd like that?
I know.
Look how strange it looks when he's got his head chopped off. Looks a bit like an alien.
He does.
So what I'm going to do now is add some cotton behind.
Oh, interesting.
Just to add a texture.
Right.
Just gives it a nice texture for us.
Well, you've got strong hands.
Yeah, it's a nice easy cotton. I tried to do it with a polyester cotton and nearly took my hand off.
I was going to say.
It wasn't a good thing to do. I think what I'm just going to do as well is just to add a little bit of white to my owl.
Just so you know, we've still got 12 minutes, so
Brilliant,
that's
okay.
the time.
Just going to add a touch of white to my owl. Just that's better. Just so it tones in with my background that's a bit more toned down.
It's not as stark.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I just want to work on that. So then we can add, he was just a little bit too bright against the background, so I was just toning him down. So I'm now going to add to here. And add that like so.
Cool,
Take
a
that
nice
down.
bit of texture in the background.
So what you do is you then pick the cotton up and add some more glue.
Right, okay.
Because it's captured in place now, and then add a touch more glue so that it adheres.
Yeah.
And that's how you can make sure the cotton stays in one place. Because if you don't, it won't stick.
Yes.
So you need to hold that down for a few moments. So if you hold that for a second,
I
Alex,
will.
I'll just go here.
There you go.
Sorry,
Sorry,
working
Mr.
off
Owl.
the cuff. Yeah, squash them in place. So we're just going to take a couple of these clips that I like to use. Let's just add a touch of dimension. And again, just a little Tracy touch. That's brilliant. Thanks, Alex.
Oh, I think he did still. He's not quite
It's all right.
stuck.
We'll sort it out. It's not a problem.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one here. And more often than not, I would take a picture at this stage and just decide what I want to do. So I don't just stick them down, I have a look first to make sure that I'm happy with where they're going.
Yep.
And I'm quite happy with that. Yep. So we can just adhere those.
I love all your embellishments. You've got so many funky ones.
Oh, I love them. I love
Do you collect them?
I collect them.
Yeah.
Also, I buy off companies if they've got nice embellishments.
Yeah.
But also I like to find vintage pieces.
Oh, nice.
So pen nibs. I've got some vintage pen nibs that I'll use with my pen nibs.
Amazing.
So I like to use that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And book pages are important. I love book pages. So I do love that. And talking about book pages, just to add another texture, we've got a vintage gardening book here.
Right.
And it's got sort of different words like leaf from sterile shoot and the hairs omitted. Sort of things like that make me happy.
Yeah.
I like looking at things like that. So we're just going to cut this book page.
Okay.
And have a look at what we want. So we've got rootstock, stem with flowers and young fruit. You see, that's perfect for me.
Yeah.
It's quite garden related.
Yeah, you like
so
your gardening.
I love my gardening. And I'm just going to add this here because I like that vintage book page just breaks up everything.
Yeah.
It means that not everything's all tone on tone. It just breaks it up a little bit. So we're then going to take that. I think we'll just add one more little piece because I just want another piece.
Yeah.
Leaf from sterile shoot. That's perfect. So I like these little touches. That's what makes people look at your art and think, well, that's a Tracy piece or that's somebody else's piece.
Yeah.
So we then want to add this to our canvas. Now this is, believe it or not, this was just a canvas that was left over from a previous project.
Right.
So I'm just recycling it. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a touch of stamping to the background of this. I just want to check if the tone on tone will show up.
Right.
So we'll just test to see if the Distress Oxide, the evergreen bow, to see if that'll actually look okay on the background. If not, then I'll go with black.
Okay.
But I just want to see what the tone on tone looks like. Because this is what I do at home. I experiment to see if the tone on tone will show up. If it doesn't show up enough, then I won't use it.
Right.
You see, that's enough for me.
Right.
I wonder if the camera can you see this detail here?
Just about, yeah.
Just about, can't you? So that's enough for me because black might be too much in the background.
Too harsh.
So we're just going to stamp that a few times.
Okay.
And all this is the braid across a canvas.
Right.
That's all that it is.
Okay.
So we're just going to add a touch of stamping. Again, using the mushroom stamp. Yes, perfect.
Nice.
And what you have to think is you're working on a canvas, so it's a textured surface.
Yeah.
So you are really going to get a random look. You're not going to get something perfection when you're stamping straight onto here, unless you use tissue paper.
Okay.
And I wouldn't use tissue paper for this random background. Might use tissue paper for the owl.
Right.
But not for the main focal. So then what I want to do is add that to here. So we're going to stick this on because we want to add a touch of shading. I keep losing the one pencil that I need.
Yeah, it's sort of hiding under the mat.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm
Very
hoping when we do this circle now, everything doesn't fall off. So we're just going to add the circle to our canvas. And if you were at home, I would probably recommend a really good adhesive like ultra thick gel.
Yeah.
Especially when you're putting it on a canvas.
Yeah.
But it should be okay and should hold for what we want. So we can just add that there. And then we need to lift that a little bit. Just make sure that's it.
Nice.
It's a bit more central. And considering it's a project we're just making up off the top of our
That's great.
head. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some shading round here. Just to make it pop.
Yeah. Makes it look slightly lifted as well then.
Yes, it does, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. You want it to look slightly lifted. So if any of the embellishments fall off, whoever wins this in the post, they just adhere really easily with a PVA glue or ultra thick gel.
Again, it's just because it's being made live on air.
Yeah. And obviously when I leave the studios, I just leave the samples and obviously, you know, I can see that moving.
Yeah.
So I'll add a bit more glue to that.
Sure.
Just to make sure it does make a good adhesion. So just add it round here. And again, it just makes it cohesive.
Yeah.
Because you've added the shading to the circles here, so you're adding the shading to the outside edge, just to give it
And then
the
that
touch.
just pulls it out a
Just
little bit.
pulls it out a little bit.
Nice.
I don't want it to be too dark because you're really then going to play with the eye. You want it to be drawn into that central panel.
Yeah.
Just to make sure it gets some depth.
It looks wonderful.
I just love working with them.
Yeah.
I just love working with them. And I feel really inspired by the stamps.
Yeah.
Because I've really had time to play, which is lovely. And I mean, they were only released on Monday. So,
Really?
Yeah, so it's really lovely to play.
Yeah.
So just, that's going to
What day
irritate
is
me.
it
'cause
today? So have you
what
only
day is it?
had them for a few days?
Yeah, I've had them a bit longer.
Oh, okay.
Because I get prototypes.
Okay.
Because I need prototypes to be able to have a play with them.
Yeah.
So sometimes the prototypes you have to test as well to make sure that everything's okay.
Right.
That's better.
Oh,
There's
nice.
a proper splatter.
Yeah.
There we go. And that, Alex,
Yay.
is our canvas done.
Oh, it's
so I'll leave it
beautiful,
there
'cause we don't wanna
can't
pick it
lift it up.
Yay.
And then you can see.
Look at him. He's so fun. I really
just
like
love him.
it.
Just love him.
Marvellous. Right, so as we've got a few minutes left, we'll have a look at your one day special. We've only got 7 minutes remaining to get it, and the complete collection, of course. Here's the website. Do check out your basket. Oh, and we're going to choose a winner in a second as well for your one day special. Not for the one day special, I take that back, sorry, for the giveaways. Apologies, we're not giving away a one day special. Lovely. Right, you've got 3 bundles, or you can go for the complete collection, which the majority of you are going for. So we'll take one last look at them, and then we can have a look. We can do samples, can't
Yes,
we? And
exactly.
then we've really
Show
shown them
everybody,
all.
yes.
So this is officially the one day special as well. We'll just pop it at the bottom of the screen, but as I said, it's going up in 6 minutes' time that you can see. What was your inspiration, Tracy?
My garden's always my inspiration.
Yeah.
I will sit in the garden and sometimes I'll doodle. If I've got a couple of hours, I'll doodle away just a basic drawing of what I'm thinking, and then I'll refine it several times when I go home. But more often than not, it's looking at colour schemes or looking at a flower that I see and I think, oh, that might be quite nice, but it's with my quirky touch, so it's not, I'm not, you know, a botanical draw, you know, I don't draw that way. I draw doodling and thinking a representation and how I see it in my quirky style. So that's how these were inspired by the garden.
Very nice. So take a little look at those. So you've got your wonderful mushrooms, the big butterfly, really nice quirky flowers, and then our mushroom here. So that, as I said, is officially the one day special down at the bottom of the screen. Then you have got the nibs and the mushrooms.
Yes, nibs and mushrooms.
Lovely.
Honestly, I've really enjoyed using these in these last hours, you know, for the shows that we've been doing. Yeah. And the mushrooms, they're smaller in size and they coordinate beautifully with the bigger ones. Yeah. And that's quite nice, because if you want to create a scene and you want to create some depth, then you want the larger image, the medium and the smaller image. I see. Because then you can create depth with your scene.
Very good indeed. So that is the second bundle, that's at the bottom of the screen, nibs and mushrooms. And then the final one, final little bundle, is the owls. And again, love how stylised they are, and also your little retro one.
That background, I mean, it would work on its own, because you could stamp it in the background. And you know, when I was adding shading with the pencils, if you added shading in the squares, it would give it lots of depth, so you could create a whole background just with that. It would work perfectly.
Good
really
idea.
Good.
Don't forget this freebie, that if you buy the complete collection, it's not quite sold out yet. There's a few left, so it's your fastest fingers first if you want to get that as a gift, but you must buy the complete collection. Oh, don't forget, we need to announce the winner. We have got the winner. Okay, here we go.
Drum roll.
Drum roll. Pam Boggins, you have won all the lovely makes that Tracy's made today, so we will send them to you. And show it again, just a few samples to finish off.
Yeah, I think we should show the design team just a little bit more.
That's great. Look at that. So is this Debbie's, is it?
That's Debbie's, yes.
Yeah,
perfect little book.
amazing.
And she stamped and shaded, and again showing the stamps in a different way. We've got a sample here from Jo.
Shrink plastic owl.
Which shows it beautifully.
Yeah.
And this one is one of my favourite samples, because it just shows what you can do with a touch of shading, layering, gel press. What you can do, it creates lots of different layers.
Absolutely.
And I'm just trying to find some. And again, Debbie's done different shading here with the mushroom.
Isn't it?
Yeah, and I love that turquoise and green colour. Yeah. And you can obviously mix, you can make it vintage with browns. Yeah. Add it to book pages.
What a good
idea. So it works really well.
Oh.
And then we've just got a couple more. I mean, this is a beautiful sample as well.
Brilliant. We probably just one more.
One more. We're running out of time.
Yeah, we are. Fabulous.
Now, as you can see, you can spread the cost not twice but 3 ways, and it's on a freedom discount for your complete collection. 3 payments of £26 and 98 pence. 202936. When are you next back in, Tracy?
I'm in March.
March. More
yes.
of your designs?
Yes.
Is it a one-day special?
It is.
Amazing. So enjoy this one-day special and
thanks
complete
for buying.
collection.
Thanks for
Absolutely.
purchasing. Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. And I can't wait to see you in March and your wonderful,
Next
wonderful
one.
stamps.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we've got a brand new launch. The ladies from Pink Ink Designs are in the building. Then do join Leonie for our happy hour deals. Following that, it's the Glass Hut.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been papercrafting for over 20 years now. You could say it's a passion of mine. Sentimentally Yours is my award-winning brand of craft products. I design stamps, paper pads, tools, embellishments, all the things that we need to help us enjoy our crafting. My aim with Sentimentally Yours is to bring unique, top quality, innovative designs for every level of crafter. So whether you are a beginner or whether you are more experienced, there will be something for you. On my Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda, I will be doing my best to teach and educate you on how to get the most from the products, but always with a laugh and a giggle. Make sure you join me and tune in for my Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hello and welcome. It is so nice to have your company. This is the brand new one-day special, and oh my gosh, are we in for a treat? You've been so busy, ladies, haven't you?
We've been a little bit busy, yeah.
You've been a little bit busy. The artwork is sensational. It's the first time we're seeing dies as part of your collection, isn't it?
It is, yes. We're very excited.
And they're pink.
And the pink, obviously. Obviously, it'd be rude for them not to be.
It would.
Well, it'd also mess with your head, wouldn't it?
Yes,
If they were turquoise or
yes.
something. That'd be like, the Pink Ink ladies doing turquoise, that's wrong. We have seen so many, and it's been wonderful. You know how we started with the fabrics. We've seen you sort of diversify and bring us even more goodies. But I think what has remained true, of course, has been your artwork. I mean, your artwork is phenomenal, and I think that's what sets you apart. It's just beautiful.
We try our best, don't we?
You do. Great, yes. Yeah,
Yeah, good team.
Fabulous artist.
Yeah, she's a bit clever, isn't she?
Get away with you.
Get we have to say it because she'll go like...
But I'm standing next to you. You have to.
Yeah, no, we don't. You know it.
Yeah, I do know.
Now, obviously, we're going to go down counter. We're going to show you the brand new collection because this is very, very exciting indeed. Shall we let you go?
Yes, let me go and get ready.
Okay.
See you later.
Are you ready? See you later, my love. Right. This is it. Mel, let's get stuck in. You have got in here, and it's a big collection. You have got 18 stamps, 27 dies. I mean, we've been chatting about artwork. Now Kathy's not here, we can really talk about it because her artwork is phenomenal.
It is
I
beautiful.
mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, and what we like with, well, what I love about working with her is that if I have a criticism, I'm never afraid to voice it because she's really good at taking that on board.
Yeah.
So we work well together in that sense.
That
Do you
is
know what
really
I mean?
good. That's really good because when it's a team, you have to be able to do that. You can't have someone who's a little bit,
She's not
a little
got an
bit
ego.
precious. Yeah, no, that is wonderful, and it is a wonderful team, Mel. Okay, so you've seen all the designs, but on each and every one, if I start from here, on each and every one, you've got the stamp, but now we've got the matching dies.
Yes.
So they're going to cut out. Now, when you look at this, I mean, that is a big, beautiful stamp. So this is going to cut out just some of those elements.
That's right. And they've been designed to cut very tightly to the line.
Beautiful.
Because when we put out questions on our group Facebook page, everybody said, we don't want any white lines around it.
Right.
We want to be able to, you know, get the die with the stamp.
And you can see, I mean, look at that. So that is absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
And I love it because obviously you can use it with the rest of the stamp, but with every one, utterly perfect for using independently.
Yeah, standalone, absolutely.
Look at that. Oh, they are so
cute,
cool.
aren't they?
They're cool. So that's your first one, Be Extraordinary. You can get them singular. I do believe they will sell out like that single. The bundle is obviously where it's at. The next one, oh my gosh, this one is seriously cute. Look at that. She's beautiful. She or he. Look at that. It's ridiculously gorgeous.
It's almost like she's clicking her heels, isn't it?
Isn't it just? She's fabulous. And I love that her wings are separate.
Yes.
That's really cool because obviously, yeah, that changes the image, doesn't it? And the balloon's separate. The happiest pig in the world. The background's amazing. Obviously with the die. So the die, it's the wings, it's the balloon, it's your fabulous pig and the sentiments.
Sentiment as well, yeah.
They're wonderful. Let me show you. I will show you loads of finished samples, but it's one of them, you've got so many beautiful finished samples.
We're very lucky with our design team.
I mean, look at that. And I know this is going to be one of the demos tomorrow, isn't it?
One of the demos tomorrow, yes. That's Kathy
seriously
made that,
cool.
obviously. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really, really cool. Look at that. I mean, there is so many samples. I will show you more, but it's just to give you a sneak peek before we start. And this shows you why it's so nice having the dies.
Yeah.
Because you're creating that dimension.
Yeah, and you know, some people for fussy cutting it's very difficult, and being able to run it through the die machine, you've got to, you know, it makes it more accessible, doesn't it, for people?
Absolutely. All but 2 have now sold out individually. Only 2 left. But what? Sorry, that's terrible, isn't it? Sorry, Kate. What? 10% of the one-day special has already gone. It is very, very busy. We did expect it. The ladies were a bit like, oh, no. But we were like, oh, it's going to sell out. This is beautiful. Look at that. That's stunning. The frame is absolutely gorgeous. That fabulous beetle.
Yeah,
and I
stag
love,
beetle, lovely.
Oh, that's exquisite. I love your packaging as well, because your packaging is so inspirational in itself.
Thank you. We try to give inspiration on the front and show people what they can do.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Isn't that just stunning? They've all now sold out individually. I love this one. I mean, they're all beautiful, but look at that. It's showing the variation of colour.
So this is one of our new members of the design team. This is Gail Bond.
Gail, you're
it's
good.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, that is stunning.
Yeah, really,
absolutely
really pretty.
Stunning. I haven't even opened it up, but look inside as well. Oh man, that is pretty. She's good.
She is good.
She's good. You're all good, and I'm definitely don't. You know, I'm not favourite whatever the word is. Next. You know what I mean. You're all amazing. Thank you, team.
We know. It's been a long day.
Yeah. And it hasn't really. It's just. But anyway, look. Now, let me get that so you can see it properly, because I want you to see absolutely everything. I am taking my time showing you these because it's the detail. I mean, so much work goes in each and every design.
And we nitpick right to the last moment, to the point where I do occasionally annoy Kathy because she'll have done it all, and then I say, I really don't think that bit's quite right, and she'll go, yes, I know you're right, but I don't want to do it again.
So every now and again. So do you wait till it's nearly finished before you find the last bit?
No,
now, Mel, is that what
it's just occasionally it happens.
These are beautiful. Look at
Not
these.
Intentionally.
She says laughingly. Look at those. They are seriously cool. This is flying. 20% of the stock has gone. Please be quick. There are no individuals left. It is now only the one-day special.
Okay.
Of course, this is brand new. Have a look at this. And the thing is with this, there's not one that you think, oh, I don't know if I'll use that. Every single one is just exquisite. Look at him. And that die is so detailed.
It is really detailed.
To cut out all the
we were a little bit
edge.
scared when we were designing them but they cut beautifully, so we shouldn't have been.
Yeah, so it's fine. It works. That's such a good image.
I love that one.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And the theme is wings across the.
Of course,
set.
We've got wings on everything.
Yes.
See, I do think seahorses are one of the most magical creatures. Yeah, these are stuff that fairy tales are made from, aren't they?
Completely.
And they're real.
And and understandably.
I mean, look at that. That is just beautiful. How you colour these in, so many to show, but look at that. And the gorgeous thing with these, again, it allows you to use them off the page, if you will.
Yeah.
Stunning,
Absolutely.
stunning. Right, last but by no means least, we have got the flying fish. Look at these. Again, magic. These are just magic. See, this is a lovely thing, isn't it? You know, we use our imagination, but actually nature provides us with so much magic.
We're lucky, aren't we?
Aren't we just? How beautiful. That is beautiful. And then you've got like our Kathy who can capture it so we can use it time and time and time again.
Exactly.
Have a look at this. I mean, the colours. Boom, look at that. That's so cool. Beautiful.
And then this one, I love this one because it was Leanne who did this one, and she's used one of the other stamps that is actually on the show.
Yes.
And combined the two because they've got really good synergy.
That works
Beautiful.
so well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to start name checking you, ladies. That was Pauline. That was our Leanne. Thank you very much, ladies. And look at this one. This is Pauline again. Stunning. Stunning. Okay, let's talk pennies. It's really busy. It is 888084. Now, you're saving a massive £20 today. It's costing you £84.94. Over 20% of the stock has gone. It is flying. 2 payments, 42.47. I have got loads of finished samples to show you. Which, of course, we will share, but we are going to get to the demo just because I know that's what you want to see. We all want to see that. We've got some lovely little videos as well that you've sent in, haven't we?
We have, yes.
Is that what we're going to see now, that time lapse? Let's have a look. I'm looking forward to this. Let's watch. Oh, see, the ladies are fabulous because team effort. So that is obviously you are, Kathy, putting it together, but Mel, look at that. So has Mel put all the bling on?
Yeah, she's queen of bling. Queen of glitter and queen of bling.
Have you put all them on individually?
Yeah,
Oh,
and they're
mother.
Swarovski crystals as well, so they've got a really lovely shine. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that is posh. Look at that. That is, and it's so nice seeing that video, seeing how it comes together.
And I was just saying to you, it's only two colours, white and shades of brown.
Yeah.
Bit of white gel pen, black pen, and that's it.
And doesn't that just look amazing? Absolutely amazing. Do you know something we haven't mentioned yet? The ladies have been very generous because we have got a giveaway. So every hour, someone who buys something within the hour, it's going to be you're going to go into a prize draw, and someone's going to win the massive bundle of the fabric.
It's
goodies.
huge.
It is huge. It's worth what, £149.50 it's worth. And I mean, the fabric panels that you do are just sensational.
Yeah, well, the last time we came in, we had a sellout of the whole show. That we didn't even make the full hour, and we had a lot of disappointed people. So we brought some back for this show, and we also thought we'd do one giveaway per show while we're here of a mega bundle. So it'll be a really nice win for somebody.
Yeah, that would be a beautiful win.
It would.
We're going to show you hopefully some of those, but if you do want to get hold of that, all you need to do is check your basket. Say, I am going to urge you, it is very, very busy. A quarter of the stock has gone, as Kathy said last time. That you didn't even make it through your first.
No, we got to half an hour and then they booted us off.
No way.
Yeah.
Boom. So yeah, if you do want something, please check your baskets out, especially with that one day special, because it is seriously, seriously busy. Hochanda.com or 01733 602,000. Right, I love this, seeing where the process begins, because obviously we're talking about your artwork, and this is such a phenomenal process.
Yes, and I'll go through all of the designs, but some come really quickly, some go on for ages and ages, and as Mel said, we nitpick to the end of the world and back, but actually the fish, we did do a fish on something else, but I think we might have done it on fabric or something, and we just felt it would make a brilliant cutout.
Yes.
And actually all of the A Cut Above range, although they're all illustrated on a background, we actually had in our minds to use them as individuals. So we kind of think that the background is like a little bonus. And all the samples all the demos that I'm going to do, I'm using them just as individuals as 3D. But of course you can do the backgrounds as well. But anyway, this is just a few pencil drawings, and this one came pretty quickly.
Beautiful.
The seahorse took a little bit longer. We have done quite a few seahorses in various stamp forms, all slightly different, but we wanted to do a winged one. And of course the winged one, you can cut it, excuse my hand being red, you can cut it once, and then you obviously with the die you can cut round it and recut the wings. So you can have one body, but you can have 2, 3, 4 wings.
So that'll give you even more dimension.
Exactly, yeah. So that's the intention behind them.
I love how it goes from, is that like the first one?
Well, yes, I bet there would have been some more thumbnail sketches pre that. But yes,
absolutely, it really changes. So you can actually see where you've gone, oh no, can we do that? Can we do that? You can see, can't you, the story.
And sort of here, we're beginning to just drop a little bit of background in, and it completely changes and morphs, because that was the final one.
Wow.
So you can see how it goes, and the wings change shape. And,
it's so cool. And these are on tracing paper as well, are they? Because do you go over and over and over and over?
What I do is, so for example, if I particularly like that head, I would, so I'd draw this one up, and then I'd put this piece of tracing paper over the top, redraw the same head, but alter the trotters, do different legs, different tails, different positions. You can see where the hindquarters change. I mean, the tail eventually came round this way. Eventually, we put a leg coming down, so it was sort of a bit more skipping. But one of our demos, in fact, one of the samples, we've actually chopped that leg off, and then we've flipped it, and so you can actually have the leg coming out that way, so you can change the stance.
The actual, change the way he or she is flying. Oh, look at that.
The beetle is my favourite, and that's actually the very first one I started with.
Amazing.
And we thought I thought it was fine as it was, but
but
my Mel, yeah, I think she said that it needed to be fatter, and you can see that it went squatter and what. Of course, she's right, as always. And then the moths, we have actually done a moth on fabric patterns.
Yes,
It's one of our most popular, and people asked us to bring it as a stamp. So we thought, well, it's perfect for this wing series, and of course using the dimension from the dies, and you can make them into 3D as well.
It's so cool. The process, seeing the process is so cool.
Yeah, and the bee, I think that's the last one. The bee is also, we did a fabric pattern with the bees, and we were asked to bring that as like a multi-stamp one. So this is what I mean, just practicing with the pieces of paper.
Just playing.
Yes.
And seeing what you want to actually have as die cut, seeing how it's going to work.
So you can die cut the whole bee, or you can stamp it and just die cut the whole thing, obviously on a separate piece, and just snip the wings off and have the wings. So it's very, very versatile how you want to use them.
The snippability is fabulous.
Exactly.
OK, it is so busy. 30% of the stock has gone. Remember, this only launched tonight. The ladies always have busy shows because the products are beautiful. If you've already got any of the products, we always love seeing what you've been creating at home, so email in. But this is the very first time you've seen dies as part of the Pink Ink range, because this is it. This is a launch. Right, where are we starting?
OK, we're going to start with our beetle.
Beautiful.
Just wondering whether you can... Right, now,
oh, yes, you can see that.
Now, the whole of our one-day special is going to be using recycled
fabulous
things, you know, papers, cardboard. We're using cardboard, aluminium cans.
Yeah.
I've got a bee in my bonnet at the minute about litter.
Yeah.
And where I live, I walk my dog about a mile, and since Christmas, in a half-a-mile gap, this is just one type of can, I've found 30 cans of the same make of can, and I pick them up every time, I take them home, and I've been recycling them. I thought, wouldn't it be a really nice idea to do something?
It drive you insane?
Yeah, it drives me bananas.
Yeah,
and there's a
too.
recycling bin at the end of the lane where people can put it, but they fling it out of the window. So anyway, this is with a recycled can.
And that's amazing.
And I'm going to show you how to use the dyes and our multi-surface paints to create this charming little piece.
And that is fabulous.
Yes, and my remit for this whole one-day special is not to purchase anything to use other than basically what's in my stash. So we're using the multi-surface paints. We've obviously got the MDF because they're on the show, and the stamp dyes. But other than that,
recycle.
We're recycling. We're doing all our textures with stuff I've just got out of the bin.
Amazing.
And it's brilliant, and I'm really enjoying it as well. And when
it makes you start thinking, doesn't it?
Yes.
It makes you look at something and think, right, what can I do with it?
Yes,
what am I
exactly.
going to do? I hoard loads of stuff to do things with. If you do want the paints that Mel mentioned, that Kathy mentioned, they are on the website. I always do that. I always get the Mels and the Kathys.
Well, we're either called Mel and Kim, Mel and Sue. Mel's always Mel, but I'm always somebody else.
So you're the only one who changes identity.
Yeah, something like that.
If you do want the paints, please check the website. The gorgeous paints, the armor surface and the colours are fabulous. So please check those out. Okay.
Yeah, this is my favourite colour of the moment, actually.
Is it your favourite?
Yeah, I'm using it on everything, and then of course you can use other colours on top of it, but it makes a great background.
It's a lovely, it's kind of a grey, isn't it? It's not a black.
I think it's called graphite noir.
Beautiful, and it's got a sheen to it as well.
It has. It's got the mica in it, so it's got a lovely sheen.
Gorgeous.
And yeah, these MDF shapes are brilliant because they're so reasonably priced, and they're great just to display tiny little things. There's all sorts of different shapes.
And you can make them practical as well, because you can get the little calendars. You can put one of those on the back. You could put like a little notebook on the back, like a little post-it notebook or something. So they can be dead practical as well as pretty. There's loads of different shapes. So if you do want the MDF, I know we did flash that up, but check the website out for that. The paint, now, that hasn't been gessoed, and that is one coat.
Yeah. I sometimes, if you're going to put something on really light, like probably the yellow only, you might need to gesso underneath it first. But I don't actually own any gesso, so I just paint straight on everything. Even the aluminium cans I go straight on.
Amazing.
So this actually only needs one coat, and depending on what you're doing it on, the aluminium cans need a couple.
Okay, that makes
anything
sense.
is not to fill, obviously, in the little gap and there. But when I join them, I should probably just put a little bit extra paint on anyway.
Excellent.
So that's that done. And I don't know if have I got any power to dry them off quickly.
Have you got power, darling? I don't
know if I'm plugged in.
No,
am I plugged in?
You're not plugged in. Our Matt will be on to it in just 1 second. We need some power, love, if that's okay. There is power.
Oh, I just need to plug in then.
Shall we? It's all right. Well,
excuse me while I just plug in.
Well, our Kathy's plugging in. I'll give you a little bit of a heads up. Right, it is really busy. Please check your baskets out. We have got the beautiful card stock, the Bockingford card. That honestly, that is a good quality card what the ladies use. We've also got the gorgeous stamps, more stamps in the range that you may not have seen before. Also the ink pads that you will see being used as well, and those are the fabric panels. Remember, they have been brought back in. They have sold out over and over and over again. The multi-surface paints as well. The paints are lovely. Look at those colours. They're so nice. The pictures are a bit jumbled, so go with the description. Forget the pictures for now, but that is being sorted. We're on it. So yeah. Oh, and then the MDF that we were just talking about. If you want the MDF, only $9.99. That's on there as well. Please check your baskets out. But the one-day special, do be quick with that because that is seriously busy. Okay. Back to you.
Okay.
Now we've got the power.
We've got power, and I think we're pretty well dry because before I do the aluminium can, I just want to get this all done so it's done ready, and then we can just pop it on when the beetle is complete.
Yeah.
So dry that off, and then what I've done is to put a little bit of our white multi-surface,
Super.
which I'm just going to add a little bit to the graphite noir just to lighten it a bit. I don't want too light. I just want it to be quite subtle. Actually, our multi-surface white is great also for doing if you want to undercoat something.
I love that colour. So this is probably why you haven't really needed gesso, because you've got a lovely white paint.
Yeah.
Super.
Bubble pack. This is our Verticraft came in this, so this came out of the bin.
Amazing.
And all I'm going to do is pick up. Now you can take off first if you think you've got too much on.
Yeah.
And dab randomly, and that's how. Can we get this one in shot as well?
Yeah.
That's how I've achieved this texture here. If it doesn't show,
just a bit more white.
A bit more white.
Sorry.
Pick up.
I was blowing off.
Oh, that was hilarious the other day when you...
What did I do?
Was it you who went to blow your nose and they turned the wrong microphone off when we heard... I think it was you.
Was it me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get told
Did
that
you not?
one.
Oh,
First I've heard of it.
Or perhaps it was Alex, I don't know.
The
It was
mic's
somebody.
out. Hopefully.
There we go. Now, did they get you?
I hope not, but they're laughing.
Okay, so doesn't that look pretty with the bubble wrap?
Yeah, that looks amazing.
I mean, you'd buy a stencil to do something like that, wouldn't you? So that's
would.
going to go to one side.
And the thing is, you can use the bubble wrap again anyway. You know, it's not like you have to throw it away.
Yeah, so that goes to one side, and like you say, we can use that again.
Gorgeous.
I'm just going to clean up my
your lovely
tile.
And you work on a proper massive tile.
It's just a bathroom tile. I love it because it's a good size and it's white.
Yeah,
and it hasn't. I know the lines on these mats are helpful, but for what I do, I don't really need it. So.
Is it not really heavy to cart round?
No, I mean my last one I've had for years until Mel dropped it when we were here last time.
Not on any feet.
No, just outside the studio, and it went smash.
That wasn't protected, was it? So it didn't break.
She didn't mean to. It's by accident.
We're
Right.
like, oh, get rid of that as well, Emma.
Now, what we need is an aluminium can.
Of which you did find a lot of.
Which I did, yes.
People will be like, oh, which can is that? I know.
I've had to cover it up, but I think we all can. Oh gosh, don't look. There we are. But I'm going to show you how to treat it. And what we're going to do is, for the beetle, we're using this part of the aluminium.
Okay.
But for tomorrow and the subsequent shows, I'm using one that's going to be the top. and one that's going to be the bottom. They make really cute little frames, and you can put things in.
Let
and
me show you.
Done watercolours and
that is that's the top of the can.
That's the top. Mel, could you pass me the pig, please? Thank you, Doc.
That's the top of the
Thank
can.
you. Yeah, and this is the bottom of the can.
Look at that.
So,
I love that you've put like a piece of artwork in there.
Yeah, that's on Bockingford. I've just done a miniature watercolour painting.
So cool.
And so, again, you know, as a frame, how perfect's that? So we've used both ends and the middle of the
That's fabulous.
can.
That's recycling.
Right, okay.
Stunning.
Now, what you need is, I use, this is a Clarity stamp mat, because it's got a foam back. It's a normal mat the other side, and it's got like this spongy top, which I presume they do their, you know, pokey stuff into.
Yes.
So I find that because it actually sort of stops it from rolling around.
So it helps you grip.
And you need a really sharp blade.
Right, okay.
New, ideally. I don't know if this is new. I got it out of my box and hope it is.
Yeah.
And very carefully, you need to make like soaring motions
and just
through your can, and from here to here, the aluminium's really soft.
Right.
Above this rim is really hard.
Right.
So you have to obviously do it below the rim. Don't try and cut it from up here.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't need to anyway for die cutting.
Amazing.
Work your way round.
And obviously be careful. I think I've used scissors, you know, because I'm in craft now, so I think I've used scissors, which work as well if you've got decent scissors.
Yeah, I do. Well, I'm going to use scissors in a minute. It's just, I find the first incision is easier with the knife.
Yeah.
And then at this point, if you want to, you could then go in. I better not use Mel's sewing scissors, had I?
No,
I can. I've had permission.
Oh, she got scissors sharpeners, you're fine.
At this point, you could then go in. I tend to actually go all the way round with the knife.
Yeah.
So then you've got this. Now, you said to me earlier, well, how do you protect the edges? They're actually fine. What you have to be careful of is that.
Ah, the cheeky little slithers.
Yeah, can you... That's the bit. That's the first time, actually, I've got a really bad slither like that. But what you can do is, before you do anything else, trim it again with scissors to get rid of that scraggy edge.
Yeah, and those big scissors will mean you can really whip round and get a really nice straight edge.
So that goes in the bin.
Yeah.
Make sure it doesn't go on the floor, because if you tread on it, it will go in your foot.
Hurt.
Yeah, but actually that is not sharp. I wouldn't run my finger along it, obviously, but it's fine.
And for what you're doing, for actually this, it's okay.
Yes.
How much are the one day special, sorry? 40. Okay,
Golly.
40% of the stock has gone. We're not even halfway in. 40% of the stock has gone. Please check your baskets out.
Okay, so down we go.
It's busy on all over the world as well. I always love that. All over the world. Wherever you're shopping, you can shop with us.
Right, so that was the centre for the pig frame with a little
bit
watercolour. So that's going for tomorrow.
Amazing.
And here's your aluminium can.
Perfect.
What a brilliant piece of material to be using.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, this you can put through your embossing folders and make lovely patterns with it. You know, you can cut it into shape using your dies.
Yeah.
It's so versatile and came out of the bin.
I love it because whichever way you look at it as well, it's cool because you can use it with your alcohol inks. You know, you can use it with your paints. It's so diverse what you can do with it.
Actually, I didn't show anybody on our Facebook page what we were going to be demoing.
You're teasing.
Yeah, but we showed the can, and lots of people replied and said that they use it with alcohol inks and alcohol pens and all sorts of different ways.
We'd love pictures.
Yeah, we would love to see them. So anyway, right, here's the dies. So what I want to do now, if you want to show. Can we show the one that we've underneath there with the 4 beetles? Yes, if you want to show the coloured side of the can, like we've done here. So we've made these 3 with one type of can, and this is the nasty one that keeps somebody's throwing in my lane that I've got 30 of, this dark one.
Okay.
If you want the coloured bit to be showing, you need to cut on top.
I can't say what that.
I'll tell you later. You need to cut on top.
Yeah.
Or if you want the silver side, which is what we're going to do for the demo, you want to do it on the other side.
Amazing.
So
Okay.
so the cut line is slightly going down.
Because that's the thing with the die, isn't it? It'll give you that lovely little bevel.
Yes.
And that's the nice
Yeah.
thing. And that in itself allows you to do so much.
So,
and I love it that our dies, they're strong enough. You know, your dies will cut through easily. It'll do it.
And also, I've been doing a lot of these, and it hasn't blunt the cutting edge of the die. I've then tried it on paper after, and it cuts it absolutely fine.
Right, so don't panic.
No, because these are steel.
Yeah.
And the aluminium, as I said before, is really quite soft.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it does show you, when you start just a little bit of creativity, thinking about it, just what you can do. And that's a teeny tiny piece as well.
Yeah. Excuse me using my teeth. I do it at home, so may as well do it here.
May as well.
May as well.
So you've got is the main body and then those two little extra wings.
The two wings, and we wanted the wings to be separate, so you don't have to use them. You can keep your beetle just as it is.
Yeah.
And then we've got a little tiny oak lid.
I love how you're squidging it all on, even though it came out at bin. Well, out at Ali.
Oh yeah, don't waste any of it. And my top tip also is that this little bit that's going to be waste, if you have one can that you use as your sort of bin that you do recycle, put all your bits back in the can and recycle, because otherwise if you just put it in your normal bin, it's no benefit to anybody, is it?
Absolutely.
So I'm going to put that on my...
Amazing.
Make sure I've got it all the right way up. Yep.
Perfect. And through it goes. And do remember, all of them have gone individually.
That was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, very quick. Can't wait to see this. And it's really nice, this, because you're showing how to use it without even using the stamp element.
And it's just gone right. No, exactly.
This is literally only the dies.
This is the die. I mean, we will be showing, obviously, using the stamp with the die on other things, but I just wanted to show this one because it's
just cool.
So lovely. It's so soft. Look, it just pops out straight away.
And look how easy it's cut. I mean, it is one of those materials I don't think we play with enough. And that red, you were saying before how good that red it is beautiful. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous colour.
I love that red. I would probably choose to use the red over the aluminium anyway, but obviously we can't be showing it, so...
Yeah, that looks so good. And they just cut out wonderfully.
And you know, I'm touching it with my hands, and I'm not cutting myself. I mean, if you're worried about it, put gardening gloves on, or you know, use something that will make you feel a bit better about it. But I haven't personally had any problems with it.
Yeah.
So we'll use that for tomorrow.
Got your dies nice and sorted.
Yeah,
perfect.
I've got to be organised, because I was getting in a mess. So I'm going to keep that to recycle as well. Okay, now what we did here on this one, we can see it. Is I've tarnished it, and I've tarnished it with a flame.
Yeah, because that's a really, really nice colour, isn't it? That is really interesting. So yeah, how do you do that then?
So I did have permission to light my candle.
Amazing. I love that you've got the old candelabra there as well. Fabulous.
Well, it was originally in a jam jar, and I thought, I don't think that's going to look very safe, is it?
That's so funny.
So what we need is tweezers.
Okay.
Now, when I'm at home, I actually use the gas stove because it's a more fierce flame, and it does it a little bit more quickly.
Yeah.
But what I want to do, I want this side to be tarnished, so I'm just going to hold it over the flame.
And literally, because that's the aluminium, it's going to react, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see a little bit of smoke coming off. Now, if you put it in the flame, a very hot flame, it actually disintegrates.
Really?
Yeah, and just goes to nothing.
Wow.
So you've got to be a little bit gentle with it.
Right, okay.
Can you see
But you can see the tarnish.
Can we see?
Yeah, that looks really cool. That's fabulous. And that colours it better than we could.
Exactly.
Because it's giving it that really soft blend.
Yeah. And the other thing is, you've got to be careful of, is that hold it gently because it will mark as well.
You're going to indent it, aren't you? Because it is really soft.
It is.
So not going in the flame, just dancing.
Yeah, and I mean, you can do the whole lot if you like. Yeah. Now, if you want to do this flame technique on the red side or the coloured side, it still works the same. It just goes. In fact, I've got a sample. We had some leftover dyes that when we were trialling and trying to get the sizes right, that I can show you in a minute to see how it worked.
I love this because it is a little bit again like magic. It's almost it's almost like a chemistry lesson.
It is.
Just seeing what happens. And this one, so again, at home, stick it over the gas.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be quicker. Oh, burnt his bum nearly.
I'll take that off.
But that's good.
Yeah.
So just.
Well, I'm not going to do much more to that. I'm going to do.
You can see it. You can see it happening. Well, you're doing wings. Can we go and
Of course you can. Yeah, I'll do the wings. That's a good idea.
Because we know exactly what you're doing. How cool is that? Okay, folks, check that website out. That's where you're going to find absolutely everything that you can get. The individuals have now gone. I mean, they went so quickly. Check everything else out. We've got all the other stamps. We've got the beautiful fabric panels. We've got the paints, the ink pads, everything that you're going to see used throughout the wonderful hours that we've got the ladies here. We have got, remember that wonderful giveaway, those fabric panels are your giveaway. Now, over 40% of the stock has gone. Shall we show loads of finished samples?
Thank you very much, everybody who's bought.
Oh, it's
we really appreciate it.
I don't blame you, everybody at home, because these are fabulous. Can we just show finished samples?
Yes,
let's just show pretty things. So, first of all,
let's go through them all.
So it's all about your winged things.
Oh, wings. I love wings.
I love wings. They're all rather magical, quite frankly, aren't they?
Shall I hand
so
them to
this
you?
One, yeah, go on. That one's our lovely Pauline. Pauline, amazing. That one that you showed from Leanne, incorporating one of the other stamps that we have got on the show.
That's right, yes, Narissa.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, she's lovely. Really, really iconic,
And
I think.
oh my word, it absolutely. See, she'd worked with the thingy, what's it, my job?
The
seahorse. Sorry,
yes.
I always have to just point.
Just point, I'll fill.
Thingy, what's it, my job? Yeah, wouldn't she?
She would. Yeah.
I love that.
In fact, with both of those stamp and die sets and her, couldn't you make a beautiful big piece?
Yes, you could.
And we've got the turtle and the whale on as well, so you could use those as well. So I mean, it would be fabulous.
Yeah. You could do a full wall.
Yeah.
You kind of want to take this to your walls and things, don't you? This one is lovely, Pauline, again. The next one, I adore this. See,
that's Karen. She's Karen Royal. She's a new member as well. And the sort of part of the reason I mentioned making a full piece is that that's something she's exceptionally good at.
Really? Is that her thing?
Some lovely work.
What I love about it is how different they all look.
Yes.
You know, these are the same stamps and dies, but every single one is different. And of course, because it's stamps and dies, you take it off the page. And by off the page, I mean off the page of the stamp, if you will, and give it that movement. I mean, look at that.
That's pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who was that one?
Just beautiful. That is Leanne. Really lovely. And that's
what Leanne's really good at is her backgrounds, making all those muted blends and interesting backgrounds. We love that.
That is stunning. Okay, more. The thingy what's it's the seahorses.
The thingy what's it's
magic. This is magic. Gail, that is absolutely beautiful. This is where, I mean, your colours. Oh, wow, talking of colour.
That's what I'm telling you about Karen.
Wow.
Karen Royal, that's one of hers.
Look at that. Karen, that is magical. And when you look at that, I mean, you almost, let me show you the stamp, because you almost sort of lose sight of the stamp. That's your stamp. But look at it. It just becomes something.
And when Kathy drew
different.
that, what we were trying to concentrate on with that very much so in the background was movement.
Yeah.
So you've got that movement of water through it, and it works.
It absolutely works.
Yeah.
That is phenomenal. We'll show one more. We'll show what just so we can get back. This is Lulu.
Lulu Purple.
That's it.
It's Aloise.
That's Lulu. I love that. Again, absolutely stunning. So that's your seahorse. Remember, you're getting each of these. I will show all the finished samples eventually. Yes. You're getting each one that we are seeing. Almost half of the stock has gone. Please, please check out your baskets. Annette, amazing. And that's a lovely panel.
Yeah.
And I think...
Again, she's beautiful. She works really well. Lovely, lovely work from Annette.
It is beautiful. They absolutely lend themselves to everything, don't they? You know, again, because you can...
there.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. The colours, again, the colours.
Are lovely, aren't they?
And that one is Leanne. I will show one more. Sorry, I'm very aware of time. And look at that, the stitching. Is that stitch? Yeah, it is in background, isn't it?
Yep.
Whoa, that's amazing. Who's done that? Can't see a name on that. Karen. That's fabulous. Absolutely. Sorry, I know I keep turning it away. It's because I'm inspecting it. Shall I show one more? Look at that. That's Annette. They're all just so beautiful. Again, you lose sight of the stamp almost.
I know.
Don't you?
Yeah.
And I think because you have, it's like you said, because you're cutting so close to the image,
yes,
it means it is just the image you're seeing.
Yes, absolutely. You're not getting that white border around it, and I think it makes a big difference.
It really does. It really does. Absolutely beautiful. You are getting the fabulous beetle, and I will be a bit quick, I know, because it's nearly 1:45, but just to show you, I won't show them all. Oh, that's wonderful. So
Just
that's your beautiful... Oh, my God, that's... Gosh, even. That's amazing. It's all right. I normally swear when I get a bit too carried away. I've not sworn yet. Maria.
Yes, Maria.
That's fabulous. Because that is so... I don't know. It's so natural, but it's almost mythical.
Vintage, isn't it? Maria, she designs book folding, and she... has a passion for that sort of page work, and it's beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah.
That is really nice. Bit pagany, is that, isn't it?
Yes, it has got a sort of a nod to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's because it looks magical.
Yeah.
Love that, love that. And then, one of my faves, let me show you the one look at this. It's well cool. See, I love that, because you've gone from, obviously, magical, colourful, stitch work, almost pagany, and then fun.
Yes.
In the same collection.
Yes.
And that is super cool. Oh, look at this. Look. Oh, he's this. Little love. He's escaping. I'm not going to say nothing, but he's escaping. Well done, little pig, fly. Fly, little pig, fly that way. Oh, that is such a clever card.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's clever, because that's a good way of using your die. Yeah, very clever, fabulous. We've got loads more. We will show you these. And thank you, everybody. I promise I'll show you. Last but by no means least, of course, we've got our lovely bees. So I've shown you that. I think I've shown you that right at the beginning. Let me show you this. Because look. And this is nice because now we come back to the fabric.
Yes.
You know, because this is obviously where it all began.
I still love our fabric.
Oh, obviously, because it's amazing.
Yeah.
But it's so nice, isn't it? Still seeing the stamps and the dyes used with the fabric. Everything goes hand in hand.
It does.
Look at that. Just exquisite. One more.
This is one of my favourites, just that one.
Oh, that's so nice. That is beautiful.
Isn't it?
That's beautiful.
It's understated, but it's so pretty.
Yeah, it's very elegant.
Oh, that's Gail again.
Gail, well, you lot, you're amazing. Now, if you do want this is your one-day special. It is so busy. £84.94. You've got a saving of £20. You've got 2 payments of £42.47. It is extraordinarily beautiful. If you want it, you have to check your baskets out. 888-084. That's your item number. It's meant to last 24 hours. However, almost half of the stock has gone, and we're about quarter of an hour before the end of the programme with almost half the stock has gone. So I really very much doubt it's going to last the 24 hours, quite frankly. Now, we've got, you know, that beautiful, that video we saw. We've got another one of those.
Another one, yes.
Let's watch.
Hello now then. That was Pauline.
That was our Pauline, head of the designing team. Yeah, she did that for us. Thank you, Pauline.
Thank you, Pauline. That was marvellous. And it's, again, it's so cool seeing it come together like that. Sorry, it's a cough suite, so I'm allowed. You can't get done if you're eating cough sweets.
No, no.
You just have to pretend you've got a cough. I'm only joking. Okay, so they've all been cut. They've all been
right. These were the ones.
Yeah,
these are the ones I've just done while you were going down the counter. These are ones that I just experimented with, so you can get to see the different depths.
Yeah.
This one I've really gone to town, and that's gorgeous.
That is
I think.
well nice.
Yeah,
because you've got different colours going on there.
Yeah, exactly. I've tried alcohol markers in there just to rub it in. That worked quite well.
Yeah.
I've used a tool just to go in, a tool to poke, so you could make perforations in. And then this is the coloured side. So I just wanted to show you.
Oh yeah, that's cool as well.
Now that is the coloured side.
Wow.
But I've really gone to town on it, and you can see it's gone very, very dark.
Oh, I love that.
Or you could just pick up the tips again. I mean, it's so pretty.
Yeah.
And this one, where I've sort of embossed with the tool on the other side. You can see the raised areas, the paint's come off.
That is really interesting. To do the embossing first and then do that.
So
that looks really
that's
effective.
Just to show the different...
your variations.
Yeah.
Cool.
Of how long you put it in your flame for. So quickly, am I running out of time or... am I okay?
7 minutes.
Okay, right. So with an embossing tool, and again, you want your spongy mat if possible.
Okay.
This is where we're going to put in some detail. So I need to find one that's not going to go through, but it's got a little bit of a ball on it.
Okay.
So, I mean, what you can do is you could actually look at the image and copy the image if you're not sure where lines go, or you can go...
you could, I suppose, if you did permanent ink, you could always stamp on it, couldn't you?
Well, I suppose you could. I mean, I just like this technique. I just think it's...
But I mean, like, stamp on it and then actually do the embossing.
Yeah, don't see why not.
So you could do that.
I'm not sure, what stamping inks you'd put on aluminium for it to stick. You'd have to do some experimenting, and I suppose you could emboss, heat emboss, couldn't you, with it?
You could, but it might crack off.
Yeah.
But if you put a stays on, just let it dry a little bit, because that's permanent. And then when you go over, if you do it really light, to light grey or something, then go over it and emboss, and I bet that'd look quite cool. But you just have a little play, don't you? I mean, you could use like a gorgeous turquoise and then emboss over it top, but leave some lines.
I think that's what's so nice about crafting is the experimenting, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And trying things. Yeah, I mean, people message in on the Pink Inkers group page all the time, and we answer if we can.
Yeah.
But we don't always have the answers. I'm new to stamping. I haven't been doing it for that long. So, but yeah, if anybody wants any ideas, our Pink Inkers group page, where you've got the most amazingly talented people.
And that's obviously on the good old Facebook.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously with these we can curl the horny bits like that.
What a lovely image. And this one's your favourite, isn't it?
Yeah, it is my favourite. I'm going to do this quite quickly because I just am mindful of running out of time. Wings.
And it does emboss so easily.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh man, you could do so much with
Couldn't
these.
you? I mean, if you had the time and the inclination and ideas, you could make this really, really pretty.
Yeah, because even your ink pads, I mean, because they dry permanent, don't they? If you heat blast them.
If you heat blast them, they dry permanent. But until you heat blast them, you can use water on them. And
so actually, they might be cool on this. Now half of the stock has